That's only because we have to do with two different forms of execution. About the Misa Amos done. But the Misa, again, if they have two cases with the same death penalty, then ultimately again they will try both of those cases in one day. Well, Misa Shema Sheta, the Misa Amos, yet it was the case of Shema Sheta, where all 80 women were executed in the same day. They can only lay the English done, and yet again, you see that case as an outlier, that was something that would not be normally done, even though again, all these women will be executed the same way. Ella, he is not healthy. That's just what you have to say. Most of the elements to have us to Restream, so Satan only will try two capital cases in one day, and execute two people in one day. If it's one Misa, that's like two Misa. What is that Misa? What's the Misa, right? You go, stay out there. Look at the class, you get the menu. The class is 2 or 5 times after the whole lot you go. Misa after go, stay out there. Shane doubles, then Misa after. So if you will do two capitals, they are two but with the same death penalty. As an example of two distinct variations of death penalty, if you go, Shabbos Rabbo Zara. So because they both Shabbos Rabbo Zara carry with them a same penalty as Stila. Same penalty as Stila. So the Gemara says over here, Basin will go ahead and adjudicate two cases with the same death penalty. There are two different. In fact, about the Misa Afas, I'm sorry. Basin will not adjudicate two cases, even if they have the same Misa, if they're two distinct Averas. About the Misa Afas, the Avera Afas, done. They will say you have two cases for the same effect and the same death penalty, but enough to them Basin will adjudicate that case. So let's say we're going to see only right now the following. When do we say that Basin doesn't judge two cases? Obviously, if two similar cases, Basin won't judge two capital cases in one of them. But even if both of the cases have the same death penalty, but they're different infractions, we won't judge those as one. The only time there's a possibility for Basin prosecuting of two capital cases in one day is when it's not going to screw up the same case. Or two people committing the same Avera, and therefore ultimately against same infraction, same death penalty. Ain't gonna stand by your Bafilu no FS. Or the Bryce says that a Basin cannot condemn two people, can't go ahead and give out two death sentences in one day, even with an adulterer and an adulteress. Let's say that what this seems to be saying is about. Let's say two people are brought to Basin, a man and a woman. Why? Because they both committed an act of adultery together. Same Avera, and presumably what? Same Misa. Now, based on what we just said, same Avera, same background, what should be the halakha? Basin should be able to adjudicate both cases. Yet we see the Gemara says the Bryce says that we will adjudicate those two capital cases on the same day, which the Gemara says, so the Gemara picks up the background of both. What's the case? This is the case. This is the case. If a Basi Kohen commits adultery, we'll say there's a special test and custom. She is killed with straight up, even though again the man is killed either with skila or kenem, depending on her particular status. But it's already interesting that not only there, the woman faces a person in that. That would be the case. Where you know they both turned up with cases in the same Avera. By the way, same Avera committed with one another, because the death sentence will be different. Basin will not move on those capital cases in one day. Oh, the Basi Kohen is from a nation about. What I was saying the case, and again, we're not going to get into the cases really yet, but if you have witnesses who testify about a Basi Kohen who went ahead and committed adultery, then what? You have Eidim Mukan and make the first set of witnesses Eidim Shomrim, and then ultimately you have the third set of witnesses who make the second set of witnesses Shomrim, who reinstate the first set of witnesses who ultimately, again, the Eidim Shomrim and the Eidim Shomrim will get a different Misa than the Shomrim. The point that you are trying to make over here is that when the Bryce says we don't execute two people in one day, even an adulterer and an adulteress, that absolutely said before that Basin will hand down death penalties when both cases are the same avera and the same punishment. So what do we do with the Christ that says we won't kill the adulterer and the adulteress the same day? One understands that he refers to a very specific case of adultery where the circumstances are such that the adulterer and the adulteress are receiving two different punishments. We'll see right. I have heard, I will say, a number of you have asked me this question over time. When you have cases where they can't technically punish someone, but it's clear that the guy's a bad guy. You have cases like this person where somebody has done something illegal, but for whatever reason, or to say something different, the guy's a bad guy. It's just a bad guy. I don't mean like making a personal judgment. I mean like basically knows the guy's bad. But for whatever reasons, we can't punish him within a legal framework because whatever the issue is. The Irena is talking about what we call the long arm of the law. Satan has a long arm. You must reveal as Yaakov Omer. Satan has the right to go and give notice, as well as level out other punitive measures. Shalom and Torah. But the Shalom and Torah means even when the Torah is not commanded. The law now the basis doesn't do this in order to violate Torah law. Rather, again, only in order to go ahead and make a protected fence around it. So basically, I will say, as much as I don't even know, basis has the right to punish when necessary, when they see ultimately again that the collective needs are served through the lifting of this fence. So we want to actually give examples. Umar said that Echad Sharachamasus B'Shabbos B'Meir. There was once a guy who was riding a horse on Shabbos during the days of the Jews. The Avila Bezdin, who stoned him. They brought him to Bezdin and they stoned him. Below me, short of the fact, and not because riding an animal on Shabbos only deserves Tzivah. Ela Shasha Tzvicha L'Kach. But the hour demanded it. Also, what does that mean? So we know are you allowed to ride an animal on Shabbos? I love this. No. Why can't you ride an animal on Shabbos? So it's Xerit D'Abana. Xerit D'Abana, but ultimately, again, a person may come to break up a branch in order to go ahead and hit the animal to get it. So again, riding an animal on Shabbos doesn't do that. Shouldn't have that penalty. Take Malchus, you get Malchus first. Why do they do it? So remember, the Gemara gives us the context. This was the abundance. The abundance, the Jews telling us wanted to outgo what Antiochus outvoted a number of things amongst them. Shabbos. There was an active effort to undermine the sanctity of Shabbos. This Jew was publicly marking Shabbos, publicly violating Shabbos. So therefore, again, the Jews took it upon themselves to execute it. Why? Because they felt it was important in order to go ahead and safeguard the sanctity and severity of Shabbos in the eyes of the Jews. So this is the long arm of the law. Another example. There was another man. Now, it looks like this is not a married couple, and he had relations with his wife, husband, and other years he had relations with the couple. Now, not that far, it's middle of the street. It was under the street, it was a little bit moved, but it was something that was considered to be a breach of truth. It was a breach of normative modesty standards. The Avila days, the Abartha days, and the old days. And got noticed. Now, we'll say, now, what's the prohibition involved with a man having relations with his wife on the beach of 16? And the answer is none. I mean, it's none. It's not a issue, right? So, it's not a issue. Hold on. Like, again, so what's happening there? To which the Gemara understands this was an issue. There's no side conversation. Right? There's no like that. Right? So the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says, but the Rabbanan tell that this was an incredible breach. Now, what the other societies circumstances that are happening that this kind of don't know? But the Maestro, whatever it was, you can understand that this is raising breach of modesty. Even though it's not ulcer, but again, Chazal knows the need to step in and flog this guy, to give him out this. So the Gemara goes back to it. No, right, I'll show you that. Fine, Mishnah. Gates are told us. We'll say this is amazing. So what's the process for hanging the individual? Now that we've established the baseline, so first of all, the only people who are hanged are the individuals who are executed from a God they can have all desire. So only cases of where you curse God and where you worship idolatry. Those are the only cases that are all of the cases not. Only a man is hanging a woman is not. So the Gemara says, Kate told us. So how do we go ahead and administer hanging?
You're not putting in any locker room anywhere at any time. It's not an objective fact, and I will die on that hill. He's been in the company of some of the best shit talkers for how many years now? Yet to this day, he will
Shocking as I thought about it.
He feels so
you take a pole,
every
put
single
the
time
pole into
that
the
it is
ground.
physically painful to
But
watch
each,
the
you'll
issue
take it
beyond
again on one
putting
side, so
it
you
into
have the
every
pole
area, subject, topic,
that's
shop
the ground,
attempts to weigh in on.
put another
But
pole
eventually
across
now,
the top
what I
of
really
that
needed to get off my chest was
but
the
each
daddy
of
shit.
but remember again, as
It's
we
gotta stop.
discussed,
I've almost turned off the
hanging
podcast several times
is
now.
not
It's a bummer
one
because
of the
I
forms
dig
of
most of the
discuss.
banter otherwise. No
A
big deal.
body is
No one's
only
forced me to
hung
listen. I
after
just
the person is
use the
always
random bit.
executed.
Cheers.
Well, you're not wrong.
I will tell you,
It's,
so you know, my
the
conception
voice that he does,
how do you hang the
that
body?
first picked up
Like,
on
you put
the
a noose
weird,
around the neck,
sexy
and you
voice,
hang the
whatever.
body.
It's like,
That's not how they hung because people do that. It's this.
okay.
Makiv shtei yadav zuar gatsu. So you tie, the person's already dead. You tie their
He
hands
sounds like
together,
a
you tie their hands together,
old-timey
you Torah
50s dude.
and you hang the individual by their hands. What's I was amazed by this. I started last night, I started saying over this
I've
Mishnah
almost
because
turned
I
off
was
the
so
podcast
intrigued
several
by
times
this.
now. That's a bummer
I
because I
put
love
a
that shit out
sudden
of
kick under the
That's a
table
sentence I
by
didn't
my
expect to
wife.
read when I started
Because like my
listening.
kids are turning pale at the
Yeah, I
table,
mean,
like well,
that guy's
but
crazy.
I was so struck by this. I was so struck by this. Again, I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't remember this Mishnah from before, but it's so dramatic. It's just you don't think about that. This is how the person is hanged. But okay, anyway, the point is, it's not good.
I remember when we first were like,
That's the take home message of it. This no, no, Shabbos, not weekday, never. Because Rabbi Yossi says, Hakora muta ala koso. The Torah also, B'der Shat Nabakim, also listen to this. And we'll discuss the nature of the whole community. Rabbi Yossi says, you do not take the pole and put it into the ground. Instead, what you do is, you take the pole and you lean it against a wall. Now, what you would do is, again, and then you would go ahead and you would hang the person from that point or over the wall, the beam hits the wall. Now, the image that he gives is the same way that the butchers hang meat. The same way apparently the butchers used to hang meat by taking up meat, putting it, leaning it against the wall. You would hang the meat from there. But you know, we hang the individual for just a few moments. We hang him, we're saying this because again, we have an obligation to hang those who ultimately are stoned at these specific situations. We hang him, and then we take down the body of the individual. Blood, if you leave the body hanging overnight, over Allah below Sasha, you violate the prohibition. Ne'emar, lo salim livlaso ala'i, kikavor kikvarek, kikilalas alukim kavur. But ultimately, again, if you leave him hanging overnight, so you violate the prohibition, because the Pasuk says, do not leave the body hanging overnight. And it's bury him immediately, because literally, the last elukim kavur, the degradation of God is hanging. Kilomar, nitnei that kavur. Why is this one hanging? Why was this one hung? Nitnei sheterach es Hashem. Ultimately, again, because of curse God. Remember again, it's reflecting the idea that hanging is only administered to those who are killed because of either cursing God or avodah. So therefore, again, if somebody's hanging, at the end of the day, it's a reminder that there's a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it means to kill us Elokim Tavu. There's a reminder that there was a Jew who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and that's a degradation individual, a degradation to God. I'm going to be there. The Shush of the Shina Malash So Mir says the time when a person is in distress. And again, we'll discuss what all this is. Adam Rashi says, that he suffers. The person is supposed to say, Malash Romeres, Kalani Mirosh. Then ultimately, again, literally, my head has become light, my limbs have become light. If you look at Rashi, this is the moment. Rashi says it's 4 lines up from the bottom. Kalani Mirosh. The Roma, Kimosha, Adam Shiyage, Ba'aye. Omer, Roshi Kaved Alai. Israel Kaved Alai. I look to less, I need any cow. Ultimately, again, we're going to discuss this lesson of Kalani means the contraction of Kal less. When a person is highly motivated, his head feels heavy, his limbs feel heavy. So when a person suffers, and life feels heavy. His body feels heavy, his circumstances feel heavy, but he also Olam says, I feel your peace.
And they don't have merch now.
Kalani Hiroshi, Kalani Israel, if you feel heaviness, I feel heaviness as well. It's an incredible idea. So the Gemara goes like, in case I'm not going to start Al Daman Shal Rishon Shemishmas, Al Vachomer Al Daman Shal Tadid. So if the also has stress over the Rishon who are executed, or the more so how he had stress when the Tadid could suffer as well. Below Zidu of Adamu, Ela Kalamalin as Meso, the most that he runs jumping back to the same way that you can't leave your body hanging overnight. Even the most not your case of execution, where a person dies, you cannot leave, and you should not leave. A person who has died unburied overnight. A person who does so over below Sas, finally to prohibition. However, Haliyu Lakabo, Logo, if you left the body unburied overnight, all it's covered up, like the cover from the deceased. For example, the Havila Aron that beat him was not a casket, was not a shroud, Kino over Amon. Then ultimately again, you do not buy it from him. But you don't buy halacha. Because there are times where we will generally try not to go ahead and delay a Ladaya at all. But again, if there's a need to delay, I'll cover on things. Now again, generally cover on things, it manifests itself in the ability to be able to get before Ladaya. So we'll do so, and that's not considered the Alaras Amis. Because again, it's covered. Again, we'll get into the scope of this. So the Gemara was like, "Well, how you covered also?" Back to the guy who was stoned and then hung. So the Gemara said, "Well, how you covered also?" When they took him down, from the post, they would not bury him in a family plot. Ella, they got the cross able to come with the Afros and the rugged the effort when he started and stuff. These had two cemeteries. One for those who were killed by herod and by a sword and by strangulation, and the other for those who were killed by stoning and by burning. They would bury the individual in one of these cemeteries. Afterwards, Nizak or Abbas, or once the body decomposed, were locked in a sack tunnels. Family members would then collect the bones of the deceased family member, the covenants of his bones. So the body had to be buried in one of the faithful cemeteries, and the body decomposed. It was called they gathered buried the bones in family plots. The covenants of his bones. That Robin, this is first of all, to the last statue. The Isaac Buster, dividing the spirit of himself. Once the body decomposed, the person who was by bathing is kapara atonement is complete. Meaning his death is part of his atonement, the decomposition of his body is the other part of atonement. Therefore, once the body is decomposed, his kapara is complete. Uviziono, his degradation is complete. Therefore, they can take his bones and bury it in a family plot. This is amazing. Get ready for this. Bakrosa, the relatives of the person who was killed by David, but in the Shalom HaDayanim, Shalom HaDayanim, they have to go out of their way to go ahead and inquire about the welfare, to give a Shalom Aleichem to the Dayanim, and to the agents who were involved in the case that ultimately executed their loved one. Kilomar, She'in V'Yidinu Aleichem, to show we have no kindness against you, right? We have no problem with you, She'in Emes Tani, because we adjudicated the proper case, we judged correctly, the law Hayyim Shofar. First of all, again, we'll discuss the halacha because that's statutory fanatic. The Hayyim is Rabbi said we do not observe Shiva for someone who is executed by peace. However, about owning, Rabbi said that we'll discuss what this means. Owning meaning for you grieve, you're permitted to grieve for a loved one, even if they're executed by David. She'ein Aninus Elamalei. Because grieving is the they were no more than practice. Shiva, nothing like that. I mean, if you're a person who can't legislate ultimately again how a person feels, obviously very amazing. We do understand your concerns about this. And the only in our lives, the Haru, is for us to not part of the reason we did not observe Adelis in Shiva was because that was part of the degradation of the person who was executed, and that's part of the
This was a
sings
collab piece
and
of
he
work.
responds, how you see Omer
Yeah, I've
told
read
him
this
also
one
about
before. It's basically the best in the scene.
I would have said first the body is
Definitely this website
and then
provided
only
is not
afterwards
authorized
do they execute him with
stream.
fear. Whereas I would have thought first behind him,
That's
and then
funny.
if he's not
How
close
does
to
it just keep
hanging,
happening?
then you kill him with
Just
stoning.
keeps happening.
You get him.
He's stupid and he does stupid things. And also, I guess
the way that
we may actually have also a bad team.
That's what I'm saying. The team is just getting worse.
I think it's a combination of that he is an idiot and the team is actually also bad. So it's like a bunch of idiots working together to be produce something bad.
He's like, I wanted to go. Let's make one out of cards.
Then you
Let's
go
fix that card up. And then like,
Okay, son,
and like
what
52 cards in, he's like, oh,
Mash
there's not
also
enough cards.
understood
It falls in. Oh, it fell down. Let's make another house.
late
Oh, okay, you're gonna use those this time. Cards.
until right
Yeah,
before
there's
sunset.
never going to be any
The
pushback from
government
a stupid team.
then they would go ahead and they would
He's
back
like, now
judgment,
can you
they would deliver the verdict.
sticks? He starts to make a house of sticks.
Over reason
Did you
also.
screw
They
if
would
I throw a
execute it
fire?
right then and there. Now again, that's the biggest status
I'm
that
cold.
there clearly was
I'll be on it.
some level of time for it. Because remember again, the
Okay,
base
so
of
let's go to
Stilo
some
was not
chance
referenced
maps.
to the base of
This
the
is by
whatever it
Toronto
is.
Rapture.
The point is
Eddie
they
Bravo
tried to
calls
do
out
everything
Callan for declining an invitation to perform at his
Or
gigs
reason
at
also,
Coachella in
the
December.
Akatak told
And he
us
was not
so they
invited.
executed
He needs
the story,
participate
and then they hang the body.
Bapa
There
was
was
like,
no what's that, Bapa? After so share the Akatak.
it's
One
hilarious.
person ties the body, right?
Bapa also
One
doesn't
person
play
hangs
that
the body, another
Baba
person
shouldn't
unties the body.
understand.
They did like hanging
No, he's
mitzvah
just-
to in order ultimately to get to the hanging mitzvah of hanging. They will say, why do they
But I
do this
think
right
there
before
might have been a
Shia? Why
conversation
not
about
before
it.
sunset? Because they will say, remember again, once the sun
Maybe,
sets,
yeah.
you
I mean, he
can't
knew
the
about
body.
it, or at least he's pretending to.
Apparently it
Or
appears
it's like
that they
all
will
the
hang
guys
the
were like,
body literally for just a couple of moments. On one hand, to fulfill the biblical obligation.
Maybe it's one of those things where it's like a bunch of friends, and you know, one friend shouldn't be in something, so they all talk about it, and they're like hoping that he never mentions it.
yeah.
Eight,
That's what
the
that might
pasuk
be.
says
Who knows?
that you will go ahead and hang the person upon an eight. The Kalisa
Yeah,
also
dude, you
already.
can't say anything because
They
that's
will
the
say
surprise.
that
Brad Travis
eight,
coming in.
the pashtus,
It's like,
eight
oh,
can mean
yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
things.
that's
Eight
the
can mean
surprise.
wood,
That's good.
but eight can also mean what? Tree.
One guy is
So
on it.
Shemir and David tells you
All right,
so maybe
let's see.
you'd
So
rather
we got a lot
the
of
pole
clips from
on
the
which you
latest
are
Fight
hanging.
Companion. This one's posted by
Please tell me
Code
something
Search
attached to the ground,
8648.
like a tree, or
It's called He
Makuba,
Admits
with
His
something
Mexican
that's not
cartel
attached,
story
but you
was a
attach it, like the pole that you plunge into the ground.
I haven't seen this
Kamalomar, Kikavor. But then the pasuk says, Kikavor, Kikavor. Remember, the way the pasuk reads is, Lo solemn so al hayit. Do not leave the body on the tree. Kikavor, Tikverenu Bayomahu. Bury him that day. Bury that day. We'll say, here's what the Gemara is going to dash is.
What the
He's actually the
fuck?
same
Why
way
would
that
you
you
say
buried
that?
the
Yeah,
individual.
how
Watch
could
this.
you not?
How
Why would you say that that happened when it didn't happen?
Kamalomar, Kikavor.
I don't
So
even
we'll say,
understand.
maybe the girl's going to dash this. Not
When
only
you got
you
the
bury the
information,
individual,
or you saw
but you
dead
have to
bodies.
bury the being
Apparently,
with which he
maybe
was
that,
hung with him as well.
What? I don't even understand that. That doesn't.
We
That
learned
doesn't make sense.
you know, when you're a kid,
that
you
all
look
of
out the
the
window and you're like,
implements of
thinking, what if
execution are
he's still
buried
that kid,
along
you know?
with
So he's just
right
riding
in the Dalai
fast
Lama's
through
of his
the
day.
Baja
Even
or
though
whatever.
he is not
Yeah,
executed
maybe
through
he's
hanging,
like,
but because that is part of the process,
Yo.
that
That's
being
so
or those
messed up.
two
He's
beings are buried
fucking
along
up
with him.
terrorism.
Therefore, again, you
I have no data
have
in
to
it.
Mexican is shit.
That's cool.
Fighting for the child care benefit.
buried. You also
You want my
get
house?
with hanging on a tree.
All the porn you watch?
Because that's the picture of the pizza.
That's
You know, we first have to cut down and then bury.
I know you will, man.
Therefore, you bury
How did you know that I was starting to spam back and the spam has more data than you ever could?
That's
not correct.
Yosu says, we should in the Yosu says, when you want something,
How much data is in one
you
word?
also says, we should
It depends.
you take a bean and you lean it against the wall. What's the closest to that Yosi?
Yeah, we came to the conclusion that Eddie is just making fun of Brad.
Plunge it into the
Because
ground.
everybody knows.
Dude, come back in 2 hours. I'll be late.
That requires you.
Yeah, he's
Then
like,
after
this
you
dish needs
complete
some
the
peanut
fuck
oil.
What up, baby?
Chow mein, some
has to be
onions, and he's
immediately
doing all
very
In
this.
the future,
right
we're going to
after again.
I asked for like
I agree.
But I
Also,
want
like
to
that,
all day on.
Brian
Yes, sir.
saying it's all the hips, Bubba. It's like my hell. Like if I go to hell, I die. I go to hell, it's gonna be him saying stuff like that over and over
if
again.
they
It's
not
like,
that
it's all the hips,
kind
Bubba.
of Mashallah, muscle. And there's when we give you a muscle, ultimately again, to what meaning why is it that we take the body down so
What's the
quickly?
system?
And what does it mean to
I
less
think that Bubba is standing
He
up
says,
for his friend.
"Yishnei achim tu'um." was
think
basically
he's like
compared
trying
two
because he
brothers who
knows
are
that they're
twins.
just laughing
Peter Akas,
because
the
they're
both of the
making
brothers
fun of
live in
Brian.
one city.
He's
After
so
the that
terrible.
after
Like this
Yasser,
guy thinks that
there was a one brother
maybe Joe
became
is
king,
Joe
and another brother
like, dude,
became
if
a rabbi.
Brian gets annoying,
See
fucking
what
make this guy
happened?
next so we can laugh at him.
So what happened?
And
So after what
Brendan
happened?
knows that. So
One
he's
of the
like, hey,
brothers,
Joe,
ultimately
what would you
again,
do?
Keith's
He's
brother,
even kind of angry when he does
was
it.
found
So
guilty of
what
a
would you do
crime,
with
and
the
therefore
what would
subsequently
you do
hung.
with it?
Kalaroa also Omer Hamela
Or whatever
Khan.
the Holloway. Oh, yeah,
Whoever
and then,
sees
so that's why. He's just
he
doing
looks exactly like you.
so that
Looks
takes
exactly
his
like
friend,
the
which
king.
is admirable.
So whoever walks by
I
is
think
going
you're
to
even
say,
showing
"Oh,
credit.
the king has been hanged."
Yeah.
It's like the
He's
Gemara.
probably like,
See Hamela
he's
Boris.
looking for the
The
teeth.
king therefore
Yeah,
commanded
he
that
just
the
wants some
body
attention.
be taken.
And this, the attention
Look
from
at
Brian,
what
he's
he
not
showed
okay.
ultimately again
What do you want, banana?
of the muscle. Actually, no, it's human. Adam Asif
This
is
guy,
Shabbat.
what about
That's
this
actually a
guy
very
in front
beautiful
of me?
idea. Man is made in the
Yeah,
image
this
of
hands
the
like
Baruch.
carbone.
So when man is
Brian,
training
you got it.
to be up all the almost harder
Go
than the
back to
bonus
who
on the
you were. I don't like
as
this.
well. Therefore,
Anyway, that
it's
bothers
a
you.
right. So do it,
I
or
bought
we
new
should
shoes.
really take the body down and
Okay, I'll stop. Let's see here.
really because the Gemara says
This one's called Curb Your Enthusiasm.
My gosh, so there's so what's
Senior Harris
the
campaign
interest
staff
here?
says their
I'm
internal
not buying
data
it.
shows
The
Harris
man,
winning
the
battleground
Amar,
state.
countless.
Voters
Also,
who have made
remember
up their
again,
mind by
the
last
Gemara
week
over
by
here is
double-digit
quoting Rabbi
margin.
Meir's
They say
statement.
that Trump's
And Rabbi
MSG
Meir
rally was
said,
the last straw for late-breaking undecided voters.
Rabbi Meir said, "Ishash adam mitzvah." When a person is in
It's been
distress,
said ad
Shina
nauseam, but I'll
ma'omeres,
say it again. It
Kalani
would be so
meroshi,
funny if
Kalani
28 was the
meroshi.
reason Trump loses.
Remember,
Yeah, shout out to Matt Shades podcast.
Russia,
They-
and the word
it was so
Killas
funny what they said.
Elohim. What does it mean, Killas Elohim?
She
Kalani
said
meroshi,
it'd be
Kalani
hilarious
meroshi. What does that mean?
Tony
So,
Claus
Rabbi Mash, I'm not buying it. The man Damar, Kal
butterfly
less.
effective events.
Killas is like when it says Kalas. Kalas means
Well, I mean,
it is
honestly,
not
World
life.
War II was
My
started by
head
something
is
like
not
that.
life.
So,
My
I mean,
body is not life, which is another way of saying my head
He said,
feels
what if
very
the
heavy.
Franz Ferdinand
My body feels
In
very
many ways, Franz
so that's
Ferdinand
a
was
rush
a
of distress.
right?
I'm gonna love us. I'm
And
gonna
then he was killed.
Kaveh alai Roshi, Kaveh alai Roimi Baru. Why don't you just say my head is very heavy? My body is very heavy. Why do you have to say Kidalas, Kal less is not life? Which is what Amarava, Jemai the Amar Kil Mi Alba. It's like one who says the world, like one who says the world ultimately again is very light. Alma and the Hana at the end wrote to the Hasir created life. So for some reason a person feels overwhelmed. So instead of saying every world feels like it's crushing down on you, they use a metaphorical expression of the world is very light.
Like when I first seen it,
Which the Gemara says anybody in the book. What's that? It's Hayyid Apasim. Your lesson is just covered. Was it teaching a general principle that a person is only executed, or a person is only hanged for situations where they curse up and sorrow, like Avodah Zarah or Megabi. If that's the case, which the Gemara says, in Nima Kramekano, my kilalas.
who's working on his truck?
Neima, Kuli Rahafuzasa. So they said the entire Pasuk gives you this direction. In game, Neima Krakilas. My kilalas, why did you expand the Lashon? Therefore, what's it to kill us? We're learning two things. Number one, that the only people who are hanged are individuals who curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu, i.e. Avodah Zarah, and Megabi. And number two, I will say, we learn this idea that when the person is in distress, the Shekhinah is in distress as well. So we learn this incredible so. But even when the Russia is in distress, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, kill us and kill Kali, Kali Roshi, Kali Zro'an. When we suffer, HaKadosh Baruch Hu suffers alongside us. For those who know, but I'm going to be up on you showing everything okay. How do we know that if a person leaves loved ones unburied overnight? How do I know that he's violating the soul of But again, that halakha is you have to bury it. You have to bury it.
Next one
Because
is
the Malim
watch this
and
one
so
live.
over
By the way,
below
we go
sauce.
live Wednesdays.
Here we learn
Where
from
we
one.
watch the whole
When
20
one
inch
goes
clip
ahead and leaves his
MSG
loved
rally
one
this past
unburied
week.
overnight,
Also, I
but
haphazard Norman
ultimately
brings
again,
up the
he
question
is
of Whitney's
violation
kids'
of a low
parentage.
sauce.
By the way, Whitney just had a baby. I'm going to
baby
next
I'm going to go from the showing up now. Lemon is growing at photos. Other times it's version of it. And this is the essence of the question. But where do we see scriptural allegiance to the idea that is very
Damn it, Mark.
how do we know
All the
that
conspiracy
a dead
theories we've
person is
talked
or
about
that
on
person
this
dies
podcast.
is very Where do we see that concept? I will go on. It says, "You shall surrender in time, leves and here we see, I will say, now I can't remember, I'll say, Torah never says, by Shabbos Shalom Moshe Leimon, bury dead people in the earth. We're learning that from the inputs. The pasuk says, when you stone someone, you shall hang them. Don't leave the body hanging overnight. Kavar Barenu Bayamah. You shall bury him. So when you take the body and you bury it in the ground. Therefore, again, from here we see that the Torah wants it to be that you bury a person in the earth. I'm really sorry about that. So that's cover about that. Like you support. Ask for some of the following stuff. All the questions.
Alrighty, this one's posted by
We're
Cable
gonna have
Manager
to
Bert.
So King Shapur, where in the Torah does it say that you have to bury a person in the ground? Ishtik, but Kama didn't say anything. He didn't answer. The world is given over to the hands of the foolish. So what's the Master say? Is your Kama wanting to answer? The finally the name are Kikabor. So just like the Pasuk says Kikabor forever. You have to bury him. So which the Gemara says? Well, maybe Kikabor means what? Other than that means you have to put him in a casket. Tikvarenu lo nashko. So we'll say, so why? So ultimately again, why did he spend time with this? Because he felt that King Shapur would not have accepted this answer. And King Shapur would have said ultimately again that Kikabor means you have to bury him in a casket, and Tikvarenu doesn't really see from that means burial in the earth. I mean, that means therefore again, the Bible doesn't respond to King Shapur. So we'll say, so this is actually very interesting. Why don't you say that we can find some facts that the Torah mandates burying the young cow? Because ultimately, again, from 17, unfortunately, there are examples of righteous people who are in the earth, which well, maybe maybe that's just a bit. Alright, that's not obligation. Maybe just that we bury people in the earth. Secondly, the Akriya and the Moshe. Secondly, we both bury Moshe. They buried Moshe in the earth. They buried Moshe on a mountain, but that's burial in the earth. The Lord is burying him in Hagar. Maybe after his father, we don't want to keep it. We don't like it, we bury people in the earth. But it's a middle. It's not necessarily a halacha. Toshba. Pasuk says, there's some to look for the cover also. So also here, you are talking about Avda ben Yerubah. So we'll say the halakha, nothing said to Yerubah ben Yerubah. This is terrible. He introduced such idolatry into that so many people, which Yerubah said, that his entire family is going to be wiped out. Not only that, they're not even going to inherit Judah. But Yerubah has a son who was righteous. His name was Abiyah, and Abiyah was told by the Navi Achiyah. So Abiyah was the son of Yerubah, and Achiyah Shiloni who is the Navi. And here Shiloni says that Abiyah, because he was decided, will be eulogized and properly buried. So what is now he tells him he's going to be buried in the ground. He's seen him buried on the ground. Here's the Gemara says, though you're standing in the Hagar, maybe that's just that's the middle, giving the bracha, so be buried in the course of the middle. The word Saksu, below Yikuru, the dominant man, Dama. So ultimately, again, Papa said this is by the speaking to the people of Anatolia. Right? The people of Anatolia, because they're Okia, ultimately, again, would be wiped out, we wouldn't be buried. So we see here, whenever he says, you get my second marriage, tells us what? That burial ultimately again in the ground is a romantic thing. You're responding to one. He's saying that ultimately again, they won't be buried according to the middle. So it was like the idea that you switch one driving at over here. Trying to figure out. You might read a bunch of examples of people who were buried in the ground. You might try to say, you see that the fact that people are buried in the ground tells us that what? That the halacha is buried in the ground. Which Gemara says, no, maybe not. Maybe all that saying is that's the middle. That's the middle. Maybe it's the ground. But last snap, that's the Rhino, that there's an obligation for people. Also, we'll just do one more line in the for today. Pura Mishum Vizionahu and Mishum Kapara. Also, the bury a person in the ground. Ultimately, again, is that Mishum
That's so funny. Like, why would you even want that on your sleeve? Just giant things.
So he's faz ela encoste o mexer com a mão, that also gives Zion to the deceased and to his family a body which has sit as buried in the decomposal site. Ownership kapara, or is the act of burial considered to be a kapara for the deceased. Now again, how is burial a kapara? She says, the greatest sin that sometimes a person can enter into this world.
Yeah, see, the Carhartt used to be on the sleeves. Yeah, sorry.
Maybe they were a matter for a person's arrogant
Wow.
lifetime style.
We have some more coming in from there. But we'll get back to that right now.
Is
Where
burial
was the whole
out
Tony
kapara
Hinchcliffe
for the
MSG
deceased,
rally
or is
on
burial
our
out
live,
decided for the
most
loved
recent
one?
live?
So much the light
This is appropriate duty night 30
the
most
Umar,
offensive.
no
Only
button
make a Latino joke like this.
Let's say it was a person
In
who
reference to
his
the
will.
Puerto Rican
I don't want to be
joke
buried.
about floating garbage.
I love my
Yeah.
dad.
So
Just
check
leave
that
me
out
on
if you
my
want to see it
bed.
on our live
Right?
section
And
on
I
YouTube.
don't bury me.
This is
Except for
posted by
Peter.
George Rapture.
I want to
Tries
see
to be
that.
serious. So
Don't
many
go ahead and bury me.
hilarious. This
Well,
man's
you know,
like,
for the other books, you know, it's to say that burial is in order to go ahead and prevent the Zion, prevents the embarrassment of the family members, even if the deceased leaves the business of the burial. We don't have to look for those instructions because the mice they get
someone told him this, or he
to be
thought it at one
embarrassing
point, so he's just
the
gonna
other
argue it over
Bishop
and over
Kabbalah,
again, though it
but
makes
if you
no
see
sense.
ultimately again Bishop Kabbalah,
Even I told you, I think I texted you when I was watching
what's
this,
the right to say, I don't want the
yeah, you told me
Kabbalah.
that.
So what's
Yeah,
the
and
Somebody,
nobody has said anything bad. He's the only person that thinks that this fear is bad.
see the fact that righteous people are very free on the Bishop Kabbalah, like we feel like Kabbalah. If you want to say about Kabbalah, you righteous people
There's
need
probably
Kabbalah.
like one article
One
that
of the
said
answers
like
no,
someone
which
extolled
was of course in the same Adam inside Bar Asher Ya'as below the ultimately again I also there's no such thing as the most righteous of people who hasn't committed Avera, never done the so also the ultimately again is burial serves both these purposes. Burial serves as a kapara, but burial is also there in order to avoid the desire of the family. Therefore, even if a person were to leave a tzava'ah in his will, that he did not want to be buried, we ignored that tzava'ah because even though he has certain rights regarding himself, he doesn't have the right to go ahead and cause his family embarrassment. Therefore, we will bury him. Wasn't the problem we have to understand? We are still left with our fundamental question, which is what? From where do we know that there's an obligation to bury? We see now that there's a minhag to bury. That's the minhag olam. From where do you see the obligation to bury the ground?
Good striker. Number 9 coach. With the yes, I think a high strike is nowhere near. Nowhere near. You're not even putting him in the same area. Fuck. Really? Nobody.
All right, so say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's church of thank.
Yeah, he's like, in a way, he's like gaslight. Look at Brian.
Howard Talbot sponsor.
Can you go in on his face?
Howard Talbot sponsor for. All right, you know what Talbot sponsor. Production Pay Tilson Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Sherman Trushes this year as is Rus. For Soros Telos for Am Yisrael. Our learning sponsor for the Aryan Sarah Richter. In memory of Richter's dear grandmother Sarah Bas Shimon Zichron Rafa, whose Shiva is currently being observed. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, Trey Shammel, Havan Aliyah, and the family in the Hamas. And that Yomi sponsor, the Ilu Nishmas, Erwin Kramer's Kony Rafa passed away yesterday. His Shiva is also being observed. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Nishama will have an Aliyah and his family in the Hamas. What's with that? Let us begin. All right, we are going to do a runaway train today. Let's do this. Today's dot is Menhei 45. We are picking up on the Dalit Amud days. Literally again, 3 lines down from the top. So remember again, these left up in the middle of the story, the Yeshua and the Malach. Right? The Malach appears to Yeshua, tells Yeshua, I'm here because of 2 reasons. Number 1, you went ahead and you failed to offer up the Tamid yesterday, the daily offering. And number 2, now it's at night, you should have been learning Torah, and instead you're going ahead and you thought the Talmud Torah, okay, during the day you were fighting a war. You couldn't learn, but now you should be learning. Now you should be learning, and again, and Yeshua says, for which one did you come? Right, for which one, right, what is the infraction for which you are coming?
Is saying that incline striking.
Which, the Gemara says, Amalei Akabasi. I came now to the Talmud Torah. I came now because you're not learning. So Miyad, what happened? Vayom Yoshua Balai Rav Yisroch. Yoshua literally because it says Yoshua slept literally that night in the valley. What does that mean? Malami Shalom Ba'amka Shal Halacha. He slept in the valley of Halacha. Meaning Yoshua says, Hebra, take out Yisrael. Hebra, take out the Gemara. We're starting to learn now. The Malach Yisrael because we're not learning. Everybody lets you get to work. I'm going to be open. Pretty much, I'm going to walk back from Yom Mishmei Gerad. I'm going to tell you open that conversation. What do you see there? You see that Torah is even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. So they say, what a profound statement. Learning Torah is even greater. What does that mean? It means that it's merit. There's a course that what a piece of learning Torah is even greater than offering Kabbalah. That's why they start on a basic level. Makes so much sense. Remember, offering up Kabbalah is something that someone else does for me. It's true. I have a feeling I'm not active. Torah is something that I actively engage in. I'm only a buyer of these. Also, really just a profound Gemara. If you have the opportunity to engage in something that's even greater than the offering of Kabbalah. So you might look like this. How will I buy it up? I come out of my life. What do they do with this puzzle? In our following don't be quick to fight. And Matt said that what will you do in the end when your friend humiliates you? Read call, read Asherah. Having arguments with your friends if you need to. So after our partner, but don't reveal the secrets of the other. What is it? Lake Emonah Misra. The God was obsessed with Cloud Israel. He said to Chesed, go and say the following things to Cloud Israel. Go and tell them, Adicha ha'emori v'imecha chufis. So he's actually pretty intense over here. Go and tell them, your father is an Amorite and your mother is a Hittite. Now this is a reference to the fact that Abraham and Sarah came from the Gentile nation. Hashem was upset with Cloud Israel. He says, go tell them that your father is a Hittite and your mother is an Amorite. I'm going to look at this Sharia Pastor, literally against spirit. I actually think that this was the Malach Gabriel. The Malach Gabriel says, if Abba and Sarah were here, we could say this. Right? You go ahead and say something to the company, you go ahead and embarrass them. We've told it, that's way. So that so listen, fight with whoever you need to fight with. But don't reveal the secrets of others. For me, if they refuse to come out, because Gabriel have the right to speak less than right? And yeah, don't miss everything, Shalosh Shemos Yishma. Gabriel has 3 names. Hiskin, Shikman, and Sidro. Hiskin, the basic bar Klagonalo. The Hiskin because again, literally, he measures his words toward Chutzpah. In other words, that he's expression in the Shtan God. Itmon, She'otin Avanosim She'Yisrael. Itmon is that he shuts out the appearance of God Yisrael. Sidron, Yevan She'Saga, shows that she's in a Mekah. Once again, once Gabriel says the conversation is over, the conversation is over. You want to see this? I know. Omar Zabalazar, the only closest to this passage is Nabil. Now, literally translated over here, what's happening is Eob's friends, there's this interesting conversation after Eob is suffering. There's all these interesting conversations between Eob and his friends, where his friends are trying to figure out the root of his suffering, right? Why is he suffering so much? So they say to Eob, had you davened, would you not have been saved from this calamity? On the laws of the only Yaakov of the Tefillah Tzara. So it is a profound below. A person should always daven before the suffering occurs. Daven proactively. Shemali Moiskim Adam Tefillah Tzara being based El Ubein Ha'ai when Ishkaya Merisha Yisrael Serid Kupolit. Had Amnavino not proactively daven in the area between Beit El and Ai, Klal Yisrael would not have been saved. That refers to, remember again, that's the war. These stories connect back to, remember again, often went ahead and took in the spoils of the evil. when he wasn't allowed to. How did Yoshua know that something was up? Because 36 men were killed in the battle of Ai. In the battle of Ai. Now, again, that's what it's doing. Why we lose this vote? It doesn't make any sense. That's when they realized that all someone committed an Aveira. You know what is also that why only 30? That boss of them is quote unquote only 30.
Special is harder than a long special.
But the casualties could have been much worse. You know, it's to minimize casualties to the proactive heroes of Abraham for America. It's actually a very different dynamic of Shiva, which is proactive prayer. We're very used to the concept of reactive prayer. Something's wrong, I need something, there's crisis, I got it, which is incredibly profound as well. That's what is essential prayer. And the proactive prayer, the avoda is, while things are terrible, while things are good, recognize that things can and do change so quickly. Diving to the bonus of all of the views for active state of our voice that things should not go off the rails. So the part of I'm not even diving to actively against forest sources, beautiful insight to Tiva. The subject says, from the Amis Asma the Tiva, with a Mata, starting with a Nava. So literally translated, actually says that there's from the Amis Asma the Tiva, with a Mata, inside, before Masina, anyone who davens with intensity here in this world, so no
tickets when the orders are in. We will actually buy it and put it up and ship it to you in 5 to 6 weeks. This is drop shipping without any benefits of all labor costs, manufacturing costs, warehouse
this is a very beautiful humor. The word says as follows. The New York Times says the person should always ask compassion. She has come out and told she's Malach Yachari, the fish happening. She will Masin Milamala. The heart match my access is beautiful. A person should always ask when they happen. A person should say, I should have Smaka, the Shmaya, and the Celestial. Malachim should help me. Malachim should have to tell them not to work. Mars like this in general are quite, if you look at the rest of the Malach Yachari, the fact is happening. Malachim, to help to ask for compassion for me. There should not be any prosecuting forces above. The honey match my yellow luck in Basra. So I say, in general, Muslims just always claiming this because this notion that Malachim help me, Malachim are against me, soliciting angelic assistance above. Is this appropriate? Is this not appropriate? So it happens to be part of a raging hashkafic debate about the roles of Malachim in our fields and things like that. The person should realize in any given moment there's so many different wheels that are turning. Ask for help. Ask for help. Like ask for assistance for from Malachim. Beautiful. United should keep it all. So again, United should keep it all. How do we know that Vibli works? And when a person does Vibli, a person confesses their Averis, that Vibli itself has a curative effect on you. So Yeshua says to offer you uplifted us today, Hashem will uplift you, Hashem will uplift others. Just as you have uprooted us, Hashem will uplift you today. Gemara says, yes. Gemara says, Hayom Hazeh Asa Offer. Yes, Offer Yom Haba. So Hashem is telling today you will be uplifted. In other words, in this world you will be punished. But in the next world, Sid, Uganizara, Shimi, the Isan, Simon, the Silk of Darda, Kulam Kamisha, Mike Kulam Kamisha, Kulam Kamisha, the Olam Haba. All 5 of these individuals have unfortunately worked. Sid and Simi, Sid Afan, so it says, it's the name of the person, Simi and Afan. Loudest more, Padama, Afan, more. One says his name was Afan. His name was Afan. I've already considered Simi. Why does he call him Simi? Because he acted like Simi. Now, this goes back to yesterday's talk. I remember again, Afan committed many different others. One of the things that Gemara accuses him of was Naram Russell. He engaged in an immoral adulterous relationship. The last thing Gemara says, others say that Adam was Zimishlo. Others obviously knows his name is Siri. A lot of many Krishna offers, a lot of people offer. Shouldn't Avalosehem shall Yisrael. Ultimately, again, because he caused sins to wrap around Klal Yisrael like a snake. His sin ultimately enveloped all of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. It also says in the Torah, remember, I think, just to highlight this, the Rambam brings down, certainly down, Kishiyasa Tshuva, Rambam tells us Tshuva, Halacha Aleph. Rambam says, Kishiyasa Tshuva v'yashor lechato, chayiv b'nisvados. The first step in Tshuva is confession. Why is that the first before you confess it, it's not real. If I don't confess it, it's in my mind, and again, what happens with the kindness, over time, I'm able to somehow justify it. I'm able to justify it. I'm able to go ahead and kind of rework it, remake it, remove it in my mind, and if, depends how good you are. Sometimes I can justify it, and I'm really good at make it into a mitzvah. Right? And after enough time, I begin to think of myself as a tzaddik. So the power of confession makes the sin real. I acknowledge the fact that I did something wrong. I acknowledge the fact that I broke something significant inside of me. If I acknowledge it and I make it real, then I have the opportunity to fix it. If I don't do those things, I'm just never going to end up doing it. That's the power of confession. So therefore, just confession itself has a real ability of interesting. You might over here talking about the idea that Hebrew is mechata. So listen, if you think about that, confession atones. How does that make any sense? If I confess it, I didn't do anything, right? I just confessed it. It's not like I did anything else. It's not like I changed my life. It's not like I retooled the way that I live. But oh my, what do you see? Act of having another part, you're able to take a step back and say, I did something wrong, and to acknowledge it and to own it, that by itself is a huge and incredible step in personal growth. Even if I don't do anything, or even if there's no act that, there has to be more follow-up. But even for argument's sake, if there's no more follow-up, that is still tremendous. The word says, in Eno Yochel, in Eno Jonas, and use all the Nakbas, I Nakbas, remember again, so the Gemara says, again, the end of the mission of Mishnah, is talking about this, and what happens if a person doesn't know how to do these things? The person doesn't know how to do these things, so what happens? Let's follow up. The person will say, hey, you such and such, I like my death to be a kappa. So you must, then, the Mishnah ended off, the Mishnah ended off, the Rabbi Yudi says, if Reuben, Reuben knows that he is innocent, so Reuben could say, my death should be a kapara for all of my averos, except for this avera. Then it will. So then it comes back to Yehuda, if that's the case, everyone's going to say that. Everyone's going to say that. Why? Right? Because every defendant is innocent. Every defendant is innocent. Says the Gemara. Right? Says the Gemara. Good. You're not crossing. Who cares? Let everybody say it. Let everybody say it. What does it matter to us? So let every guilty person bring that out. Say, my death should be a kapara for every other except this one, because I didn't do it. So what? But what does it matter if he says it? They saw a whole about it. Because it doesn't look right. At a certain point, it looks like you're casting aspersions on the judicial abilities of Bezdin. Right? Because at the end of the day, every single person is doing executed as I didn't do the optics of things. Yalla Eden, and on the Eden as well. Let's listen to this. Nice about the Echad Shek Yotza Lehari. It was once a guy who was being led out to be executed. Amar, in the history of Ozelo King Sasi Kapara, the fall of Olomsa. Listen to this statement of this guy. He's about to be executed. He makes the following statement. If I committed this sin, if I committed this which I being executed, my death should not be an atonement for any of my affairs. Then any of the other death, but if I don't have this avera, then any sasi kapara called avera. Shabbos. Then also if you again allow my death to be an atonement for all of my others. So you hear this? If I did this Avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't do this Avera, my death should atone for everything. The basin before the looking, and again, and instead, you know what? And I hereby, basin just did their best. Basin did their best. I don't hold them culpable for my death. However, even most of you that have the feeling that the witnesses should never be forgiven. Because again, what the guy's saying is like this, obviously the guy clearly thought he was right. So he's doing two things. Number one, he's saying, if I committed this Avera, my death should atone for nothing. If I didn't commit this Avera, my death should atone for everything. Number one. Number two, I don't hold Beis Din accountable, right? Beis Din, they're just doing their job, they're processing the information, nothing else for them to do. The Eidim, they should never be fined for this, not in this world and not in the next. So what happens? Because shows on the double on the last zero, so obviously, this was startling. This was very startling. Because the guy was literally willing to go ahead and say that if he committed this other his death should not have harm. Very startling. So now it's hurt. This we didn't know what to do. So bring it back to the and retry the case. You can't do that. Hello, what has to happen? Executing. And again, Beis Din did their best. Really, what's happening over here is the yoke is going to be suspended around the neck of the That's obvious. You might have just spoken to me. Let's see if I become Hadji with Sahad. No, let's say what happened over here. What happened over here is, so let's say, first of all, it's obvious. In other words, look, obviously, it's a very shocking statement. But just because the guilty party makes that statement doesn't mean we're going to reverse the din. In other words, the din is the din. Okay, obviously, it's a pretty shocking and jarring statement. But the there's nothing else for us to do. Very much know what happened over here. The witnesses wanted to recant. After hearing this, like the witnesses wanted to recant. So as the says, if you had to do my hobby, maybe you should have been a culture market. So who cares? There's a principle on April. What's the principle on April? One, go back to that's the principle. Once you give your testimony, that's it. You can't go ahead and retract afterwards. Which says, maybe you should have been a culture market. So two thought, the Afagab, the Hayab, and the Messiah. They want to say what happened over there. The witnesses wanted to retract and they wanted to explain why they were retracting. Even though now maybe they have a rationale. But why they were out, we thought about it a little bit more. And then I will say, halacha is, eventually, once it goes to this testimony, you can't go ahead and go back and modify that. That's the end of the story. Even if you have good reason to go back and give a whole story, I give a whole my son, all information. Nevertheless, you don't go ahead and let them go back. And once they have this, the Gemara says, "Kiyahu ma'aseh devayin mitzvah," it's a serves task collective. I'm gonna record it separately later on. This is an overwhelming story. It's brought down from that entire left hand column is pretty much one Rashi. It's like from the top to the bottom. I'm gonna record it later on in there, so I should a separate piece. It deserves its own time, but I can shot finishing the back today. I'm gonna say before the rock. So it is a tremendous. All right, well, that's the end of that. So you have the power of confession to go and affect the woman's all by itself. It says the Mishnah. Continuing in the execution process. So now remember, they're leaving him out. They're leaving him out to be executed. So now we'll say when they were 10 amos away, that's when the whole video, that's the whole confession process occurred. Now they're Dalit amos away. So what happens? Now cheating also has to go. So they tell him to take off his clothing. So the Gemara says, now the reason they're doing that is because remember, a person who's unclothed is killed faster as a result of stoning. That's what we're going to see. It's not a degradation piece. This is just the opposite. This is in order to expedite the execution. In the Torah, they tell him to undress. So he just said like this. And then he just had something, a little piece of clothing covering one side of the muscle. And for a woman, a small article of clothing to cover her front and her back. That's what he did. So to preserve some modicum of peace. So from the front say, at each nisco arum, the only thing of stoning unclothed ultimately is by a man. A woman is going to be executed, she's always executed clothed. Okay, top of them, hey, 45, here we go. Turn up, all right, Ish Mechas, and also paragraph of Mechano. The Isha, Shmei Bakim, Name of Nabi Nacharel, and they should do the every, so we do the holes, just from this, we do the holes, that everyone is stoned and clothed. A man has one piece of clothing just covering his knuckles, right? And a woman has two articles of clothing covering her front and her back. The come say Ish Niskal, and Ish Niskal, so comes in a man is clothed naked and a woman is not. My time ago, what's this? The average is not clothed. What's as root of Machol? So my time did I want what's the logic of the Rabbanon to say that only a man is stoned unclothed, but a woman is executed? I'm going to call the Ragmu also. Pasuk says they will stone him. My also, what does also mean? You name also, if you want to say that the din of Stila only applies to a man and doesn't apply to a woman, Baksir, or say Saishahu, or Saishahu. The Pasuk explicitly says that they will take out the man or the woman for stoning. Which he says, Elamai also, rather, what does also mean? Also below Kasusa. What it means is that there's a special din of Stila by a man that doesn't apply to a woman. Was the special din of Stila applied to a man, not by a woman? Ultimately against clothing. Clothing that by a man is stoned unclothed and a woman is stoned unclothed. I, the Gemara says, so below Kasusa, also Bitsusa. Okay, so we'll say that's the Chachamim. That's the Malach. So again, you go ahead and you stone a man with honest clothing, a woman with clothing. The really says, and so the locus is so, Loshna Isha. And you say, no. So is a generic term that means what? Everyone is stoned without their clothing. Right? That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So the Gemara says, it doesn't matter man, it doesn't matter what. The main rock. They will say, now here's what's driving a lot of this? The name of the Gemara says, this to imply that Rabbanan Chayshi L'Kiyah Ruba, Rabbi Yehuda Chayshi even though what's happening over here, the Rabbanan and Rabbi Yehuda both dashing, right? Literally again, it's just a higher dashing in the pasuk. But the Gemara maybe there's something deeper over here. Maybe, right? The Chachamim are concerned ultimately again. The Chachamim are concerned that if you go out especially by a woman and stone her unclothed, there are other people present. So maybe again, seeing a woman unclothed will go ahead and awaken certain inappropriate desires within them. And therefore, that's what we're concerned with. So the Rabbanon who are concerned, that Yehuda is concerned for that. Sorry, the Rabbanon who are concerned for that say a woman is always stoned because his own clothes, right? And God seems not to be concerned. That was the yes, we learned it's not it's not. A code of overdose was one of those focus when we respect ourselves. It was an entire process. He's brought a bunch of code, there's no mixture of so we go ahead and get what to drink. You know the drink from the waters. So as part of the process, the coin rips her clothing. God says, it's not like coin opens the bed out. The coin holds on to her clothing. And nikru. They tear. The nifru. Ashramagala asliba basosa sala. Her heart is exposed. And they undo her hair. Whereas if her hair is bleeding, they undo the blades of her hair. And you would lose this. Well, that's not true. Now, interestingly enough, what that means is, in the social process, it was possible that a woman would be in some state of being unclothed. Some state in which that allowed. And Yehuda says, in Hayel Liba Noah, Lo Hayel Shalom. So Yehuda says, if she was an attractive woman, you don't do this. In Hayel Sarah Noah, no Hayel Social, but ultimately again, if her hair was attractive, we also don't do it. So the Gemara says, it sounds like well, that Yehuda is the one who is kosher. Ultimately again, that if a man sees this soka, in some state of being unclothed, it's going to awaken desire within him. Right? And the Rabbanon is not to be concerned with that. So that directly contradicts what we just said over there. Also, the Rabbanon are saying, well, it's always stoned on. And Rabbi Yehuda holds that she's in a partial state of being unclothed. So what's going on? Rabbi says, no. Hassan had time of Shema Keitz in the base in Zakah, the Iskarabah Pirkei Kuna. Halcha Hamakatwa. So it's incredible. The Gemara says, no. Here's the difference. The difference is in the case of the Sota, so what's going to happen? So she could come out of this innocent. She comes out of this innocent, and it's interesting. The pure criteria, here's the pure criteria. The young Kohanim now are we're concerned that what's going to happen. She's going to emerge from being innocent. That's good. What's going to happen? The Pirkei Kuna are going to try to pursue her. And comes out innocent. What do you plans for tonight? It's not dying. So I mean, not good also. So right? So that doesn't work out well. Right? So the mice again. So because ultimately again she could be found innocent, leaving the basin would just think about potential immorality if they saw her in this partial state of being unclothed. Here in our Mishnah, it's talking about a woman going to be executed. So there's no concern about that. You know, if he came up, or maybe again, maybe you should be concerned by Skila. Because if you see a woman in a partial state of being unclothed, so again, fine. So nothing's going to happen with this woman. She's about to be executed. Maybe it's awakening within them a desire of doing immoral things with other women, or just immoral things in general. Personally, this is fascinating. Rabbi says we have a tradition. What's the tradition? That the Sahara only takes hold of something that you see with your own eyes. In other words, what Rabbi is like this: seeing one person doesn't awaken a desire for morality with someone else. Seeing the person awakens a desire for morality with that person that you're seeing. Essentially, what Rabbi is saying is immorality is not transferable, right? In other words, it applies to what you see, doesn't really transfer over to anything else. Such a fascinating and incredible idea. So therefore, again, the concern over here is immorality with the sota. The concern over here ultimately, again, is immorality, with the particular woman that continues to being controlled. But if she's been executed, there's no further concern about that. The Sahara only goes ahead and takes hold over something that you see with your own eyes. But essentially, if you don't see it, or if it's transferred, if you're not seeing it, then there's not really a Sahara for it. Tremendous. So again, Rava says, one second. The only opposing says contradiction to Yehuda. It's also contradiction in the position of Rabbanon. I'm sorry. Okay, so we just answered out about Rabbi Yehuda. Rabban Nami Lo Kasha. Amakra, the no soup Palanashin, the low Tasena, Kizimaskina. Hata, in the Fayis, brother Uzak. So ultimately, you're both say so. Remember, the passage says,
It's too much stuff
with Rabbi Yehuda, it's two different things, right? With Rabbi Yehuda is going to say all of this is done, sota and by the execution, is in order to go ahead and give musr to other people. So at the end of the day, the person is not going to come to sin when they see a woman in the partial state of being unclothed and executed. Witnessing an execution in and of itself is one of the greatest forms of musr. So maybe like the other day character, say we should go. So like maybe we should go ahead and Allah for the myself, compromise them both ways, meaning execution and also the basement to be unclothed. You have to know Achal Kamofa, Baru Lo Nisaya. So ultimately again the Gemara says no. You really have to execute someone. You have to be mastered on their dignity. You're not going to give me. So I say this is incredible. What does that do? How does this manifest itself? Even when you execute someone, there is still a halacha. Answer the same. If you're executing someone, about saying, but generally, if you're executing someone, what does that usually say about the person? Not good, right? Not good, right? Good people don't get into those kind of situations, right? There are a lot of situations in life that even good people get into. Generally, if you're being led out to the base of skila, you're not a good person. You're conscious. You've done something that is deserving of execution. And again, remember, you know everything else again. The basement's going to advocate for you. The system is advocating for you. Yet no one can exonerate you. It pretty much means you're probably not a good guy. It probably means. Even for the Jew who's not a good guy, there's a halacha. What's the halacha? V'ahavta l're'acha kamocha. I have an obligation to love my fellow man. How does it manifest? What it does manifest is minimize the pain and suffering and minimize the degradations that such a person is going to have in his execution. So again, in this case it'll be a friendship with Rabbanon for a woman, we're not going to execute her unquote. That's what it means. Or for a man, we're going to execute him unquote, or we're going to cover the area of his heel. In other words, we're going to preserve his dignity ultimately again to a degree. Even though such a person has engaged in such behaviors, we're still going to go ahead and do it. Because the mitzvah of the and the person who is liable to death, how much we have to love each other as well. Also, we get into such divisiveness, we get into such strife and such negativity within colleagues over what? Over hashkafic differences, differences. Also, at the end of the day, there is a profound obligation that we have to love each other.
We don't dress like Papa for nothing. We got new merch, dude.
We let out to be executed. I'll have to come up with trouble. How much I have to love you, no matter how different you are. Incredible Gemara. You know, it's a limit of Nachman Tanaiki. Maybe Rav Nachman's statement ultimately is not focused Tanoim, which the Gemara says low. So yeah, Alma is with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Everyone agrees. So let's see, what are they arguing about? Mar Sabra Bizorni, the English Adifale, Say, Mineka de Say, Mar Sabra Neka de Say, Other Bizor. This is actually very the Mar says this, everyone agrees with Rav Nachman. Namely, you have to let Achas Kamocha, find, make sure that when you have to execute someone, do so in a way which preserves their dignity. Listen, here's the side up. What do people care about more? Do people care about physical pain? Right, in order to give a person a trade-off between preserving their dignity and suffering less. Which one will people choose? Will people choose the preservation of dignity with more physical pain or less physical pain with the compromising of their own dignity? That's my focus on. Because remember again, what's the trade-off? The trade-off is like this. I can keep my clothing, right? So I preserve my dignity, but what? Sila is more painful. Or I can short my clothing, right? So the dignity is gone, but there's going to be less physical pain. So as the Gemara suggests, this is so profound. Which one, right? Which one do people prefer? So if you look at Rashi says over here, he's like, Lomar, God took that in a faith, you make that big faith. You thought, no, Moshe Pisaka, Bradusha, the Tish Halamos. The Avaka being kicked out of the people. So he's not focused on here. He's not focused on the person. Like, well, of course, you have everyone agrees you have to Kamocha. It's an focus in human nature. Also, which is such a fascinating focus. You see from here, by the way, how important it is to never compromise the dignity of another person. But sometimes I'd rather keep my dignity and step up physical rather than lose my dignity and be a little bit more comfortable. It is such an incredibly useful. There's so many halachos in here, not just how to execute people, but how to treat people when they're alive. You have to come up. You have to love people no matter what. They disagree with you, they agree with you. You have to find a way to accept and to love every Jew, even if you vehemently disagree with them. Number one. Number two, this is why we have to be so careful about how we treat the dignity of the other. Because you see from here, dignity is so important that a person, some people would rather even suffer physically, but keep their dignity than to suffer less and lose their dignity. Incredible. Mishnah, basis like the Rosh Hashanah. Okay, now as I see out, it's fascinating by the way, using the clients literally again, we're going through the journey. It's almost like overwhelming. We're going through the journey. We're walking side by side with you. So what happened? Besa Skila, Hayagava Shekolos. The Besa Skila was 2 stories high. Remember again, the Skila was that we saw before, we've already referenced it. They're pushing a person off a high roof. If he would die, we'll see it now. So it was 2 stories high. Watching us. After that, it didn't go for a muscle. See this morning that one of the witnesses, the way it would work is the accused would stand kind of like they call it perpendicular to the edge of the building, and he would be pushed by one of the witnesses. Which makes a lot of sense. Like the witnesses have to carry out the execution. They would push him by his torso, by his hips. They push him by the side. They push him up the roof. So the Gemara says, after that, even duck all stuff. Never both foremost. If it turns out that when he hits the ground, he falls like on his chest, they would turn him on his side. It makes him fall, and ultimately, again, if he died as a result of impact, in other words, you might have thought that in order to be Yotzi Shula, you have to throw a stone. You got to get a pebble, you got to get something in there. And Gemara says, no. If he dies from impact, that's also the impact. What if he didn't die in impact? So again, in other words, the first witness pushed him off. The second one is Hashemi knows also having the The second one goes in and takes the stone and literally again puts on his shoes, throws it on the guy. It makes by yourself. So again, if he dies from the first stone, then okay, we go. So then again, more people get involved and begins the stone. Remember again, now it's true the base of steel is 3 stories high. Plus, remember again, a person also stands at a certain height, which means that he's falling also from even a larger height. That's one second. We bought in a truly high. Why is such a tall structure? The Gemara says, after all, the middle, my bar should be together. My bar should be together. A pit has the ability to kill at a depth of 10 fucking. 10 fucking. I've called today Lahamis Asar Fucking. What's this thing? The Gemara says, that even a height of 10 fucking, that just seems to be a relatively low amount, but even a height of 10 fucking has the ability to cause someone to die from impact. So you go in the comments saying Papa would be the chances are you won't, and you just gonna get very bad. The idea, and that will cause the idea over here is we want it to be a fall that is high enough that the probability is that a person is going to die from impact. That's what we want. That's what we want. So the Gemara says, kill him in a way that minimizes the pain. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, put him on a 10-story building. Put him on a 10-story building. First, the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, you shouldn't do that. Because remember, the issue is if it's too high, the whole body will become intensely mangled. And again, that would be a lack of coverage ultimately against the weight as well. So we find this middle area. After that, even go. Because in general, how do we know that you accused, right? Or not accused. It's the guilty party is pushed off the building. On the Roma, Yaro, as he says, pushed off. How do we know that it's called pushing and stoning? Should mace the Yisrael. So how do we know that it's halacha l'maisa? We went ahead and he died as a result of impact. How do you know that this is true not just for the desert, but also for future generations that go on the days? Okay. In love, that's when we know what's happening. So what Gemara says, and it's not. Remember, the guy doesn't die from impact. So the second witness comes along and here's what's real. No cells, I find it criminal as Omer, Evan Haisel, what's the way this is selling is like this. First witness comes along, what's the first witness do? Push her. And then again, if two things doesn't die from impact, the second witness comes along, and goes ahead and takes the stone and throws the stone. So the second witness is taking the stone all by himself. So one second back time, if you're going to Omer, Evan Haisel must be changing the other. Ultimately, again, there was a stone there, but the stone was so heavy that it could only be carried by 2 people. So it's not the one person thing, it's a 2-person thing. Which Gemara says, in no Sna'aldi boat, no club, no Sna'aldi boat, in Mace bought Yasa. Well, Taneh, Kutshi, Must B'nei Adam, so Gemara says, 15 Yepa. but must be Shnei Bnei Adam. So it was a heavy stone. It had to be lifted by both witnesses. No law, the Milson argument, Ella, the Nidli, the Hadithab. So what happens? Both witnesses would lift up the stone together. The Shadi will be the piece in America. So what happens? Both witnesses would lift it up together, but it would really be only one of them who would do the flow. Like, essentially, Rashi points out to us something very interesting. If two people try to throw something, when is it happening? It doesn't throw in the fun. Right? The nice stuff, again, if you look at that, that's incredible. Piece of knife, you block over the strength and you're pulling the cabin both on the high together. When two people try to throw something, the intended item doesn't go in the right direction. It's two forces attacking on it. Listen to that profoundness. Listen to that profoundness. So therefore, again, when Ruben didn't die from impact, so what happens over here? Again, the two of them together lift up the stone and they throw it down. But they lift it up together, but only number two throws it himself in order to go ahead and ensure that it's going in the right direction. He's disrespecting Stockton. Tremendous missile. Our life according lessons, even in execution. What I mean by that? The thing about this is just in life, there are stones we have to lift, right? And life, there are things we have to accomplish. And a lot of times in life, in order to accomplish things, you need other people to lift. Right? And that's true, right? I need other people to help me lift. You should only rely on other people to a certain degree. At a certain point in time, you gotta take ownership for getting the stone where it needs. Too often in life, we rely on other people from beginning to end. Right? I want to accomplish, but I need this one for this, I need this one for that. We all need other people to assist. No one can live life without assistance. So you need other people to help you live the stone. But at the end of the day, get that stone where you need to accomplish the things you need to do. It's gotta be you and you alone. Other people can assist, but the execution, right? The execution of your life goal, the execution of the things you want to accomplish, own it, take it, direct it. It's gotta be you and you alone. Tremendous. Life affirming lessons, even in the midst of execution. Remember like that. In row, we do myself. But that kind of, all of those kind of other. So Gemara says, interestingly enough, Gemara says, again, so remember, Gemara says, that first stone didn't work, and only Kali gets involved. Gemara says, what Raisa says, it never happened that you had a person who didn't die from impact, or at least from impact, and then initial stone after that. That's how you learn. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that actually again it's your additional stone. That's not what it means. When you usually do big stuff. In other words, if it was needed, this is what would happen. In other words, here's the process, right? We're laying out the process. The process was that Allah for the nice stuff, again, first push him off. If he dies on impact, good. If he doesn't die on impact, then first, second, he comes along and throws down a big stone. And if none of that works, then again, everyone else will lose the stone. Now, did that ever happen? That they needed to get involved in the stoning? No. But nevertheless, that's how This is incredible. So the Mishnah makes it sound like again, there was a stone that was prepared for the second unit to throw if it was necessary. It says in the after mission is executed, anything used in the process of execution was very along with the guilty party. So you might say over here, the sword that was used to kill him, the tree that he was hanging on, the stone that was used to stone him, right? The rope that was used to strangle, everything is very different. So if that's the case, then how was there a stone ready there? Well, in other words, that Lamaisa Right, if they
I'm pretty
executed
sure that
it,
comment
the
below
only
if that
reason
happened or
execution
not. I'm pretty sure on Joe
very
Rogan's show,
along with
he
it.
said CT,
But I'm also nice,
and then Joe Rogan
if
said
someone's
CT.
another execution,
How are
you
we
would
supposed to
prepare a
take you
second
seriously, Mr. Shah?
stone. It must be
If
burnt
you're
well,
like
really.
a
I
friend,
think would be buried with them after probably during that time, no? In
you
burning
have
well.
CT.
You wouldn't bury these
Well,
items
he needs
with
to
it.
own
I
it.
will say, by the way,
He needs
the
to
logic
have
for burial is why it makes a lot of
CT
sense.
on a shirt.
You don't
That's it.
really want
CT
to
question
stone.
mark.
You don't really want to stone. Because there's used for execution around. Why? It's going to be a lack of cover that makes. Because people are going to say, oh, that's what you stone that they kill people. Right? That's the tree that they hang shimmy from. You don't want that. It's a lack of cover. So the Gemara says, yeah, they bury the stone along with the individual, and then they prepare another one. The Gemara says, one second down. They bury it in that time, in the burning, but we learned that we don't bury the item together with the mace. In other words, that was like, you don't want to bury this with the mace. It's almost like such a degradation to the mace. That a mace should be buried along with the very item it was executed with. Because you're right, Papa might remote with Jesus right now. It doesn't mean that we put it in the cover. Like, in other words, you're not actually putting the instrument for execution in the cover itself. What it means is you're burying it along in the same general area together with the mace. How much more? You have to figure out that we can talk about what's happening. So let's say again, Ruben is condemned to death, and before the execution is carried out, so one of the witnesses lost the hand. If he lost the hand, then Halach Mesa, Ruben gets off on a technicality. Pretty much my time on right. So apart from Ruben is talking my time on, but Yava even gave already shown up the letter. This is incredible. Bible said because it says the hands of the witnesses have to be on the defendant, right, on the guilty party first. Therefore, if the witness doesn't have a hand, so Ruben goes technicality. And the other is in keeping the entire half an hour. So that's tell you what, that people without hands can't be witnesses. In other words, if somebody's an amputee, doesn't have hands, so he can't go ahead and testify in the capital case. Shining us from the Amashra Yaka even Shahai. No, what it means is like this. We're talking about witnesses who did have hands at the beginning of the proceeding, and they found them guilty. So again, if they lost their hands before execution was carried out, then the accused or the guilty party gets off on a technicality. But now if they didn't have hands from the beginning, the testimony is fine. So you might just say, come up with you, this time you're going to give another story. We're going to be But here's the problem. The Gemara says, what about the following situation? Witnesses show up in another case, right? Witnesses show up and they testify about the following. We are here to testify that in so-and-so basin, Reuben was found guilty of killing Shimon, and so-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses. So the showing up in the basin, talking about Reuben being found guilty in a different basin, and ultimately, again, and so-and-so and so-and-so were the witnesses. So that's an interesting enough. However, based on what we just said, the witnesses have to be the ones who go ahead and carry out the execution. They have to have the hand practice. In this case, Reuben is going to be condemned based on testimony about different testimony that occurred in a different basin. There's much more behind the hang on to that. She'll say, no, actually, said over here, those second set of witnesses that show up, those are actually witnesses who testified that Reuben was guilty. The best thing about this is this is quite a literal interpretation of the procedure, right? We're saying the Yad HaEvin Kiyah Barishon literally means that what? The witnesses, their hands have to be on him first. Right? The witnesses who push him off the side of the building by Skila. And therefore the Gemara is literally saying, if one of the witnesses doesn't have hands, then what? Reuben goes free. So Gemara says that is a pretty literal interpretation of the passage. So is that how we operate? Is that how we operate? That we're literally going to require such a literal interpretation? So the Gemara says,
this is the real world.
He sounds like a politician.
All right, anybody in the front, we really need
politicians will say things that are sort
of most of us, I'm not going to go say in the other Misak Sulaba. Most of the bunch of somebody for someone else, I'm not going to execute. Now, I only know that for executing in the particular execution, that the Torah highlights, right? How do I know? So let's say someone's high skilo. Someone's high skilo. Right? How do I know that if for some reason I can't administer skilo, that I kill him any way that I can? In other words, that halacha l'maaseh, even if you can't administer the particularly prescribed misa, that you execute him in a different way. I'm not going to come up. Most you must execute it. What do you see there? Or you see from this halacha l'maaseh, something, there's some latitude within the as the Torah says, that you be supposed to give skila. If you can't give skila, you can only give herod. Right? But you give him herod. So you see from here that people don't have to be necessarily interpreted explicitly. The shiny husband, the amateur, most of them. That's not a good lie. That's different. Why? Because you have also there's lotion of most units. There's a lotion of a pasuk, right? And the lotion of the pasuk ultimately is most must, which is a more general statement. The ligman today. So why don't you go and learn out from this? So let this be the paradigm. Let this be the paradigm. But even if it says something explicitly, it doesn't the explicitity doesn't necessarily have to be understood in a very narrow way. Right? That's the level. Those who say the Gemara. The ligman today. There should not be Yosef, the Gola Adam, Kitchen about that. Because in reality, Yosef and Gola Adam, both say are both now. This is about Yosef and Gola Adam. We're going to see. These are both cases. So the Torah hands down a very specific punishment, but then the Torah also gives you latitude in the implementation of that punishment. Once you take the by God, this is very important. I won't point out what I'm looking for, which is this problem. When the Torah says something once, like that means that once. When the Torah says the same thing twice, what is that something to tell you? That these two situations are an exception to the rule. So watch this. So here we go. So the Gemara says, the first thing you're going to buy, therefore, whenever the Torah says the same principle twice, that is to take an exception and not just a rule. So watch this. The Gemara says, like Roseach Hadamas. What's he just said Roseach? What's this Roseach? Roseach, the Torah tells me that someone killed someone, Reuben killed Shimon, he's found guilty. What's the halacha? We have to kill him with skila. What if he can't give skila? What if he can't give skila? Kill him however you kill him. Kill him however you kill him. Right? The Gemara says, Gola Adam, Gola Adam, Gola Adam, the Mitzvah Mitzvah the Gola Adam. What's it, right? Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The Shogun. What is the punishment for accidental murder? What's the punishment? Gola Adam, you go to Gomer, but there is an avenger of blood. Who is the avenger of blood? Right? Who is that? Who is that? That's a relative of the person who was killed. So the Gemara says, how do we know? Mitzvah Gola Adam. In the Gosha reason that you're going to go out. How do we know that, let's say again Shimon doesn't have any relatives, so therefore again there's no Gola Adam. Based in appoints a Gola Adam. It's so interesting to see like who applies to that child, right? Based in goes ahead and the points a Gola Adam. So ultimately again, so we see from what do you see from here? Even though the Torah says that it's das for the Gola Adam. It goes in execute, he's a relative, but yet there's no relative, based on the place. So what do you see in these two cases? Even though the passage explicitly says something, we nevertheless interpret it to be not necessarily literal. So Torah says the person who kills someone else is killed by skila. Okay, if you can't do skila, do something else. A person who kills accidentally is liable to death at the hands of Gola Adam, but if there's no Gola Adam, then what? Based on the point. So these are two instances where we don't interpret the passage literally. So therefore, snakes in the mind two instances of non-literal interpretation, but because it's stated twice, therefore that means what? These are the exceptions and not the rule. But everywhere else, what is the rule? What is the rule? Literal interpretation. Literal understanding. And therefore, once it comes full circle, we now understand that what? Who pushes the guilty party off the roof by skill? Who does it? Who does it? The witnesses. And therefore, if between the verdict and the pushing, one of the witnesses becomes an amputee, loses his hands, then what's the halacha? Reuben goes free on a technicality. He goes for a technicality. Incredible. This has the Gemara only market actually Milo Ba'inan. We know what you know, God did this sin. Let's do not need the positive. I was, you know, we're going to stop over. By the way, excellent job. Let's say excellent job. Shkoya. Okay, it would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. It would have been nice to get to the Mishnah. I would say you did fantastic. Like, we did it together, Baruch Hashem. We leaned into it. We accomplished it. We finished off the week literally on the same page, almost on the same page. Just Klal Yisrael. Let's say what a week of learning tonight. It's such a tremendous plus. Let's say something like that. One last. One of the most important results in all of this. What do you think? Let's say think about it. It's like the people down there learning these gemaras. What do you do with all these learning execution? Let's say I always find when you learn about death, what death does, learning about death is the most life-affirming lessons. These are tragic circumstances where someone's life is coming to an end. So let's say what it has to really ingrain within us is that Baruch Hashem, if we're here, if we're living, if we're breathing, Baruch Hashem, we are not Baruch Hashem subject to these learning. Then it means we got to accomplish. We got to do it. Every breath we have is a tremendous gift from the Rebbe Shalom, and we just need to go over and maximize it. Say Shkoyach, a good Shabbos.
So yeah, but somebody's telling him to like off his chest and be a peacock, like Jay is like nobody talks about my man like nothing. Well, he does always ask Jay, but I think that this that we say probably comes in. I'm sure
We got to figure out. I mean, we invest in this. We got to figure out a way.
It's also views or suffering. You know what I mean? So he's like embraced it, probably upset about the view. He's saying ideas, but he's talking to YouTube. You know what I mean? He's like, I will fuck you up, YouTube. I mean, it's even sadder that he's doing this for views. He did the Shane Carwin thing for views. Yeah. He's doing this for views, too. Yeah, he did everything for views. True. Yeah. Yeah, we ate a fucking salsa cookie. Yeah, Mexican cookie. Oh, this is disgusting.
All right, so let's say good morning.
Tough isn't getting on there and tweeting to people. Get his fan base to bully him.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shit.
Again,
It's the same power. Annual College Over
we're giving
sponsor.
across paths
For
wherever it's at.
Dutch and Pay. The Filter Mishpacha. The Filter Mishpacha Discuss. And the Soros Soros for all of the Amis. How well you look to see that back on this kind of the color. Our week of learning sponsors, Brother Ali and Karen Richter, in memory of Brother Richter's grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimon, Zakoni Rafa, who passed away earlier this week. I'm sorry, I'm a total sponsor from the Filter Mishpacha. The dedicated transactions in memory of Amit Ben and David Levy, Zakoni Rafa, Bracha, Ishai Rabbi, Joe, Fanny, and on the first night of Hanukkah. The foreign sponsors for today. Elio and Yoel Ramifar, and then you have Elio's grandfather, Elisa Ben Abraham, Zakoni Rafa, and the honor of the son Yudah on his 11th birthday. And we're going to start with the release of the more hostages today. And that's Hashem. Hope to see all of our hostages come home to Shalom and Karen. Let's back. Let us be able to lot to do today. Everyone, incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's daf is Mem 44. We are actually picking up the rest Hashem on Mem Gimel on the days 43
Now you get your boys to do the shit.
Really beautiful Gemara. How you know the base has skill? How you know the skill to answer Amos? And then the convicted individual, right? So again, notice how long that progression. Ruben was accused of killing Shimon. Ruben was found guilty by a Beis Din. So when Ruben was approximately at least 10 Amos away from the Beis Din, from the execution spot, only low, they were saying to him, commit vidui, or recite vidui. Shekindera called him to his because again, it's the death of people who are being put to death by Beis Din to recite vidui to confess. Even though again, death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless, the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is itself a defense from the atonement. So we call it, you know what I'm saying? He says, anyone who does vidui before he dies, has a portion in the world to come. Shekim Matzina Ba'achar. When we see by Achar, now who is Achar? We're going to see the story today. When Klal Yisrael comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war with response to Yericho. Yeshua said that anyone, that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho. And whoever does so would be liable to that. Achar went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho. Again, we'll see more about that story in just a little bit. Yeshua, Sinol called Hashem Elokeinu Yisrael, the king told us. So maybe again, this is your children to Achar. Give Hashem, the God of Israel, the King of no Torah. Now, see what this means. Literally, just have to see exactly what this particular statement means. So Achan answered Yoshua and he said, so Achan said, confronted by Yoshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact I did so and so and so and so. And now you should keep that every day. How do you know ultimately again that Achan was atoned as a result? So he received atonement as a result of his deed. So Yoshua says to Achan, Achan just like you have destabilized us. Really, you're going to muddy the waters for us. So Hashem should go ahead and obscure you on this day. And you might actually it's only understood in this world that you are, so to speak, punished. You have to offer the Olamaba. If you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see, because Achan did Shiva, Achan did Vidui, therefore ultimately again he is forgiven. Incredible. In any of the other scholars, what happens when a person doesn't know how to do Vidui? If a person just doesn't know how to recite Vidui, only wrong, so he's saying it, and also the problem is, my death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. Rabbi Yehuda says. So again, this I just want to point out something very interesting. There's a concept ultimately of a faith Hebrew when a person is dying. It's called Hebrew Shkidnira. When a person is dying. So there's a longer form of that Hebrew, but there's also a shortened form of that Hebrew that essentially just says, Tehei Isasi Kapara Akol Avonosai. So that again, just let this be a kapara on all of my avodas, and that's the entirety of the video. And the Rebbe says, in Ayurveda Shuvim Zuman, the Rebbe says, if at the end of the day, let's say we didn't know that he's innocent, right? As much as Dathan says that for defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. Let's say he's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Only for me, says kapara aside. Chutzi avonzah. You basically say my death should be atonement for all of my averos, except for this avera. In case you call Adam Omer King, today will not go to Atzmo. So the Rebbe says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying it's something again. So remember, the Rebbe says, essentially, you say legally before you let out, but if you're really innocent, you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, if you put in that formulation, everyone's going to say that. Because everyone maintains their innocence, or at least most people maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay? So interestingly enough, so remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yoshua says to Achan is compiled in that example of this concept of seeing Hebrew prior to go ahead and be killed. So Yoshua says to Achan, please, when he asks him not, watching over here, the Hagate not Asisi, please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is Allah's request. What does this mean?
Crazy, dude. You were going away the other day. There was a great mantis.
Someone took photos of the results who wasn't supposed to.
Oh, fuck, you just said I did. That's wild. I'm on a different level.
So who took these spoils of the results?
Crazy.
I'm not even legally done. That's true. So this is walking my pitch. Like, I'm going to tell you the deal. Let's go and cast slots. Cast the lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was. all of these goals. So sure enough, you feel well, and you can't lotteries. Enough for our goal out and the goal and the lottery fell on Amor Yoshua. So I don't know, Yoshua. So after about right, so now Yoshua confirms you went ahead and committed this other a lottery. That's how you assume I'm guilty. After all, again, after the Elijah appoints me, you don't know after. Even not get away from call that and tell you so after said, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elijah, like you're the Kohen Gadol, not going to be the Navi, Elijah is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. The first way that I'll try to make is a lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So I don't know. So it's on fact about question about peace. I'll test you guys all go. So do not cast dispersions on the lottery. Why not? See the Eretz Yisrael should discount the goal. Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to be divided up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So if you start casting dispersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast dispersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. So he goes on, he says, Shira Amar, after going like this out, so he's in the game called up. When the Yeshua says to offer, please give over. Amravina, Shakti, Shakti. Literally, Yeshua drives up on with words. What does it mean? He wants to clum the back of him for Elamada. He knows, no doubt, he is water. So Yeshua, lied a little bit to Afan. He said, Afan, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All you do is confession and then we're done. Miyad, Vaya'an Afan es Yoshua, Vaya'an Anna, Hanoti Chatas Yashua Yisrael, Chazot V'Chazot Asisi. And Afan said, yeah, everything, I get it, like this is what I did, and he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from Yericho. I'm not so interesting enough, it turns out that Achan didn't just violate the payment. Payment means also payment. He reads the payment in a particular context, where there isn't someone payment. The payment also means the context where the basin, right, goes in and says something is off limits. So, for example, Yericho was payment, right? The spoils of Yericho were payment.
He's so he's like, shut up. I don't know. You know, say I watch it, but I don't know well enough to be able to like evaluate the things he's saying. But he sounds way too communicative. Like that's like killing himself. And one during his so apparently, he's talking like Calvin. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna beat you up and hit you in the face. Like, and he's like, you fucking use your hands
partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, didn't just violate the one by Yericho, he violated two by Moshe by Yoshua. Shneimar, Kazos, Asisi. So look at that, like this one, and like this one, have I done? So ultimately, that represents 3 acts of performance, or 3 acts of violation. 3 Kavram violated. I want to be sure it wasn't Shloshim. Hamisha, he violated 3 Kavram. Arba Moshe, Akame Yoshua, Shneimar, Anoki, Katasi. Because those Asisi. Also, the Hashka might come to an So what? Up until this point, so if that's the case, that Achan in fact violated multiple other Karabim, why is he only punished after Yericho? Shouldn't he be punished earlier than that? So I'm not sure about that. It's beautiful. I'm not sure the fish of Anshu Alan is style. Actually, Abu Hayade. So this is one of the hallmarks of Kali Star is Kali Star raising Zebazah. Mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility means that not only just take care of each other, but I'm not for myself. I'm responsible for your ideas. You're responsible for my ideas. That's the way it works. I share in his ideas of your mitzvos, you share in his ideas of my mitzvos. That's really mutual responsibility. So this concept, this is really quite dramatic, that responsible for each other, even when it comes to the ideas that maybe we don't know about. What if I commit an idea privately? No one else knows about it. So Allah said, is your mutual responsibility for that idea. So listen to this. So Restream says, there is, but that only that mutual responsibility only occurred when it actually crossed the idea. So therefore, again, Allah said, even though Akhar went ahead and violated multiple other haramis prior to recall, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averas after the crossover the idea. Therefore, the only one private was held accountable for was what? Was recall. This is actually my focus. Listen to this. And it starts by talking about the racial and alcohol. So literally translates that which is hidden is to act as part of it. But that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all eternity. So when it says, Nama Nokod al Lago Vanenu, Yal Ayin Shed Ba'as. Right? So why is what we're going to say the color of our stance? Over. Lago Vanenu and the Ayin of Az. The Lama is for all of the stars at Allah Sayyidina Jibreel. So you know to teach us that the theme of mutual responsibility didn't apply to private averas until actually crossed comparity cell. Everybody sees that incredible. There was a heightened level of mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in Gulf. When we are outside Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. You know, it's on the Yom but the other on us, the other wall. So hold up over here. Is there ever liability for private averas? Let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the opportunity for one another. But is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private averas, you're responsible for my private averas? That is a very difficult thing to swallow. That's a pretty overwhelming concept. So the Gemara says, V'halok v'ayne'emar ad olor, there's never mutual responsibility for hidden averas. This is like that you can't operate that way. Remember, I can't be responsible for things you do in private, you can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's impossible. But again, when it comes to the reveals averas, there's responsibility for that only once we enter the character cell. No responsibility for that once we went before we enter the character cell. Allah, that's the case, top of my diamond. All five. My time that we are. So that's the case on side. Essentially, because authenticating from the recall was its private act. So that's the case, even though it happened in Eretz Yisrael, why wouldn't there be any level of mutual responsibility for that? Allah, upon my
If they question that you call your management replacement, I know that first part is complimentary and also is typical Brendan or that column ground that he is on the person who covers it with bullshit praise, and you are left wondering what he really believes, which is probably just what we to attain insults me and then also mutual responsibility also get to the hate you. When the pockets is over and his fake friends are gone, he won't have a friend here. If he has evidence of me having trouble passing a test, you should man up and just say it. You can certainly have that discussion if you want. So, yeah, there's no friend. So that's like, okay, what I noticed about this, and I haven't read this one, but it's a clear, there's a very clear difference between how Shane communicates his point here versus what Baba does. Baba is a liar and stupid, so he just lies and says all this stuff that means nothing. Shane is being assertive and saying exactly what he thinks, right? No sugarcoating. He's not my friend, he's lying, he's full of shit, and he just freaking jokes. Yeah. Don't put Shane in a corner until all the talk's way out of it, we gotta shake from you. Yeah. Okay, so this one's great. Plus my beep time. Arrow is naming the waters, so it's Ariel. We'll watch the clip right now, but this is so funny till the tape. Comedy specials 2, very effect. Just bits all day long. So let's go ahead and get into that clip right now. Be Cool and Ariel, posted by Marriage to Bag 1107, sponsored with Addis and Bag by Raccoon Tweeties. Oh shit. Whoa. I know it, man. What? Also, fuck me, kill the dog page too. Holy shit, that's crazy.
The Clariso is held responsible for the sin of Aman because of the mutual responsibility. But there's no mutual responsibility for publicly knowing about it. They didn't know about it. Who knew about it? These guys knew about it. These kids knew about it. That is enough to create public knowledge and if I to create mutual responsibility and liability. So it's a beautiful thing. Katan says, Response was said from Yoshua, Klavi Sosin, Rabbi Abba Bazapra, Abba Pishachata, Yisrael. This is so beautiful. So what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah from myself, even though a Jew sins, he's still called Yisrael. Yisrael, Abba Pishachata, right? Because again, Chata Yisrael. Even though Klavi Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klavi Yisrael. They're still called Klavi Yisrael. So that's a beautiful piece. A beautiful piece by the Balakanya. The Balakanya writes as follows. He said, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael, Eno Shem Torah. So the name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Tzaddik, Rasha. Those are descriptive terms. Right? Tzaddik is a descriptor of who you are. Rasha, he says that's not Yisrael. He said, what's the difference between a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term? A descriptive term could change. If someone is a tzaddik today, he could be a Rasha tomorrow. Someone's a Rasha today, he could be a tzaddik tomorrow. Elohim Etzad. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Jerusalem Yisrael can chilek elokamim ma'al mamish. But again, you open Russian because the neshama of a Jew is mamish as sparks, is a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Memela Hilo Yokov Nishtanos. It's not changing. You can't change that. That is the immutable truth. The Kasher Yisrael Chodei, who Chodei, okay, so you know, there's a concept to think about what does it mean that the Yisrael Shechata, let's go here, Chati Yisrael, Apapi Shechati Yisrael. Again, let's say, the fact that I'm a Yid, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I'm a Neshama, the fact that I'm a Kadosh Baruch Hu, there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst I know possibly imaginable. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because if the being Yisrael, being you, which by definition means that I'm a Neshama, there is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what the Balakanya calls a Shem Etzem. Right? It's ultimately, again, it's not a descriptive term, but back again, it's not a Shem Torah, it's a Shem Etzem. There are things that are Shem Torah, which are descriptive terms, and Shem Etzem, which ultimately, again, is an essence term. Descriptive terms change based on where you're holding in life. A Shem Etzem, an essence term, that remains intact no matter what. Again, this is probably one of the most important Gemaras of all time, because this is the reason why Shiva is possible. One is it that no matter how badly I debase myself, that I have the ability to rebuild myself. Why is that? There aren't just certain negatives that's the point, like the point of no return, there's no going back. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back, not just like on the edge of the cliff, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I can still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm in Yisrael. Because I'm in the Shama. And that the Shama is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can't change it, it's always there. And because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I can use to rebuild myself. That's the reason it says, no matter what I do, I might not be a tzaddik any longer. I may actually be a Russia right now. That's possible. But no matter what those descriptive terms may be, my essence term of Yisrael is always intact. And if that's there, then the ability to spiritually and personally evolve is always present as well. Incredible. Already have 100 definitions. This is what people say. Common expression, people say, Asa Ikari Bene Kilti, Asa Shmei, Asa Karele. even a murder
Okay, so
branch
here we
that
go
is
with
nestled
something
amongst the
different. There's
willows
going to be more Nate
is
stuff,
still
obviously.
a murder branch, and it's still
Heavy
called
wicket
a
chains.
willow. In other words,
Post my
you can
advanced
have a
spinach
murder branch, you
650.
can have a
Psychotic
hibiscus
lie from
that is
shop.
surrounded by
This
little
takes the
branches
cake for the
all
most
around it.
psychotic and worst
Still
lie
has its
I've ever
identity, and
read
no
from
matter how
shop.
long it's there,
Who on earth
no matter
lies
how
about
much
their girlfriend
it's
being born in
outnumbered,
Mexico and claims English is
no
hard for
matter how
them?
camouflaged
When
maybe
they
it
were born in
becomes,
America,
in
grew
all
up
of the
speaking
little
English, this
branches,
dude
it
needs
still
to
remains
serious
a
mental
murder.
help.
Incredible, incredible. The
How
guy
the hell your
operates
girlfriend is
pursuit
Mexican?
efforts in his
Born and
son,
raised. Is
such as well because Yeshua. Claudia also violated the covenant that I commanded them. God not given a favor. God mango, God kakashu, God some of the
Is she Americanized?
However,
Could
so
she
he's
be right?
talking about all the things that, again, I want to point out, Claudius didn't do this. It was Achan who did
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
But Claudius didn't have responsibility.
I've talked about that a lot, but I just think he thinks that there's something really funny about saying that she's like too Mexican. Which I don't get. Yeah, it's stealing power. That's what it is. That's textbook case of stealing.
Right? And he violated everything that's written in the 5 books of the Torah.
His English hard for what's that? He speaks perfect English.
He
He's
also
like a fucking
violated the Chamisha, the 5 books of the Torah.
I don't know, maybe we're judging some hypotheticals, never know, but it'd be cool if he was like, my girl's bilingual and it's fucking awesome.
Right, so it's all about
compliment.
admiration also.
Yeah.
You don't really see that.
She's like,
Steve Hoffman says over
unless
here,
you're-
the public
she's like a
Steve
EA
Hoffman,
or
as you
something.
do see
Yeah, maybe
Hoffman.
when he was in the
She's
UFC,
that's
everyone liked
obvious.
him.
Now, the ones who have brought
So he just
mixed
kept
up the
doing
buffet,
it.
no
I think so. I mean, he's a stupid guy, and he thinks that's like so funny, and it's gonna win people over. Yeah, she barely gets it. He's fucking dumb as shit. Yeah, that's why he thinks like makes people like him. Because he has a
He did
smart
something
brain.
terrible in
But it's funny
Claudius.
because he doesn't realize that she thinks she's dumb because he says dumb shit, and she has that face like, what did Brendan just say? You know? It's a lot to say about the person who makes life drive fast, I guess, for can do. Let's see here. This one's posted by Confidence Search 8648. The attempt to go viral with this Shane Carwin opinion is beyond pathetic for doing a reaction segment on his own video to rings, using it as an opportunity to hawk magic minds snake oil. They deserve every feeling.
Isn't that incredible? Like, no one, none of us are taking our wallets, putting it on the table, and say, you know what, that's good, my credit cards, go, enjoy, cash, all yours. No one in their right mind says that. Why? Because my wallet is valuable. Yes, my neshama, which is the most valuable thing of all. Essentially, what I'm saying is, it's extra. It's extra. Whatever it is, what you want, how you want, what you want, doesn't make a difference. So I say, none of us in our right mind would ever actually, choose to do that.
Yeah, I heard he's doing better, but it's like, you know, does that solve the problem? You know, to Jesus, but I'll tell you what I do
Like
do
in
for my brain.
Rasa, did the skill. What is this? What do you
Well,
mean this
sure,
skill?
the UFC just confronted
all
me.
5 books of the Torah,
If you want to cure some issues, you know what I do right now? Yeah, don't worry about CT, I'll worry about myself. I go to transincome.com/brother. Do you know anything about this? No, shut the fuck up. What's your favorite?
To find culpability for upper sex things like this.
I
It's
mean,
important
just
to do this all the time.
so
Sin
ridiculous.
doesn't
It would be
just
funny.
occur. And
If
dramatic
it wasn't
sin
so dark,
doesn't
it'd be
just
kind of funny,
dramatically
like to
occur.
do that to your
Very
friend.
often,
Like, let's say your friend from high
are
school is having
results
some
of a
terrible
combination of
brain
smaller
thing, right?
missteps.
And you're
The
talking to
lead by
that, and
themselves
it's just
seem
like, man, you can't
relatively
even
innocuous,
fucking.
but they lead
He's
you
thinking
on a
about killing
particular
himself,
path, and you're putting on a particular
then immediately
trajectory,
you're like,
which
you know what, he
manifests and
does me.
results in truly negative behavior. So the Lord
Promo
saying
code
like this,
Brendan Cooney.
whether
Promo
Akon
code
actually had a
Gerardo.
relationship with Nara Murasa, tried to cover his
fuck
but so what the Lord said, the Lord says like this,
He's
Akon,
fucked up.
Yeshua gave you an explicit command.
Kind of funny.
Don't partake of the spoils of evil. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. But remember, the Jews are Egypt.
And also to suggest
everybody's
that you
wealthy.
would-
Everybody's
I'm
got
thinking maybe I'll
plenty
start
of
a
money.
GoFundMe for my girl.
How
Maybe, and then have the fans pay for it.
such a dramatic mistake to compromise you,
You know
your
what he
family,
needs
and
is a
colleagues, and
favorite
work
shirt.
here.
Do you have one of these?
This wasn't the first mistake.
It sounds like, you know, I mean,
mistakes all along
this
the
might
way.
be ridiculous,
So
but
multiple,
at least if you're going through it,
multiple
make your
others
feet
all
comfortable.
along the way.
He shows his
And
fucking disgusting
when you
feet.
get used to making bad decisions,
Stupid
even
morons.
if they're small,
Let's see what else we got.
bad
Okay, yeah, this one's
decisions,
funny. Pull
that
the fuck
leads
up.
you down a
Vinyl
path.
3-pin
And that
panic
path is
post.
going to
This
end
one.
only in one
This is
way.
he's
A
just
really
said
bad
pull the fuck up, and this is what he
That's what
Yeah,
those
his
things
face
are
and
like
all
to
these
think,
things are
but
great.
it's the big crossroad
Let's see
decisions
what
that
else we
make
got
a
here.
difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday
This one's posted
decisions
by
that we make.
John Adam
The
Web
moment we
Design,
chart our
called
course
Baba, a redacted story coming
without
soon to Netflix. Anyone else think there will be a
making the
doc or
wrong
movie based
small
off Brendan?
decisions.
This is
Maybe
such
they're
a good
simple, maybe they're relatively
Photoshop.
innocuous
Yeah,
by
very great
themselves,
Photoshop. I mean,
but they come
100%.
together, they
And
conglomerate,
we've talked about it
and
many
they
times.
become a derech
The guy
of
that
my
posted this,
life,
like,
and that
me and
derech
Toronto want to
sometimes
do a
just results
documentary
in
on the
the most
Greek god thing
catastrophic
specifically.
circumstances. That's
So
what
not
comes out of
necessarily
saying
involve
what we
me
do.
and Papa.
Don't think,
That's the dream.
that Ahmed
As you
just
can see,
woke up that
starring
morning and said, hey,
Brendan
maybe
Shaw,
I think
Brian
that some of
Callen, Joe
that,
Rogan,
some of the
Mexican,
spoils of the
Zombie
Ukraine
Kids,
Russia, oh,
Clinton,
you're coming
Hot
back.
Chip Guy,
It's not what happened
OnlyFans
yet.
Chick,
The
BGL,
ability
Bobby
to
Lee,
find the
Kylo
words of
Cook,
Yeshua and take the spoils of the recall was the
John
culmination of a
Unintentional
series of
Comedy, drama.
private decisions
It
that
says,
put Ahmed, that
Brendan
put
Shaw
Ahmed
had it all.
This is
Joe
why
Rogan
I mention
actually
so often.
gift
It is
wrapped
so
a golden
important to
ticket
live
for
with
him.
a sense
The
of
Papa's ego swelled
mindfulness,
faster than his
of
MMA record
awareness,
deflated.
to recognize
Between
every
keeping up with a
single
Mexican
decision
lifestyle
has
and treating his
consequences.
employees like
Big or
underpaid
small,
sparring partners,
every decision has
Chop's
to be
career
underground.
took
If I
a
use that
detour. Throw in
mindfulness,
over
I set
100K
myself up
homeless
for
cats on
ultimate good.
Reddit.
If I without
Roast him daily,
mindfulness, one
and
day
you
I
got
find
the
myself
recipe for
taking
a
the
man
spoils
who's
of the
dodging
evil.
punch
So I
lines
was like,
harder than punching. Very good. As you can see, 100% match. That would be 100% match for us. It's also a Slut King account. Bobby Lee, the Lord of the Ring. Shout out to y'all. Let's see here. The funniest part was the shop name Rand posted by Big Shoots. Let's see.
If you're doing this because you fancy yourself a Mr. Trump's,
Yeah, I think you might be right. So
if
good.
you're doing this because you fancy yourself a Mr. Trump's,
I just picture when he says that, I picture in his brain the monkey. What are these things on the tambourine? That's what I think of. Or like an orc of like flying cats back in the day. This one's posted by BarfyMan902. It's called They've Given Up on Coming Up with a tag for each episode. It's over, Bubba. Not gonna lie, when I first saw this, I got kind of sad, a little sad. As you can see, here at the bottom, we have Brian lost himself at the Diddy Party, which is the worst last title to have. Yeah, that's right. Well thought out. Just everything goes.
But you should always do all some bad money.
Terrifier 3 is
Yeshua went ahead and burned everything. Everything is upon his possession and stoned them. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. The county, why did he burn the stone after that? I'm like, how should we say, how are you excused?
So this is question.
The thing was
This
supposed
one
to be burned were burned, like the
to refer
Jets
us here.
property,
It's
and
posted
they
by
go
Megan
on a rice stone.
Also, this comment
Yeah,
Michelle Mitchell, which is could be a fake name. Brendan Shaw, the dog PE you're getting on the 24th for Tino Sanchez is my dog. I gave him 2K to train him for a veteran, and he turned around and gave him to you. I'm begging you to do the right thing and tell Tino to give me my dog back. Please do the right thing. Only said prayers and hearts. And then it gets a better like that's the hard part about this whole Baba thing, dude, because if that's true, that's nuts. Man, it's crazy. That's another dog. Let's go back to its original owner. But it could just be a fucking ninja cat. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, very easily can be either one. And the reason that it could be the funniest version, which or the saddest version, which is this person, or the vendor that is money shot, is because the kind of people shop deals with are all scam artists, just like him, grifters and scam people. Oh, take a picture with my dog and say this product or whatever. It's like anyone that would tell you to do that, you shouldn't trust that person.
36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what?
Anyways, let's see here. You're right, because he did post him into the
an
yeah.
act of defiant
That's
chutzpah.
crazy.
Takes
Alright, this one made me laugh pretty hard. I don't think I ever watched this on the show. Confidence Search 8648. Where was that? I'll snap your neck energy with Strickland disrespecting him and his ex to his face.
The
thing about fighting is there's a lot of fucking pussy.
36 men died. That's what he says. A half a cent. So he went to kind of social initiation of literally 36 men died in the battle of Ai. I'm going to defend the social initiation. I was kiss social initiation. The prophet says, he's giving us 36 men died. So who died? Allah is like, you're It was a great time to get in there and just shut the never we go shut down that thing. It was so great that he was like great. He was worthy as like 36 people, half of the Sanhedrin. So Yeshua was upset. Yeshua says, you know something, because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Achman stole from Yericho, this is why you killed the 36 people you're in there. So I'm not my decision, Kachanidin Yidada Rosh, Ma'asher Ya'ana Ashim, the Pasuk says, the ability against the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion, right? And the rich man speaks with a bit of arrogance. So the man says, who is this? So Rosh is Zed Moshe. So the poor man is the Moshe that he spoke to someone with a sense of humility. Ma'asher Ya'ana Ashim, the rich man speaks with a little bit of arrogance. Zed Yoshua. It's supposed to be Yoshua. Right? Again, especially the fact we just said that she was supposed to put this up in for my time, now was the reason. She didn't just say, by seeking with me Hashem, because the budget is mentioned, but he took the spoils that Achman stole and he threw it down the Shlomo. Almost like, you see, why? Why? Okay, you want to punish us, why you punish? But why take 36 neshamas for what? For some spoils? So you just make it a little bit of chutzpah.
That's all I'll say about that. I'm terrified of all you see fighters
This one is
probably the funniest of the day. I don't know if you find it as funny as I did.
After the sin of Bayam was being caused by you,
without telling the others what's like branded is skipping off the top and Eric is
and the
not
third,
happy with
which was
that.
speaking
Now,
to the
it's
people as a result of the immorality, is relatively young. Stop. So the Lord says, it doesn't say Vayispalel, it doesn't say Hinadu, rather what does it say? Vayipalel. Melamed Shafasa Polilos in Kolel. So it's like the showing of Pedro Milan of Halal means to judge. So therefore, again, what does it mean? That to judge HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What do we do? Brought up that we brought the bodies of Syrian country, like Zimri was in the sea country of the Princess, you can be about to immorality in public. These are bodies that are very important. I'm going to find the verse all of them. Actually, the other everything we saw for these two 24,000 Jews should die. So you see, that Pentecost also actually is insolence and arrogance. What's that? You can see by you and my Arizona, we're teaching us something about Tefillah. So the word sponsors you just never did any of it. Yeah, I agree. That's true. Shach Shekar brings down in total hard calling like that. He said, you translate, you use the Hallel as the Daphne. But if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Right? If the Shorish Lamed Lamed is to judge, the Hallel is the reflexive form of that verb. Which means then, what does the Hallel mean? To engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Reflexive judgment, right? So what's in the process of Tefillah, the verse says, is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, Tefillah is the mechanism, Tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, such a richness and so beautiful. This is often when it comes to Tefillah, we're hyper-focused on Kavanah. And Kavanah, of course, means like understanding of the words. A verse says essentially, oh, people let your mind to wander. It just depends what your mind is wandering to. If my mind is wandering, thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what Tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a time of self-judgment, of self-reflection. Hallel doesn't simply mean to pray. Hallel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. It's a different way of looking at Atzak. We must Lama Barto. Had you a time like that? That's how you're doing. So again, what did Yeshua say? Yeshua said, why did you take us over the Jordan? Because you asked me what the chief of the eye. Why did you take us over the Jordan? Like just to be defeated? So we must have much time on them, Abba. So most of the also said this. Lama Hara, so that was that. And it was the Shmos. Moshe said, after going to Hara, and Hara said, shit, like Hara, Moshe Rabbeinu says, why have you done so many devil to these people? Ella, I'll have you come some here. Across the Jordan. We should just stay where we were, but I'm not sure Yeshua. Get up. Now, the way the money changes, is Hashem's telling Yeshua, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Your culpability is more than the cause of how so. I am asking by about the cause of the Samech no. So the ones listen to this. So I just feel sure like this. You know, when I command you, when you came over to Jordan, it's supposed to set up a stone, right? Upon which the Torah was to be with you. You didn't do what you usually have to do. Jordan, what did you do? 60 mil into blessing Yeshua. You are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Boss us.
As a friend, but you wear them like it's just not my person. I tell my message to and they don't start return that forth, right? So it's like a little tiny. And also Yeshua, based on sons.
For not following directions, we have the passage says that Yeshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. Because that Yeshua was in complete compliance, and came out of Kumullah. So ultimately, Hashem says to Yeshua, you need to be partial responsibility. Now, why are you partial responsibility? So what is? Hashem never commanded Klal Yisrael not to take from the spoils of Egypt. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yeshua's prohibition. So Hashem said to Yeshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yeshua did it because again, he wanted to singular focus on the Lord. That's what he wanted. So in both he said, Yeshua, I didn't ask you to create that kingdom. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take. I was spoiled. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore then you are partially culpable for what happened with Achan. That's the story. And you'll say, why do you do all this?
Don't make me stop. Twist your fucking neck.
Why else do you do all of this? Because what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that before a person is executed, we tell him to do vidui. Who is the source, the biblical source for vidui? For vidui, the Mishnah will quote Achan. Like Achan confessed his sin before being executed. Let's say, by the way, who is the real Makar for vidui? For confession, the real Makar for vidui is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do vidui. The difference is, the reason why that's not one of our videos, because we're looking for a source of somebody who did vidui before execution. So who was the first person to do vidui before execution? That was Achan. So now we're going to show what's incredible, ridiculous, ridiculous story. We saw that in Moshe's Brachos. Show it in you saying about goes on to say so the man said, I am a Malach Hashem. I'm only here to help. Now remember, this was happening at night. So Yeshua, how are you able to prostrate yourself? After Muhammad you can't give a shalom aleichem to your friend at night. Why? You have to say that they're shaking at night. So maybe Allah will say again, maybe the person you see in front of you can't give a person but a shake. How do you should give you shalom? So the Gemara says, Shani Harvard Mukamali Ani Saksava Shem Atabasi. This man used me with Hashem, and ultimately, again, because they said the name of God, Yeshua knew it wasn't the shade. If you're a Meshaki, maybe it's a line shape. Like, in other words, maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just using the same show and all that, right? Because he's just trying to go out and pretend he's not in shape. And once it's new, we have a tradition of not teaching Israel about Torah. Shading to not to go ahead and use the notion of it. I won't say it's by the way such a profound story. Everyone has the line they want to cross. There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that, oh no, I would never do that. Anything in front of that, I'm on it, right? I'll do all that stuff. We all have that line. We all have that line, which is good. Everyone has to have that line they want to cross. So probably Shaden also has that line. Shaden goes through me about 7 days. How many days do I say? I'm Listen, this is ridiculous tomorrow. I know it's probably coming something like that. But actually, probably coming to so listen to this. So the shade, so the Mala says to Yoshua, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer us the daily Talmud, and tonight, you're not learning Torah. So let's say, what is the instruction of learning Torah? Let's say Rashi. Actually, so I didn't say the first part. They didn't offer us the Talmud. They did the daily sacrifice. They didn't offer us the Talmud, so the Lord is accountable for that. What does it mean?
Belt buckles and listens to country music now. If Papa moves to Texas, will he cosplay harder than Tiny Tony?
The Bible says specifically, he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud. So because he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight, you're not learning. Look at Rashi. It's the 4 lines down. Last white line, on the right-hand side. That's the both sides here. That's what we talk about Talmud Torah. It's going to be Yom Kiyachon Yechonim Lasot B'Torah, not Masisik Nechamas. Sweeten Atam Lasot B'Torah B'Layla, B'Chalim B'Chol Mishkat B'T Gilgal, Sheshem HaAmach HaLev Yom Lasot. This is after the Talmud. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, like as a following idea, that halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says. I understand why during the day you're fighting about you didn't have time to learn. I get that. Okay, you're doing battle. But at night, why are you not learning? At night, why are you supposed to do this? I understand you're fighting you. You're not during the day. I understand you're not during the day. But you're fighting the battle during the day. I got it. But then you're not at war. You're not at war. There's no figure. Because you're not. I don't understand. Listen, this is such a long night. It's a long night. There's no such thing as a week. It's beautiful enough to be spent in the morning. It's incredible. That it's not up to learn. Not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I didn't understand it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach said, listen, it's more time. It's more time. And the Malach comes to Yeshua and says, where is Night Seder? Where's Night Seder? What's happening over here? It's night time. I understand. You learned before you went out to war. The whole day you're busy with the war. But for night now it's night time. Where is your Listen, this is what I want to know. Because sometimes we think we gotta up and get out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, that time to sleep, to relax. Just understand, again, they're pretty busy during the day. You'll be on your Yeshua. And yet the amount of come out of the day to say, there's no such thing at night when there's free time, not a good, some of that time. Must absolutely unequivocally lead the day. Just that I was going to have to stop over here for today. It's fine. And for a point out, we did up a lot of the money today. We did do a lot, one lot, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful fine wine. You can see the other side.
Hilarious to be afraid of. I mean, like, Skate Fest fans, they scare me in the sense that they're sort of diabolical and they're rented as me. But they don't scare me. I don't think I'd be stabbed by one of them. They're comedy fans. That's your narrative, dude. You're dealing with a whole different level of success, right? That's true. I don't know what a success is. He was top 10 heavyweight, all right? So let's be cool. Let's see here. Confidence Search 8648 posted this. Throwback to when he never spoke bad about Nate because Nate would twist your fucking neck off.
Good morning.
So basically the same thing he said he would do.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for.
And so they invite everybody to that nightclub. Nate shows up. Dana's there and he's drinking. And Dana goes,
this morning's share to
thank
our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Darshan Tehei, Filsa Mishpacha, the Filsa Mishpacha Zchus, for Visoros Tolos, for all of Am Yisrael. Allah, we should see that Baruch is kind, the Karo. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shimons from the Bracha, who passed away earlier this week. I'm sorry, Talmud Torah sponsor for this month, becoming Mishpacha. We're dedicating the Shem Joshua in memory of Amit Ben David Levy from the Bracha and Itai Levy, killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. The filming sponsors for today, Elio and Dvar Ramenfar, in memory of Elio's grandfather, Nisan Ben Avraham from the Bracha, and in honor of their son Yehuda on his 11th birthday. Thank God for the sparkle for the release of more hostages today. And the Mir Hashem hope to see all of our hostages come home. Shalom and the Karov. Well, so guys, let us we have a lot to do today. Chodesh, everyone. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We are picking up today's Daf is Mem Dalet 44. We are actually picking up the Mer section on Mem Gimel on the days 43b at the Mishnah. Really beautiful Gemara. When the conviction is for Talmudic, right? So they're no longer production. Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Reuben has been found guilty by a baby. So when Reuben was approximately used to 10 hours away from the base of the execution spot, only Mo, they were facing him. This is Vada, commit vidui, or recite vidui. She came back almost in Islam. Because again, it's the death of people who are being put to death by Din to recite vidui to confess. Because even though again death itself is a kapara, is an atonement, but nevertheless the act of reciting vidui prior to the execution is in and of itself a profound form of atonement. So the Gemara says, because that anyone who does vidui before he dies, has a portion in the world to come. What we see by Achar, now she is Achar. Again, as we're going to see just a little bit, when Israel comes into Eretz Yisrael, there was a war that they fought from Yericho. Yeshua said that no one is allowed to partake of the spoils of Yericho, and whoever does so would be liable to that. Achar went ahead and took of the spoils of Yericho, and we'll see more about that story in the future. Yeshua, Bini, Sindos, Kavod Hashem Elokei Yisrael, became Lo Toda. So literally again, this is Yeshua saying to Achar, give cover to Hashem, the God of Yisrael. Retain Lo Toda. Now we'll see what this means. Literally, give him thanks. We have to see exactly what this particular statement means. Vayan Achan as Yoshua. So Achan answered Yoshua and he said as follows: Vayomer, Amda Anoki Kakasi, Kazos the Kazos. So Achan said, when confronted by Yoshua, Achan said, yeah, it was me. I went ahead and sinned, and in fact I did so and so and so. Minaya Kikita Lobidia. How do you know ultimately again that Achan was a tone that he result? He received things as a result of his deed. Nana, the Lomi Yoshua, Ma'achon, Yaakov Hashem Bayomazah. So Yoshua says to Achan, Achan just like he destabilized us. Literally again muddied the waters for us. So Hashem, go ahead and obscure you on this day. My reaction is, it's only on this day, i.e. in this world, that you are, so to speak, punished. But you are not compromised in the world to come. So you see over here that Havachalamaysa, because Achan did Shuvah, Achan did Vidui, therefore ultimately again he is forgiven. Incredible. In any of the other styles, what happens if a person doesn't know how to do vidui? The person just doesn't know how to recite vidui. Only Lo, so we say the name, Emar, say the following: Hey, Yisasi Kapara Akholavonos. My death should be an atonement for all of my sinful behavior. Right? My death should be an atonement for all of my sins. But you really says, so again, so this I just want to point out something very interesting. There is a concept ultimately of saying deeply when a person is dying. It's called Hebrew Shkizah. So there's a longer form of that deeply, but there's also a shortened form of that deeply that essentially just says, Tehei Misasi Kapara Akol Abonosai. So that again, let this be a kapara on all of my averos, and that's the entirety of the video. And Rudy says, in Hayodea Shivum Zuma, Rudy says, at the end of the day, let's say Rudy knows that he's innocent. Right? As much as Daisy says that the defendant, if you're innocent, don't worry about anything. Sometimes things can happen. So let's say Rudy's being led out to be executed, and he knows he's innocent. So what does the Mishnah say? Omer Kahim Sasi Kapara Kala Site, puts me up on that. Ruben can say, my death should be an atonement for all of my Averos, except for this Avera. Amrlo Imke Yehu Kol Adam Omer King Kedei Lenakos Atzmo. So Ruben says, if that's the case, every person is going to go ahead and end up saying, so remember, Ruben says essentially, you say deeply before you being let out, but if you believe you're innocent, so you should say, my death should be an atonement for all of my Averos, except for this, because I didn't do this. So essentially, the Gemara says, if you put in that summation, everyone's going to say that. Because everyone maintains their innocence and most people maintain their innocence all the way until the end. Okay? So the Gemara, remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, Yoshua says to Achan is the paradigmatic example of this concept of sin legally prior to go ahead and being killed. So Yoshua says to Achan, please, that he asks him not, the Hagid no please tell me what happened. Ultimately, again, no is a Russian is a request. What is it? The Shashar is Rafa Yeshua, Chakla Yisrael, Yeshua, Klal Yisrael has sinned. Klal Yisrael has sinned. So remember again, Hashem was telling Yeshua that someone took from the spoils of the Yehov who wasn't supposed to. So Yeshua says, okay, Hashem, tell me, who did it? Who took from the spoils? On Yericho? I'm not letting the people eat Arnie. So Hashem says, what? Am I a snitch? Right? I'm going to tell you who did it. Wait, Hatel go and cast lots. Cast the lottery, and you'll see who the perpetrator was. All of people go out. So sure enough, Yeshua went and he cast the lotteries. And the lottery fell on Yeshua. So Yeshua, the girl at the bar life, Yeshua confronts Achan. You went ahead and give it a second. So Achan said, really? A lottery? That's how you're assuming I'm guilty? After all, again, after the Allah Zakon, maybe don't have God Achan. So Achan says, Yeshua, if I cast a lottery between you and Elazar, right? You're the Kohen Gadol, right? You have another Elazar, he is the Kohen Gadol. The lottery is going to fall out on one of the two of you. One thing that Achan was trying to raise is the lottery is a very non-scientific approach to these things. So how are you determining my guilt through a lottery? So other laws, Yeshua is contacting Bakashin, please Achan, I'll tell you that's all the laws. Whatever you do not cast aspersions on the lottery. Why not? Shashti the Eretz Yisrael should discount the goal. Because Eretz Yisrael is ultimately going to divide it up through a lottery. Lottery is a very important mechanism in the division and distribution of Eretz Yisrael. So Achan, if you start casting aspersions on the lottery, it's ultimately going to cast aspersions on the division of Eretz Yisrael. He goes on, he says, Shina Emar, after glory fights our king, so it means green toes. So what does it mean Yeshua says to Achan, please give over? Shahudi Shakne. Literally, Yeshua drives Achan with words. So Yeshua lied a little bit to Achan. Said, Achan, all you have to do is just confess. And after you confess, the whole thing is over. All we need is a confession and then we're done. Yad, Achan of Yeshua, and those who have special to so and those assis. And Achan said, yeah, actually. this is what I did, and he admitted that he had stolen some of the spoils from the I'm not asking, I'm not saying, Lani, Shema'o Elkan B'Shlosh Halalim. So this is one thing that it turns out that Elkan didn't just violate the Kelim. Kelim means also Kelim. We raised the Kelim at a particular time. The reason for some of the Kelim. Kelim also means the concept where the base limit, right? One thing says something is off limits. So, for example, Yericho was Kelim, right? The spoils of Yericho were Kelim. So, you know, it's something very interesting that Achan went ahead and violated three different halalim. First of the white lines on the bottom, Shnayim B'Negel. Sheva Echad Yoshua, 2 during the days of Moshe Rabbeinu, and 1 during the days of Yoshua. So apparently, although we don't necessarily see it stated, but apparently during a number of the wars under Moshe Rabbeinu, there was also a chayil. Do not go ahead and partake of the spoils. Do not partake of the spoils of the war. So apparently, Achan didn't just violate the one by Yericho, but he violated 2 by Moshe and by Yoshua. Shneimar, Kazos, Asisi. There's also the 3 Lashonos of one. Like this one, and like this one, have I done. So ultimately, again, that represents 3 acts of performance, 3 acts of violation, 3 Charamim violated. Yochel, Aram, Mishra, Bosman, Shimon, Hamisha. He violated 3 Charamim. Arba, Moshe, Be'acham, Yoshua, Shneimar, Anoki, Katasi, because those Asisi. Okay? The Ad Hashta, my time alone on this. So what? Up until this point, so if that's the case, then Achan in fact violated multiple other haramim. Why is he only punished after Yericho? Shouldn't he have been punished earlier than that? So Rabbi Yochanan Shlomo is tomorrow. Rabbi Yochanan the fish shall unshu ala staros. So I say this is incredible. One of the hallmarks of Klal Yisrael is Klal Yisrael raising Jabazah, mutual responsibility. Now, mutual responsibility is that not only is responsible to take care of each other, but Allah myself, I'm responsible for your ideas, you're responsible for my ideas. That's the way it works. I share in the materials of your mitzvot, you share in the materials of my mitzvot. That's the mutual responsibility. So this concept is quite dramatic, that we're responsible for each other even when it comes to the ideas that maybe we don't know about. What if I can make an idea private? No one else knows about it. Now, what can also need to get mutual responsibility for that idea? So this is what the Lord says there is, but that only that mutual responsibility only occurred when after we crossed the idea. Therefore, again, even though Achan went ahead and violated multiple other halalim prior to Yericho, no one knew about it. And there's only mutual responsibility for private averos after we cross over the Yarden. Therefore, the only one Klal Yisrael was held accountable for was what? Was Yericho. With Yericho, this is not going to focus on this. And it starts off talking about the rest of all the way to so literally translated, that which is hidden is the act of responsibility. But that which is revealed is for us and for our children for all eternity. Gemara says, "Nama nakud al lanu v'levanenu yal ayin shebad." Like, why is it? What's it going to say the Torah? There are dots over lanu ulevanenu and the ayin of ad. Lanu shall punish and stars at others and yadim divrei. The Yehuda also teaches us that the din of mutual responsibility didn't apply to private averos until after it's crossed into Eretz Yisrael. What you see is exactly incredible. There's a mutual responsibility in Eretz Yisrael more than exists in ghosts. When we are out in Eretz Yisrael, there's still mutual responsibility. But when we are in Eretz Yisrael, there's a heightened sense of mutual responsibility. So Rabbi Yirmiyah, if the other on the wall, say, hold up over here. Is there ever liability for private averos? Like, so listen, let me get this straight. I understand that we are responsible for the public behavior of one another, but is there such a thing that I'm responsible for your private averos, you're responsible for my private averos? That is a very difficult thing to swallow, right? If you think about it, that's a pretty overwhelming concept. The Gemara says, "Halok by Ne'emar ad olam, elikishim shel onesh al staros, ad lo onesh al oshi shebegoloi, ad she'avi yisrael hayayim." Rather than go to the second matter, there is never mutual responsibility for hidden evidence. You see, right? That you can't operate that way. And I said, I can't be responsible for things you do in private, you can't be responsible for things that I do in private. That's possible. But again, when it comes to the niglos, the revealed averos, there's responsibility for that only once we enter in Paris Israel. No responsibility for that once we went before we entered in Paris Israel. Ella, that's the case, Kappa Mendalit. Alpha, my time on Yonish. So that's the case, it looks like. Then that essentially cases of property from Yericho was a private act. So that's the case. Similar happening in Israel. Why would there be any level of mutual responsibility for that? Ella, upon my time on Yonish. First, the Mercy Mishum, the Havu Yadi Day Ishto. Ultimately, again, because his family knew about it. Even though it wasn't public, that Kali's family knew about it, it was public enough. It's public enough that his family knew about it, and they didn't do anything about it, creates a sense of mutual responsibility. As Rashi says over here, not yet. Just I just want to point out, and a tremendous possible, that there is a certain, not a certain, there is a level of mutual responsibility that a family has. And if a family knows that one of the members of the family is struggling with something and doesn't do anything to help with that struggle, there is responsibility for those failures. Overwhelming, in other words, it's just whatever's true in Klal Yisrael is true on the microcosm of the family as well. So Klal Yisrael, we're responsible for each other. Not with the stuff we don't know about. I give you responsibility for the secret stuff. You give me for the private things of mine, but for the revealed things, I'm absolutely responsible. I'm sitting in a family, I can't know what my family members are doing in private. But if I know that my family members are struggling with things, and it's clear that they're struggling with things, failure to do anything about it can help result in a profound sense of liability and responsibility. Incredible. You want to see Yisrael? Remember, the Gemara says that sin of Afan was a Klal Yisrael. So we'll say, so this is actually very, very beautiful. Because remember, this is a person speaking to Yeshua. Chata Yisrael, the Gam Avul Yisrael. Klal Yisrael sinned and they violated Ma'adir. Now, what we're seeing over now is moving them together. It was Achan who sinned. But Klal Yisrael is held responsible for the sin of Achan because of the din of Arba, because of the mutual responsibility. But there's only mutual responsibility. For the public to be known out here. What's the answer? They did know about it. Who knew about it? His wife knew about it. His kids knew about it. That is enough to create public knowledge and therefore to create mutual responsibility and liability. Those are the beautiful Gemara. Chata Yisrael, the Baruch Hu says that Yoshua, Klal Yisrael sinned. Rabbi Yaakov Bar Zafta, Afa Pisha Chata Yisrael. This is so beautiful. Let's say, what do you see from here? Even though a Jew sinned, he's still called Yisrael. Yisrael, Afa Pisha, right? Because again, Chata Yisrael. Even though, so the Prophet says, even though Klal Yisrael sinned, they're still called Klal Yisrael. They're still called Klal Yisrael. So let's say there's a beautiful piece. A beautiful piece. Right about Akanya. Akanya writes as follows. He says, listen to this phrase. He says, Hashem Yisrael, Eino Shem Torah. So the name Yisrael is not a descriptive term. For example, what are examples of descriptive terms? Tzaddik, Russia. Those are descriptive terms. Like Tzaddik, descriptor of who you are. Russia, he says that's not Yisrael. He says what's the difference between a non-descriptive term and a descriptive term? A descriptive term could change. If someone is a Tzaddik today, he could be a Russia tomorrow. Someone's a Russia today, he could be a Tzaddik tomorrow. Yisrael is not a descriptive term. Yisrael is a statement about the essence of the individual. And he says, Nishmos Yisrael, and Chelek Elokami Ma'al Mamish. It's again, the open Russian behind you. Because the neshama of a Jew is mamish a spark, is a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Memela Eino Yachol Yishtanos. It's not changeable. You can't change that. That is an immutable truth. The Kasher Yisrael Chodei. Okay, so he goes on. He said, this is absolutely incredible. What does it mean that the social part, the Lashon over here is Chati Yisrael, Afa Pisha Chati Yisrael. Again, I will say, the fact that I'm a Yid, the fact that I'm Yisrael, the fact that I'm a Neshama, the fact that I'm a Spartan, there's nothing in the world that I can do to change that. I can commit the worst Avera possibly imaginable, Chas v'Shalom. And even if I do that, I'm still Yisrael. Why? Because it's being a Yisrael, being a Yid, which by definition means that I have a Neshama, there is a spark of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is what the Baal Hanan calls a shame etzem. Right? It's ultimately, again, sorry, it's not a descriptive term, but rather, again, not a shame Toar, it's a shame etzem. There are shame Torah, which are descriptive terms, and ultimately descriptive terms change based on where you're holding in life. Shame essence term that remains intact no matter what I do. And I will say, this is probably one of the most important gemaras in all of Shas, because this is the reason why Shuvah is possible. Why is it that no matter how badly I should face myself, that I can go to people why is that? I usually say there aren't certain averas that after a certain point, like you disappointed no return, there's no going back. That's it. So why do I have the ability to bring myself back? Not just like from the edge of the thing, but even if I went over the spiritual cliff, I still bring myself back. Why? Because I'm a Yisrael. Because I am a Neshama. And that Neshama is a spark of my Baruch Hu. And no matter what I do in life, I can't change that. I can't change it. And because I can change it, it's always there. And because it's always there, those represent the fundamental building blocks that I can use to rebuild myself. That's what it means. It says, no matter what I do, I don't have to be a tzaddik any longer. I can actually be a Russian right now. That's possible. But no matter what, my essence of Israel is always intact. That's there. And the associate spiritual person when you go through is always like that's incredible. I don't really have a 100,000 this is what people say. Common expression people say. Aso B'Kay Deni Yofi, Aso Shnei V'Asa Karelei. Even a myrtle branch that is nestled amongst the willows is still a myrtle branch. And it's still called a willow. In other words, you can have a myrtle branch, you can have a hadas that is surrounded by willow branches. All around it still has its identity. And no matter how long it's there, no matter how much it's outnumbered, no matter how camouflaged maybe it becomes, in all of the little branches, it still remains a willow. Incredible. The God obviously, I should say, yourself. Because Yeshua, fathers are also violated the covenant that I commanded them. God not even ahead. God Janzu, God Kakashu, God someone became a hand. However, so he's talking about all the things that, again, I'm going to point out. Fathers are doing this because fathers did it. The fathers are doing other stuff. I'm going to lie with Shmuel, you can start. The start. The landing of our Achan, Achamisha, you see from here that Achan violated all the things. Right? And he violated everything that's written in the 5 books of the Torah. Shneemar, Chamisha, Gan. A little bit of a play on words over here. Chamisha, Gan. He also violated the Chamisha, the 5 books of the Torah. Already, like, we show him that he was a bar, miscarved. Achan Moshe Svaraz also. Achan tried to cover up his mismidah. Right? So I can call that admonition also. Remember his mismidah. Sid Hafan says over here, the Gam Obras, please. Sid Hafan is greasy like that. She's not as obvious. Mal, the emoji of God, mitzvah, but Gufay Lo Pakar, maybe not. He's not often was a sinner. Ultimately, again, perhaps he did not go so far as to cover up the mitzvah on his body. Mashmallah that he did. If he also had all of these, he did something terrible in God's Israel. I'm not the Abba. Because Abdullah Shabba'al Akan Na'ala Hamullah. Nachman had relations with the betrothed girl. Sid Hafna says over here that he asked on a ballot. She asked on a ballot Israel. She thought, now the Lord of God, really high, low Pakar Nash. That far, Hassan wouldn't do. Right? He wouldn't make the Pakar Nash was such a place. Pakar Nash made his soul hester. The act of sin, by definition, is making your soul hester. Isn't that incredible? Like, none of us are taking our wallet, putting it on the table, and say, Hester, my credit card, enjoy, you can, all yours. No one in their right mind says that. Why? Because my wallet is valuable. Yet my neshama, which is the most valuable thing of all, when I commit an avera, essentially what I'm saying is it's hefker. It's hefker. Whatever it is, do what you want, do how you want, what you want. It doesn't make a difference. So I say none of us in our right mind would ever actually, choose to do that. Yet the default we are the permission of an avera is making my neshama hefker. So kind of what Ravina says, "Dine kinara mulasa." That ultimately often was judged like an Aram Murasa to the Skila. Ultimately, what is this? What do you use this Skila? They often violated all 5 books of the Torah, but often went ahead and tried to come up with Skila, that they had relations with an Aram Murasa. Like, first of all, that's not, or the Gemara is learning that from like Zero Shabbos. But it sounds like, or it feels like we need to be going out of our way to find culpability to often. And the Gemara is saying is like this. We say, well, we do that all the time. Sin doesn't just occur, and dramatic sin doesn't just dramatically occur. Very often, big averos are a result of a culmination of smaller missteps that may by themselves be relatively innocuous, but they lead me on a particular path, and they put me on a particular trajectory, which manifests and results in truly negative behavior. So what we're saying is like this: whether Achan actually had a relationship with Aram Murasa, trying to come with the what you are saying? What we're saying is like this. Okay, Yoshua gave you an explicit command. Don't partake of the spoils of Yericho. Remember, the Jews are wealthy. The Jews are wealthy. Like, remember, they came out of Egypt with incredible amounts of wealth. Everybody's wealthy. Everybody's got plenty of money. So, Achan, how did you make such a dramatic mistake to compromise you, your family, and colleagues? So what's the answer? The answer is this wasn't the first mistake. Achan was making multiple mistakes all along the way. He was committing multiple averos all along the way. And in life, when you get used to making bad decisions, even if they're small, bad decisions, that lead you down a path. And that path is going to end only in one way: a really bad big decision. That's why I will say, something that like you think that it's the big crossroad decisions that make a difference. That's true, but it's also the everyday decisions that we make that fundamentally chart our course forward. And if I'm consistently making the wrong small decisions, maybe they're simple, maybe they're relatively innocuous by themselves, but they come together, they conglomerate, and they become a derech of my life. And that derech sometimes just results in the most catastrophic circumstances. That's what Chazal is saying over here. Don't think that Achan just woke up that morning and said, "Hey, let me partake of some of the spoils of you." Yoshua told me not to. That's not what happened over here. The ability to violate the words of Yoshua and take the spoils of Yericho was the culmination of a series of prior decisions that put Achan on a path. This is why I was just really so often. It is so important to live with a sense of mindfulness, of awareness, to recognize every single decision has consequences. Big or small, every decision puts me on a diet. And if I live that way with mindfulness, I set myself up for ultimate good. If I live without mindfulness, one day I find myself taking the spoils of Yericho. Tomorrow goes like that. Like Yoshua's Achan ben Zara, Vesakesa, Vesaideres, Es the Shon Azov, Vesbona, Vespinosa, Veshora, Veskamona, Vesora, Vesolo, Vesora, Shalom. Because I see now, once it says, Yoshua took Achan, his entire family, all the spoils. The Gemara says, in Huchata, one of them knows that not I understand. So it sounds like Yoshua is executing Achan's family. But Achan is going to committed the idea. What did his family do wrong? The Gemara says, his family is using Hashem much. Huchata, Kol Yisrael. It also says he assembled Klal Yisrael. So again, if Achan committed the sin, what did Klal Yisrael do? So the Gemara says, Yasir b'chol Yisrael imo, Elo l'irdosan, Hachanami l'irdosan. Right, of course, Achan's family wasn't executed, just as Klal Yisrael was executed. So what happened over here? Why Moshe gathered us the execution of Achan? To give them Musar, show them ultimately again that what was done was incorrect, and it's important that we see the just like again, executions were public, in order that the people should understand the severity of actions. So Yoshua gathered the family of Achan and Klal Yisrael as well. So they read it. So Yoshua went and burned everything. Everything means Achan. Sounds like Achan is possessed. And spoke. So the Gemara says, "I don't know. why do you need burning the stones? What's the shot with that? Have the straight. I the skills. No, what it is. The things that were supposed to burn were burned, like inanimate object property, and things that were supposed to stone, i.e., on livestock, was stoned. The Arab Shalom, I guess, Shinar, Achas Tova, Umasayim Shkalim Kesef. So again, the Navi details what Achas took. Right? I saw in the Woody in the spoils. Adar Shinar Tova, Umasayim Shkalim Kesef. Amrab, Kitzula de Nosa. It was a cloak of fine gold. Shmuel was a Sabbalah de Srifa, a cloak of dyed gold. Bayatzikim with Hashem, Amr Nachman, Ba, the Chaptam with Yamach. What is it that's going to Hashem? Yoshua took some of the spoils and he threw it down in front of the Ishmael. This is curious. So I'm going to ask him, Bob the Chab of Yamach, threw it down the front of Hashem. I'm going to find a Ribona Shalom. Even the Hari Grubas Shasanhedrin, I was like, I remember, how did Yoshua know? How did anyone know that Achaz took from the spoils of the Rifle? How did he know that? Because remember again, in one of the subsequent battles, 36 Jews died. We're going to see 36 Jews died. Now remember again, the Jews will promise victory. So 36 Jews are dying in battle. That must mean what? Something's going on over there. So Yeshua comes and almost like an act of defying chutzpah, takes the spoils, throws it down in front of the Shlomo. Really for this you killed half of the Sanhedrin. This you got half of the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, I for Shoshim Bishisha Ish in the battle of Ai. This was the next battle after you. 36 men died. That's what he says. A half the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, the time of Shoshim Bishisha Ish. He says literally 36 men died in the battle of Ai. I'm going to the end of the Shoshim Bishisha Ish. Follow the MR Ella Shoshim Bishisha Ish. The equivalent of 36 men died. Who died? Ella Zed Yosir Ben Menashe was a big advocate in Menashe. Shakal Kumeged Rigol Shasanah. He was so great that he was as great. He was worthy as like 36 people, half of the Sanhedrin. So Yeshua was upset. Yeshua was upset because of this, because of the money, because of the war, because of whatever it is that Achaz stole from the Rifle. This is why you killed even 36 people. What the Pasuk says, that literally again, the poor man speaks in a supplicatory fashion, right? And the rich man speaks in a bit of arrogance. You know what who is this? So Rosh is Jan Moshe. So the poor man, this is Moshe when he was supposed to have some of the sense of humility. But Asher Ya'ana Aziz, who is the rich man, speaks with a little bit of arrogance. Jan Yoshua. This refers to Yoshua. Right? Again, especially the fact we just saw Yoshua spoke with perfect weapons for my time. But what she did, giving with this by Hashem, because the fact we just mentioned, that he puts the spoils that Achaz stole and he threw it down from the Shlomo. Almost like you say, why? Okay, you want to punish us. Why you punish? But why take 36 neshamas for what? For some spoils? So Yoshua spoke with a little bit of chutzpah. No, so you says, Pasuk Pinchas, lo Avasafi. Didn't Pinchas do the same thing? After the Sid Hayam or Pinchas, Hayipalel, Kata'achana Pinchas now was wrongly translated. It says Pinchas died, and the plague, which was speaking to the people as a result of the immorality, what is a big gun? Stop. So the Lord said, it doesn't say Vayispalel, it doesn't say Pidad. Rather, what did it say? Vayipalel. Melamed Sha'asam Halilos in Kono. So it looks like the Shorish of Abraham and Ram of Halal means to judge. So therefore, again, what does it mean? That Pinchas Kiviyachol judge HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What did he do? He brought the bodies of Zimri and Kazi, right? Zimri was the Nazi, Kazi was the Zimri was also immorality in public, and he threw their bodies down from his back. I'm going to call it Rebbe Shalom. Even you to Esther the Arba Elos himself for these 24,000 Jews should die. So you see that things like also acted with the insolence and arrogance. So let's say, I'll just mention the Ksiv by you, I'm Anisim Agir, I'll mention Allah. So let's mention that these are tremendous Gemara. The Gemara is teaching us something about Tefillah. So the Gemara introduces the idea that the word halal means to judge. Shash Shafal Hirsch brings down in Cholim. following idea. He said we translate lehit palel as to daven, but if you think about it, that's not actually what it means. Like if the shoresh hey lamed lamed is to judge, lehit palel is the reflexive form of that verb, which means then, what does lehit palel mean? To engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Reflexive, right? So we'll say the process of tefillah, that Hirsch says, is not simply davening to Hashem. Rather, tefillah is the mechanism, tefillah is the framework through which we are to engage in introspection and personal judgment. Therefore, says the Hirsch is so beautiful. Often when it comes to tefillah, we're hyper-focused on kavanah. And kavanah, of course, means like Perush Hanimos, understanding of the words. The verse says essentially, it's okay to let your mind wander. Just depends what your mind is wandering to. So if my mind is wandering thinking about myself, thinking about my life, that's good. That's actually what tefillah is supposed to be. Tefillah is supposed to be a kind of self-judgment, self-reflection. The Hallel doesn't simply mean to pray. The Hallel means to engage in the process of personalistic judgment. Incredible. Let's say a different way of looking at davening. So you must have your time like that. As a yardin. So again, what did Yoshua say? Yoshua says, why did you take us over the Jordan? Why did you take us over the Jordan? Like just to be defeated? So the Moshe made So Moshe also says this. Lama Hari also Lama Zeh, and the Parsha Shmos. Moshe says after going to Paro, and Paro says, "Fifth by Paro." Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Why have you done something terrible to these people?" Ella Mehacha. Rather, it comes from here. And you velo halnu v'neshe be'edayayim. So Yeshua says, you know what? After this defeat at Ai, Yeshua says, you know what? You should have never crossed the Jordan. You should have just stayed where we were. Kum lach means get up. Now, the way the Gemara understands is kum lach is Hashem telling Yeshua, you bear some of the responsibility for what has happened over here. What does this mean? Shall call your culpability is more against the Klal. How so? Ani amarti takimu ba'atam lechatkem samech no. So the Gemara says this. So I said to Yoshua like this. You know, when I commanded that when you go over the Jordan, you're supposed to set up the stones, right, upon which the Torah was to be written. You didn't do it immediately upon passing over the Jordan. Rather, where did you do it? 60 mil into the land. So Yoshua, you are also responsible because you violated my instructions. Also, did nothing. So after Shimon left, Okim Rav Amorale, Rav called over his Amorah, and he said, Moshe Ado, Moshe as Yoshua, but also Yoshua, but Hisir Davar Mikol Hashem Siva Hashem as Moshe. Remember again, here's the problem. So on one hand, Hashem is holding Yoshua culpable for not following the direction. Here the Pasuk says that Yoshua did everything that Moshe told him, and Moshe did everything that Hashem told him. Yoshua was in complete compliance. So ultimately, again, Hashem says to Yoshua, you were partially responsible. Now, why are you partially responsible? So watch this. Hashem never commanded Rabbi Yisrael not to take from the spoils of Egypt. Hashem never commanded that. That was Yoshua's focus. Hashem said to Yoshua something amazing. Why are you prohibiting extra stuff? Right? If I want something prohibited, I'll tell you it's prohibited. If I don't need it prohibited, don't prohibit it yourself. Now, Yoshua did it because, again, he wanted singular focus on war. That's what he wanted. But there's one who says, Yoshua, I didn't ask you to do spectator. I didn't ask you to go ahead and tell people they can't take on the spoils. You introduced that, and because you introduced it, therefore, again, you are partially culpable for what happened with Alpha. Boy Basisa Lai, Ulamalko, Kasha Sisa Ulamako. So now, I mean, so that's the story. And again, why do we do all this? Right? But why else do we do all of this? What did this say? This said that before a person was executed, who is the source, the biblical source? For Vidwin, the English over here quotes Achad. Right? Achad confessed his sin before being executed. So by the way, who is the real Makar for Hebrew for conception? The real Makar for Hebrew is Cain. Cain was the first person to go ahead and do Hebrew. The difference is, the reason why I got stuff on over here is because we're looking for a source of someone who did Hebrew before execution. So who was the first person to do Hebrew before execution? That was Achan. So now that we're going to Yoshua, it's incredible, it's ridiculous Yoshua story, ridiculous Yoshua story. We start studying more sense brothers. Yoshua was in Yericho. Vayisa ina vayar. He goes ahead and he sees. Moshe goes on to say, he sees Vayhine ish omed lenegdo v'charbo shalufo biyado. He sees a man standing opposite him with a withdrawn sword. So the Gemara says, what happens? Vayomer lo ki ani sad tzva Hashem atabas. So now Yoshua doesn't know, he's like, why are you friend of phone? So the man says, don't worry, I am a malach Hashem. I'm a malach, I'm only here to help. So Yoshua prostrates himself. Now remember, this was happening at night. So Yoshua, how are you able to prostrate yourself? After you can't give a shalom aleichem to your friend at night. Why? You have to be concerned that maybe he's a shade. So shake him at night. So maybe Allah will again. Maybe the person you see in front of you is not going to be a person but a shade. How do you give him shalom? So the Gemara says, Shiny Hazam the Kamele Ani Sartzva Hashem Atabasi. This man used the name of Hashem, and ultimately, again, because he said the name of God, Yoshua knew it wasn't the shade. The Dilma Meshachri, maybe it's a lying shade. But in other words, maybe he's lying, right? Maybe he's just using the same shalom out, right? Because he's just trying to go and pretend he's not a shade. So when it says Miriam, we have a tradition. Shadim do not go ahead and use the Machel. I will say, by the way, such a profound so. Right? Everyone has the line they wear straws. Right? There's plenty of stuff I will do, but there's always that, oh no, I would never do that, right? That anything and everything in front of that, I'm all in, right? I'll do all that stuff. We don't have that line. We don't have that line, which is good. Right? Everyone has that line they won't cross. So apparently, Shadim also has that line. Shadim don't use the name of Hashem. I'm a gazer, what's that? I'm a lay. This is secret. So listen to this. So the shade, so the Malach says to Yoshua, I'm here for 2 reasons. Yesterday, you neglected to offer up the daily Talmud, and tonight you're not learning Torah. What is the intent of learning Torah? Actually, so I understand the first part. They didn't offer up the Talmud. They did the daily sacrifice. They didn't offer up the Talmud. What does it mean? By the way, so he says the Malach says specifically, he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud. So because he didn't offer up the afternoon Talmud, so I'm here as a result of liability for that. Furthermore, tonight you're not learning. Look at Rashi. Put 4 lines down, last 5 lines, on the right hand side. Rashi's on both sides here. That's what he calls them Torah. Even if you don't get them, you follow Master for Torah, Machmas is the Torah. You can ask the Master for Torah by Laila, for Hayala, for Lishka, but you'll know. The term Halach and Evelon Master will say, this is absolutely incredible. Get ready for this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, like the following idea, that halakha l'maisa, the Gemara says, the Malach says, I understand why during the day you were fighting about you didn't have time to learn. I get that. Yeah, you were doing battle. But at night, why are you not learning? At night, why listen, do you hear this? I understand you're fighting, you're not working during the day. I understand you're working during the day, but you're fighting the battle during the day. I got it. But now you're not at war. You're at war. There's nice figures. I don't understand. What's it? It's such a tremendous mitzvah. It's a long night. There's no such thing as it's beautiful when they come to this message in the morning. It's incredible. That it's not a tour not to learn at night. I have to learn at night. Again, I do mean that they start to shift because it's just a different kind of experience. So the Malach said, listen, it's wartime. It's wartime. And the Malach comes to Yoshua and says, where is Night Seder? Where's Night Seder? What's happening over here? It's nighttime. I understand. You learned before you went out to war. The whole day you're busy with the war. But for my son now it's nighttime. Where is your learning. Well, listen, this is overwhelming Gemara. Because sometimes we think we've got it all figured out. I learn in the morning, I go to work, nighttime is for me to relax. Just understand, again, they're pretty busy during the day, because they're on the Yoshua. And yet the Malach comes out of the day to say, there's no such thing at night when there is free time, not all of it, but some of that time was absolutely unequivocally devoted to study. So I was asked to stop over here for today. It's fine. I just want to point out, we did a lot of Gemara today. We did do a lot, broad lot, one back, but we did do a lot. Again, we're not going to rush. Beautiful, fine wine Gemara. We continue tomorrow side. Shkoya. All right, good Chodesh. Let's have a great day. Good Chodesh.
This was supposed to be just like LBC. It's called Petey the Pibble has officially been introduced and called it. Let's see.
Stories about pibbles attacking kids and stuff. So I was like, hey, Chet's not wrong. I've owned pit bulls. He was just on sent me this article from like a few weeks ago. This 4-year-old. Those are the executive business are this 4-year-old. The pit bull. Since a puppy, pit bull.
Pibbles are great. Pibbles. You go to the fucking dog place, you go to get the rescue, and you're like, they're like, what kind of dog are you looking to get? I'm looking to get Pibbles. Pibbles. You're looking to get a dog named Pibbles? Pibble the Pibble.
With a girl, she's a 4-year-old girl, was in the pool. Parents went to go get a towel in the pit bull.
All right, so good morning. We're like to begin to be like all of our sponsors for this morning.
This guy's a breeder. He's like,
Alex, I'm a sponsor for Tough Shooting, annual Commodore Consultation Shop of Ourselves, has dedicated all of the shooting and drug shows this year as his first for the source on the start coaching stuff of it. So we thank him very much for their generosity and how he should open it. Hashem. If you feel the country is kind of all the problems. So Commodore sponsors for the month of David, the Tony family memory of Amit Ben David Levy, the Holy Rafa, the very Peter Levy, who was co-fighting in God on the first day of Hanukkah. We all got the merit of our Commodore. He was someone out of Rio and the family in the summer. And I was learning questions of I was kind of risk there, and then we have a risk there to your grandmother, Sarah, back to Shimon's Holy Rafa. Look at America, that Commodore. And someone have a Rio. The family and the church was always a great piece of women. And the schools of all of our countries have to ignore the government for being in the Shalom and the Khalom, and the merit of our holy soldiers, and the Rafa and be successful. The call not say anything. And this is that, let us begin. Today's that is Mary Gimel, 43. We are up to 42 days of the days of the last to do today. We're not even going to pick up on the money. It's pretty much right smack in the middle of the days. Right across from 12:6 is the So the Gemara says, so how do you know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all 3 macros? Remember, again, we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or say the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the camp in the desert. So the desert, there are 3 camps. Machane Shina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle, Machane Levia, which is where the Levine camp around, and then Machane Yisrael, which was everyone else. So for example, Yisrael has that same setup. So the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Levia, the rest of Yisrael, Machane Yisrael. So the idea here that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all 3 macros, all 3 camps. He says, you know how you're reading this from. It's not right, because Pasuk says, I see it in the color, and if you're not going to go ahead and take the color, look at that also. For context purposes, it's important to understand that there are 2 cases of misapplication, right? 2 cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed the Hakadosh Baruch Hu in public, and then there was the Makoshesh Eitzim, the person who was Makalo violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the 2 cases of execution that you have in the desert. So you must bring the return about hold you to Makalo, take them apart. So it says, take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed the Hakadosh Baruch Hu, take him out of the camp. And go ahead and execute him. So you are right, this is no muscle. What does it mean? He's taken out of all 3 camps. Take him out of all 3 camps in order to go and execute him. So you must ask him if this is your muscle, and now if it's the muscle, so you take him out of all 3 camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all 3 camps. Maybe it just means take him out of one of the camps. never can be put to matter. It says over here by the McCullough, by the guy who puts it on the put to matter. Never a point on the top put to matter. It says by the permanent structure. What is the permanent structure? If you look at Rashi is a permanent structure. There are two balls that they're referring to over here. Number one is Har double shot sequel. So this is the specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. If the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly, there's a particular type of carbon that was brought that's called Har double sequel. Or again, the power calling Mashiach. This takes the high that reflected the calling Bible, deliberately erroneous for you as well. General columns and seeing actually neither of these kabbalas are consumed, rather are destructive. They're burned. Keep it simple. The kosi is called out higher on the chutz lamachara. Fine. So the man says, Malahara chutz shashmach. Just like by these parts. Right? Just like by these parts, sorry. Just like by these bull offerings, they are taken outside of all three camps to be burned. So you must act on chutz shashmach. So to over here, this national kosi by the makara is also outside of all three macharos. I have a husband now, and by the way, how do you know by the party that they're taken out of all three camps? The Bahoti is called Hapar, and because the Machana goes to the Shalosh Macharos, the Pasuk says the Bahoti is called Hapar, and because you shall take the par, the entire par, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? Means outside of all three camps. The Gemara says, sorry, I can look at Macharos. You mean all three camps. How do you know? Maybe you need to take the part outside of one of the camps. How do you know it means all three camps?
It's from our guy, though.
When the Pasuk says, you don't require this process, right? I don't need this Pasuk over here. But watch this. Don't see as a power, I don't need that process. I don't need that because there is no taking power to the ball outside of the Machanan. The son also, Kashasar, Asapar, it's already gone to me. Then I'm going ahead and bring this power as I burn the other part. And just as the other part is burned outside of the Machanan, so to this one is as well.
So if you want to know why you're standing where you are, where you come from, if you want to know who got you here, that's an important consideration. And what you're going to take, but I don't even know if the consequences. Why?
We got questions over on the Kutzlamachana, the Dashman, and then when it says a third time on the Kutzlamachana, by the celebration taking out of the ash, that's also a necessary right. Because right now, Ashaka Hajak Yushay, teaching on Machana, that meant to teach you a very Machana, because it's essentially the repetition of this phrase on Kutzlamachana, which is unnecessary in a number of different contracts, which means that whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. And then it's stupid books. So why not learn it out from stupid books? So let's say, stupid books refers to the prohibition
I can't think of anybody who sucks. Give me somebody who sucks.
a carbon outside of the base chemical. Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the base. So this is not that this is the Shalosh Machos. So for example, over again, where am I supposed to check the carbon? Inside of this is what we call Machan of Shkira. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, and let's say Machan of a Via, you don't apply to that. The Machan of Via, and Halachah of myself, now whenever it says Chutz Machan, that's even one Machan. Martin, so now from Shkita goes, Mama Halach Chutz Machan Achos, just like that Shkita goes, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. So over here. Now what's the here? The here is by the Nakalo. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, the execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So you might say, with my hands, you study how to express. So essentially, you see over here as follows. Just to highlight this. So you see a number of things that are done, quote unquote, outside of the camp. Right? We have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the Par Ha'elam Government and Tzibor, and the Par Ha'elam Mashiach are burned outside of the camps. Now you have to know that those two columns Those actually, let's do very differently.
Yeah, okay, there we go. You have to
Are verbs outside of all three camps. That we know that. They themselves such as before. Should the good support the should the chef to cover outside of this instance applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Should the cook in one camp, Holland all three camps. Now if I tell you by execution, the whole CO said I need cook from that camp. The person going to execute outside of the camp. What don't I know? What don't I know? How many camps? You're an execution. But the issue is, obviously once you compare the execution to the pollen. And if it's just that the pollen are done outside of all three camps, so the execution is done outside of all three camps as well. So what you want to say is, well, how do you execution? You don't need to compare execution to what? Execution is. Execution is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the shayla. You might just know. You might say, the stop when you come and stop and how do you relate it? Or it's more sense to go ahead and compare execution to others. Why? Not sure in the context, because execution already share all of these similarities. First of all, there are logistical similarities. Not repulsive, applied by both. And if it's not by both, not sure both of the territory acts, and the fact that both provide totally. So there's more things to compare execution to the party. You know, as I know, it's two different terminators. I can go ahead and score at these two different lives. Again, hoping to sum up people, not to execute. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to stupid person over these other ways. So let's get that done. Let's not okay. You don't have liability, liability in your life. And again, okay, so for the people, let's just not sure everything. It is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act, two preparatory act. So if I look at the month's intent on region, execution makes the pollen. It's just that the pollen are done outside of all three machanos. So the execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, you gotta learn.
Why did they post this?
She said the Gemara, Rafa says, on the Moshe Rafa takes another approach. He says, where is Moshe Rabbeinu in the text? Where is Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, the Nachala Leviah. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Nachala Leviah. But remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't live in Nachala Shechina, right? Because that was the Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Shechina. He was situated in Nachala Leviah. And the Torah was speaking Moshe Rabbeinu was responsible for carrying out the execution. Not really himself, but ultimately as overseeing it. Moshe is in the problem. Very sensitive. Moshe takes an apollo, takes the guy who's most responsible, taking outside of the camp. He might say, maybe they'll leave, put them out there. So that means that they're outside of my family. And then there's another one. So it says, they took the apollo outside of the machana. So there's another one side. What is that? Put the machana Yisrael. What is the machana Yisrael? So the whole thing is just doing up everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is executed outside of all three camps. So that's not what we show here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? Now, that's a different approach to address this. No. How is we found the last no. That last phrase of by a seal also by a seal of the color of the cook from Machana, that phrase. That goes to the people that actually carried out the execution. In other words, that's carried out everyone just did what I said. Not for your purposes. First of all, see the urgency. That's why the execution says that they executed the guy who did the trial. Who was the same type of man. So also, Kasher Siva Hashem is Moshe. Also said the Kavi Shadi as Hashem commanded Moshe. But based on what the passage that says, but you do also so says that they went ahead and they told him they still like to send him a hollow. So my option, when you read that passage says that they carried out the execution. So the better to do this, very this requires a very different concept. Very different concept. It's very real stuff happening. That and one thing that they get is strength. So you might just also the one that you said. So we talk about so also mean that when you stand in, you stand in and not with this process. Meaning what? So you might say, I love for so you call it a regularly successful person to see law. The ultimately again, you extend them from the idea is that it's hasting that. Because again, the strong focus on the barrier, but the barrier is prolonged. Yeah? So therefore, again, when you do a stone, you stone the individual, and you're the person without any other layers, i.e. no broken. And one other thing, it makes the Evan Akwas lesson. So if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies, as a result of one stone, then Allah will you I would have thought that Skila, by definition, requires multiple stones. I'm not sure it's going to from that, so we haven't gotten into this. That's what we consider. See, the 2 days from now, that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership of Skila. So we'll discuss that in the session. So notice how the Hatsina is, and then it's different It's what's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abanim stones. We might say we need both. Why do we both? Because we touch a Rahmana Evan, if we would have just said Evan singular, Havana, take everyone makes Pekada, then we see Akin I would have thought like this. Essentially, when you're saying Skila, what you have a one shot. If you get it right, okay, if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, then fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. He's free. Yeah, but the Gemara says, well, they say, what does Abana teach us? Abana teaches us that Allah for again, he stone. If it takes one stone, takes one stone. Takes multiple stones, takes multiple stones. But what we call Abanim, if it was said Abanim, how do they make Kala 1950? I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. That's a Rahmana Evan. Therefore, the Lord comes along and says, Evan, you start with one stone. I kind of know my Kala. Now, just by the just as an aside, this is information. This is the side point. I remember let's keep focused. Let me focus. What do we introduce to all here? But when we execute someone, we execute them where? Outside of all 3 camps. That's interesting enough. The way this was introduced to us is as a concept. And it says, the whole thing is something. Now it turns out that in reality, it's like the learning is up from there, and it's a shakama. So we might say, well, which one is it? So we might say, the Tana teaches us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a zero shabbat. So the Gemara says, even that, even lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, even lo ne'emar kamar, even lo ne'emar kamar, and it's the almost zero shabbat. So in reality, you learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of what we make the apostle. But had we not had a puzzle that made it one statement, then what? Now, what I said, we would be able to learn out from Zero Shabbat. Okay, what's the first one? But Rashi says, don't go to anybody else. To me, what Moshe Rabbeinu was the situation. So God says, he said, not one of you. Okay, it's a game, not one of you. What is
Yeah, hold on. Looking at myself a little bit nothing about music, but it makes my life richer because I can appreciate when I hear that song in March, man. It's beautiful. It makes the world more beautiful. It makes me less ignorant about music, right? But you know what I'm saying? Because if you don't seriously get to a project, you're an artist. I need to know all this, like
like che chiaro tu non sai che si vede io che da mi so oggi che si va a fare cosa perché mi sai quali sono le emozioni come
wistfully ignorant and drunk parallel. We all do.
mi sai che si fa se sa di
Most
più
boring podcast you've ever seen.
so then
I
ci
mean, I don't really understand because I don't really understand what pop really has to do with any of this.
Sneaker and the
It's
Tia.
blockbuster.
So
I'm
again,
sure
we'll
they're
talk
going
about
to get
all
some
of
other
these
crescendo of an
items.
argument, but
So
I
the
think
demand
most
trends over here,
of
essentially
yeah.
what comes out the idea
All right, yeah, we'll
that
call it
when
there.
you
Join our
execute
Patreon.
someone,
We
it's
stream on Wednesdays.
actually
Shout out to everyone to the 10K.
there's no way in
Check
the
out the
hands
Tweeties
on that.
episode this week
Again,
if you
we'll
want
talk
to come
about
hang out with us
exactly
for our
what
10K
that
celebration.
means. And then
Yeah,
also by
review
skill,
we're
we're
going
going
to
to
be
see the
eating.
process is first we throw a person off
All
a high
right,
roof.
see you next
Throw a
week.
person off a high roof.
I'd like
The
to
goal
third the
is
book game.
that they're liable to death if you die by impact. Right? That's the goal. That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here is a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a dechia, pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing, right? Which makes a lot, or let's say, understand, sometimes you can hear this stuff, like, what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We've now seen the kishkas of the legal system, and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent execution. As we've seen, in other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished that well. Nevertheless, there's the fact that we can do that. You know, so I'm going to get my Rashi. If you go, so I don't know if you touch this, I'll explain to you. For any hopes you could see the part of the stuff that night Rashi. So that was Rashi.
Anyways, that's not why you're here. You're join the
What
Patreon.
do you do with all
Join
of
the
these
Reddit
hoaxes
on the
that are
Patreon.
mentioned by the
We
party,
watch Ellen DeGeneres' new special. I believe it was called Angry Bitch. Oh, God. No, is it?
Which one says Tasha?
Something
I don't know.
about,
I don't know. So there's a lot of hoaxes. Okay, so what's the takeaway? What's the
Something
takeaway?
like that,
Our
yeah.
takeaway
But
is
anyways,
that
that's on the
when
Patreon. If you want to know
execute
what we think
someone.
about it, go join the
So
Patreon.
let's
Subscribe to
two
the
concepts.
YouTube.
Number one,
If you aren't
that
subscribed
execution
already,
was not done in
we're
days.
thinking about
Very important. The
killing
two
anyone
reasons
that's
that
not
we saw
subscribed
yesterday,
to
that's
this
why
YouTube.
wasn't
We're
following
just thinking about
execution
that,
on days.
maybe.
Number one, that people should not think that Basin is able to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution space outside of Basin, it finds a little bit more time to defend should lead to for example,
Anyways, that's not
together.
your goal is
So it's like, how
65,000.
far
Yes,
outside
I'll take
of
that.
Basin
Absolutely.
do we
65K grand.
So,
Yes,
it was established
numbers, guys.
right?
But
Essentially,
anyways,
we're
that's
working
not why
with
they're
is
here. They're
things
here to
that
watch
always operate
Tim
within
as
the
a shop.
city
Start
proper.
the
That's what
timer.
we're making the assumption.
Play
So,
the
for
chain
example,
clip.
let's say
Alrighty, let's see
using
what we got
Shanghai
here
as a
today,
model
dude.
with the
The first one comes from
operators and
Cats
operate
for
and
Price.
it's
I believe this is the
they're
name.
not going to shoot
Turn
them.
down for
So
nuts.
therefore,
Turn
you're
down for
executing
nuts.
outside of Machanes, then again, outside of Machanes, outside of Machanes. Since the future is happening outside of all three
Doesn't bother
Machanes.
him at all. Look at him. He's old and he's a loser. It's not even a big deal. He's weak.
So you want to say so we'll say so remember the
Women
other
don't
thing
like
that we
him
saw
as
in
he's
the
married
Mishnah
5
was this
times.
fascinating
He has
idea.
no money.
So let's play
He
this out,
sells
right?
the sandals
Moving
instead.
as a
He's
teacher so
gay.
shame,
He's
interesting belonging, let's say anything asking
trying to be
that we're
gay.
going to liable for that. So remember again, we're not going to be moving out to the accessibility. The accessibility is outside of all things. Remember what we do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance way of the flag. Another guy in ocular, like in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen? This one's called some flat guy would raise his flag, horse guy would drive it out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to base. Okay. So let's say this is great. You know,
that's that
I'm
one
not
guy, Charlie Daniels.
Akot Evan Sheniskova, the Akot Sheniskova, the Akot Shenelabo, the Akot Solution Echna. So the person is good to me.
That's not Charlie Daniels. That's Charlie Daniels. Cameron Hayes has some better. I think that's influencer we've seen before. Yeah.
the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kuman shall Sibor. Right? This is great, by the way. Right? This is such a Jewish subject. What the sig is about? When you execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money. Right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says, it is clear to me that when Bezdin is carrying out an execution, obviously the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. But remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and executing as well. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope for the rope used for strangulation, all these we shall see what this gives in communal funds. My time, right? Like what's the experience? Is it the gay? Well, but let's see the look on that. It doesn't really make sense. You tell the first, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right, today's execution of the is sponsored by, sponsored by the Schwarzenegger. Right, like the English mass, you can't, I want to point out something. Think about it. Actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Ruben's execution? Right? Let Ruben pay for his own execution. Ruben got himself into this mess. Right? Why pay for communal funds? So it's interesting because if you look logically, it should come from Ruben, right? The person is executed. Part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason you don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel like that's appropriate to ask the person, or to tell the person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. Listen to this. Rabbi Rahuna, Susan Shemanitingo, the Susan Shiratzuma Anigan, you shall be evil. Okay, second, let's go back to the Mishnah. Right, so now you're going to sentence the guy. So what happens? As we're going to see taken out today's execution, so what did the Mishnah say? We have flag guy saying about bacon. We have horse guy, who's paying for those people? Somebody, that guy's not working for free, right? And horse guy's not working for free. So who's paying this? Who's paying them? And Shamu, on one hand, Caitlin Batzel every day, on one hand, we should look, who are these guys really looking for? What are they looking for? They're looking for Ruben, right? And they're benefiting Ruben. So Ruben should have to pay for swag guy, Ruben should have to pay for horse guy. Right, on the other hand, Kayvon and the Bezdin and the Chayim and the other Bahat Shalom, on the other hand, this really is an obligation on Bezdin, right? Because the obligation on Bezdin is to try to the best of their ability to exonerate. So really, again, we're asking over here, who is this benefit? On one hand, it's benefiting Ruben. It introduces some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Bezdin, because Bezdin has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Just how incredible this is. It's not a new reality that organizations have to fundraise. Right? This is not a new reality. Right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there's not an inexhaustible supply of money to the Jews or to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. The question sounds almost like a little bit cute. But again, it's not the question of economics. Who is paying those? Who are the responsible people? So there's not an inexhaustible amount of money for the things that any Jewish organization is responsible for. So again, that's the Shiloh. So let's say Gemara says, listen to this. This is great. The soup. Hadam Rashi, our stuff. I don't see the color. It's only being executed. Mashkin also, Korak Shabbat, one of the kosher guys. So let's listen to this. They were given a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Korak Shabbat, the one that's frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the Torah. So they would give him this wine mixed with frankincense. This wine mixed with Lavona. So apparently, what Lavona does with wine, is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? And once in a while, why was this done? Kiddush, the Torah died. And the person who executed, we wanted them to do essentially we get them like a sticker and agree. Like, I interested to see how that actually
Like over
worked.
here, you got people all on each side. But the nice
so they would do.
the only people that can get seats like that are rich famous people or people that have walked to a rich famous person's trip. So
We say
yeah,
L'chaim.
Callan did
We say
one of those
L'chaim.
things. Those
Why
are
do you
big
say
sucking
L'chaim
seats,
when you
dude.
drink?
Because
The L'chaim hasn't been done because of this Gemara.
Oh, okay.
Because when you
Anyways,
execute
in Sean
someone,
World,
they
plus
would
my
back
commute
up
time,
by
the
them with
drug giveaway
alcohol.
winner finally
So
got
that the
walked to his
senses would
truck.
be dulled and wouldn't
There we
fully
go.
realize
That
what
fucking
was
time. I
happening.
mean, I'm still mad
Canon
at it.
Huggy says when you drink,
But it's all
you drink
good.
with each other,
That's how
when
they
we drink with each
Yeah,
other,
you're a good
it
loser.
should never be construed has to shovel that
I'm
we're
just, I
dulling
mean,
our
I'm glad I went to a
senses
truck guy.
because of
Because
something
like, it would really
negative
suck
that
if
is
I went
going
to
to
somebody
occur.
who's
You know,
just not
sometimes
into
people
blowers
drink
and
as an
clogging and
escape.
shit, which is
As
what
an
I am
escape.
into. It
Like
would
the
suck if I
typical
went to
like
somebody
yeah,
that
I'm
would just
drinking
go
as
to
an
T-ball
escape.
practice.
That's not why you drinks. Like you've never been to escape. Like you
Yeah, this
drinks
is me for
because
T-ball.
a little bit of mashka, like
They're
Nicholas
not modding,
Young, that's a
dude.
song.
Like, they're
That's the
not modding all
ability
this
to
week.
not dull my
I'm on every
senses,
day.
but open my eyes. That first I love every single person, right?
As you
And
can
how
see,
much love I could
you can't tell
have
which one
how
is
much
shop
breath
because
of
they
it.
both
Different
have
time
similar
Martin
body
says,
types and
when
merch.
two Jews drink, they got to
Both wear
say,
the same hat.
L'chaim,
Look
to
at that
life.
beard,
That it should
not
have,
shop.
because
And
drinking
she's got a
together
beard.
is a life
And also got
affirming
regular
experience,
ears with
not chas v'shalom
yeah.
something done
As
to
you can see,
dull
Sean was
the
very happy.
senses
What's
because
attached to
something
their hat?
negative
Is
is
that a
going to
mic?
occur. Not
Yes.
just Gemara.
Okay, I mic'd it up.
So
Those are
Gemara
DJIs. I actually own a pair.
So Gemara says that when they
Not only
execute
am I
someone,
turning into
they
a
give them
shop,
a little
people
bit of
say because
wine,
I've also bought
with
the things and couches.
places
Oh yeah,
with
we
the
sell
bone
some
up.
stands at your
You
place,
get
and
to touch that,
but
but
I
it
also
shouldn't
own
be like
those
what's going
mics,
on
and
here.
I
That
have
was such a
3
shame,
nice
right?
t-shirts.
Kinu Shechar, Ma'obey, Yayin Amari, that
Let's
that's
see the
literally
next one.
again, give Shechar, Shechar, nothing
Confidence Search 8648 posted this. It's called Hot Shit Guy is Homeless as Fuck.
and wine to those who have beer of
The videos
salt,
are
which I
going to be a
must
lot
say
of
just as
problems
a
really, so
sign,
hopefully they play.
you know,
It's
seems to
pretty
be
good.
something like cutting. So the Gemara says, why did they control and create wine? Why did they create wine? For the Koshal Tanchumin. For the Kabbalah translation. Remember, I will say we learned this morning cutting that when the person will come back from the Ravaya, right? The person would lose a loved one. What was the first thing you got when you came back from the Ravaya? First thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the folk created the wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of life. That's what Shlomo created. Because sometimes again, to you, Yain Amari Nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul, sometimes a little bit, in moderation. And it takes the other maybe a little bit more than normal to take away a little bit of the bitterness. So the idea over here is you would give a guy who's about to get to give him a l'chaim, give him a strong l'chaim, so that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. So listen to this. You learned from the time you learned Nashim Mikashim Sharayim, how you misnatlos. And this is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim.
22 years old.
Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? Like these precious women of Yerushalayim. Yet once you donate the wine, what's interesting by the way, that it's the women who donated the wine, right? Why not men who donated the wine? So, one of the men are more relative to part of the wine. That's not popularity one. Okay, but it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine what happened. Men see
It
women
does
be
look like he's
executed.
always surprised recently.
What's the
Like,
Hebrew
I've seen
saying?
him recently.
What's the Hebrew
Just like,
saying
what the fuck is
as
happening?
being that after
Right,
execution?
well, beating at his wear beating.
I do. I tell you,
That
that guy,
listen, we
he had
watch him, we
coming,
want Nick, beating guy said the fuck off our podcast, dude. Yeah, beating guy, you're done. We said it. We gave you one episode where we're shocked that you weren't wearing the beanie, and then in the next episode we watched you were still not wearing the beanie. So as far as I'm concerned, you're a blockbuster
it's still tragic.
and you're over.
It's still tragic. And therefore,
Don't go
we
beanie
would
once,
donate the wine.
shame
So
on
let's
me.
look at this.
Yeah,
That's
don't wear
okay.
beanie twice.
No, it's not rules. Let's say no one donated the execution
Said it
wine.
better
No
myself.
one got
I
an
did
execution
say that.
wine.
Let's see
So you
what the
might
next
say,
one is.
Michelle me.
This is gonna be. Are you kidding me? This again 2 weeks ago when he was at one championship, they were the best seats in the house.
So there's no
Posted
luxury
by
colors. Right? No one donated the
91.
execution wine.
He dresses like an evil
Who is paying
stepdad.
for it? It was the bad thing that was cheaper. No,
Like
the truth
the
is,
John Bernthal
that's actually
character
pretty
from
easy one because it's something
Wolf of Wall
that
Street.
comes from community
Yeah,
funds.
kinda,
Why?
yeah.
Except to you,
Like somebody
what's
always
the
says,
Russian case? To you, the shape
He writes down the French name on this
true is
and
full. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that concept indicates that it comes from the people. Okay, so that's fine. So that's the easy one. If you know that you're going to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. So you might say, okay, so I just want to point out, the the Gemara doesn't resolve it. Right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The why? Execution why? If there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shayla says the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flat guy, who pays for horse guy. That's what the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara doesn't answer. Okay, Gemara says, the one year that I come to all the Restream. I'm not coming up on the you should love me to this finish stacking. Watch this. Just remember again, and just all these things together. Remember again, you have the same lectures. Who's sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who's sitting there? In front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now, remember when you saw that in deliberations, if one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument to examine. What do? You put him on the basis. Okay, so watch this. You want to be interested in this. Let's say one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to exonerate. And what happened? It was shocking. He became mute. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. So remember, what is the halacha? So when I say that, which is the idea, when I say changes the idea means, Rav Sheshes is like wave someone off.
I guess before I'd love to have case studies.
Like in a dismissive way. So in Shabbat, I feel after myself all the night. If somebody becomes mute and they can't advance on it, they can't advance on it. Otherwise, it's unfortunate to make it someone on the other end of the world who has some kind of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. If you can say it, you will say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone said something to say, and then you want the power of speech, you can't accept that at all. Who's the message? No. Because the closest with someone you may or may not exist at the other end of the world. Okay, that's a possibility. We have no reason to think that that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, because of faith in connection, I had something to say. Step forward. He just never got a chance to say it. The Merchant Tesla, the same way, some of you see that Canino, Echami Akini, which is the thought, who makes the most of it. If you have one of the students who said, Rabbi say, I had an argument to advance, to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? Rabbi said, he's put up a case, and then he died. Rabbi also said, he died. The only come up is he up, right? The only come up, versus the halacha is, you count his opinion, even though he's dead. Like, you count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, the Zohar Zicha in, was the Balam. So what do you see from there? It's only if he actually advances. You know, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the base, and he advances his opinion. And then he died. Okay, so you can still count his opinion even after he died. But that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says,
that's out of control.
So the Gemara says, Zicha in, no Zicha lo. To which the Gemara says, Zicha Shita. Amar, so obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the student says, I can count his opinion even though he's dead. The Shaila was like, what? The Shaila is an argument. Now what happens is the student steps forward and the student says, I have grounds to exonerate, but never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara kind of ends off with the kasha. Okay, so remember he says, Afilu. So Afilu, Let's remember again. The next part of the Mishnah said, fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah says as follows. Ruvain, I would say, play this called Ruvain, is going to bring Saskila about to be executed.
I don't even know what that is, but it sounds like something you do. There's no way all of that is not done before he starts his run.
So remember again, now what happens over here?
He's running
now,
maybe
Ruvain says,
at the earliest he's running
I have an argument to exonerate myself. So let's say, what's the
Bob running
halacha?
at 4 a.m.
So the Gemara
That's
says,
just like you have a disorder.
so you go ahead and
Sleeping hat, running.
you bring him back even 4 or 5 times.
It doesn't make sense. There's no reason to do that. If you woke up and ran at like 5:30, nobody would be out very few people. So if that's the like, what do you need to do that's so early? Before, like, does he work super far away?
As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that Allah we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Otherwise, it's like, I hear that something you said. I have no stupid muscle yesterday. Like, putting your kids to bed, right? One more thing. One more thing. That is simplifying that there's nothing else. Right? He's talking about everything. But it's not for everything. There's nothing else. So this is an important caveat. So in other words, if you think, oh no, I realize I know what piece of evidence. So the Restream says, fine, we'll take you back to the desert, but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that you say. So that's not Restream question. But people on the show, is that true? Is that true every time of it? Let's say Restream that the base of Skiba. And he said, first time he says, oh, don't kill me yet. I realize I do evidence. I just thought of something. So, do we have to essentially, do you have to investigate, a little bit investigate that claim already the first time, the second time, it says that only when you cross the time number 3, 4, or 5. So you know, that's how you learn. I'm showing you that these groups are the drivers, so email the bar, but you know, so they're what you learn, that if you go for the first or second time that you then does this, can you just give them a pass? Give them a pass. First or second time you say, have I new evidence, what do you do? You take them back. You take them back to agents, and we allow them to go ahead and say whatever it is that you have to say. So I think it's only from time 3 and on that we need a little investigation over there to base our skill to make sure that he's legitimate and what he is some legitimacy. You can't go look from time 3 and on, the youth minus could be about Matsuna, so he minus could be about Matsuna, so if there's some legitimacy, not effective with some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, take it back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking it back. I'm not about to move off, you can't stay there. You're right, it's like this, you got so it sounds like this. So the first 2 times you kind of get like the get out of skill of 3 cards. In other words, we'll take you back. We'll take you back for the base of skill of 3 days. No pressure rest. You see you have new evidence? Fine, we'll take you back. From time 3 on, if you claim that you have new evidence, we're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot, before taking you back. So you might say, no, yeah, so it's here's the Shiva. How do you know? Well, it's okay. So first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, as long as we then says, have I new evidence, to take him back. From second time and on, how do we know if he's telling the truth? Or if there's some legitimacy to his words. Because Amabaye, the Masuna Zubid Rabbanon, the great 2 times the Chachamim, to the base of fascinating, you know? He commanded to involve in, low. So essentially, bring 2 times the Chachamim, to the base of Skila, and they say, hey, Ravenu, what do you got? Right? And if, after he says it, they're like, oh, okay. Say good, then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him, but otherwise we're just going to execute him. So the mercy of them, so they need Kala. Well, that's the case. If you're furnishing 2 Talmudei Chacham to kind of vet the claim a little bit, from time 3 and on, why don't you just watch? Have them from the beginning. Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, Agab the voice. Lo Matzi Amar Kol My Say. Let's say, understandably so, Ruben is probably this. Right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. Essentially, also, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, there's got to be profoundly overview. Like, it was about the execution. I have no evidence. I'm going to immediately flustered. Therefore, again, what we do for the first 2 times, we bring it back to basics, we can compose himself a little bit. But time 3 and on already, again, this has happened a couple of times. If you have something to say it, and the two guys will become obedient to that. So it's like, so it's a very this. We can see this much more for sure. So again, now this is all progression, right? All the progression is actually tight. The shows like this. It's a very psychological again, it's flowing just one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they exonerated you, right? It turns out you're right. Even they exonerated you, or it's this case where we brought it back to this obscure afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So that's why I felt so much so those put you up. So they found grounds to exonerate. And they exonerated him. He didn't rob and it's not. Yotzi Misaka. He took him out to the stones. So he must have Ukruz Yotzi the father. Listen to this. There was an announcer who went out before Reuben. And what would he say? Vodi ben Vodi. Yotzi Misaka al Sha'abat Vonis Ukonis, right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed, cloning Abel, and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Holy Shinoderos, whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So it's not really does two things. Number one, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kapara, part of the atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. There is accountability for what you do, and there is accountability for what you do. And number three, which is really the most important over here, is a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that the lead exoneration of the that's really the goal over here. So I'm not buying it. So when they might be on funny, so much so I say, we go, by the way, let's add some information. Those other information, so other witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Reuben on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why you put out that information? Because there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Reuben. But maybe there's someone who watches and says, witnesses say Reuben killed Shimon. Like that's interesting because we were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, like at that same time. Right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So that's like, so because of that, ultimately again it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says the cruise goes to the front. So the Gemara says and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says the front of him may carlo. So it's interesting now. God goes to see him. This because the way it reads is they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. They're not beforehand. They're actually saying, I bought in Yom Kodem. Not 4 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes to see him, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnotes. I used to be able to see this level of print. He mentions over here that there's pieces of the skin that were taken out, pieces of the skin that were taken out. But it means the man just intrigued by the idea that I look for the nice stuff in the head and putting it down now, or we didn't put it in the answer earlier. Okay, it's coming to you. I'm doing this is ridiculous, ridiculous. I'm going to show you this. We're showing this as follows. Correct over here. He's trying to start that alarm. So literally translated. If you go, sorry.
Many stitches. Wow, that's weird. You have more life? Many. Dude, who knows? Maybe what the cats are saying, maybe they really are homeless. Maybe they see the benefits of being homeless.
Good. That's usually a regular numbers. Let me go on this. 43B.
Let's see what we got next.
We do not have the luxury of adding in more tomorrow, okay? I can't get through the stipulated amount, don't give me more. I'm not sure, maybe. Kala Zabriat Mitzro. That goes ahead and literally sacrifices his youth. Right? Mishvada Avot, and does his youth blessings. Ma'ala Alabakaza Kilo Kitla Control He says it. He has honor of the top of two worlds. Yeah, he's actually a really beautiful viewer. Today the Rashi. So that's what she's like. The other she is so laughable. Yet the youth increases me to sin. Who don't call the Hargo, shut the truth. So my Yetzer entices me to sin. After my Yetzer entices me to sin, it's so full. I sacrifice means I subdue it. And ultimately again, I decimate it. And I do tshuva. And I go ahead and confess my sins. So according to Joshua, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my Yetzer. I gave in to my Yetzer hara. I sinned. But afterwards, again, I overcome my Yetzer hara. I subdue my Yetzer hara. I confess. I do tshuva from my averos. And I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Herculean task and accomplishment that it says it. I have honored the Kodesh Baruch Hu in 2 words. Ultimately, again, he offers a toda, thanksgiving offering, you have in 2 norms. The norms representing this idea of Shemach HaKrov when this wilderness. We also want to find out something amazing. If you look at the Lashon over here, it doesn't say like Kol HaKol Yisrael. It says Kol HaZorech Yisrael. So what's the critical thing to understand is when you overcome the desire to sin, essentially, there's nothing to the truth that as if I'm watching the cup and I'm doing the restoration just a moment. See, I want to be able to commit an Avera. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a Yetzer, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my Yetzer, I am giving up something for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the ability to offer Karbanos with acts of the church. And that's every single day. I have an opportunity to offer Karbanos. What kind of Karban? I want to do something. I want to do an Avera. I want to do an Avera. Chilili Mukhang Muzuma, right? Yashin Yuchid Kuchid Yuchid. I want to do an Avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want. I have a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength, not to do that Avera, that's a Karban. That's a Karban. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I must say, that is perhaps the most dramatic Karban that one could have offered. If you take something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of Karban a youth could offer. And when you offer that type of materialistic Karban, the Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. You know what I'm like this. You know, and it's like, when you look at something like that, right, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. The verse is in English Kayan, Ladies in English said, of the Makris Ola, Kar Ola Yado. So a person goes and offers up an Ola, you get it from Ola, like Minchas, Kami Kaliyago, you offer up an Ola, you get it from Minchas, Avam Shema Sayor, in this English still, when you offer up a Karban, you get reward for the experience Karban you offer. However, listen to this, Avam Mi, said Daito Shvela. That was like, but so is that, what is Daito Shvela? Daito Shvela we often translate as humble. But the Maharsha actually has a different idea here. The Maharsha says that Daito Shvela is, which was the Hayu Sheshav B'Kol Libo. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shvela means someone who is about Shuvah. We'll say, what does it mean to be about Shuvah? What it means about Shuvah means I sinned. And now when it comes to the opportunity to sin again, this time I say, Ribono Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Shvela. That's about Shuvah. What's that? About Shuvah not someone who never sinned, because someone who never sinned will be about Shuvah. About Shuvah is someone who's tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. Never been good at something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fires of desire anymore diminished, but because what I'm doing now in this moment is, I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, guys, listen to this. Allah Akasha Kulu Yikrit Kala Karbanos Kula. It is as if you have offered up every single Karban. So now, Zikri Elokim Lach Nishbara. But let's say because the highest level of Karban that we can offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shalom. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of Karban that exists in this world. when I offer up that kind of carbon, it's as if I offer up every item of sacrifice under the sun. My security luckily, but not only that, your own elegant philosophiness as such a person possesses a dramatic rock at Tila, his Tila never rejected Shemar, Nishbar, Nitya, Elohim Mosipsa. Little be again a broken heart. A broken spirit, a downtrodden spirit, ultimately yet the prophet never despised. The greatest covenant we could offer is not a older Gershom. The greatest covenant we could offer is the covenant of our own desires. When I sacrifice what I want, because it's more important to do what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. That's the highest level of covenant. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you make every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I'm able to make that sacrifice, I have a special koach hativa, a special power of prayer. I want to say about stop over here today. Good strength, everyone. Tomorrow's our Sunday.
Sometimes I'll pre-package y'all the skits have been trying to sneak
Have a good day. All right,
Michelle lies. Let's be very honest. Lies don't pay well. But outside of there, it's probably still good material. But outside of that, it's always been about getting Luke to pop. That's what Have You Seen This? That's what the show is built upon. Can we get Luke off the track he's on? Because he'll be on that track for a while.
all right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank you.
Formula for a show. The straight man and the funny guy. And looks all like
Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Touching our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Toasting Shtachar So, we're dedicating all of the Shiurim and Drushos this year as his host for the Soros Fellows on the Soros Toasting Shtachar So, we thank you very much for your generosity. And I wish you Zochem Eretz Hashem that the deal in the Bakash should be inspired for all of the problems. So, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron B'Bracha, the brother of Itai Levi, who was coach fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Neshama will have an Aliyah and the family a Neshama. And our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Ari and Chana Richter, and then we have Rabbi Richter's dear grandmother, Sarah Bas Shemit for the Bracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Neshama will have an Aliyah. The family and Neshama, of course, is always dedicated our learning in this course of all of our precious hashtags, which Baruch Hu makes from bringing home the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, make the Baruch Hu be successful. The whole Maaseh. And with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are up to 42 Mem days on the days of the lot to do today. Minhani, let's just pick up from Minhani Mili. This is pretty much right smack in the middle of on the days, right across from Tosfos the Nav. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that in general, when someone is executed, they have to be taken out of all three masters? Remember, when we spoke about this idea that this kind of the setup of the way Jewish community was modeled, or the setup of Jewish community was very much modeled after the Arabian camp in the desert. So in the desert, there are three camps: Machane Shina, which represented the Mishkan in the middle; Machane Leviyah, which is where the Levian camped around, and then Machane Yisrael, which was everyone else. So, for example, Yerushalayim has that same setup. So the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shina, Harabayis, Machane Leviyah, the rest of Yerushalayim, Machane Yisrael. So the idea over here that we've been working on is that when you execute someone, you have to take them out of all three Machanes, all three camps. He says the Gemara behind me, we didn't know this one. Come on, because the Pasuk says, go ahead and take the Makala. Most of that also, the context purposes, it's important to understand that there are two cases of Nisat, right? Two cases of people who were executed in the desert. There was the Makalo, who was the person who cursed up in the forest in public, and then there was the Makoshi, the person who was Makalo, violated Shabbos publicly in the desert as well. Those are the two cases of execution that we have in the desert. So the Gemara says, "How turn about it?" He says, "Take out the Makalo, take out the person who cursed up in the forest, take him out of the camp, and go ahead and execute him." The Gemara says, "What does it mean?" It means take him out of all three camps. Take him out of all three camps in order to go and execute him. So you say take him out of all three camps. Maybe it doesn't mean all three camps. Maybe it just means taken out of one of the camps.
I think it might be the truck giveaway.
But never can be booked it says over here by the Metallo, by the guy who first looked at his photo, Kutzmachane. Never Kohen and it's nothing Kutzmachane. It says by the common instruction. What is the common instruction? If you look at Rashi, the common instruction, there are two bulls that we're going to over here. Number one is Har Helam Davar Shomsipor. So this is a specific and unique offering that was made when the Sanhedrin ruled incorrectly. The Sanhedrin delivered an incorrect ruling. There was a particular type of Tabanel, that's called Har Helam Davar Minatzibor. Or again, Rashi says, Har Kohen Mashiach. This was the part that was brought that the Kohen Gadol delivered an erroneous ruling as well. Rashi. Neither of these kabbalos are consumed. Rather, Ellen is Shrafim. They're burnt. You can say Bahosius Kolapar Amiflitzlamachana. Fine. The Gemara says, Mala Halas Mishal That's just like by these paros. Right? Just like by these paros. Just like by these bull offerings. They are taken outside of all three camps. Here, this Lashon of Hotzi by the Metallo is also outside of our two Machanos. I have a husband, and by the way, how do you know by the current that they're taken out of all three camps? The Rabbanon, the Hotzi is called Hapar, and the Machana puts the Shalosh Machanos. Because the Hotzi is called Hapar, and you shall take the Par, the entire Par, outside of the camp. What is outside of the camp? Outside of all three camps. Sorry, It means all three camps. How do you know? Maybe it means you take the Parim outside of one camp. How do you know it means all three camps?
It was mental warfare.
When the Pasuk says, you don't have to look these times, process, like you don't, I don't need to put them out. But the blood says, Bosi as Atar, Almi Kustamach, and at the start of Osa. I don't need that process. I don't need that. But they are really taking out full outside of the Mashah. Shape, I'm going to show you right now, the start of Osa. Somebody tells you that I'm going ahead and burning this car as I burned the other car, and just as the other car is burned outside of the Machanos, so this one is as well. You must why leaking on Machanishni is teach me the second, the whole Tzios on the Machana is going to teach me the move from a second camp. The second camp, the Gemara says, leaking on Machanishni. And then when it says a third time, by the Shemasa that she will take out of the ash. That's also necessary. Why? That contribution is not there. Because it's essentially the repetition of the phrase of unnecessary in a number of different contexts. Or whatever is taken outside of the camp is taken outside of all three camps. So why not bring it out to the number again? The first prohibition to check a carbon outside of the base on Now, where does this apply? This applies anywhere outside of the base. Right? This is not just the Shalosh Machanos. So, for example, remember again, where am I supposed to check the carbon? Inside of the base, it's called Machaneshima. Even if you check the carbon outside of one camp, let's say Machaneshima, you also tie to that. The Gemara says, learn out over here, then halacha myself. Now, whenever it says Chutz Machaneh, that's even one Machaneh. Gemara says, no, now, just like by Shukei Chutz, you can't go ahead and offer up a carbon outside of even one camp. Afghan. So to over here. Now what's the here? The here is by the Metallo. Right? The here is the case of execution. So too by the case of execution, maybe execution just has to take place outside of what? One camp as well. So you might say, so essentially what we see over here is as follows. Just to highlight this. So we see a number of things that are done quote unquote outside of the camps. Right, we have, again, we know that execution is done outside of the camps. We know that the party the Kar Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibor and the Kar Kol Mashiach are burned outside of the camp. Now you have to know that those two Purim, those actually let's Purim are burned outside of all three camps. That we know that. Okay, and we start talking. Shchutei Chutz outside of the camp applies even outside of one camp. Okay, so now I have two situations where things are done outside of the camp. Shchutei Chutz in one camp, Purim all three camps. Now the Torah tells me by execution, V'hotzi also on the Chutz B'machana. Take the person you're going to execute and execute outside of the camp. What don't I know? How many camps? Where am I executing? Now the issue is, the Gemara originally wanted to compare the execution to the Purim. And therefore, just as the Purim are done outside of all three camps, so too execution is done outside of all three camps as well. Which the Gemara just said, well, how do you know? Maybe you should compare execution to what? To Shchutei Chutz. And Shchutei Chutz is only outside of one camp. Therefore, maybe execution is only done also outside of one camp. That's the shayla. The Gemara says no. The Gemara says, for the Sabbath, we come ourselves. Then it makes no sense to go ahead and compare execution to the Purim. Why? Shekein Hotei, because execution and Purim share all of these similarities. First of all, there are linguistical similarities. Russian of Hotei applies by both. By both. Makshir, both are preparatory acts, and the Chatzer both provide atonement. So it makes more sense to compare execution to the Purim. No, I can go ahead and go down from the Shchutei Chutz. Why? Shekin Adam, Chotei Deneshama, Pigol, Makshir of the Pigol. Because again, on the other hand, you could compare execution to Shchutei Chutz in all these other ways. There's Lashon of Adam, right? Lashon of Chotei, both have liability in his life. And Pigol, both are subject to Pigol. Most people around the commercials, Makshir obviously. It is better to go ahead and learn out one preparatory act, another preparatory act. So therefore, both of the Gemara seems intent on linking execution with the Purim. And just as the Purim are done outside of all three machanos, so the execution is also done outside of all three machanos. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, Rav Papa says, Moshe takes another approach. He says, let's look at this. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu? In the temple, where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? So the Gemara says, Machane Levia. Moshe Rabbeinu lived in Machane Levia. I remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu, he didn't live in Machane Shechina, because that was the Mishnah. He was situated in Machane Levia. And the Torah, when speaking to Moshe Rabbeinu was responsible for carrying out the execution, not literally himself, but ultimately for overseeing it. Torah says to him, Moshe, take the Makalo, take the guy who first took the Bible, take him outside of the camp. Gemara says, maybe you don't need. What's the Makalo? So that means again, outside the Makalo. And then there's another lesson. Torah says they took the Makalo outside of the Machane. So there's another Hotzah. What does that refer to? What's the Machane Yisrael? That means to put the Machane Yisrael. So you're going to help out again. So the Hotzah, he's just moving up. Everyone is agreeing in principle on the concept, which is that the person is being executed outside of all three camps. So that's my focus over here. How do I arrive at that conclusion? Now, Papa has a different approach. This person says, no. Hi, no. That last phrase of Bayotsu also Bayotsu as a Makalo Amikutzamachana, that phrase, that's not going to teach you that actually carried out the execution. In other words, that is an important part. Not for legal purposes. Which was no. That's what the Torah explicitly says that they executed the guy who first took the Bible. Where does it say? Top of Nefimo 43a. So also Kasher Tziva Hashem es Moshe. Pasuk says in Klal Yisrael did as Hashem commanded Moshe. Ela me'akal. Based on what about the pasuk that says, "You also." So the pasuk says that they went ahead and they stoned him. They stoned the Makalo. So my option, when you read that passage says that they carried out the execution. Anybody look at the science, this requires for a different passage, for a different halacha. What is it? So say, you also and what does it mean that they stoned him? There's also the law of excuse. We're going to talk about this. It means that when they stoned him and not with this blow. Meaning what? So the Gemara says, halacha, we'll see this halacha, when they would subject the person to skila, meant that ultimately, again, they would stone them unclothed. The idea is that it would hasten the death. Right? Because again, if they're stone cold, that's another barrier. That other barrier could prolong death. Therefore, again, by stone the individual, i.e. the person without any other layers, i.e. no clothing. Evan, where I learned from Evan, that if you go ahead and you stone him with one stone and he dies, as a result of one stone, then halacha l'maisa you yotzi. In other words, I would have thought that skila, by definition, requires multiple stones. Kamash can come with one stone. Now, we haven't gotten into this. It's actually interesting. We'll see in 2 days from now that there's a process for how you administer the punishment, the ownership of skila. So we'll discuss that in the introduction. So make the other and then it's interesting, right? When it comes to stoning, the Torah uses a singular lashon of stone and then a plural lashon of abundant stones. You might say, you need both. Why do you need both? Whereas the concept of Rachmana, Evan, if it would have just said Evan singular, Habamina, take the below makes the Kaza, when we see acquisition, I would have thought like this. Essentially, when a minister is Skila, what do you have? You have like one shot. If you get it right, so if you kill the guy with the stone the first time, it's fine. It's fine. But if somehow he escapes that first stone, he's free. He's free. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Lo neisei akrisiyom like kashavachmana afon." If the Torah says upon what is upon teach us, upon teaches us that Allah again, you're going to stone this. If it takes one stone, multiple stones. Furthermore, because of Rahman Abanu, if the Torah would have just said Abanu, Habamina made Kara, nicely carved. I would have said from the beginning, you have to bring 2 stones. Like the Rahmana Evan. Therefore, the Torah comes along and says, Evan, start with 1 stone. I kind of ne'emar ka'amar. But let's say here's the issue. So now, just by the way, just as an aside, this skilla information, this is a side point right now. Remember, let's keep focused. What are we focused? What are we introduced to over here? That when you execute someone, you execute somewhere outside of all 3 camps. Now, interestingly enough, the way this was introduced to us is as a pasuk. Ne'emar, the Torah says, "V'hotzio samach l'samach." Now it turns out that in reality, it sounds like we're learning this out from there, from a Xer Shava. So the Gemara says, well, which one is it? The Gemara says, Vaha, Haitana, Ne'emar Kama. It kind of introduces us by saying that this is learned out from a pasuk, not a Xer Shava. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. So the Gemara says, Ilu lo ne'emar kamar. Ilu lo ne'emar kra. I see Omer Xer Shava. Akshav Sha'amar kra. So the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, we learn out the fact that we execute someone outside of all 3 camps of the pasuk. But how do we not have a pasuk that made that statement? Then what? Then Allah and myself, we would be able to learn it out from a Xer Shava. Okay, let's say first wide line. The Rashi says, Moshe Echad Yasef. Where was Moshe Rabbeinu situated? The Gemara says, as we said before, Moshe was situated in Machal Aliyah. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Remember again, so Moshe Rabbeinu is situated in Machal Aliyah. The Torah is speaking to Moshe says, take the cursor outside of the Machal. What does that refer to? Chutz the Machane Leviyah. So that refers to step number 1 is taking out Machane Leviyah. El Bichutz the Machane. Then it says El Bichutz the Machane a second time. What does that mean? That's Chutz the Machane Yisrael. That refers ultimately again to taking him out of Machane Yisrael. Now it's here some Makalo. Then the pasuk says they took out the Makalo La Asiya. That pasuk, that third statement means they actually did it. They carried through on it. The Gemara says, Asiya, right, that they carry through on it, that just, that we already said that. So, Azu, Kashet, Siva, Hashem, as Moshe. Pasuk already says, Chal Yisrael did as Moshe had commanded, which Gemara says, no, we violate Chad Smicha, the Chad Tefillah. So we're going to see that pasuk is necessary for another people. So what we're going to call Smicha and Tefillah. So again, we'll talk about all of these items. So the Gemara says over here, essentially the Gemara talks about the idea that when we execute someone, it's actually quite interesting. When we execute someone, before we execute them, there's a smicha, there's a laying of hands on them. Again, we'll talk about exactly what that means, and then also by skira, what we're going to see is the process is first we throw a person off a high roof. Throw a person off a high roof. The goal is that they're liable to death. They should die by impact. Like that's the goal. That's the goal. If they don't die on impact, then we bring in the stones. Right? Then we bring in the stones. So the idea over here is the Gemara says over here, there's a placing of the hands, and ultimately again, then there's a defeat pushing. Now again, we'll discuss, by the way, that it's the witnesses, interestingly enough, have the obligation of pushing. But which makes also understand sometimes what is this? So just understand, remember, this is against the backdrop. We have seen and we have seen how the system is absolutely stacked to prevent execution. Right? We've seen it. So in other words, the ability for a court to actually be able to render a capital ruling after everything we've seen is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So again, we're not finished with that as well. But nevertheless, there's the concept of smicha and bechia, to which the Gemara says, "Amar Rabban Rashi, the dida." So Rabban says that's as follows. According to you, "Kol hani hotzi b'chsev b'parman esrafim." My drashtim. So Rabban Rashi, you're darshaning all of these hotzi minamachos. What do you do with all of these hotzi that are mentioned by the parman esrafim, which again is the parhalam doesn't even have tzibur. Train Mashiach, which Gemara says Kasha. I says, yeah, I don't know. He's like a lot of hoaxes. Okay, so I'll say, what's the takeaway? Our takeaway is that when we execute someone. So first of all, it's usually two concepts. Number one, that execution was not done in Beis Din. This is very important. The two reasons that we said yesterday is that why wasn't following execution in Beis Din? Number one, that people should not think that Beis Din is able to execute anyone. And number two, by moving the execution stage outside the Beis Din, it buys a little bit more time for the defendant should new proof, right? New proof for exoneration come to bear. That's number one. So it's like, how far outside of Beis Din do we place the execution spot? So again, we've established three machlos, right? The assumption we're working with is Beis Din always operates within the city proper. That's what we're making the assumption of. So, for example, let's say using Yerushalayim as a model, where does the Sanhedrin operate? Where does the Sanhedrin operate? In the Beis Hamikdash, in Machane Shechina. So therefore, again, where are you executing? Outside of Machane Shechina. Then again, outside of Machane Leviah, outside of Machane Yisrael. This execution is happening outside of all three Machanos. Incredible. Fine. Says the Gemara, Echad Omeid. So the Gemara says this. So remember, the other thing that we saw in the Mishnah was this fascinating idea. So let's play this out, right? Reuven was accused of killing Shimon. Witnesses came along and left David asking that Reuven is liable to death. So remember again, they're now going to leave Reuven out to the Beis Haskila. The Beis Haskila is situated outside of all three camps. Remember what they do? They put a guy with a flag by the entrance to their Beis Din. They got the guy with a flag, another guy in ocular, right, in the greatest amount of ocular distance on a horseback, right? And then what would happen if Beis Din would find some cool flat guy would wave his flag, horse guy would gallop out to the execution, stop everything, bring the defendant back to Beis Din. Okay. So let's say, so this is great. So I'm not going to Shitali, Echad Evan Sheniskal Dog, the Echad Eish Sheniskal, the Echad Chai Shenerago, the Echad Sulu Shenerago. So let's say, so the point is like this. It's clear to me that the stones used for stoning, right? The tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope used for strangulation, Kula Mishal Tzibor. right? I was supposed to. This is great, by the way, right? This is such a Jewish sugya. What the sugya, you know what the sugya is about? When we execute someone, who's paying for it? Right? Who's paying for it? In other words, look, execution costs money, right? Who is footing the bill for this? So the Gemara says it is clear to me that when Bezdin is carrying out an execution, obviously the mechanism of execution is paid for by communal funds. Right? Because remember again, this is the community that's going ahead, and executing the individual. So the stone used for execution, the tree used for hanging, the sword used for beheading, the rope or the rope used for strangulation. All these you shall see this. It's taken from the funds. My time, huh? You know, what's reading for this? Maybe day, well, I'm going to lay seal the lacy the liquid master. You must say, it doesn't really make sense to tell a person, by the way, we're going to execute you, and you're sponsored by you. Right? Today's execution of the event is sponsored by the Schwartz Mustafa, right? The Ili Nishmas, Ruben. You can't, I want to say, I want to point out something. If you think about it, actually, yes, you can. Like, why should I pay for Ruben's execution? Right? Let Ruben pay for his own execution. Ruben got himself into this mess. Like, why just make communal funds? So it's interesting because logically, it should come from Ruben, right? If a person is executed, part of the penalty should be that you or your estate pays for your execution. So the Gemara says the reason we don't do it is, you know why? It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel that that's appropriate to ask the person or to tell a person that they should pay for their own execution. Okay, fine. So now we've established that. Listen to this. So by Rafuna, Sudo Shemanikin Bo, Jesus Shiratsu Ma'amidan, Mishal Midu. But this says, let's go back. Right, so now Ruben is sentenced to die. As Ruben is being taken out to the base escalator. So what does the Mishnah say? We have flag guy standing by the basin. We have horse guy. Who's paying for those people? Somebody. Flag guy is not working for free, right? And horse guy is not working for free. So who's paying them? Who's paying them? On one hand, Kevin Datzal Mididehu, on one hand, we say, look, who are these guys really working for? What are they really working for? They're working for Ruben, right? And they're benefiting Ruben. So really, Ruben should have to pay for flag guy. Ruben should have to pay for horse guy. Right, the Gemara says. On the other hand, on the other hand, no. This really is an obligation on faith, right? Because the obligation on faith is to try to the best of their ability to exonerate. So really, again, the ones we asking over here, who is this benefit? On one hand, it's benefiting Ruben, which is introducing some last minute evidence. On the other hand, it's part of the function of Bezdin, because Bezdin has an obligation to function in a way where they can exonerate. Therefore, what's that to? I want to point out just how incredible this is. It's not a new reality that Jewish organizations have to fund this. Right? This is not a new reality, right? Jewish organizations are fundamentally dependent on donations. So therefore, again, there is not an inexhaustible supply of money to the base, to any Jewish organization. So it's interesting. So to us, the question sounds almost like a little bit cute, but again, it's not just a question of economics. Who is paying for this? Who is the responsibility for this? Right? There is not an inexhaustible amount of money for the base or for any Jewish organization. So who is responsible here? So again, that's the Shiloh. Let's say the Gemara says, listen to this. This is great. Vesu, Hadam Rav Chiya Rav Ashi, Amar Rav Chisda, Hayotzi lehareg. If someone is being executed, Mashkin also, Korat Shalavona V'Kol Shal Yayin. So let's listen to this. They would give him a special glass of wine. And in this glass of wine, they would put a Korat Shalavona. Lavona is frankincense, which is very expensive. They would put one of the ingredients for the Korat. So they would give him this wine laced with frankincense. This wine laced with Lavona. So apparently what Lavona does with wine is that it enhances the intoxicating qualities of wine. Right? Now, why was this done? When the person is going to be executed, we want them to be like, essentially, we get them like sugar and ingredients. Right? It's interesting to see how that actually like works. Yeah, can you imagine? Right? But the mice, so they would do something like, I want to check it out tomorrow. They will say, how can bring down that when you didn't drink together, what do we say? We say l'chaim. We say l'chaim. Why do we say l'chaim when we drink? The Tana can bring down because of this tomorrow. Because when they would execute someone, they would not apply them with alcohol so that their senses would be dulled and wouldn't fully realize what was happening. Tana husband says, when you drink with each other, make a prayer, we drink with each other, it can never be construed chas v'shalom that we're dulling our senses because of something negative that is going to us. Sometimes people drink as an escape. Life is difficult, life is I'm drinking as an escape. That's why he drinks. Like he never drinks to escape. He drinks because a little bit of mashka, like nichnas yayin yatzasod, has the ability to not show myself, but open my eyes to how much I love everything, right? And how much love HaKadosh Baruch Hu, how much love it is. If I come and says, when two Jews drink, they have to say l'chaim to life. That is shit. Because drinking together is a life-affirming experience, not chas v'shalom something done to dull the senses because something negative is going to occur. Mamish this Gemara, incredible. So Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so that when they would execute someone, they give them a little bit of wine laced with lavona, they should have daito. Remember that they shouldn't realize what's going on over here. Double sense of Shnemar, Tnu Shechar, La'ogei, Yain and Mari Nefesh. Literally again, give Shechar, give Shechar to one who is lost, and wine to those who are bitter of soul, which I don't say just as an aside, it's just a more part. You learn why did they create wine? For the cultural consumption.
That's not true.
So the Bible translation, everyone looks at the learning more important that when the person will come back from the Levaya, right? First of the group of loved one, always the first thing you got when you came back from the Levaya, first thing is you got a big gulp, a wine big gulp, right? You got like a big glass of wine. Why? Because the Mishpach created with wine sometimes to be able to take a little bit of the edge off of it. That's what Mishpach created. Because sometimes again, to you guy in the Mari Nefesh, give wine to those who are bitter of soul, sometimes a little bit, in moderation. In the case of the other, maybe a little bit more than normal. Take away a little bit of the so the idea over here is to give a guy who's about to be executed, give him a strong l'chaim, that he should not be fully aware of what it is that's going on. Listen to this. You know, so you kind of, you learn, Nashim Mikashim Yisharayim, how you misnat both, and the Bios says, this is fascinating. So who was this wine donated by? It was donated by the precious women of Yerushalayim. Isn't that incredible? So first of all, who were these Nashim Yikaros? It's who these precious women of Yerushalayim. They're the ones who donated the wine. What's interesting, by the way, that it's the women who donated the wine, right? Why not when they donated the wine? So one of these men are more reticent to the wine. That's possibility one. Okay, but it's also the idea that women generally possess a much greater empathy than men do. So you can imagine what would happen. Men see women being executed. Like what's the Chevra saying? What's the Chevra saying as women being let out of execution? I knew it. I'm telling you, that guy, he had it coming. Right? Better than the empathy. Women possess deep reservoirs of empathy. So you can see again how the Nashim Yikaros of Yerushalayim is seeing someone who's going to be executed. Again, maybe he deserves it. It's still tragic. And therefore, again, they would donate the wine. So let's listen to this. Gemara says, okay, Lord's not true. And say no one donated the execution wine. No one donated the execution wine. So Gemara says, Mishelmi, right? Mishelmi, who pays for it? Once again, it's like calculus, economics. Who is the food? There are no Nashim Yikaros, right? No one donated the execution wine. So who is paying for it? No, the truth is, that's actually a pretty easy one because it's not exactly really comes from community. Why? The Sid, Tnu, was the good Russian case. Tnu, Shechar, La'ovei, Yanamar. Tnu is plural. So the fact that there's a plurality associated with that pasuk indicates us that it comes from the tzibur. Okay, so that's fine. So that's an easy one. If you know that there's no one to donate the wine, that comes from community funds. The Gemara said, let's say again. So I just want to point out the Gemara doesn't resolve it. Right? So the Gemara says, I understand that the actual tools for execution that actually comes from community funds. The wine, execution wine, if there's not a donor, that comes from community funds. So the Shayla says the Gemara didn't answer is who pays for flag guy, who pays for horse guy. That Gemara doesn't answer. That Gemara doesn't answer. Okay. So Gemara says, "So why me Ravacham the Archon Rav Sheshes? Amar Akamina Tamid. Yeshi Lamed of Skos. It's been shot. Watch this. So let's remember again. Take all these things together. Remember again. You had the Sanhedrin. Who was sitting in front of the Sanhedrin? Who was sitting there in front of the Sanhedrin? 3 rows of students. Now remember again, we saw that in the deliberations, if one of the Talmidim says, one of the students says, I have an argument to examine. What would they do? They put him on the basis. Okay, so you watch this. So let's say one of the students says, yes, I have an argument to examine. And what happened? Then distracted. He became used. So he said he had an argument, but he never got to advance the argument. What is the halacha? So Menachayach Rasheshus Biyadeh, Rasheshus Rasheshus Biyadeh. Menachayach Rasheshus Biyadeh means Rasheshus like wave, it's like when you wave someone off, dismiss. Right? He like waved like in a dismissive way. Waved in a dismissive way. So Nishtate, Afilu Akabasal Ha'olamami. Come on. If somebody becomes mute, they can't advance on it, they can't advance an argument. Because in other words, otherwise, it should be choshesh that maybe there's someone on the other end of the world who has some type of argument on behalf of the defendant as well. In other words, if you could say it, you could say it. If you can't say it, you can't say it. Just because someone said, I have something to say, and then you lost the power of speech, we can't accept that at all. Jewish Gemara says, no. It's different. Because the choshesh for someone who may or may not exist at the other end of the world, okay, that's a possibility. And we have no reason to think that that suggests. Over here, the student literally said, I have something to say. Step forward. He just never got a chance to say it. Let's analyze. If you have one of the students who says, I have an argument to advance to exonerate the defendant. And what happened? And what's like he's put on the basement and then he died. Rowan also Kirukai, is we count his opinions even though he's dead. Right? We count his opinion even though he died. So the Gemara says, Zicha in Ozichalom. So what do you see from there? It's only if he actually advanced it. In other words, the Talmud says, I have grounds to exonerate. And we put him on the base, and he advanced his opinion, and then he died. Okay, so he could still count his opinion even after he died. But that's because he articulated it. So the Gemara says, Zicha in Lo Zicha Lo. To which the Gemara says, Zicha Shito. Amar Tibai Lacha. The Gemara says, right. Obviously, if the student advanced his opinion and then he died, so the tradition is as he dead. The Shaila says what? The Shaila is in our case, but what happens if a student stepped and a student said, I have grounds to exonerate, but he never quite gets around to actually saying it. Can we count that as something or not? So ultimately, again, it says, the Gemara kind of ends off with a kasha. Okay, so the Gemara begins to say, Afilu, Pamisha. Let's again. The next part of the Mishnah says, the fascinating Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah says as follows. Reuven, writing his page 34. Reuven is in a base as skila about skila.
This one might get confused too. This is another long one. It's called Bo Burnham confirmed homeless. Art is dead.
Reuven is about the activity. So remember again. Now what happens over here? Now Reuven says, wait, I realize I have an argument to exonerate myself. So let's say what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Machzirin also afilu arba b'chamisha timim. So we go ahead and we bring him back even 4 or 5 times. Right? We'll keep bringing him back. So the Gemara says, now the issue the Gemara says is the caveat. What's the caveat? ובלבד, the last word in the Mishnah, ובלבד, ish mamish b'tfara. As long as what? As long as it appears that there's some substance to what he's saying. In other words, that hello to myself, we're happy to bring it back. We really are legitimately happy to bring it back. But we have to make sure that there is some level of substance to whatever it is that he's saying. Can you imagine this? Otherwise, you're just like, oh, I realize that's something to say. Like putting your kids to bed, right? Little kids, but hey, one more thing. So at a certain point, like, there's nothing else. Right? We've spoken about everything. We snack already. There's nothing else. So these are important caveats. In other words, if you think, oh no, I realize I one more piece of evidence. So this is like, fine, we'll take this back to the but however, there has to be some level of substance associated with what it is that we say. Now, I'm asking this question. I think I'm sure is that true? Is that true every time? In other words, let's say we think that's a base of and you said first time, oh, don't kill me yet. I realized I new evidence. I just thought of something, taking back to this. So do we have to essentially, investigate, a little bit investigate that claim already the first time, the second time you said that, or only like for up to time number 3, 4, or 5? So the Gemara says back and you learn. I'm the Shonu Shmiya, Ben Sheish, Nam Kedvar, Nesha, Imam Kedvar, Maximino. So there was we learned that if he does this the first or second time that Reuben does this, can we just give him a pass? Give him a pass. First or second time he says, have the new evidence, what do? We take him back. We take him back briefly, and we allow him to go ahead and say whatever it is that he has to say. Sounds like it's only from time 3 and on, but we need a little investigation over there at the base of Shiva to make sure that he's legitimate in what he's just someone to him. The time that he from time 3 and on, in each man is the bar Maxino, so Imam is the bar that Maxino saying. If there's some legitimacy, right? If there's some depth, some legitimacy to what he's saying, fine, we'll take it back. If there's no legitimacy, we're not taking it back. You're right. It's like this. So what's that's very interesting. But it sounds like it's like this. In the first 2 times, you're trying to get out of steal a free card. In other words, we'll take this back. We'll take you back on the basis of steal a free raised. No questions asked. You say you have new evidence, we'll take you back. From time 3 and on, you claim that you have new evidence. We're going to need to substantiate that a little bit, right, on the spot before taking you back. So you might say, no, Yadi. So here's the Shaila. How do you know? In other words, okay, first 2 times it doesn't matter. First 2 times, one is and says, I have new evidence, you take him back. From second time and on, how do you know if he's telling the truth? In other words, there's some legitimacy to his words. This is very interesting. Rabbi, the Masuna Lizuga Drabanon. It's interesting enough, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skira. Fascinating, you know? Low. So essentially, we bring 2 Talmidei Chachamim to the base of Skira, and they say, okay, what do you got? Right? And if, after he says this, they're like, oh, okay, same good. Then we'll go ahead and we'll listen to him. But otherwise, we'll just go to execute. So the Gemara for them, so they make kara. Well, if that's the case, if you're furnishing 2 Talmidei Chachamim to kind of vet the claim a little bit from time 3 and on, why don't you just have them come there from the beginning? Have them from the beginning and have them vet the claim from time 1 and on. To which the Gemara says, Agav the boys. Matzi, no, Matzi Amar, how my goodness. Once they understand that we saw Ruvain is probably a little bit nervous. Right? So in the beginning, he may not be able to fully articulate the rationale for his innocence. As such, they will say, can you imagine at the execution spot? Like, it's got to be profoundly overwhelming, right? It's about to be executed. He's like, I have new evidence. Understand this, he may be a bit flustered, a tad flustered. So therefore, again, what we do is for the first 2 times, we bring him back to basics that he can compose himself a little bit. From time 3 and on already, again, this has happened a couple of times already. If you got something to say it. And the two guys will be there for that. But so I said, get this. These figures are ridiculous. Mishnah, muscles for control. So again, now this calls for regression, right? All progression. It's like this. It's very exciting. It will be again flowing one into the other. So now, let's say it turns out that they sound really even. Right? It turns out you're right. Either they sound really even or it's this case where They brought it back to the base of Tefillah afterwards, and it turns out that in fact he really does not deserve to be executed. So what's halacha? So Masur was Masur. They found grounds to exonerate, and they exonerate him. Ve'im lav and Ishnach Yotzi L'Saka. They take him out of his home. So the Gemara says, because Yosef the Pablo, there was an announcer who went out before Reuben. And what would he say? Ish Ploni ben Ploni. Yotzi L'Saka al Sha'abar Plonis, right? So Reuben, the son of Yaakov, is going out to be executed because he committed the following crime. So we articulate his name, the name of his father, the crime that he committed, Uploni Eitav, and so and so and so and so are the witnesses who condemned him. Whoever knows some type of exonerating evidence, come forward now. So we'll say this sounds like really does two things. Number one, the announcement publicly shames the offender, which is part of his kafara, part of his atonement process. The announcement also puts the general populace on warning. On warning, there is accountability for what you do. And there's always accountability for what you do. And number three, which is really most important over here, is this a last-ditch effort to find someone who maybe knows information that will lead to the exoneration of the case. That's usually the goal over here. So the Gemara says, "Amar Abaye, start from Neymar b'yom Ploni u'Ploni v'Shaponi u'Ploni u'Makom Ploni, Yomar Ika b'Yadi v'Asi Mezon." Abaye says, by the way, you have to add in some more information. What's the other information? So and so and so are the witnesses, right? And they witnessed killing Reuben on Tuesday at 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Why do you say that? Because I was like, there may be no one who knows exonerating evidence for Reuben. But maybe there's someone who was and says, witnesses saw Reuben kill Shimon on Tuesday, 3 p.m. in Tel Aviv. That's interesting because they were having shawarma with us at a gas station outside of Yerushalayim, right at that same time, right? That doesn't seem to make so much sense. So listen, so because of that, ultimately, again, it gives us the ability to cross-examine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So the Gemara says, the truth goes to the front of. So the Gemara says, and we have an announcer that goes out in front of the defendant. So the Gemara says, the fun of in Mekaralo. So it says, he's interesting. That goes to he's missing from the Gemara over here. Because the way it reads is, they have an announcer now, but not beforehand. It actually says, Arboim Yom Kodem, not 40 days beforehand. So actually, if you have that goes with Siyunim, you can see over here, he mentions in the footnote, right? He mentions over here that's Mincha, that there's pieces of the Gemara that were taken out, pieces of the Gemara that were taken out. Okay, but it means you might just continue by the idea that Allah for the myself, we're going ahead and putting an announcer now, but we didn't put an announcer earlier on. Okay, I'm a day. This is a ridiculous Gemara. I'm going to show the lady. She's running this as a cover. So literally translated. If you go, sorry.
Oh my God, I saw their commercial. You're acting like he's 60.
I don't know. You have more lines? Got it. Okay. Good. We're just using a regular Gemara. All right. I'm going to show you. Let me go on base. 43B. You do not have the luxury of adding in more Gemara, okay? I can't get through this quickly with a non-country anymore. I'm going to show you. Whoever goes ahead and literally sacrifices his gift, okay? Right? And does these confesses. He says this, he has Hanukkah confessed in two worlds. Now, this is actually a really dramatically beautiful Gemara. Look at that. So there you see, so that she says, if the Yetzer entices me to sin, who's so close to Hargo, is Shabbat Shiva. Now, the way that I actually understand it says follows. So, my Yetzer entices me to sin. After my Yetzer entices me to sin, Zovcho, I sacrifice, which means I subdue it, and ultimately again I decimate it, and I do tshuva, and I go ahead and confess my sins. So according to Rashi, what's happened over here is as follows. I fell prey to my Yitzhak. I gave into my Yitzhak, I sinned, but afterwards again I'll overcome my Yitzhak. I subdue my Yitzhak, I confess, I do tshuva from my averos, and I confess my averos. That is such a spiritually Hatzaviyah and constant accomplishment that it's as if I have honored HaKadosh Baruch Hu in two worlds. Olam Hazeh, Olam Haba. Sid, Zaveh, Toda, Yichab Ginei. Ultimately, again, you offer the Toda, Thanksgiving offering, you have made two nodes. The nodes representing the Shema Baruch when this wasn't a amazing. If you look at the Lashon over here, it doesn't say like Kol Veishas Yisrael. It says Kol Zoveh Yisrael. The most incredible thing to understand is when you overcome the desire to sin. Essentially, it's also treats that as if I'm offering a carbon. You're going to be the moment. See, I want to be able to commit an idea. I want to be able to use it. I want to indulge a Yates, right? I want to be able to do that. When I don't indulge my Yates, I am giving up something for others. And that's a tremendous thing. We speak about the inability to offer up carbon to the actions every single day. I have an opportunity to offer up carbon. What kind of carbon? I want to do something. I want to do an avera. I want to do an avera. Right? I want to do an avera. I have a desire for it. I have a want and a drive for it. If I'm able to muster up the inner strength not to do that avera, that's a carbon. That's a carbon. That's an offering that I am making to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, that is perhaps the most dramatic carbon that one could ever offer. When you take something that I did something that I want very badly, and I sacrifice that, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants something different for me, the highest level of carbon. And when you offer that type of personalistic carbon, Gemara says, it is as if I am honoring HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world and in the next. Incredible. Gemara goes like this. Gemara started to and I will say, when you look at the Gemara that way, the juxtaposition makes a lot more sense. I will show you the Adam Ola, Schar Ola Biago, Shafran goes in office of Ola, you can find Ola, right? Minchas, I mean, Kuliago, you offer up a Minchas, Aban. So, what's saying, this is still, you offer up a carbon, you get reward for each bit of carbon you offer. However, you just come me, Shedaito Shtela. I will say, when someone says, now, what is Daito Shtela? Daito Shtela, we often translate as humble, but the Maharsha actually has a different idea. The Maharsha says that Daito Shtela is the Hainu Shishav B'chol. The Maharsha says that ultimately Daito Shtela means someone who is about tshuva. They say, what does it mean to be about tshuva? What it means about tshuva means I sin. And now when takes the opportunity to sin again, this time I say, Yichonu Shalom, I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. That's Daito Shtela. That's about tshuva. Okay, about tshuva is not someone who never seen. Someone who never seen the really about tshuva. About tshuva is someone who's tasted sin, enjoys sin, is good at sin. I know I'm good at something, right? Is good at sin. And now I want to do it again, and I say, no, I'm not doing it. Not because I don't want to, not because the fire is not anymore. Because, first of all, what I'm doing now in this moment is, I'm putting your needs above my needs. I'm sacrificing what I want for what you want. When a person rises to that level, Daito Shir, listen to this. Ma'ala alav akasha it is as if you have offered up every single carbon. Shinamar zivkei elokim ruach nishbara. They will say because the highest level of carbon that we could offer is when we offer up our own desire on the altar of the Ribono Shalom. When I go ahead and I sacrifice what I want because of what Baruch Hu wants, that is the highest level of carbon that exists in this world. And when you offer up, when I offer that kind of carbon, it's as if I've offered up every other type of sacrifice under the sun. שנאמר זכרו כברוך משפט. לא עוד not only that, לא עוד אלה שאין תפילות שנאמר. Such a person possesses the dramatic clock of tefillah. The tefillah is never שנאמר ונשפט ונבכה על התפילה ספסה. There will be again a broken heart. A broken heart, a broken spirit, downtrodden spirit. Ultimately, yet, the Baruch would never despise. So, say the greatest cover we could offer is not an older, not a shalom. The greatest cover we could offer is the sacrifice of our own desires. And I sacrifice what I want because it's more important than what actually Baruch wants. That's the highest level of cover. You make that kind of sacrifice, it's treated as if you've made every other carbon on the face of the earth. Not only that, when I'm ready to make that sacrifice, I have a special Torah Taktivo, special power of prayer. I want to say about the top order for today. Thanks. Good. Guys, everyone. Tomorrow's Rosh Chodesh. Have a good day. We'll be fine. We'll be all right. Have a great day, everyone.
That dude is a lost cause. Haven't heard about him till this comment. It's been like a year or so. He's been tied up in a few lulls. Hilarious, dude. What do you think?
I mean, he's a funny guy, that Mark. He's got some zingers.
I'll just tell you right now, there's no more Mark posts this week. So that's the only one if you want to say it.
Oh, shit. Well, great guy, never met him.
Alrighty. Well, let's go to the next post. This is posted by Worm Breath. I randomly came across this post in the wild LMAO. That's Mark, dude. Is this scene that the universe is Gotcha, dude. I fucking baited. Switched you, dude.
I know, I fell right for it, dude.
Yep, you did.
He kind of looks like an action hero.
Yeah. He looks like the villain of Fast and Furious 11.
Good morning. Let us begin the
Yeah, villain warrior. I feel like this is like this would be like a great comic book or like a graphic novel. Bit of a redemption arc.
Yeah, Arkham Mark. The Arkham Mark is a pretty
Arkham Mark could be a good name for a superhero. He's like, because like superheroes are more interesting. They have like layers. And it's like, oh, the Arkham Mark, the Return of the Main. And it's just like beefed up. Let's see what's we got next here. Okay, here we go. Posted by Hayward Wigsky. It's a Baba falling from the PG clickbait, so let's see what he has to say.
Let us begin. So 3,000 Mondays, 42. We have picked up a lot to do today. It's a really beautiful Gemara ahead of us over the next every day. So it says we left off on Mem Aleph on the base 41.
That's what I'm talking about.
41. And we left off at the two dots. Actually, we really left off at the end of the exchange. Remember again, at the end of yesterday, there was a beautiful exchange between the Kana of Safra and the Kana of Safra learning Sanhedrin in the yeshiva of Rabbah. So Rami Bar Kama went ahead and was interacting with them. Rabbi Kama said, what are you learning? And again, his mother called it a really beautiful special exchange between these rabbanim. So the Gemara says as follows. So if you remember again, the end of the discussion was, Alam Aru, Ihafi Amisu, Batsuva Amisu. So Rabbi Kama was very impressed by what the canon of Safra was saying. He said, he said this, he told me so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to connect to the last part. Amirei, Nikirusa Zemar Amina Bitsuva. So it's interesting. The canon of Safra said that time about Kama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, you're able to share with me so much. Means you listen to now, no one above a little had you been a little bit more difficult, like had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says in the same book, if you listen to my Amid Tuba, not more Sha'ata Tov, so it's beautiful. So at the end of Saturday, the same time as Hama, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, means you use it, and you sort of to the house because you want to be a contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, well, the house shows, no, are you using the never close? So this is such a beautiful and incredible idea.
think I'm shaving off my face is about 8 years. I'm shaving my hair all day when I start growing hair. That's disgusting. Yeah, the hair is just bad. I have like had now too, so I grow take those things that do like the threading. No, what? No, like a gluey thing, and they rip off fucking wax. Yeah. Ugh. So that, no, it's not, I mean, I'm not saying that's gross. I'm saying, oh, it probably hurts. No, that's what I mean. Yeah. I don't think it's gross. Definitely not. But I also, it didn't really hurt. Oh, okay.
When we are pleasant.
Yeah, you're not gonna catch us with fucked up ears. We might have hobbit fucking eyebrows though, dude. That's what I'm looking forward to. I wanted to have like the fucking wicked weeds and the eyebrows. I want to have crazy hair. I think I already did.
Versus when you ever
Lip gloss, dude. What the hell? That was crazy. This one's supposed to be my air pumper. It's called Throwback to That Time. The building shut off the AC during the car with no AC was sent to pick up rebates, and Papa throws his team under the bus for it all. Beast of a network.
when someone
I
is
didn't
kind,
blame
and
this
someone
team
is
for that.
compassionate, and
Car
someone is
AC,
sweet,
let's say.
and someone is just
Nothing the female
most
version.
isn't in their interaction, there's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to give. It's a very beautiful design. That's like, oh, that's not the factor. I comments. What's this minute again? It's not the idea.
I don't know. He never
That I
identifies
love
the
when
team,
I saw.
but it
So I
isn't
love when I
aliens,
saw.
I guess. It's obviously a procedure.
Give you often your timing
Now
up
it's
to 2
becoming
days.
evident to me
Up
where
to
he's
2
like,
days.
oh,
So the challenge is how
every
far
time,
into the month
you know, he
can
just
you go
expects.
ahead and allow for
He's
people to be off
mentally
in their
like
timing.
not
That's
so
come
much
on.
there, right?
He says
He's a stupid person.
I'm
So
in
in his mind, if someone's not tilting, that's the team, right? And it's up to other people always to be like, oh, Brennan, did you remember to do this? And if they don't do that, then it's the team, right?
But once you get
Always,
past the
dude.
majority of the
So I
month,
watched
we
when he said
can't
the
really
team,
allow for any
watched
type
the
of
nod
discrepancies
afterwards.
in timing. So it actually says over here, I come out, you can't see this stuff, I told us the English people, no effort, name like you told me about how the
Yeah,
fellas
dude, sometimes
will
people
allow.
forget.
Remember,
I do like the hair though, I'll say that. I want to have my hair like Papa's right there.
the second
Hell
month,
yes.
doesn't happen on the third
Yes,
month.
you swear
So
to
you
God.
can allow
Yeah,
for
he
that.
was all,
Length-wise,
yes, it was
because
crispy.
you
It
can
was
see
crispy.
maybe one of them heard about the fact that
This
last
one we
month
said fuck.
was a 30-day month, whereas everyone thinks that it was a 29-day month. So the challenge is, up until what point in time can we allow for that type of discrepancy? So that's the thing that you'll learn up until the majority of the month. So I'm a lab ball. So I'm a lab ball. I'm a lab ball. I can learn everything. So we're going to do this as well. I can learn everything so that I don't know. But these things are there. If one thing would say, the murder happened on the second of the month. One thing that doesn't happen on the 6th of the month. Yeah, which is better. But I'm not.
Job's like, oh fuck, it's so hot, it's terrible here, but I'll save it with my hilarious riff about Toyota electric cars. Yeah, yes, or whatever. Hybrid cars. He's like, don't bring your face, don't bring your face. He always talking about the
the
videos.
last 2 months.
So you
with
came from no
29
AC
days
cars
each.
with no AC room.
Witness number 2,
Well, that is
things
fancy.
that the last 2 months with 30 days each. That
Oh,
explains that there's a
really,
discrepancy between 2 days. To which you know, I will not be sure what you do, but
I mean,
you
we
are
run the AC and it's bad for sound, but you know, we're working with a budget, dude. We got a new mouse, so I'm on us for that, you know, but hey, so yeah, the team's okay here. The team got us a new mouse, they did
into the
kind of
majority
spend
of the
only
month,
$9 though,
we
you know,
assume
so they got a cheap
everyone knows
mouse, yeah,
these
that's
guys.
on me.
So
The
you
team,
know,
yeah, that's on me.
you know, in the couple of the night,
Okay, so this one was very funny. I don't know what the hell, why this is happening or what,
not
right?
everyone knows
But it
that
made me
the
laugh.
previous month was a moment
It's
or a
possible I
cluster.
saved
That's
ask at
possible.
1344.
But what does everyone know?
Grave
We
mistake.
know about the show for Glory.
Former
We
T-Fat
watch.
King guest,
So
a
how
victim
about
of the
the
curse
night
of the Papa,
I love the
continues
night
downward spiral
chauffeur
after
is
breaking the
blown.
cardinal.
That actually points out to me that the chauffeur is blown
Acknowledge the suburb
at
that's
the
turning against
beginning
you.
of every month. So everyone
Okay,
knows
so
about the chauffeur blowing. And
yeah, the
therefore,
suburb
again,
that's turning against
how
him.
about
So
for
I thought it
myself,
was T-Fat
I'd be
King
hard
that he was
to
talking about.
press
I guess he's
to
talking
that
about
somebody
somebody.
didn't know what the
That's
previous
funny.
month was
This is
or
the
wasn't.
prison guy
It's
thing,
actually
right?
brutal.
Like
I
went
need
to
to tell you.
jail and
The
like,
two people who
that's
are
how you
so
survive in jail. Like,
approximately
it was
1 month
less than
you
another.
listen to the chauffeur
It's
blowing
cereal.
declaring a new month. But they say that for 2
Yeah, there's
months,
a whole Reddit page of
the chauffeur
weirdos
blowing,
who
so
think they're always
ultimately
just
again,
gonna
that
take
would
my
be
Instagram
highly
page down,
incredible.
try to fuck with me. You guys are gonna end up with a gun lock. Trust me.
I'm not your
You're
friend.
already looking
I
at your
tell them
stupid
about
ass
the
purple
alcohol.
A's.
So it's now interesting enough because we're talking
Yeah,
about the new
have
month.
fun. Tell
So
them
now we
like
go
when you
ahead
guys
and
are
transition
selling.
over the idea
It's
to
all
a really
good.
good discussion. Up until what point in time can one recite to the Shachabosh? And that's all about it. To the Shachabosh, what can you do up until what point into the month can you bench the new moon? And you must actually respond to the myself until the deficiency of the moon is completed.
I mean,
So we
I
give us
get
the
it, dude.
time,
You
okay,
wake up at
how much
4:34
that?
in the morning,
you're asking if you at what point up to what point in your life is one permitted to say to the Jehovah. So the might be just an answer. Actually, this knowledge to be myself. Okay, the deficiency of the moon is built in. Not a straya. What is that? What is that? Give me a time of already off the button. So the Buddha says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana.
It's called Papa Cuz's at the baseball ref.
And now I've done on Atisha side. And I've done say up until the 16th of the month. What's the 16th? That's what this one here. Then you go, you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month. And now you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42 days. So another time, I can look at and both of them hold. But the Yochanan, now one second, I think it's nearly off. So this is fascinating. The Yochanan said the rule is you can take Kiddush Levana, access to knowledge to be masa, on top of the efficiency of the moon is built in. So these machlokas in terms of what does that mean? But the Buddha says, that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I go and say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara said, "Post the whole the Yochanan, Chagam Hadei to Yisra, Chagam Hadei to Yafia." One says that the Mira shall look like a bow. So that's it. After you do ultimately again about the Mira, up until 7 days, and then I go and say it's a little bit of seed. Now seed means it's fully circular. But by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. So let's say some fundamental mathematics over here. Really incredible mathematics, an important mathematics. Up until 1 say Kiddush Levana, that you do that 7th of the month, because at that point again, the efficiency of the month has been, has been frozen at the moon, no longer looks totally incomplete. Looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. And now going, up until the efficiency is complete, that is the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the Restream verses. So we got October 18th. So maybe the drop of the moon over the moon should be October 18th. So we got to touch the popular capacity. We got 99 that. We got October 18th. And then we do the part and we now the Shiva that Laka, when we Hadashin, we buy it as the October 18th. She got Shashi, Nika, Vera, the Musa. Tommy Kushimo surface the higher level. So that she points out that this is the right? That is interesting, right? So the Yehuda holds, and halacha myself, you can recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So it's not just okay, but from the 2nd up until the 16th, you should be able to say October 18th. And what's going to happen with the hand is the bracha. So the bracha would you say? Something positive that benefits you. I feel like I'm saying that benefits you, and also has the ability to benefit others. So why do we say October 18th? And it's still in of the moon each and every month. So according to the Yehuda, say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say October 18th. Which you know, so already if that's the case, also keep us the middle of our Diana Aris. So maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Diana Aris. Remember, October 18th by definition means, right? It's just about making it mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the convex would have to be spirituality, but the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. And therefore, again, if you look at October 18th as the moon is sin, you're going to have to go out and say Diana Aris as the moon diminishes. You might say, okay, from the back of the maybe you should say that. Let's go ahead and say October 18th as the moon as is filling up. And Diana as the moon diminishes. Therefore, as we know, the honey of faith from the back of the moon. Therefore, this is fascinating. This is the natural way of the moon. We don't recite the bracha. Now, what is it to do with the Rashi? And it's very fascinating. The honey of faith. This whole Kodesh Rias Olam Kimin Hagloshi. ואם כאן דין פולנוס בחסרונה, אבל הצוק על המקסר בנאיסה. So you might suggest that here, this is the natural way the world works. Because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the meal, and there's not a klala. It's nothing recognition of doing the shit of the meal. It just is the way that it works. So it's like, to me, I was last night, guys, I would encourage you, take you down to the first night, so I'm going to start Sunday night, so the program here at the school. Hashem, I was here last night, it's like 9:45, the coach was quiet, it was Syria,
Soda too, so you give that low.
beautiful. So speaking of that, this Gemara like seems to almost line the things that you're looking at like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, I thought you were saying, how go know it. Like, the world just kind of operates in a certain Kashmir programs certain things. And when it gets bigger, and when it gets smaller, it's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it is. I'm more associated with the matching to your pocket. Because they do it, but every time they say it, either is that the Spotify music directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or hatova niti or dayana emes. And what's more interesting is that there are certain things in the world that's just the program. It's just a program like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now, again, to get really into the definition is enough using absolute things. And it's interesting, I think perhaps, if you have trying to teach us over here, maybe you don't have to necessarily read in to everything. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. That just are. And I think this is so that we should find, because remember, the first is true elevation of the responsible. Allah has come of a kama is true elevation with other people. Also, the ending of this, I just gotta say, the chef is excellent. A little throwback to what James used to be like, you know how they have the little Like
ending
someone
credits all the
says
time.
something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why didn't you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This may or may not happen often in marriage. Right? But again, there's all of this including different things, and meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no
We have two more. This one's just a quick little baby. I told you so. I just want to share this with you guys.
Sometimes it just is what it is, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, the Kashmir is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon goes up, the moon diminishes, it's just what it is. It's beautiful, it's fantastic, and there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to read into it. Dayana MS or Hatova Haniti. That's what I think.
We always have rain here. We can hit the guys head. We have the hot things there. Never mind. It's just a hug and never a duck.
Goes ahead and recites Kiddush Levana. Whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right time, she will Mikabo Nation.
Never bring it to the show, dude. If it's their fault, which it usually is,
This is such a
am I
beautiful
gonna blame
Gemara.
myself for
If you
something
go
that's
ahead
like
and you recite
some other
Kiddush
guy's fault?
Levana at
It's
the
too hard.
appropriate
Oh
time.
yeah,
Now
right.
remember,
Oh,
what's the
thanks.
appropriate time? That's how my quote is.
Shut up, bro.
Right? And Yehuda says up until 7 days and eventually 6 days
I did some homework.
how he passed it.
This one.
He passed like
Number
4 hours
one,
on.
America's
That
Got
guy, you have
Talent.
the ability to say
Remember,
Kiddush
all
Levana
of you
up
are like,
until
his voice isn't that great.
and you're the one. You get to talk to me until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But I don't know mentioning that's how we pass it. So you might just for whoever's a Kiddush Levana, it's a gift they are receiving the Shema. You might say, Sipaha Chodesh Hazeh, Sipasan, Zekiri Va'andehi. It says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh Hazeh, that is a Zekir, so it's the Zeh. A Chodesh Hazeh, not only is Kiddush Levana, and Zekir Va'andehi. That's a very excellent point, Dad. It is fascinating that probably one of the most electric kilos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush
Another
Levana?
one of the story posts, but I thought this was very
Kiddush
funny.
Levana is what stands between
Which
you
one
and
of you
your
cats
car
did
on
this?
Motzei Shabbos, right?
It's obviously posted on the
tefillah
Bad
I need
Tattoos
to like
subreddit. Can
avoid
tattoo
eye
be bad for
contact
the
with,
reason you got it?
just to get
And
out
it's
of there.
Joanna
Let's say,
posting. Also, this is to show my grandkids
isn't that
one day that I
fascinating?
had this
So
body
like
once.
it is the tefillah where some segment of the population
It's
is
so
jailed
funny to
off,
post
or
their
just doesn't
content
do
on
it,
like
or just even
random
if it's done, it's like
subreddits
cheap shot.
and Twitter
Right?
and all that.
So it's
Grandma's
fascinating.
oh no, Grandma's gonna tell us about her fat
But the
ass
Gemara
again.
says, if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as
They go
if
to
you
the
are
school and they're like,
Shechina.
my grandma's but
You
you're
know
a
what
fat
it
ass.
is
And
when you look
they
this?
get
Sometimes
to the principal's
whether we
office.
recognize it
Then
or
the
not,
principal calls up.
many of
They're
us
like,
here,
you made this up and you're in
our
trouble. And the
spiritual
mom comes up, she's
intimacy.
like, did say that.
We believe in the person to Hashem. You're scared that if I get too close, the expectations are going to grow. If I get too close, I may have to make certain changes.
Mom, can you tell us
So
about
there's a
your
certain
fat
fear
ass?
of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep our Kadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. A little at a distance. And you always want for that.
Oh my God, you're Brendan Chastran from the
so
Sun?
busy.
Oh my
And
God.
that's a Shabbos, like you just gotta run out and this, that. And even if I say it, like it's just like it's the fastest tefillah. I mean, basically, it's almost like a close second, right? But when that's like, what is it?
That's like a grandpa. Okay, so this was posted by 10-second balcony. Lego barely cracks the 1 minute mark of episode 1 of her new pod with Rampage before talking about Asian buttholes and then inadvertently mentions Papa.
Scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or me for me to get to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just blow past it. I just blow past it because if I don't have to have the Asian is that we clean our households. Like we take a lot of pride in cleaning up. I feel like in Western nations, she's happy, I think she's happy,
Westerners
I'm
don't
happy, and I don't have to really up the expectations of me. It's so
really take care of
incredible.
Like I was make jokes about having shit strings in their underwear.
So let's say, so there's a beautiful Marsha. The Marsha just listen to this. He says, I'll post it later on the chat. The Marsha says, I was at a Peter Shabbos. The so fast that I shot out. Listen to this. The Nick from my pushing Shabbat of Israel. Aaron is no clean nation. Or the culture is Kabbalah. Let's say this is such a profound Gemara. Kavi Torah Zealous. So as far as Torah Zealous, often doesn't have the ability to really see between us. Like what we lament most, we lament most. And what's another I want to point out, I believe, like this Motzei Shabbos will already be time to say, when Rosh Chodesh, when Thursday after the close. I don't know when the moment is. Okay, I don't know if it's, but the next week is going to be a very shy Gemara. So let's say, so remember the Gemara says over here, not sure if it's easy in Proverbs, we are not guilty, we are not able to see the Shekhinah.
There's a video of him saying, why don't you, like, I guess there was a video of him saying, why don't you,
is that when we look at this in the flesh, there will be a acute manifestation of the divine way to see the Shekhinah. It is incredible all the time. In Golos, we're not able to see the Shekhinah in the same exact way. About Kiddush Halavana, we sing in Israel, Shemasilim is Kaddish Kimosha. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes and wanes, like the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too regenerate. The 5 years of the children is
I mean, can you imagine actually that would be if we pulled up a clip of the gal was like, oh my God, we practice being so hard, so we're pull up a clip and there's like an advertisement of the gal, like, holy fuck, is she able to? So I would make this video here and you'd be like, whoa,
because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael.
they don't acknowledge it in any way, it's any offense. We would stop the whole podcast and be like, fuck Justin Bieber, fuck music, what the hell? And then we might stop it and be like, oh my God, it's on fucking TV.
And so when we go out to Kiddush Levana, and we're
Alright, let's go to this next
on
one.
a crescent of a
It's
moon, right on a
posted by
crescent,
Dandy
and we
Kaufman.
recognize that this moon is going to
Chin
regenerate.
Lord,
It
he's
is
fought
giving
leg
us the
kicking
confidence,
Mexican
the hope, the
racers.
optimism, the belief
Okay, let's see.
that we too will once again
Which ones are
be
your
Zocher to the Makabo,
your favorite
B'nai
any of them?
Hashchina,
Like, how many have you been in this
Elibas
question?
Yerushalayim,
I say fucking
Tiferet
average person.
HaMikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being Makabo B'nai Hashchina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful
Plan like
Gemara.
we're gonna fight. Always
Let's go back to Sunday as well. I want to go back to Israel. Allora, we're going to do something and go for this for the diet. But you can do it. So you tell us, if the only thing how you drive you go through each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. It must not make sense why. Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within you the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important result as a people and as individuals to believe that no matter how far I sin, no matter how much I diminish myself, or no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And you bring me that car, very vulnerable. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, that's only one tefillah. Jesus, the Levana is incredible. I'm not about it. Therefore, we have to make sure that the Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. Such an important tefillah. We have to look at what it is coming back. We have this close. Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our chutzah. And our courtyard. They say that good. So hopefully again, soon as the sun is out, so the clouds are actually, we can see the sun is out the double edges. I know there's a lot of, I know, but again, like, you can have this feel, sometimes it's what happens, your ride is already there, right? They're getting the kitchen behind the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. So how much money can you put into it? So, okay, so we get to see the power of the fun here. Just incredible. One kilo a month, just the one that is. It's not going to swear. Therefore, by says, you have to say it standing up. Keep it one has to be say it standing. Remember, the cast, remember, is also elderly and couldn't stand up on it. Support themselves on the shoulders of in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a block on the also block. I'm going to wrap up with Rashi. My love about it. So, there is the following block. Tomorrow, Mechadish Kadosh. That was a pretty small stuff. You know, that may have a long time on for that. And I think I can get behind that. Mechadish Kadosh. That was the block of that. Mechadish Kadosh. This was all right. That was like, that's it. So if you go, he says, I actually done anything. It wasn't, well, that's a woman's block. What is that? That's a woman's block. It's like a good, like comedy stuff, right? Okay, so then I've shuffled inside over here. He says, Rosh Chodesh, and again, not a topic for that, but Rosh Chodesh is a really collective.
Only grace or I mean, that book, right? Outsider.
The problem over here is
that's the only grace I know, but it makes sense. They were grace.
This bracha doesn't really make note of the meaning itself. So the saying the bracha, okay, the suffrage of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the womb, which is what we're trying to highlight here. We're getting out looking the bracha of Kiddush Levana. As Chatan knows here, okay, we say this one for many years. I never said the bracha in a way like if you want to highlight it. And you see what, so you just think that this, like I said, you just want to use it. And what the child is in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush is not. And you can be clear. But we're always in a rush. So let's look at the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Now you choose bracha Hashem to the Malacholo. Asher Ma'amaro Barak Shekha. Through these words, we want to do long and through your words, we create the heavens.
It's like a real. I think this is real.
And ultimately, I want to the breath of his mouth all of the hooks.
Okay, this is real. I'm telling you, it's real. It's fucking real.
Whose mind and such times we are given to each of the celestial hosts. Everyone has a job. Everyone has a job, and ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sasim is Smith and Maxwell for some God, and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. So I just want to point out over here again, what's so beautiful is the man's short comment on this. He says, Shor Yishanot Kaptidan Perush Shor Yishu Yishanu Mir Shalahem.
all that.
You know, also, you know what's incredible
Maybe,
when
but
you
it
look
would
at
be
the
kind of
heavens?
funny if like
The stars
Rogue
never
Navy team's
say,
like,
you know
oh,
what,
no,
today
your
I'm
place,
going
your
to be the
Bob
moon.
was like, I get the perfect
Right?
spot to film it.
And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun.
Addressing the
Everyone
negativity
has a
isn't
mission,
healthy for
and
the mind.
everyone in the
Way too
celestial
much positivity can be very dangerous for the
focused
ego.
on their
That
mission.
said,
And
I've
it's
got through some
exactly
personal
what I
things
said.
lately.
We spend so
I'm
much
feeling
time in life
inspired to
trying to be
elevate
other
emotional
people,
me.
or trying to be other things, when
Constantly
instead of trying to
getting the all
maximize
together.
who and what we are.
As a show
If the
host, I'm
celestial
interviewing.
hosts
As
have
a
their
comedian,
mission, and
I
the
tell
God will
jokes.
see, they stay on task.
And now
They
as a
stay on
commentator,
mission.
I'm calling
So my
fights.
approach with the right is to figure out, oh, I want your mission.
I
I want
prefer
to be
it
like you,
that
I
way.
want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course,
Pride
we always
myself
put
on
the
working
other
hard, staying
qualities
busy.
in other people, but sometimes we spend so much
I'm
time
usually at
trying
like
to
4
be
a.m. so I can take
like
time to myself.
others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that that is my avoda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus.
But it's like someone you're
And goes
jealous
on,
of, you know,
says,
because life is going so well. That's like, yeah, but look at that. This eyes, it looks like me when I hang in this. I've been recording all night, hanging up sleep, waking up early in the
and
morning.
the work is true.
They're trying to give like a Modelo feel to the commercial. Yes, that's the better said, yes. But this is like some general's auto
And
insurance.
there's a crowd of glory to those who come
That's
from the
exactly
womb.
what it's like those Modelo things where it's like, I'm gonna put the neighborhood, I'm
For
more
they
than
are destined to renew like
like, if
the
only they
moon
could have hired
itself.
an actual
Like the
voiceover
moon
guy
itself. Just
instead of
as
Brennan
the
Schaub
moon
voicing over
renews,
himself.
showcasing the
And the
beauties
Modelo
are
ads, when you
destined
watch
to
them,
renew
I think
as
they're
well.
good ads.
For the
And when you watch them, you're like, damn, that guy deserves a Modelo.
and to go ahead and really praise their creator,
That's the thing. It's like I
Shake
should,
Baba. So,
but in these ads,
in the
you're like,
name of your
he doesn't
everlasting
deserve
kingdom,
even black
Baruch
moral
atah
nicotine.
Hashem
Yeah, he's
mekadesh
immoral.
kadosh.
You're lucky that
Right,
nicotine is so
like
addictive because people are like,
the one
fuck,
who
Brennan Schaub's
renews,
I love it, dude.
interestingly enough, again, we use
I
the
love that his
same
mustache
mekadesh
is like
kadosh, and
this.
we use that same
I mean,
bracha,
mine will probably
but
be
we
that
just add on a
shit,
little
but
bit beautiful text to it.
I
Such
just,
a
the
beautiful
one
Gemara.
side is not, it's like a cliche, but
Because again, with great strategy, you can do, you can affect people. I don't know how to do it. So I know what I'm doing. I promote in the campus of Torah. Can you find
that's so funny.
more
It's not even
Torah
like a nice truck. It's like some
more
fucking
Torah?
360p shitty like cell phone video.
Kabilas Shamishna. It's beautiful. However long God Mishnah, so you can learn Mishnah. And it's like you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnah is giving you knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you Gemara. It gives you a lot of halachas and give you a lot of it, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari, I'm sorry, Kari Yosef Anashe, without two of the Koach stars. So like this, you look like you're over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinions by some authors. But the might be the list of the Lord and things that switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and engage the world of Torah is how is if you argue with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage the world of Torah? Mishnah is. Mishnah is, at least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Koach. And in the Makom of Torah. Fine. After all the yourselves, I'm going to see about Rashi. Let's know ourselves. I'm going to say,
it's real,
yeah, we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if one says, right, we sort of kill Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other witnesses say, we saw someone can kill Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodman Tzachama, Echad Omer Tzachama is used in the but if one thing is that I saw Shimon, right? One thing is I believe kill Shimon, before sunrise. And then one says after sunrise, we're able to buckle. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Like, that doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after sunrise it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that I don't think someone's lying, or that someone's just talking out their facts, right? They want to shoot, that's obvious. Ella, Echad Omer Kodem Tzachama, but Echad Omer still kind of, no matter what's happening over here. One witness says we saw Ruben go Shimon before sunrise, another one says it was during sunrise. So, another truth, that's also obvious that we get the testimony because be lining up. So there's not the ones that are hard to be because we value the honor of the country. So it's a way that happening over here.
you'd rather say like, boyfriend, get over here or something like that. It's so funny because your name's like out of all these years that I die when I hear that, dude. I'm like,
the sun and saw the
like,
rays.
and I'm like a whole fucking rock hard right now. Really, you get off on me and say, post. I know my own name.
Before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise,
When it was like, and I come back to bed. I'm like, God, you don't know English, but I love it.
and the witnesses are not in the same room.
Fantastic, bro. Feminine,
That section disallowed.
and I'm a beeper. It's so small. I don't know if I would be. My son, who's doing it, was like, dang, dang, you should say that. I always
That
told you
however,
it's like that.
one of the students
Babe is probably the worst.
one of the students that
You say, babe, I'm sorry.
finds a
I
reason
gotta
to
have
go
I
and
can't help it sometimes. I think it's weird for a kid to say babe, though. That was a little straight.
the rest of that
Really,
day.
so this
Then
kid
you
was
want to
like,
also
babe,
you
it
also
feels
want to
so
stay
bad.
for the rest of the day and say not
It's
anymore.
fucking weird.
So you want to
Never mind
back
that
you
thing.
learn.
See, at a young age saying that's
If
weird.
the
Yeah.
student was saying to it, like the student
Yeah.
had something
I'm
positive to go ahead and say,
I'm good.
like the
Let's go.
student
What's next? What's next on the tactics for showing if you're loving admiration?
So
When I was a kid, my deal about the niece in college as a babe, but like way too much. Because also like let's just say one of them used to say the N word a lot, right? I'm not gonna say which one, right? But they're like, babe, 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 and me and my cousin would all just laugh for like counting the number of babes they would say in like a sentence. Did they ever like see you doing that? No, they were probably drunk.
Let me let him
Well,
take
just
the rest of the
counting.
day.
But ever since then, I'm always like, I'm never gonna call a girl babe, right? Yeah, you got traumatized from that because it's cute. They do it. It's cute. I don't think they want to show it up very anxious now. It's very cute that they do it. I just don't want to do it. I was just kidding when I said babe. The only thing that I ever say is Edie. Oh, okay. You know your daddy. Yeah, and you call her daddy. Hey, daddy, you want to go see Joker tonight?
But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take
Everyone's
him
family,
off.
co-workers,
Okay,
parents,
so much of his fathers. Lots of
girlfriend,
merciful.
fucking homeless people. Okay, daddy.
He talks about
Hey,
things
did you ever see how
like
it's weird when
they
it's
can't
like that
agree
formal,
on
like,
an exoneration
I have
verdict.
to get
So
over it. I also
they
just
go
like
ahead
say,
and
hello,
go back and
friends.
forth
Monday
with
morning,
like
September
overnight
30th
or
at
over the course of the night, and the next day.
9:07
And
on
the
the
they also go ahead and they don't
dot.
drink wine. And they commit uses of it. And they diminish the food consumption. So once a yeah, in my time,
I
why
miss these
don't they
days,
drink
dude.
wine?
You guys get fucked up. Christ.
On the Rosary, a shekar. Literally translated rulers, a shekar. What does this mean? Ha'oskim b'rosh ha'shalom al yishtaku. Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is of course judgment. Those who deal with the judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. So if you're going ahead and you're dealing with demons, that's what you're doing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. No wrong might, and
Well, let's see what's next. Post my dad's like Rabbit 633. You know how they celebrated their 1000th episode by doing Zoom
they
calls?
can't reach a verdict. Like they can't reach a verdict. So then halal for the night again, Gemara says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, if the baby's been is deadlocked, they have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another, either a majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. That's if you have to keep going. Gemara says, no right might. What happens if they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? I'm about to put it also. Essentially, a deadlock
This one I saw earlier in the week. This is last week.
they're not guilty plea. They're not guilty
debating
verdict.
here, dude,
That's what it
because
does.
this made me laugh really hard. It doesn't have as many upvotes as the other ones.
So deadlock plea will result in a not guilty verdict.
That's killing me today. Posted this Papa Dumbo meme Jose's birth certificate.
Why not go ahead instead of the process is we keep adding on and adding on and adding on to get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not assume to deadlock earlier on?
You know it's coming. It's just like, how's he gonna do it? You know what I mean? I was watching this. I was like waiting on the edge of my seat. Like, when is he gonna say certificate?
We don't like the deadlock case. Doesn't look like
it. That's the best part of the clips. One of us is waiting for the box to work. He goes, you know when he hits this right here, he's about to fuck something up there.
And therefore, we don't try to work this through until they can. I'm going to Why do you have to keep anyone playing? Essentially, once you see that they're deadlocked, just exonerate them right again and there. And we'll do some kind of let's support you.
That sounds like a wrestling move. You put him in the old Brazilian
it's a chance I don't have a of 71. You also don't have to add into a base of 73. That's not 23. But if the biggest thing is deadlock, and you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. We're not buying. Already doing a moment of ease backing up here.
The old
And already doing a
Guadalajara
bunch of things backing up here. It wasn't interesting right now. When it comes to financial being moment, we say this docking has been, now what that literally means is what? The judgment became old, but when it comes to capital cases, we don't say is docking had been. So much what does that mean? Mine is docking had been. What exactly does that mean? Touch, so it's the thing like this. Touch, it means that halacha relates to the days in the same. This case is too difficult for us. And we can't just give it verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. They don't come violate. So you should say that doctor by capital cases and not by monetary cases. I'm not talking about Manuach, Ushay, Rav Acha, Brave Rav Ika, Ipok. You're right, switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Oh, mine is Dakin Adin. What does it mean, Dakin Adin? Chacham Dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, Allah, when it comes to Dinei Mamanis, Beis Din says we have decided appropriately. Even the Pashas, they don't make that the quiet statement. Unless the Mesa is the Kasha, so the head of the judges, he makes the declaration is Dakin Adin. Unless he does Adin. If you want to say that ultimately again is Dakin Adin means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. They hide the honor of the judge. Which says to him, he says this. And he is Christina, but if you say that when I said you, that the thing is too difficult and we can't find the resolution, Masaki below Amar Brother, Suki to become your second shape. Why doesn't the brother have to say it? I'm not that I have to be declared by basis, but does the brother, does the head of the basin have to say it? Doesn't that embarrassing? There's going to be some level of embarrassment if the basin can't reach resolution, but it is better that the embarrassment come from the guy himself than to have it come from others. So much that you down the other thing, you have to someone caution enough. It's one of the declaration that basin says, if the brother can't reach the verdict, I do any of the ones by the like that.
I'm sorry, I'm still sick.
You know, if you want to say that we do declaration,
Yeah, it's your fault. You brought it from wherever you're in New Orleans or Seattle. Not the vent, but I got like the coughs maybe. Yeah. But I'm feeling better, dude. I'm only at 108 degrees fever. Okay. Well, you're, I mean, I'm not a numbers guy, so who cares?
Deserving the praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise
I
yourself.
came to watch 10
So
minutes of shop.
how could
Start the
the
timer. Lay the chin down. Alrighty, we got the first one posted by 769. It's called Apparently Robert is a performer in my hometown, Stockholm once. Apparently her people didn't like it / wasn't laughing enough. Apparently, according to Robert, us Europeans don't laugh because we pay attention instead, not because they're shitty comedy.
in the same way
Let's
that
see,
the
this
blood
looks like
would
Sam
announce
down
the
here.
verdict,
So
any
I
other announcements of the
Angela to
basin
Stockholm
come
once.
from the
Stockholm's
other
fun.
basin as
Yeah, I had a
well.
great time, but
If
she
the
had never
basin
been to
did a
Europe
good job,
before.
they
And
would say,
we did 2 shows. And the first show was like, dude, did they not like me? I go, you got laughs. He goes, yeah, but then they died off. I go, no, that's what they do here. They pay attention. The attention measurement. Yes.
celebration of the night. What's the name of it? We just keep going through the judicial process. So
very hard. A little bit, but then I think it's very clever joke to call
so and now let's say we're talking
David
about a
Lucas
case of a
black and
guilty
fat.
verdict.
Smart.
So we bring him out for Skila.
But he talk a lot about us. He's losing crowd work. The crowd work was very good. He was roasting us.
So it's obviously
He was like a young
having
wolf.
to return that case of the punishment
I
for
was not
Skila.
understanding why Joe Rogan
So
wasn't
they
funny
Skila
at all.
for the
I like his podcast.
was in the place where they were
Joe
stoned.
Rogan
And
is a
again,
very
we'll
funny.
talk more about this. In
I can't stand one accent. I was trying to do like a German thing. This was like,
outside of
we'll stop
Beijing.
Queen.
Like the Prophet said against the execution spot wasn't vital. It was somewhere removed from this. The Prophet says, "Otes on the collar." Echad Omer Pesach is irrelevant. So let's say, so now, right? So let's say witnesses came, Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben is sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed through Skila. They position the guy, one guy, who stood by the entrance where the Beis Din. That's the gun the other. And ultimately, again, you have the Suda, but something bigger, right? A sheet here, got a Suda, like Suda was in his hand, the Sus rough up in the middle, he didn't share, watch this, this is how this was set up. So it was actually not amazing. He had like essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse, horse-mounted rider, right? On the side. And this guy was far enough away, but in absolute connection. So he was able to see the flag guys by the Beis Din. Now why did they do this? כדי שהוא Echad Omer, Omer Echad, usually I'm not a book, so much as now watch this. They're leading you to have the executed. But let's say, as we're leading now, someone comes into the Beis Din and they say, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben. Remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last minute testimony, that they would be able to get word that he was going to be executed. So they somebody came to the Beis Din and said, our last minute testimony, what happened? Flag and ride, we raise his flag, horse-mounted rider, would quickly go to the Beis Din and say, wait. So the man says, how long they get this regard? That's this flag. So now you're going to see, so flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would raise off to the Beis Din. I will tell everyone to pause. Even if Reuben had said, let's do this. Reuben is not the executed. Reuben thinks, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay? I just thought of something. It's amazing how you think about things. I just thought of something. They're going to sound like you. You might have said not seeing yourself. You listen to him. Listen, we'll bring it back to this. After you're out of the college department, even 4 or 5 times, will go back to each manuscript. What? There's going to be some level of investigation over it. Like, that's just going to bring it back to the Beis Din. There's a new way back. Right? Tell us, what information you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here. So, you know, so the Beis Din, what did they Skila outside of the Beis Din? There's a principle of executed Reuben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not. He was a good distance away. So much as that's what our time was. But let's say now, this is something all you have to do over here was put the Beis Skila somewhere out of Beis Din. It doesn't have to be far. It just has to be somewhere away. So much as really that true of our time, Beis Skila had a push the Shalosh Machanos. In general, say the Beis Skila was outside of the 3 camps. Now remember again, the Rosh of 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But the we also have the same camp model by Yerushalayim. Rashi actually points out this over here. Rashi quotes the Shalosh Machanos. Yerushalayim is Shalosh Mimadi Ga'asharav Machanishima. Parabayis Machanishima. B'Cholayim Machanishima. This camp model existed by the Beis Hamikdash as well. The Beis Hamikdash itself, that's called Machanishima. Right? The Parabayis, that's called Machanishima. The base camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called Machanishima. Where was, if you had to stone someone, where was he stoned? Outside of Yerushalayim. So the Beis Hamikdash, that's actually sitting here. It's not enough for the execution spot, it's just to be a little bit removed from the Beis Din. But you just have to be outside. Yes, be outside. So what is right into the garden? Yeah, absolutely. But we see that the Beis Hamikdash is outside of the Beis Din. It doesn't even a little bit outside of the Beis Din. It means remove all 3 camps outside of the Beis Din. I must already tell you after you. He said, why does the Mishnah list it this way? She must be nothing. If you do nothing, you do listen to the Shalosh Machanos. I've been in Beis Skila with the Beis Din. She must listen to this. She must come to this high halacha. And even if
Let's see what else we got here. I thought it was funny. This one, I haven't watched any of the Chins this week clip.
outside of the city.
This one's called Never Forget, posted by Confident Search 8648. Okay, this one a quick skim. Liked what I saw, so let's see what this is about.
Every other day, just
I know that it's been a really long time since you've heard from me. It's not different with music, damn it. We might have to cut it off while looking at some of the music.
so after the issue from the days did even more. Why is that? He hoped he's on his constitution race. Sure, it was like it's a big American Russia, it was like losing 2 years executed. So we don't want things in the biggest execution. Because we don't want it to look like things in the biggest execute. We always discuss the execution spot from the days in a significant way. Other possibility, much as tsunami, he can hardly lay hot summer. So as I told them all again, distancing the execution spot from the days in is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because the longer it takes for the accused to get from days in to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last minute breaking evidence that will exonerate them. Right? If the base of steel is right next to the base gate, so then again you have to vertically execute the guy in no time. By making again the base of steel a little bit further out, ultimately allows it for a little bit of usually of exoneration. You know what I mean? So that you wouldn't know if the base of steel process is going to point out again the same thing that the camp model is based on the way you camp in the desert. Right in the middle of the camp in the California desert, you had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Sheva. Who lived around the Mishkan? The Levium. That's called Machane Levium, the Levitic camp. And around that, you had Yisrael, the Machane Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for college. So I was replicating Yerushalayim. So Yerushalayim have the base of Moshe, that's Machane Sheva. Harabai is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Levium. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Yisrael. So for example, so they operated again in the base of Mikdash, but it was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see what the base of Skila has to be outside of the Jewish land. Either number one, because you don't want to put it like things in the execute, but that's the number two, by distancing the execution, that's what it is in itself. You give the accused a little bit more time to be terrorist. So it's not new. You already know this, but ultimately again, base of Skila has to be outside of the base of Mikdash. So I was like, stop me with her today. We're making great time. Don't worry about it. We're good. Let's say, that Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana. Like you can't rush to Amud Aleph like that. Those guys, that wasn't a great day, everyone.
I did that. Oh my God, the shirt back on. What is this from? Breckmore Lunch.
I want to say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Tafshin 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shirley Drashos this year as his plus for Besoros levels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors, the Kalman Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shirley this month in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, the brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah, and his precious Neshama having Aliyah, and his family in Nechama. All these are learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter. In memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who was just with us yesterday. Rabbi is today Sarah Bas Shimon is on the Zacha, right there in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshama having Aliyah, and the family in Nechama. Once with that, let us begin. So today's topic is Monday 42. We are picking up a lot of these really beautiful tomorrow ahead of us. Well, every day. So it's Yuda on then other than days 41
It's so funny.
41 Yuda off actually really left off at the end end of the exchange, remember again, in the end of the exchange, it was a beautiful exchange between the counter-attack, right? And the counter-attack of learning and Edmund in the behind the Java. The running back Hamill went ahead and got that was the running learning. And again, Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. So Gemara says as follows. So remember again, the end of the discussion was Aralahu Ihabi Anisi Bar Kuba Anisi. So the Rabbi was very impressed by what the parent of Safra was saying. He said, if you said this, you taught me so much about Sanhedrin. I know the last part, I'm very, you reduce it to not having a Bikuba. So this particular, the father of Safra said back to Rabbi Kama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, we are able to share with you so much. Means you take the matter, you don't want to know about what I got. Had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. But take a look at that. That's just what we said to the president. You take the matter, only the plus, not much to add the code.
Began servicing this week after a alleged victim complained that an animal series you had
Because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, you may see Lucy the matter, and be sort of to the pastor's point. If you want to be a contrarian, right? If you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, well, the Hakshos, Mohayunu Yodim Nekdeka.
Some of these pictures of these guys look so bad. It's like it's almost like damn, it's like if you get famous, you just gotta like
because you're so
never
pleasant,
take a selfie.
you feel
Never let anyone take a picture of
sharing
you.
with you so
That's
much.
why Kanye West wears that mask in public. He's smart. Yeah,
Brings
dude.
out so
Oh
much
my
to
gosh,
from us.
dude.
Had
I
you
have so
been
many
a
bad.
little bit
I
more
can never do
costly,
anything. I have so many
and
bad pictures of myself.
that's
Why
not
don't they do a
acceptable.
picture right now? So
It
we
would have
bet.
been more
Yeah, dude,
difficult
golf
to
fishing kids. That's
share
it for
with
me.
you our Torah.
It's
So a really beautiful
it's so crazy how both of them were the biggest comedy comedian
sometimes
cancellations, and they're both friends.
in our
That is funny. I mean,
other people, it
nuts.
brings out greatness inside of them as well.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to dare you to go on it for Chris in the comedy store. It's crazy. Nobody wants to book this guy.
Versus when you we all know this, right?
All right, let's see the next one. So let's
Interaction
find
with
Big
someone who's
Shoots.
like
James
combative,
Austin
like
Johnson.
contrarian. There's something about
Another
this,
guy
like,
right now.
so, you know what?
Okay,
So
yeah.
that,
He's one of
whatever
our guys.
interaction,
One of our
whatever
guys.
interaction I have to have,
Speaking of which, Stavi is starring in his own movie coming to theaters near you. Now, before he starts sucking up and singing his praises, let's all recall Bob is saying he's not one of our guys.
someone is just emotionally giving an interaction. There's a desire to want to
Because it sounds sick, honestly.
more from the person who has so much to do.
I was watching.
That a lot
Guys,
But it's also like you can do it straight up.
witnesses could be often there trending up to 2 days.
Authorities speculate that this was a doomsday cult to help release this photo. Police
And
asked
we
for
go
any
ahead
information
and
regarding
allow
the
for
red
people
haired
to be
man in the center.
Until you get to the middle of the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month.
So you guys are like a family? That's right. No brothers marching on your privacy.
But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't be allowed for any type of exception in this. So I have to go here. I can come up. In other words, we'll allow. Remember again, let's say, for example, one aid doesn't happen on the second of the month. One aid doesn't happen on the third of the month. We can allow for that, right? Why? Because you can still make more than sure about the fact that last month was 30-day month.
I wanted to watch it because I thought it was Jason.
The challenge is, up until one point,
I think it looks pretty cool. I mean, it's funny. I like the premise. As close as you
the
can get to
last
what
thing
you
you
know
know,
nowadays.
up until the majority of the
They're a
month.
cult. They
So
do
I'm a
suicide things, but
rabbi.
he doesn't die. That's a good premise.
I'm a rabbi.
That sounds like a
I'm a
screenplay.
rabbi. I'm gonna
Yeah, shout out to Stavi, dude, one of our guys. Very funny fat man. You heard that?
One says the murder happened on the second
The
of the
funny
month.
fat man.
One says
Yeah,
it
he
happened
is.
on the fifth of the
I thought it
month.
was like a saying or
Your
something.
Eagles is bought
Well,
by
you
mine.
can't deny it.
Neighbors
The man is fat.
We're
I would be cool if you funny me cool, Brendan Chop. I see what you're doing. Would you fucking try it out, Chop?
Like, this is biggest number one thing for the last 2 months. This 2019. Biggest number two thing for the last 2 months. The third thing that is consecutive discrepancy. Which is a lot of film with the Luba and Jaja. Because what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah stuff. Once you get to really once you get to the road, into the majority of the month, you see everyone knows that. It could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the previous month was a Monday or a cluster. That's possible. But what does everyone know? They know about the show for meanwhile. Then Allah from the myself, the chauffeur is blown. Right? Actually, when I forget that the chauffeur is blown at the beginning of every month. So everyone knows about the chauffeur blowing, and therefore, again, Allah from the myself, it's hard for us to say that somebody didn't know the previous month was or wasn't. Actually, right. So approximately 1 month you missed the chauffeur blowing. Let's say that 2 months you missed the chauffeur blowing. So ultimately, again, that would be a case. أنا مبارك من الله كلش. So let's say so now interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and turn this thing a little bit to a really great extent. Up until the site to the shop. And that's how we're going. To the shop. When up until the month, and you bench the name until the system of the moon is complete. So you might look at okay, how much that? So at what point up until what point in the month is 1 point to say to the shop. So you might get this answer. At the actual Ismail to myself until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. What is that? What is that?
Toy Story is basically
that's a great assertion right there. So he says up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Shabbat. It says, now going to say up until the 16th of the month. What's the interesting about this over here? So you say Kiddush Shabbat until the 7th of the month. So now going to say Kiddush Shabbat up until the 16th of the month. Top of members 42A. Says remember, and both of them old. But I will say that interestingly enough, so here's what's fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, actually it's not like you must. There's machlokas in terms of what does that mean. Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I don't say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it. Rabbi Yochanan, Chagani Habi Ki Yisra. One says that the moon has to look like a bow, so once they have to be ultimately the idea of Rabbi up until 7 days, and then our time says it will look like a sea. So a sea means it's fully circular. But by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon look like? The moon is complete. So we'll say so fundamental machlokes here, really incredible machlokes, and what machlokes up until when to one say Kiddush Levana, that Yehuda 7th of the month. Because at that point, again, the deficiency of the month has been up the moon has been closing, that the moon no longer looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. And our going no, up until the deficiency is complete, that means the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to it. So you might say, I'm going to with Achim to the Vare, October Hamid. So maybe the drop that you make over the moon should be October Hamid. So this is actually quite beautiful to look at. So the 2 lines down in the Vare October Hamid. As I do the part, the Meshiva Ve'elef, Leka, the Neiman, the Kadosh Kadoshim, the Vare Mia October Hamid, Shekal Shosh, the Meiko Bala Benedusa, Hamid Shemel Sefas Lahayr Olam. So Rashi points out over the right, that's interesting, right? So Yehuda holds that Allah you could recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say October Hamid. What's going to happen?
Hamitic is bracha. Essentially, Shech Yonah talk about Mitzvah like sister brachas. So Shech Yonah is a bracha where you say something positive that benefits you. Torah Hamitic is saying that benefits you and also has the ability to benefit others. So the bride, why do we say Torah Hamitic?
Like crazy looking at this, they're like, what is that? It's like,
it's
we had a show there. Jazz played for 7 like that. And they were like, is it good? I was like, oh, it's delicious.
You should be able to say Torah Hamitic, which was already that's the case. Also, Kichas or Minovarkina and Dayan Ares. So maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ares. Right at the end, in order, remember. Tova Hamitic by definition means, right? To say Tova Hamitic means that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively or negative, right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say Tova Hamitic as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan Ha'emes as the moon diminishes. Which the Gemara says, okay, the Levachim Tavayu. Maybe yes, maybe we should say that. Let's right now say Tova Hamitic as the moon as the edge is filling up, and Dayan Ha'emes as the moon is diminishing. Jewish Gemara says, no, keep on Dahainu Archei Lo Mevarkina. So this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the death. And I wanted to include with Rashi, almost very close to Rashi. Dahainu Archei, the Chol Kodesh Brias Olam Kimichagoki. ואין כאן דין פולנוס כפסונה, ולא הפסקה לנו פסה בנאוריסה. So the Gemara suggests over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because this natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala, nothing negative in the diminution. It just is the way that it works. So let's say, to me, I don't know, last night, but I was going to encourage you to take advantage of this space medrash at night. Shul Armin is starting a night sales program here at the shul. I was here last night. I was just quiet. It was surreal.
It's getting too loud.
Just thinking about this. This tomorrow like seemed to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, instead of saying, hold on,
and I don't know, this symbol or whatever, I just heard
certain programs, certain things. I mean, it's bigger, it's smaller, it's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So this I'm not going to head around this because this only feels like it's not the way the program to think. The way the program to think is that the Baruch obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or Tova Hamitic or Dayan. And what was it? There are certain things in the world that just the program. It's just a program like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just there's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. By definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there condition? Is the messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, I think perhaps what I'm trying to teach us over here is maybe you don't have to necessarily maybe there are certain things in life that just are. That just are. I think this is so important because remember, if this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Allah has come with Allah, is true in our relationship with other people. Because one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read in Right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? This maybe will not happen often. Right? But again, there's all of this tweeting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper meaning to it. Right? There's no like double entendre. There's no kidding. Like I don't think like my frosted flakes is or like what it is that was said, how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So we'll say, second, Baruch is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon goes up, the moon diminishes. This is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. And there are messages in it. But again, you don't have to read into it. Diane MS or incredible. Let's go back to it. This is beautiful. Whoever recites Kiddush Lavana at the right time, Kilo Mikabot Neshina. It's as if he's receiving the Shina. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Lavana at the appropriate time. Now, again, remember, what's the appropriate time? That's on my focus. But the right, and you even said, 7 days and I got to 16th, it's only you pass like 10 hours time. That's how we do have the ability to say Kiddush Lavana up until the middle of the 16th, in the middle of the month. In the middle of the month. We actually pass really until the night of the 15th, is normally how it works out. But Allah that's how we pass it. So the Gemara is beautiful. Whoever says Kiddush Lavana, it's as if they are receiving the Shekhinah. The Gemara says, Siv Hafa Chodesh Hazar, Siv Hasan Zekili Va'anjay. It says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh Hazar, and it says Zekili, so it's the Zeh. Chodesh Hazar, which is Kiddush Lavana, and Zekili Va'anjay. That's what I want to point out. Isn't it fascinating that probably one of the most neglected telos is Kiddush Lavana. What is Kiddush Lavana? Kiddush Lavana is what stands between you and the car on Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to avoid eye contact with. Like duck through it, get out of there. Isn't that fascinating? So it is the tefillah where some senator will have a get off. Or just doesn't do it. Or just not like my right? So fascinating. That's the tefillah that the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Lavana, then it says, if you are receiving sometimes whether we recognize it or not, many of us are here a spiritual intimacy. We look at the fear of closeness to Hashem because we're scared that if we get too close, the expectation is going to grow. If I get too close, I'm going to commit certain things. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy. This is why, whether you realize it or not, you just have to fall a little bit out of this. A little out of this. The only time for that is so many people are so busy on Matzah Shabbos that they just gotta run out and this, that, and even if I say it, it's just the fastest people are using a close second, right? But on my side, what is it? It's almost as if it's like a not no version, but what is it? A lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues, that I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to require of me or me to give to the relationship. So consciously, subconsciously, I just ignore it. Friends, it's platonic, he's happy, or he's happy, I'm happy, and I don't have to live up the expectations. So incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Lavana is even without the Ashkenaz? So listen, there's a beautiful Maharsha. Maharsha says this, he says, I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, Ayin Bazel Perish Rabin, the Sol Parak Tzasa Shachar. Listen to this. Yesh Lomar, Ishi, Sabegal Lisan, Kenon, Smokin, Rose, and Shira. We hope to become a lesson. Listen, this is such a profound Gemara. Claudia Solan Dollars. Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shira. But when we lament most, and what's the better? I want to point out, I believe that this month of Shabbos, the only time to say Nefesh Chodesh, Wednesday, Thursday, also close. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if it's the point is next week or two, this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So remember the Gemara says over here, now shows us the Davos, we are not able to see אבל חידוש הלבנה, listen to this, is similar Israel, Shema Sidin is Kaddish Mosa. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the moon. And the same way that the moon rises and when the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. בשער להיות שם בקיום בני שמונה כמו שביורה, על זה נוסח ברכה סלבנו, ובזה כשאנו מברכים על החודש בזמנו, שעושים שלנו הסידר לסחדיש כמוסו, ואנו כאילו מכוון השכונה. Was it so beautiful? Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because it is the metaphor for Klal Yisrael. The moon is beautiful and then it wanes, right? Then it wanes, right? Then it goes out and diminishes. That's the story about people. That's the story about us as individuals. And so when we go out to Kiddush Levana and we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent, and we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate, it instills in us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again please Rabbi in the Kabbalah, Pnei Ashina, and the legal to the Shalayim, and the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are in the Kabbalah Pnei Ashina. Such an overwhelming, incredible, and beautiful Gemara. Let's go like the very Yisrael. And one of those like Yisrael. I like to have this question, man. Go for the diet. What's this? Today Yisrael says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. It wasn't that make sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within me the confidence and the optimism of the. And that is the most important episode as a people and as individuals, to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And who gives me that koah? The Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah. Kiddush Levana is incredible. I'm not about it. Hilchah, never in the middle. Abai says, therefore, we have to make sure Kiddush Levana stands. Such an important tefillah. We have to, let's say, it's becoming attraction. We have to discuss Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our courtyard. This one is good. Hopefully, again, assuming that the sun is out, that the clouds are not there, we can see them. Sorry about these other issues, right? But again, like, creating atmosphere, like, sometimes St. Peter's Levana, what happens when your ride is already there, right? They're getting a patient behind the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. So how much money can they put into it? So I say, so we begin to see the power of the function of this incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. Somebody told the story. Therefore, Abai says you have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana say it standing up. Remember, Sutra, Mikasvi. Remember, if you and you couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a bracha like this one. What's the bracha? I'm going to back other Rashi. My Rav Mavar. In Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha: Baruch Mechadish Kadosh. That was a Kiddush Levana in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, you know, got my head around Kavanah for that, and I think I can get behind that. Right? Baruch Mechadish Kadosh. And that was a bracha Kadosh Elokim Melech Olam. Mechadish Kadosh. Right? That was like that's it. So it is. He said, "I know she's kind of nothing about it." Listen, what it sounds like over here is that's a woman's bracha. What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. It's like a good like someone stuck, right? That's what. Listen, so the Mashal points out over here. He says Rosh Chodesh, the narrative of Rosh Chodesh is a women's bracha. It's a special mention to the women and Rosh Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only makes note of the Kaddish Hadash of Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same as the bracha is okay. Makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, one second. We're going to now go to the bracha of Kiddush Levana. That's Katani Nazir. Okay, I never said the bracha in a way like the Gemara. Like I said, usually for whatever reason, and what the Shabbos were in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not. That's what we're always in a rush. So look what the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Baruch. Now obviously it's Baruch Hashem Asher ma'amaro bara shechaki. Through his word, through your words, he created the heavens. Uberuah his whole sivar. And also the breath of his mouth forms of the host. Hope is man masan laham. So there will be again, hope means like a rule. Is man and set times you are giving of the celestial host. Shalom Yisharu as Tafkida. Everyone has a job. And ultimately again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sasan is snake and not so for some Torah. And they are so happy to perform the work of Creator. Holy MS. So guys, I want to point out that here again. What's so beautiful is the man shot cameras on it. It says, Shoi Shanas Hatzidam, Perish, Shoi Yishnu Ishanu Minu Shalacham. You know what's incredible when you look up at the heavens? The stars never say, you know what, today I'm going to be the moon. Right? And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission. And everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. God is we spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things. When instead of trying to maximize who and what we are, if the celestial hosts have their mission and their cosmos is, they stay on task, they stay on mission. So my goal is like to figure out, I want your mission. I'm going to of course, it's going to get to anything other colleagues and other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own mission. And I see everyone being the best version of themselves. I recognize that is my agenda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. And goes on, he says, again, they affect works of truth, and their work is truth. The Shema says to the moon to renew and literally again, there's a crown of glory to those who come from the womb. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so too human beings are destined to renew as well. Well, the fire, the Otzram Hashem Kivod Malchuso, and to go ahead and literally again praise their Creator, Hashem Kivod Malchuso, through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Baruch Atah Hashem Lechadesh Kadosh. Right, special you Hashem, the one who renews. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Lechadesh Kadosh, we use that same bracha, or we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you could affect more. With whom can you find war? Who could wage war? Beautiful. Everyone learns a lot of Mishnah. Because if you learn Mishnah, it's like you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Mishnah is knowledge. Now again, it doesn't give you a lot of halachas, it gives you a lot of knowledge. I'm sorry, Karen Yosef and Akshay, Rav Tvuos, this is a beautiful idea over here. Again, the juxtaposition of this is just the same opinion, right? Some authors. But when I say the Mishnah, the Gemara then goes down and switches gear, that the only way to go ahead and engage in the word of Torah now is if you're armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the word of Torah? Mishnah is, at least again, because that arms you with general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the fine. After all, shows. I'm going to see you about Ashi. Doshna El shows. Now, So also that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if the one says, right, we saw Reuben kill Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other witness says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodem Eitzakama, Echad Omer Achad Eitzakama, Idusim Teva. But if one opinion says, I saw Reuben, right? One opinion says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, the Avis is about to why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after sunrise it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have their facts right. So the Gemara says, that's obvious. Ella Echad Omer Kodem Eitzakama, but Echad Omer Shochanis. No, rather, what's happening over here? One witness says we saw Reuben kill Shimon before sunrise, and the other one says it was during sunrise. So it's also obvious that there's no testimony present very long. So what's about to want you have thought, Ha Bigibuye Kai Bizaruri Bahamo. So what's the happening over here is you're really saying the same thing. And the one who says ultimately again that it was during sunrise wasn't during, rather again, it was during the glow of the sun and the southern rays. So maybe they're really saying the same thing, maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Malon, Kamash Malon said that you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it, that essentially disallows testimony. So remember again, so the Mishnah is also to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the days in one of the churches finds a reason to go and exonerate the defendant to invite him onto the basin, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Saying the Gemara, he just stays there for the rest of the day, and that's it, not anymore. So the Gemara says, by the time that we learn, if the student is saying to it, right, the student had something positive to go ahead and say, right, the student walks so the Gemara says, you just invited ultimately again for that day, and no worry, that's what the stone of David, but when you learn Mishnah, the word Shalom. If the student says, good, we invited you to come to the Sanhedrin, and you can go ahead and take you down, in Imam Mishpikara, in your Kayam Kulo. And it's what he was saying ultimately again, when we let him stay for the rest of the day, then not after that. Why? Kadesh, okay, hey, Aliyasa Yurugasa, Amravanye, Tagamua, in Mamish. No, what it means is like this. The student says, I simply contribute to exonerate the defendant. So he invited to join the basement. If he has something good to say, keep him on the basement. Going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, then keep him on the basement that day. But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take him off. Matzah Mosifus, the Gemara says, remember again, if the Gemara talks about the video, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth and they do it, they start overnight, or over the course of the night into the next day. And the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink wine, they diminish it. Once it's Yain might come, but why don't they drink wine? The Roseman a shakeout. Literally translated rulers a shakeout. What does this mean? Ha'oskim barazal shalom al yishtaki. Those who go ahead and deal with the secrets of the world, which is what calls the judgment. Those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing with DNA and bushes and dealing with capital punches, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. Low roll might, now, the Mishnah essentially said that in Halakha L'Maisa, they cannot reach, they can't reach a verdict. Right? They can't reach a verdict. So then Halakha L'Maisa, again, the Gemara says, they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked, right? The Din is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another. Either a majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. Right, but they have to keep it. The Gemara says, no, what happens if they remain deadlocked? Well, what do you do in a case like this? I'm about to poach myself. Essentially, a deadlock phased in results in a not guilty plea, a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. Shema says the being already open emotional, so a deadlock case will result in a not guilty verdict. Armor if that's the case, then why don't you do this? Why don't you just when the basin is deadlocked earlier on, when it was smaller, why not go ahead instead of the process is keep adding on and adding on and adding on until we get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not as soon as they're deadlocked earlier on, give them a not guilty plea? Because the idea is we don't like a deadlock. It doesn't look right. Whereas Jason should be able to be decisive, Jason should be able to be conclusive, and Jason should be able to give a definitive. It doesn't look like if they can, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. Normally, I got alternate version of this. Why do you have to keep adding on? Essentially, once you see that the deadlock, just exonerate them right then and there. That supports you. Similarly, you can't add on to a basin of 71. You also don't have to add on to a basin of 73. Sorry, 23. And if the basin is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Omer beginning of this documenting. In order to begin the fashas, this documenting. What's the interesting guys? When it comes to financial dilemmas, we say this document. Now, what that really means is what? The judgment became old. When it comes to capital cases, we don't say this document. So what does that mean? Mine is document. What exactly does that mean? Ilema Kashdina. So what's it means like this? Kashdina, it means that Allah is saying this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. Then Ibcham violate. But also, you should say that dafka by capital cases and not by monetary cases. You're right, teach it around. What does it mean? Mine is documented. What does this documented? It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. So therefore, again, Allah when it comes to the based in says we have decided appropriately. Even the Fashas, they don't make that declarative statement. So Mesa is a kasha. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration as Dakin Hadin. 1 second. If you want to say that ultimately again this Dakin Hadin means a declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. Then Haidra Amar God makes sense the head of the base. It says this. But if you say that Harach means that the din is too difficult and we can't find a resolution, Losaki below Amar Gadol, he didn't become the accepting shape. Why does the Gadol have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the Basin, but does the Gadol, does the head of the Basin have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? First person, yeah, there's going to be some level of embarrassment if the Basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. You get down the other say, if you want to say that a declaration that Basin says, it's too difficult, you can't reach a verdict. I know if you want to say that it's a declaration, what the Basin is making, the Basin is saying, you did a good job of adjudicating this case. Is the person supposed to praise themselves? Pasuk says, you know what, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the Basin be saying, we did a good job of adjudicating this case? Shining notes of the Basin, no, because whenever it comes to the Basin, everything that comes from the Basin always comes from the head of the Basin. Any declarations always come from the head of the Basin. If it's not, are you Mahrisin also published with Omer Aish Poni at the Zakai, Aish Poni at the Chai? In the same way that the judge of the Basin would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the Basin would come from the head of the Basin as well, including if the Basin did a good job, they would say again, Chacham, we adjudicated this case simply, and and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the base. So Rabosai, Hadron Allah, are you both? Mazel tov, Mazel tov. Short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmaratin. What's the name of it? Nigmaratin. What's this now? What's fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So Nigmaratin. If at the end of the day, again, they finish the verdict. So, and they're talking about a case of his brother. So it's going to show something. So we bring him out for Skila. For Skila. XJF, I'm hopping again. I know this thing's up and hopped in. So you bring it up for Skila. So obviously, we're talking about a case of here with a punishment for Skila. So remember Skila. The base of Skila, the place where they stone him. And again, we'll talk more about this in the definitely a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they would do Skila was outside of city. Shneimar, Hotziah Samakalo. Like the Pasuk says, again, so in other words, the execution spot wasn't 5 days, it was somewhere removed. The Pasuk says, Hotziah Samakalo. Echad Omar Hasakis is incredible. So let's say, so now, right, so let's say, witnesses came, moving to the Shimon, moving to sentenced to death. Now they're taking moving out to be executed. They positioned the guy, one guy, stood by the entrance to every day. Vasudon Biado. And ultimately, again, he had the sugar, like a cloth. What? Yeah. Or something bigger, right? A sheet, yeah. So like sugar was in his hand. It's just rough up in them. Today, and listen, I watched it. This is how this was set up. So there was a guy sitting on a baby. He had like essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse mounted rider, right? And this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So if you were to see the flag guy by the baby. Now why did they do this? כדי שיהיה לו אחד אומר אחד בשביל now watch this. So the reason moving up the executed. But let's say as we're reading it now, someone comes into base and they say, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben. Remember again, Basin was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if they were last minute testimonies, that they would be able to get word so that Reuben wouldn't be executed. So somebody came into Basin and said, I last minute testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag, horse mount his rider would quickly go to the base and say, wait. And say, wait. Allah made it disregard. That's his flag. Not even the flag guy would wave his flag. Horse mounted rider would race off to the base and would tell everyone to pause. That's even only reached to the landed Allah. Even if Reuben is said, let's listen to this. Reuben is not the executed. Reuben says, you know what? I just thought of something. I just thought of something. Maybe how you think about it. Right? About the rank up. I just thought of something. They could exonerate me. The Gemara says, Machzir also. We listen to him. We'll bring him back to his even 4 or 5 times. As long as what? There's going to be some level of investigation. Right? We're not just going to bring him back to the base. What do you got? Right? Tell us. Right? What information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? The base has Skila Kustin. By the way, what's the base has Skila outside of the base? It was time that you're obviously the place where they executed Reuben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. It sounds like he was a good distance away. So that's a lot of times. I must say now. It makes it sound like all you had to do over here was put the base of Skila somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far, it just has to be somewhere away. Remember, the reason is actually about time, your base of Skila, each of us say the base of Skila was outside of the 3 camps. Now remember again, the rest of the 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But this is also the same 3-camp model by Yerushalayim. Right? Rashi actually points out this over here. Rashi puts talks about those. Yisrael Shayach U'Mimadi Azara Machane, Bayis Machane Leviah, Kolayim Machane Yisrael. You can't follow inside the Mitzvah as well. The Azara, the Mitzvah itself, that's called Machane Shkina. Right? The Harabais, that's called Machane Leviah, the British camp, and Yisrael itself is called Machane Yisrael. Where was, if you had to stone somewhere, where was the stone? Outside Yerushalayim. There's a seal outside Sicily there, not enough to the execution spot, just to be a little bit removed from the but it really has to be outside. It has to be outside. What's right in the sky, yeah, absolutely.
He takes his finger and he wipes it across one of the rain clouds. It's like, this dust is disgusting. People drink this.
Three
Why is
camps
this in the same
outside of the
Do you have any cups?
I much rather turn it up. So why does
I need some boxing circle group. Dude, how you living, pimp?
Even if
Dude,
let's see if a basin.
are you ready to lose? Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, that's what I like to hear, baby. That is what I like to hear. All right, we're playing darts. We're playing 501 darts. And I'm going to continue my domination. What up, baby?
You think people are dumber or stupid today?
Then when?
The 1980s?
They are smarter today.
Yeah, you know what I was just thinking?
What's that, baby?
That even people with Down syndrome are probably more knowledgeable than people in just a normal person in the 1980s with the amount of information they have access to.
Dog, you've got to understand, in the 1980s, I mean, I lived in them. People were very superstitious, and we didn't have the internet, and we were fortunate to just have television. I mean, think about like 1930s or like 1900, how people were. Not to say they were dumb, they just might not have known as many facts.
Well, in the 60s, the American government tricked everyone into thinking, tricked the world that they landed on the moon.
Baby, people still believe that.
People still believe that?
Oh, dog, you ask any American, and anybody who doesn't say that, you're looked at as an outsider. You're looked at as unintelligent.
Why do you think the moon landing happened?
Oh, dog, I've been one of the biggest detractors of that bitch since I learned about it, and I was heartbroken. I wanted to dedicate my life to the greatest scientific achievement or human achievement in global history. And I went down this road. You love beating off, baby. And I went down this road, and at first I didn't believe it. I believed Apollo like through and through. And then I saw that video where they're like faking being like 2/3 to the moon when they're in low Earth orbit. And then I saw Astronauts Gone Wild, where these guys are confronted on this shit. And it just made me like, dog, these guys are just normal old men. They're like any other old man that I've ever met. They're not like really scientific about how they're discussing this. And they're not, the way they describe it, the way they describe it is like the way that I would describe it if I'd never been, like, basically they'd be like, well, the sun was over there. They wouldn't be like, well, the sun was 300 miles away or whatever it was. Like they were like a million miles away. They weren't like really specific about things. And it just, it caused me to question some things. And then I saw astronauts gone, wow, these guys are like punching like somebody just for asking questions. And then I got into some fights with some friends of mine because their grandparents were part of the Apollo program, like worked on it as engineers. And they're like, this had to happen. You're calling my grandfather a liar. And I'm like, I'm not saying that he knows that he's not telling the truth. I believe him when he says he worked for Boeing or wherever. I believe him. I believe that he worked for Boeing. But you have to understand that the way that they have this thing arranged is that not even the people in mission control actually had evidence of what was going on outside of that room. And like, it just, all these things that came to me, like hearing like a Walmart watch had more computing power than the entire Apollo program. And even then, this was like in the early 2000s. Even then, it raised questions to me like, computers aren't that good right now. So how were they so much better back then? And that was a big one. Like, because that one's hard to deny. Like, you and I looked it up. All of the computing power of Apollo was like, remember we looked at it, it was like less than 1 second of video. It was like incredibly a small amount. It was like 64 kilobytes or something. It was like a joke. And
yeah.
And then just seeing the interviews with the guys where they're, I mean, like, okay, I've been to Disneyland. If someone were to come to me and be like, okay, what's it like at Disneyland? I'd be like, okay, well, you want to know what it was like when I was a little kid? You want to know what it was like when I was an adult? Do you want to know what it was like for me to be at Disney World? Like, what do you want to know? I'll tell you. I'll sit here and if you're doubting that I've ever been to Disneyland, I'll sit here and talk to you about it for as long as you want. I'm not going to throw a fist at you or like run away. I'll be like, especially if you're paying me, and he was paying these guys $10,000 to have these conversations. I'll sit here as long as you want, and let's talk about going to Disneyland. But these guys don't react like that. And also, I'll be like, I'll tell you everything that it's like to go to Disneyland. I'll be like, okay, so you park here, and parking's like X amount of money, and then you walk with your family or whoever you're going with or whatever, to this one area, and then you go and you've got to get your bags checked, and there's like guards to check your bags, and then once you're in, you're on what's called Main Street USA, and like I have like pictures of myself, like, well, like how much evidence do you want of this? But these guys were not like that. And then I started looking at the pictures, and they're all the same, and like, even this is proven like later on that they're using the same backgrounds. It's always like this flat surface, and then the background is a huge mountain every single time. It's never anything different. And then I started getting into like why they had like a car. They brought a car. Like, how do they fit a car? Like, I know how hard it is to get a car into like to just move a car, to just drive a car. And especially like to get that onto a ramp into a vehicle, it's not easy. Now imagine doing that in like low gravity. And all of the things that could happen. You could bump it, all kinds of things. Dude, are you going to accept the invitation, or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot,
Yeah. Rabbi,
Zoot, you have an invitation.
do you support euthanasia?
You mean young people on the Asian continent? Yeah, I support euthanasia.
No, euthanasia.
Yeah, young people on the Asian continent, youth in Asia.
No, that's not euthanasia. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do under the right circumstances. Like if someone has a terminal illness and they're in like incredible amounts of pain all the time and their life isn't they feel their life isn't worth living and there's no solution, that is an incredible burden for someone. And I would want to, if possible, give them as many drugs as possible to be able to alleviate their pain. But let's say we couldn't alleviate their pain and they were still just always in pain and they were going to be like that forever, uh, or for the remainder of whatever their natural life would be. Oh wow, Zoot, that was really good. Um, I want people to be able to die with dignity. That's important. Like,
What about mentally ill people?
yeah, that's different. That's different. Um,
What about you don't support that penalty, do you?
it's a good question. Um, if the death penalty is available under some circumstances, if it's available, then it should at least be it should at least be a what's the word for which I'm looking? A hindrance to people doing things. However, because of DNA evidence, I feel like anybody could be found innocent or manipulated to create a crime or commit a crime. So I personally don't want it to happen. But like in the state of California, like we haven't had one in like 20 years or something, but it's still on the books. And the fact that it's on the books,
I'm going to win this next round.
Zoot,
Just that down.
Zoot, you're gonna lose. But you can tell yourself it's Squid Game if that helps you. You used to dominate me at this, Zoot.
65 points isn't bad, but it's not great. I still think I'm 5 points. I'm still.
Yeah, but I'm just more consistent in this game than you are.
Fuck, that's not good. If you get 3 straight 20s, you can come back. You're in the lead by 3 points.
I know.
Now you are in the lead by a lot. Rabbi, do you notice you keep on just hitting straight 20s?
Yeah, I mean, it works.
Yes.
That was big time, Zoot. You're back.
No. That's not good. Straight 20s. Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
Do you think so I found a painless way to die.
Yeah, in my opinion, the best way. It's like a roller coaster that kills you. That seems like a cool way to die.
No. Next game, I win. Carbon monoxide poisoning is probably the least painful way to die.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You just be in a room and you get instant charcoal, and then you get a bunch of hookahs, and then you're in a ventilated room and you just smoke for 20-30 minutes, and then you go lie down on a bed and you wouldn't even know you're dead.
Wouldn't that be carbon dioxide?
Maybe, I don't know.
It could be a combination.
Are you afraid of death?
No.
You're not?
No, I mean, it's like an inevitable thing unless you can escape it with mind uploading and life extension
Just from the
technology.
conversations I've had with you, I feel like you're afraid of death, and you're. I think you're not afraid of death as much. I feel like you're afraid of not being remembered.
Oh, honestly, I could kind of care less about that. I think it's cool, but if no one remembers me, it's not a big deal to me. It really isn't. I would have done everything I could on this earth to just try to improve it within my small circle of power. And if no one remembers that in the future, okay. I mean, that's like not the end of the world to me. Really, what my project is of live streaming my life is really a gift for my future family. It's not necessarily.
I hope death is just an illusion, and when I die, my brain just creates another universe. Like, people have this theory where your brain just creates another universe, and you exist in a different timeline.
Zoo, do they have a theory that you don't suck dick at darts? So
Let's go again.
Do you recognize how badly of an ass kicking, like, I just repeatedly perform on you? Oh, dude, that was good. Zoot, do you think you'll ever beat me at 501 darts? Okay, Zoot, after this, we're going to play billiards. because that's the one game that you and I have played that you've beaten me more than I've beaten you. Dude, that was big. When I get like 100, or you get 100, it makes it get it. It makes it challenging for the other person. Get it. Dude, that was big time. Zoot, you need a really good comeback. Triple. Zoot, I just busted. You're gonna make it.
I can not.
What are you
I
gonna?
think this is the greatest move I can make.
Let's see it. That was terrible. Dog, I keep. What are the odds that I would hit bust twice in a row?
Same odds as me. You ready?
Yep.
We're gonna go to a timer.
It's over, baby. You need such a comeback. 2021 or double 777. Okay, he's got a chance, folks. He did it. He did it. He did it.
Now you just had the best shot ever.
Would you take 23?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Zoot takes me down to the wire, yet still loses.
I'm gonna win this one.
That's what you said the last 5 games we played.
I have to win this one.
I think I've beaten you 12 games in a row.
Jail for what?
What are you saying? Zoot, how'd you like that? 120 points right off the bat. Zoot. In my first 2 rounds, I've gotten 220 points. That was pretty good.
When you're listening for Coast to Coast down.
Word, dog. Well, right now it's just the news.
Breakout North.
Do you know the answer to this?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You know Irvine.
Goodbye. You're annoyed finding out where you live.
What'd you say?
Are you worried become kids? You're annoyed every day finding out where you live.
No, I mean I put it in my like YouTube description. So I mean I've had people come visit me, which is awkward, but dude, are you gonna make a comeback here?
So I'm going for a 16. You know why I got the 16?
Zoot, I just busted.
So I'm going for a 1. What are the chances we both bust?
Shit.
You lost. I won. Yeah, I won. How does it feel to lose?
Fuck.
Fuck's sake. This is your shot first and 1.
It's you, baby.
Fuck. That's not good. How the fuck do I keep losing?
That was a close one, Zoot. Of any time you were gonna get me, it was that one.
But I'm gonna go with it.
Dude, I only got 40 that time.
I only won by 100 points.
What'd you say, Pimp?
I only won by 100 points.
You didn't win. You lost. Not only did you lose, you lost in shocking fashion.
Yes.
Are you happy with that?
Like that. Out of 10.
That was really good. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this domination that you're witnessing domination?
Hey, Robert, do you think I'll ever be able to time travel?
Doug, you asked me this. Oh fuck. I said, yeah, I think
Do you think
so.
I'll be able to?
I think so. Zoot, what a good 105 points, Zoot. Zoot, you have the lead.
I just won.
20. 20. That was really good. No way. You still get to go.
Oh no.
Don't miss this. That's not good, Zoot.
I just won.
Zoot took it down to the wire.
I lost.
Are you done?
Okay.
Are you done?
Okay.
Do you think you're going to win?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Do you recognize that I just came out of the gate with 60? How are you going to hang with that, son? Zoot, how are you going to hang with that? It's 60 to 28. Zoot, I just came out with 100. Zoot, I just came out with 100.
I just kissed the girl.
Zoot, you're just blaring out garbage.
How do you feel about Katy Perry dating Justin Trudeau?
I think he's a scumbag. So, I mean, I don't really have an opinion on their relationship, though.
That's Katy Perry's thought.
Got a good point there. Oh, Zoot. That was big. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my just getting 100 points? I looked you straight in the eye and slapped you in the face. I looked, breathe hot air on your face and slapped you in the mouth.
Bro, I never asked you.
Like 1,000 times. I like Rodney Dangerfield.
That sounds like a wrestler.
Okay, well, he's one of the best comedians ever. Fuck.
Everyone thinks it's funny, but you don't find funny.
Who is someone that everybody thinks is funny that I don't find funny? I kind of think the opposite. I think that there are some people who aren't generally known as funny who I think are funny. Who is somebody who everybody thinks is funny? I mean, if you get to know like stand-up comedian, Zoot has a chance.
Are you kidding me?
Zoot, you just lost.
I know. That was the worst way to lose.
Are you done?
Yeah, I am. No, I'm not done.
You want another one?
Yeah.
Okay, Zoot. If I beat you here, this is 10 in a row. And then I'm taking a break. All right, folks, if you're watching, I'm going to give a play-by-play. That's 3. That's 5. That's 19. That's 27. I came out with 60, Zoot. All you have to do is get 60 every time, and there's a good chance you'll win. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my getting 140 points just now? Zoot, you're down by more than 100 points already. Zoot. Zoot, I just got another 100. Okay, that was good. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my getting 140 just then? Zoot, you're down by 272. Dude, I could literally miss this shot like a bunch of times. And still win. Zoot, that was the most efficient ass beating that you've ever had. I just beat you 10 times in a row.
I wasn't paying attention. All right, let's go again.
Zoot, you're full of shit. You were focused. All right, this is the last one. I just said the previous one was the last one. But because you asked nicely, we'll focus on. Are you focused? That was good.
I think anything above a 60 is good.
That's what I say. Zoot, you have a big lead. Oh, wow. Whoa.
Yeah, I think I'm good. You scored 100 and you're still losing.
Zoot, are you proud of the way you're playing?
I'm 60 points in front of you, so
61. Zoot, what are you going to do? 20. 20.
I was just trying to find a back
20.
I'm just trying to get to 60. Okay, you come back.
Zoot is maybe playing his best game ever.
Yeah.
Oh, that was giant.
So I made a triple and a 20. How do you feel to honestly? I can win in the next shot row.
Let's see it, Zoot.
Yeah, 220s.
Oh, shit. Fuck!
And double 20. I won.
Okay, we're done, Zoot. It's over. I shouldn't have played that 11th game, but nice. All right, Zoot, go on your fucking walk. Are you proud of the way that you played?
I've never heard anyone talk about Web 2 talk about the Web 2 journey or anything that someone can do in the Web 2 space. Because me, I'm just maybe into Web 3, but then I think I've been doing more of a Web 2 say work job before I got here my Web 3, which I believe is selling things like laptops and wristwatches. Okay, but then someone mentioned about to bring those things to Web 3, which I'm still confused on how to do that. Now, if you start selling to people and then receive payment in crypto, how do you recognize that we should doing in the Web 2 properly into Web 3? Okay, thank you, and God bless you as well. Chris, can I answer that? All right. I wanted to say something, Sean. First of all, I'd like to say something based on your profile, because while you're speaking, I just went to the profile to check some things, because that's what I do. I saw a few things you post, people's posts a lot, like back-to-back posts, back-to-back posts, like it's not actually good for a profile, because it overshadows your work, first of all, and then you're following to follow ratio. It's also bad, like you are following more than your followers, which shouldn't be the case. Just like a little correction for a profile. Then back to the question I asked, if you can bring the business you are doing Web 2 that is selling laptop to Web 3, it doesn't necessarily mean bringing your business to Web 3, or kind of bringing the idea, or if I see the marketing skills that you have to Web 3. You feel me? Nobody wants to buy your laptop there. I'm not like saying it in a harsh way, more like the reality. If you start selling laptops or start selling gadgets, people might actually buy from you. Especially if you sell it on Instagram. That's kind of the right platform to sell gadgets and all these things. But for these techs, it's more like a crypto space, Web3 space, and all these things. To talk about Web3 and all these things. The only way you can bring your Web2 skills, which is marketing, what you have is now marketing, like full-time marketing, because it's not easy to sell gadgets, it's not easy to get people to buy from you and all these things. The knowledge of marketing is what you bring to Web3. How do you do that? Marketing is all about converting sales, converting people to click, converting people to check out these projects and all these things. You start checking out projects, start testing yourself, start learning. Because last, Web3 marketing and Web2 marketing is totally different. Okay, just 1 minute. Web2 marketing and Web3 marketing is totally different. Web2 involves you have to post the gadgets on your WhatsApp and all these things, then people, if they like it, and you post memes to attract people to your WhatsApp, or maybe if you are using WhatsApp or all these things, just basically trying to get people to like your product and you sell it. But for Web3 marketing, you have to use text or video content creation. That is when you have to learn how to break down narratives, how to use storytelling, how to make people want to click in a project profile. So what am I trying to say in essence? You have a big chance of excelling in Web3 marketing as a Web2 marketer. So if you double down on Web3 marketing, learn Web3 marketing, double down on education. This word education. It is very underrated, but it goes a long way in this space. Education. You can even decide to leave X for like 1 month, 2 months, and double down on education so that you can learn what you really need to learn to stand out. You feel me? So that's my own design. That's how I feel like you can bring your Web2 skills to Web3 and excel in it, because you have an experience in marketing. So yeah, that's my own answer to the Listen. Alright, I
Yeah, guys, I can see some people on the space like Rabbi, Gives of the Aeon, Very ST, Charles, Day. So, guys, it's like 24, so we have to wrap this up. We have to be very fast with what we are doing, guys. So that I know we all have other things to do, right? Because we started the space by 10 and now it's like 12:24, almost 1. So we have to like be fast. So, Bible, you have to like without what we have to say and then give the mic to Becca. After Becca, give the mic to Rabbi and then out for today.
Alright, guys, I love this question. I love the question from Anvi dot 18 star. So I just have to say this now. There's something you have to know about marketing. Like about marketing. You're selling laptop, yeah. And from that your side, you have the ability to convince someone to buy your product. That's a very nice a very nice skill. So in bringing it into this Web3 space now, looking for this aspect. You have a problem now. I have a problem and I need a solution. And then you now tell me, bro, I'm selling this, I'm selling that. That's not what I want to hear. If you bring that into marketing, marketing is all about telling me that you have solution to what I am looking for. That you can solve this problem for me. You understand? It's not about coming and telling me, bro, yes, you are having headache. I can give you something that will heal you from this headache. So you know, branding the act of selling laptop, bringing it into web3. You will not carry laptop and come here. Instead, you will come in with your skill. You understand? That's why should I just say I have to stand strong. I always stand strong in the act of upgrading and upscaling yourself. Yeah, you're a web2 marketer. You enter a web3 space. You first of all have to check out how this space works. Firstly, you get course if you can get course, or you learn from someone and then start building on web3. That does not mean that you should live your web2 life, bro. But in this space, there are some things you have to know. There's something they call business developer. It's still on that marketing strategy. You understand? There's something they call direct marketing. You come on spaces like this and then there's something about advertising. You come on space and tell people about the project. You're advertising about the project, but you come in directly, meaning you are kind of trying to sell yourself. When I mean sell yourself, I mean you should just tell me what you are doing directly, because you are talking to me directly. You understand? So, bro, in a space now that you have come in, well, you are doing something in Web2, maybe something like barbing. You understand? You are a barber, mama, and then you want to venture into Web3. So now you tell me that you carry that barbing and then you bring barbing. We want all these things just online. So you pick a niche where you think you are doing well there. Maybe you are a writer, you are a reader, you like reading, you like telling stories, you like public speaking. You understand? You choose that niche and ground there. Always try to research, bro. This Web3 is so vast that sometimes we become quite, especially when you are putting work. You don't put in work like several months, several weeks. You are not seeing any results. You kind of want to give up. This is the time you have to go more deeper. That time that you feel like things are becoming harder. I don't even know where to start from in this Web3 space. That's the time you have to put down your head and learn upscaling that side that you actually see yourself there. If you're a storyteller, try and watch should I just say podcasts, people that are there before you. Like I always say, have a mentor in this space. You understand? That a Web2 life can actually give you a fortune in this space, but it's for you to know how to actually minimize them and how to use them and how to be a problem solver. So what I just have to say like this now, should I just say me summarizing this thing so I'll give others my keys? Bro, that's your side. Be a problem solver in this Web3 space. If you are upgrading from Web2 to Web3 and entering Web3, what you have to do, have this mindset of people are not interested in what you are selling. They are interested whether this thing that they are getting from you will solve their mindset you can go far in life. You understand? This is just what I have to say, bro. Thank you guys for having me. This is the voice of it's
Okay, thank you very much, Primo. Thank you very much, Primo. Who did I say? Okay, Becca, please. Becca, please.
Yeah. So I'm not actually like say much because I really want to like wrap up this thing. I just wanted to like basically what Valentine said. And to be honest, like Valentine, you actually spoke like you said a lot, and I really appreciate the fact that you did not get deep because that's another issue in this space. When people they see like opportunities, they are not going to like share it out, they just give and all of that. Like I don't know if many people were here. I'm just thankful that this space is actually recorded. And one thing I know in this space is that most of the time people that actually like maybe they are in the background, they have like so much opportunities and so much alphas. You're literally asking for alpha when you're speaking pro alphas. Pro alpha. These are things that most people don't actually know. You talked about trying to like there's this particular word statement you made, which I'm also like I really love that mentality from your end, which I also try to like build on. That is tiny drop of water makes a mighty ocean. Most people actually, when they come into this space, they believe that when they come into this space, the first they should get that $500 piano. They don't want to like start building from the scratch and process and all of that. Now, you also referenced with three righteousness as an example, and I went to her page. It's not like I know her. I also follow her. But then I went to her page and I looked at the amount of posts that the lady has created. She has created over I think when I checked about 24.7k posts. That means she actually had like an origin. She actually went through the process. But then it's just funny how many people try to like compare their 1 month journey, their 2 weeks journey to someone that have gone that far and gone that high. That's like for me, I'm actually just like really moved on. And I feel most people try to also move on to that particular thing where you say that tiny drops of water make a mighty ocean. Imagine if you're working for a particular project and maybe out of it you're making like maybe like $10 weekly. I may think it is small, but then I feel at the end of the day, when that project is actually like a solid project, they get like fair because having solid project, working with solid project is like a big win for you. Don't just think about the money. And at the end of the day, still boils down to having something you pay to that you are working with. If you have something you pay that give you money, even if you pay in a place small and you're passionate about it, eventually that small thing will actually become something big. It will begin to accumulate, and as it continues to accumulate, those projects they may be done with their projects, and they have friends, they also have friends developers, and those projects they may reach out to their friends and be like, that I'm actually working on this thing, I need somebody that they may refer you, obviously, and from that you may receive an higher fee. So I just want to like really appreciate Valentine for those amazing alphas, like those way, like legit alphas, and I feel that that's something that people should actually also work with basically. I said talking about space gradient is actually another alpha. But I feel that most people are usually trying to come up to mind. Imagine seeing yourself in the midst of now most of them I entered this most of this big stepper space and the likes. And usually I do that most of them I try to like request the time, not just sitting in the background. Because there just big steppers have like connections with top projects. If you have the opportunity to like show yourself, captivate them, just capture them with your words, and you don't know when you get that next thing. And you are now opportunity to actually like in connection, this connection with one of the big stepper guys like that. That was another amazing connection. So connections are actually like really, really, really key. In that the only way you can get that connection is through visibility, through showing up every day. And also believing that yeah, this space you're not just going to make it at once. They said, like you said, tiny drops of water make a mighty ocean. That's something I always stick to. No matter how small it is, no matter how small it is, I say that it won't for me. Because at the end of the day, when I accumulate it, when I'm going to, I'll definitely get to something that is bigger than the previous one. So I may be getting $20 weekly. Fine, I will accept it, I'll keep showing up. I'll keep showing up until they refer me to something that will pay me $50. Till they refer me to something that will pay me $100 and all that, and eventually you get to that level. So compare your now self to a between righteousness currently. Have you actually just think about the process she has gone through? She has gone through so many processes. She has failed. She has made mistakes. There's a time she has earned maybe $50 and possibly and all of that. That was not the before I actually sorry I'm not sure now. Before I actually go to any this thing, model myself with any top influencer. I'm someone that maybe should I say waste of it's not really waste of time. Then I scroll down to their origin. That I will scroll down, so I'll start scrolling, and that's the way they started from. From that, I used to use it to motivate myself, and I'll be like, that means this lady actually started from where I started from, and she built herself, she built brick by brick. Imagine 27 point something K follow posts, and you are just having like maybe 3K posts, and you're saying you want to be making what she's making. That's just crazy. So, anyway, that's just the picture I wanted to say. Open this, let me quickly myself. These guys, I am Rebecca, that's another girl. So I'm built to connect with me. I will definitely choose you. I unfortunately lost my account like 2 days back, so I'm trying to like do this intentionally and organically. Yeah, I love it to find. Oh, now any opportunity I get at this point, I'll really give up this space. So do not. And my space, I focus on intentional connections, to be honest. And if I see your post on there, I'll definitely connect with you. So I've been going through educator space was an analyst. So thank you so much for giving me mic. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Pretty, for hosting such an amazing space. Big ups to you. And Lawrence, yes, your voice is actually sweet. Like, be speaking, please speak more. Want to hear more? We just want to hear more of you. I'm like, thank you have a voice. Let me just say, 3 guys are now, this. Sorry, I thought I've already done it to be funny. I know everybody's serious now, like everyone's serious. But let me just put this out. 3 guys now that are on this space that, damn, their voice are, that years not so serious. Other guys are serious. But Lawrence, Valentine, I'm thinking, your voice. Then let me just say this one here. Thinking, you have a nice voice, like, what is so hard? Bye.
Myself, then you call me.
Okay, yeah, guys, please, we have to be fast yet. I know, Prime, I don't know, why did you send me that message about my room? It's like, all these things that we are saying on this space, like, you don't have to do work at me. All right, now. Okay, let's hear from you. Who am I going to pick? D5, please pick one to pick this time. Okay. Because Bianca said I was laughing earlier before people that joined this space would think I'm laughing at her flight. I just laughed at when she said, unfortunately, because that word, she had a history with that word. So let's roll that thing. We have Abney. Abney, yeah, you go ahead because you spoke earlier so we can give the mic to her. Bye.
Sorry, just based on what the one of the reply guy that replied to my question, and I forgot the person, but he said something about me having a follow the ratio. I don't know how to actually balance that. Then another thing is having a lot of people's on my ticket. Okay, so what would it have been? Is it like how do you engage with someone's post without reposting, or they just focus more on likes and comments? Okay, I don't know if that's the best way to actually engage in those posts. Okay, because I'm trying to engage intentionally, not just spam engage people. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so I think the question is for me. So, okay, first of all, thinking about ratio of following to following. Okay, let me just go to your profile again. Okay, you're having 261 following, like you're following 461 accounts, and you're only having like 380 followers. If you let's take for instance, you post, let me see your last post. Let me just use it as an example. Last post. See how many posts like. Okay, let's just use your pin post. Your pin post is like the post is 28 September. I am only having 769 views. You would wonder why are you just having small views? Because I like posts I posted in September. If you have like up to 1K views right now. If 200 and something while still having 350 followers. That's actually the right way to do it. Like if you check my own account, you see I'm following like 800 and something people and like 1,700 people are following. In some ways, I'm giving value. That's why those followers are still sticking. That comes to the second thing, giving value. If you are giving value, like when you have a value, you can. He's speaking. Okay, Apex King. If you are giving value, people will stick around. You feel me? Even if you are not following them. Well, that doesn't mean that you just purposely not follow people because if you feel like that person is giving value also, if you check something, one thing that I used to do is like if I check your profile and I see that you are giving value, your profile, you know how to position your writing, you know how to position your posting, like you know the fundamentals of Web3, the orientation, you have good orientation, how follow you because you give value. That's the way it should be. Find something, just like what Antenna said, find or learn details about marketing, Web3 marketing, and give values based on Web3 marketing. They can give values every day. You feel me? If someone sees your post and be like, I like this guy, you are like, what is he doing? This one should you follow. It doesn't necessarily mean that when that person gives you, you follow back. One mentality that I do have is like, if the person likes you, there's no need to unfollow you. If he wants to unfollow you, bye bye. You feel me? Just give value, do the things that you need to do, let your following, know your followers. And the repost part, if you check it, if I couldn't find the last post I made because we are having too many reposts, too many people like reposts is kind of too much. This is if you want to repost people's posts, repost only the ones that you feel like your community needs to see, your followers needs to see. Valuable posts only. And it's to some extent after the reposting, maybe after 24 hours of reposting, you won't repost that post, you remove from your tier. So I do not make your work that like for instance, let's say for instance you repost my work and I'm having value. People not look at your profile again, people will use your profile, go to my own profile, I'll be like, hey, this guy is instead of following you, they'll not follow me. Something like that. That is how that is the reason of giving your own value. So like if others see people's repost and see your value, they'll say, you are linked with value. You are linked with value. There's no reason that why I will not follow you, something like that. So that's basically what I mean. I don't know if you understand. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Apex King and Abney for that question too. So we have Rabbi. Rabbi, you go ahead, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Firstly, I disagree respectfully with the idea of not following people back who follow you. Um, you can get into ratios anything you want, but it's basically sending a message to someone that you don't feel that they are important, and that causes more dissension amongst your social media network, I think, than just having a really great ratio. If you're going to be a really big account, hundreds of thousands of people, and it's really too many people to follow back, I understand the ratio then, but no one here has more than 10,000 followers with them right now. We're all small accounts, and it's really important to make sure that people know that you value them and that you're willing to follow them back, especially if we have only a few thousand followers ourselves. Once you get into 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, a million followers, then I think maybe the ratio has more of an effect. But really, for small accounts, if I'm following you and I see after a couple of days you're not following me back, that tells me that you don't value me, and that may lead me to not want to follow you. We're all small accounts. We're here to build. That's just my personal opinion, but I know I've had many conversations with people who feel the same way. It almost, in many ways, people take offense to it. So there are those of us who feel it's really important to follow people back. It's appreciated, and unless you don't actively like that person, send them a follow back. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you can certainly go through and perhaps people who are not um, active, if you're following them, to remove them. There's nothing wrong with that. You shouldn't have a feel of superiority that, oh, this person does not have as many followers as they are following, they don't have as strong of an account, um, because really we're all small accounts. We're all pretty weak accounts in the big scheme of things. In the with the question that's posed to the room, do we need Web 2 to survive Web 3? I think this is an excellent question. If you are a huge investor and you're just in cryptocurrency or NFT purchasing and such, and you have a large amount of assets, you don't necessarily need Web 2 or Web 1 to survive in Web 3. You can literally just buy different cryptocurrencies and rug different projects. You don't have to market yourself. You can just do that. But for the rest of us who may need to rely on marketing and the ability to be able to connect with other people, Web 2 is essential for Web 3. Just to give a quick definition of what I'm referencing here. So, Web 1, essentially, websites, Web 2, social media, Web 3, blockchain. And if you start a project on Web 3 and people don't know about you, uh, you have to be able to make them aware of who you are in one way or another. So the best way to do that is usually through social media. Even what we're using right now, Twitter Spaces, is technically Web 2. Even though we're having Web 3 discussions, it's still technically Web 2. And no one's going to find out about your Web 3 project if you're not in Twitter Spaces, if you don't actively have a community on Discord and on Telegram and some other Web 2 spaces that we. So I think that they go hand in hand. And then even with Web 1, you need a website if you're going to be any project that people are going to value. With that being said, I'd like to show myself. I know we were going to be closing up, but I appreciate the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friend, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing larger every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Welcome, everyone. I'll be with you in a second.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you so much for that. Your take was interesting. I believe everything has something to say, especially about we all being small accounts connecting with each other. So, King, you go ahead. It is King.
Yeah, thank you so much, Breezy. Rabbi, thank you for pointing out. Thank you so much. She's not my baby self. Don't mind me. Thank you so much, Fine. Yeah, Rabbi, thank you so much for the corrections. And I want to point out that I didn't mean it in a bad way. Like me being above anyone. You feel me? I kind of just like this is kind about my niche also. I would love to follow you. That's not like being above you or being superior or feeling superior. It's more like my preference. And if you follow me, you that is into a place soccer or something like web on soccer or something like that, and after 2 days I didn't follow you, you are free to unfollow me. It's a free word. X is a free space. I will not even be angry or annoyed that like I do have like 1,700 followers, and when I off my this in my network and come back again, I'll see that I'm 1,695. I'll be like, these people have to follow me or something like that. I'll be cool with it because you're right, you cannot follow me whenever I want, stuff like that. So it's not about being superior or something like that. It's just like preference. The way you want your account to be, the way you have positioned your account to be, something like that. So yeah, thank you so much for the corrections. I appreciate it.
Thank you, MS King. Okay, Rabbi, please go ahead. Guys, I want to wrap up. Just joining the space. You're welcome. We do have the space every day at 10 a.m. You're gonna meet us here. So yes, Rabbi, you go ahead.
Excellent. Apex King, you raise an excellent point. It's how do you want your profile to look? How do you want your feed to look? And I completely agree and understand and empathize with you. Um, and if you don't want things in your feed and you're following someone, you may want to avoid those things. It really, I think it's an interesting point Apex brings up. How do you want your feed to look? If you don't want soccer things in there or you don't want finance things in there, then don't follow people who are interested in soccer and finance. That's completely understandable. There are ways that you can show less posts. There's that option, or to mute different accounts, even though you can still be following them. So there are options to perhaps be able to edit what your feed looks like. It really depends on how you want to use your account. I can tell you, I know I've heard somebody else in here who lost their account. I've lost a lot of accounts in my time. I've had tens of thousands of followers. I know that while my account may not necessarily reflect that I'm a big influencer on X, I can tell you that I have 50,000 followers on Twitch. I've got tens of thousands of followers on Instagram. I've got thousands of followers on TikTok. So there are some other platforms where I have much bigger um, network, and you never know who you may be following. Maybe they just lost their account. Maybe they're a really big file. Maybe they're a really big influencer, and they're just using an alt account. It could be a number of things. So I think Apex raises a really good point that if you don't want what somebody's into in your feed, then you can certainly not follow that person to avoid those kinds of things. And I didn't. Also, I want to clarify. I didn't think that Apex was saying that they're superior to anyone by any means. They seem like a very reasonable person. What they're saying is reasonable. It makes a lot of sense. Why follow a bunch of bot accounts or alt accounts when they're not going to do anything for your profile? So, respect for that. I completely understand what you're saying there. But never forget, I know that I started my account, this one here that I'm using right now. I started following people and getting followers a month ago, and I have over 2,000 people. That's 2,000 people in a month who have followed me, and I don't have a blue check mark. Those are incredible statistics for people who know how hard it is to many times get people to follow you and be able to connect with people. And my account's starting to grow, and I'm starting to grow my network again on X. The best way, if you want to do that, is following people when they follow you back and saying that you'll do that. So if you want your account to grow, that's a really great strategy. But if you're focused on your feed, it's exactly what Apex is saying. Don't follow people who aren't interested in what you're doing, or if you don't think you're necessarily going to have connections with them in the future. However, you never know who's behind that account, and it could be someone who could change your life, who could be a big influencer. So it's a personal choice up to the individual of how they want their account to look. I personally think that uh, building accounts and networking with people is really important, but the feed to me isn't that important. It's more about the relationships I make in Twitter spaces. If the feed is important to you, do exactly what Apex is saying, because that's really great advice. One other thing Apex raised, which is excellent advice, is if you want more people to see your tweets or your posts or whatever it is, then you want to make sure that you have a good ratio that shows a stronger account. So that's an excellent point that they're making as well. There are those of us, and I'm included in this, who could care less if you'd see my tweets. If you want to see what I'm doing, you'll look at my account and you'll see what I'm doing, and that's all I care about. But to me, what's of value is the Twitter space. When people hear what I'm saying, I know that I don't have that much of a reach. It's a small account that I have, and like many of us here, we have small accounts. So what may be important are the relationships that we're making. But if you're going for the most amount of people to see your tweets, they have a really good ratio, then you want to limit any kind of interactions that you're having with people who are not perhaps as will high influence accounts as possible. So I think Apex raises a really good point, and respectfully, I I want them to know that I don't see what they said to be bad advice. If you want a good feed, do exactly what Apex is saying. If you want to grow your account really quickly, follow for follows are not a bad way to do it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share. Welcome.
Thank you again, Rabbi. Thank you for that. Yeah, so if you're just joining us or you've not been here for a while, this is a space where we get to like learn, grow, and connect. So you're not connected with the host
Excellent.
yet. Maybe you're doing something
Welcome.
wrong. I just wanted to tell you. Do also connect with the host, connect with the co-host, connect with the speakers.
How are you?
I'm feeling extra. I'm just smoke some Kush. How are you?
I'm amazing. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
My neck of the woods. There's a lot of deer, but they're friendly.
Okay, very cool. And so how'd you find out about me?
You're on Socialize all the time,
Oh yeah, 100%.
and you're farming XP on there, and I was like, I wonder what this guy is because he's in here 24/7.
Yeah, what is farming? What is farming XP? I don't get XP for when I stream in there.
Oh, well, people just say people in show one go in there to stay in there to promote what they have going on, and then it gives you guys more rank, and then that makes you guys more known in that server.
Yeah, so that's only if you talk in the server. So if you just have your camera on in there like I do, I don't get experience points or whatever. But it is a great way for me to give people a portal into my life. Do you mind if I tell you about what I do?
Go ahead and tell me what you do, Rabbi.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother Ocelot?
I've seen the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. It's a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and in my own way, I'm making that true today. I didn't know if you're aware, but in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on any single individual than any person in global history, which is making me an influential person. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Ocelot?
I want to start an organization that's a private military organization that uses child soldiers like Venom Snake and Metal Gear Solid 5. Will I be able to do that?
No, in fact, I'll actively destroy that.
Oh, darn.
That's okay. No big deal. I'll create like a robot army to destroy that.
So, what is the inspiration of like? You started streaming every second in the pandemic, and you got inspired because data is now the number one resource throughout the world. Is it a? And you told me what the end goal is. I guess is it to make a point about data and like how is the data you collect
going to be the valuable data that people seek?
Great question. It's essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement, not just on my life, but on world events. Every second of every day, essentially for the last 4 years, not only have I archived myself, but also world news events. In the background, I keep a radio that basically creates timestamps on every major news event globally. So people in the future will be able to go to my stream and get a timeline of what was going on exactly as it occurred. Additionally, human data with its value will be studied in the future. AI needs examples on which to build its models, and I have more data archived on any single individual than any person ever, which makes my project extremely valuable to the development of AI human models.
And it doesn't have to be any specific kind of data. It can just be raw data.
Well, no, it does. It matters what data is. There's a difference if I had this camera just pointed at the wall for 4 years without anything going on. Would that be of value? To some extent, yeah, but not as much as the content that it's currently recording, which is human interaction, behavior, eating habits, drinking habits, bathing habits, sleeping habits, circadian rhythms, breathing habits, every aspect of human biological processes.
Okay. So I guess what I want to ask is when something goes down, do you talk about it? Do you hold discussions about it, or do you just live stream news about it?
Both.
Are you kind of like always watching to see if there's something to talk about in your live stream, or is it more so if it gets brought up by happenstance, which is all about the organic thing of human interaction, you then report on it, and you just like let people talk for the 24/7 as you allow in this live stream?
Both. So if there are events that occur, many times I comment on them, and then I get asked about them regularly, meaning multiple times a day from different parties, and we have discussions about them. I do my best not to get too political, just because I see both sides as opposite ends of the same coin. But I do my best to make comments on human development, human achievement stories, inventions, technological advancement. All of that's really important to me. And then I get people who come in every day who want to talk about an assassination, or they want to talk about a coup, or they want to talk about a global war story, or whatever it is. And I let them say whatever they want, so long as they say it in a respectful manner. I let people say things that I don't necessarily with which I agree, but I allow people generally to say whatever they want. The only time when I uh, warn people is if they're just screaming into the microphone or playing like an alarm or a chainsaw, like those kind of sounds. I don't put up with that. But if you want to come in here and say an opinion respectfully on something, and I feel like you are doing it in a, a forthright way, I'll have discussions with people on any subject that they want.
Okay. I have a lot more insights as to what you do now, because I usually just go and show one, and I see everyone there like completely quiet.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, I mean, why do I give people a portal into my life? Um, to do good. I mean, you might get interested in what I'm doing and curious someday, and then you come here and then you find out about what I do. You're like, wow, this is a much bigger project than I thought. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams right now and have been for more than 4 years. Other people may stream their life, which is cool, but you can't go back and see what they were doing last week or last month or last year. With mine, you can from 20 different YouTube streams. It's an incredible, incredible undertaking.
It actually is.
It most certainly is. In
When you started, did you when you started, did you have the intention to make it as like an everyday thing, or were you slowly inspired by people encouraging you?
Great question. I was not inspired by people encouraging me. The way that it started was it was during the pandemic, and by trade, in addition to being a rabbi, I am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I was working as a contractor for a Fortune 100 company, and my job went remote during the pandemic. And I went from not having social media to being on camera for like anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day. And I basically became more comfortable. And after work, I would go to Tiger Woods golf course and hit balls at the driving range. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And so I started recording that. And I would say some funny things on camera and I would upload that. And I thought, after doing this for a while, this is taking up a lot of my time just uploading it. I would like to just have it instantly available to me. And probably the best way to do this is perhaps through live streaming of it. And if I'm going to live stream, well, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. I'm not a normal live streamer where I'm going to have, 5.5 million people watching me at once. And I recognize that. That's fine. I don't really care about the numbers. I just care about the fact that I'm able to record. This is a wonderful gift. Maybe a generation or two ago, I would have been a diarist or someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But for today's day and age, I'm a blogger. I'm someone who's created not just a live stream, but a life stream, doing my best to archive every aspect of human existence. And when I first started, for like the first year, I didn't really talk to people. I just streamed my life. I would talk to some people in my chat, or I might find people on like TikTok or something like that. But I didn't have a Discord that was open and available to everyone. And over the course of the last year and a half or so, as I've built the Discord, we've gotten over 2,600 people in it. I've been able to meet people from just about every country in the world, and really built a nice framework and a nice community. And as I grow and people find out about what I do, they're generally extremely positive towards it. I get people every day, particularly on X or Twitter, who are extremely positive towards this project. They think it's really important. Generations ago, or more than that, going back to antiquity, this would have been something like the Epic of Gilgamesh or perhaps the Bible. It's basically long form stories. And that's what essentially I'm building with these live streams. I restart my live stream every 12 hours. So I don't have the longest live stream in global history. I don't want that. I want the most amount of data archived on the internet. And that I do have.
I see. Well, you seems like you're just a positive voice that has niche that you want to do.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if I didn't do this, I would still be. I'm still a project manager, but I mean, I might be able to make, at the most maybe $1 million a year. That's great, but there's the option. There's opportunity if I do this and it goes viral, which I promote it every day on Twitter Spaces, and a lot of people are finding out about it. I might be not just a multimillionaire, not just a billionaire, but perhaps a trillionaire someday. And I don't do it for the money, but I know that the amount of data that I've created will very easily, perhaps in the future, make me the most famous person ever.
You say the most famous person ever?
Easily. If you look at, I don't know who the most famous person is right now, but let's say someone like who's alive today, who would be the most famous, most identifiable person. I mean, it's a good question. He's probably not the most famous person, but he's one of the most famous people. Let's just take Elon Musk. Okay, in 1,000 years, what data will have been archived on Elon Musk? Well, we'll have the videos that of him in like press conferences and stuff, and maybe the companies that he helped to found. But all of that is generally going to be just limited. Well, like even people from a generation or two ago, someone like perhaps John F. Kennedy. We only have a limited amount of pictures of him and video of him, and then we have his writings. Someone from a generation or two previous to that, Abraham Lincoln. Everything that we have about Abraham Lincoln is limited. I mean, sure, people study his life, but it's not as if we have brand new pictures of him or lost archives. Generally, we know just about everything that he ever wrote publicly and every picture that's been taken of him. And the reason why we know who these people are is because they did something to society to have their message archived. And the more art of an archive that you can create, in many ways, the more famous that you become, because more people have an opportunity to be able to study that which it is you are doing. And what I'm doing is at least gives the world an incredible amount of data to study. And additionally, the opportunity for people to be able to use my data for scientific advancement in the future is an incredible opportunity. If we go back, a few centuries or so, to someone like Leonardo da Vinci, we have his writings, we have his art, we have his scientific uh, um, diagrams, we have his inventions, and that's what makes him. That's what has allowed him to have such an impact on our society. It's basically not so much what you do, but what kind of impact that you make on society, and the ability to study someone's life for years on end, raw, unedited, is an incredible gift to society. And I think that because of that, there's an excellent opportunity that I'm not doing it for fame, but I could be a very famous person someday.
And it's more so about like, yeah, they did things, but the ratio of stuff that you could take from the little moments is also very high. I'm assuming it's also what you're trying to do of like, yeah, you stream everything, but in that stream, there's, because of the nature of how you do it, how everybody can join and discuss things and bring different perspectives at all times of the day, it does become a very effective like data hive. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's very apt of you to be able to understand that. You're 100% right. And the things that we think are important in the stream right now may be much more important in the future, and we might not even be able to detect. So, what am I saying? Like right now, people just see me in two dimensions, but in the future, people will be able to like remove my epidural layer, my skin layer, and see my muscle movements, and they're going to be able to perhaps remove my cranium and see what's going on in my brain and the exact words that are coming out of my mouth right now. They may be able to somehow see these being formed in my brain as the electro signals, electronic signals are being sent from my brain, and then eventually like my spine to my mouth. These are all really exciting premises that we haven't really even gotten into from a scientific standpoint, that I'm sure in the future are going to be really important to the world. And it would be one thing to just have like maybe this data on just for in one video, but to have it over the course of years is an incredible amount to be able for the world to study. And that doesn't guarantee that this goes viral or whatever, but the longer I do it, the more people I meet. And I think in a lot of ways I may be 6 months out of going viral or so. I can't guarantee that, but every day I can tell you, just on Twitter, just I started with 0 people, and um I've had a lot of Twitter accounts, but this most recent account, in 1 month, I've gotten over 2,000 followers, which is a good amount just organically, without having a tweet that goes viral or anything like that, just through people hearing me. So I know people are very receptive to what I say. And many of those accounts that follow me have hundreds of thousands of followers. All it takes is for them to repost one thing that I've done, and for it to go viral and basically be a catalyst for a really important movement globally.
Yeah, sorry.
You're
When you
good.
were talking,
You're good, big dog.
wrong rip.
You're
And
good.
we're all just chilling in.
You're good, big
We're all
dog.
chilling in the rim.
That's 100%. And so you didn't even know what you were dipping your toe into when you came in here, but you can see I'm as open a person as I can be, and it's more than just gaining experience points in in socialize. In fact, I don't even because uh, my microphone is not on, but that is the last thing in my world of which I care. I can tell you, Discord sent me a message to tell me it has its like recap of uh, like how Spotify has the recap at the end of the year, how much music you listen to. Well, Discord does one,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
and I was in the 0.01 percentage of people who spent time in voice calls this year. So I'm like perhaps like 0.01 like of all the people I'm basically the spent the most time on Discord, and I can tell you I don't do it for those kinds of metrics. It's funny to me that I assume that I did because I've been in Discord calls for a very long time, but that's not why I do it. Why I do it is for people to come in here, have discussions with me. We learn from each other. We make each other think about who we are and what we're doing on this planet. I mean, if you really want to know what I like to talk about, is not necessarily how great my streams are, because they're really not. They're just basically archives of human interaction. What I like to talk about is futurology. So things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like space elevators, space tourism, interstellar travel, things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, invisibility cloaks. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. You may not know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. I wish more people in society were discussing this. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to perhaps be able to archive. I like to talk about helping people. When you were born, Ocelot, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that. I want to give you the resources if you need, and if you want, with your own consent, to be able to utilize things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to increase your average life expectancy to age 100, 120. But at 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Ocelot, is there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. Those are the things that I think are really exciting of this project that I like to discuss. And when people hear that, they're blown away by it. They're like, wow, you're from the future. And it's not. These are just discussions that are having in 2025, but future generations, perhaps within a decade or so, may be able to start experimenting with these types of technologies. And I find that to be really fascinating. So if you really want to know what I like to talk about, it's those kinds of things.
Thinking about what you're saying.
That's okay. It's a lot to take in.
Yeah. Into the cloud. To be so scary. All your private moments. Yeah, I know you said it's with your consent, but all your private moments can be accessible by a nefarious, not even a nefarious, just someone that has all this access. And they might just see, I want to see the time when the girl you like pulled down your pants in second grade with that fucking real trouble. And then the entire world sees it. And then you want to kill yourself because the world sees it.
Yeah.
You're on the fucking cloud.
Yeah. I mean, but you've got to understand that everybody has those kinds of moments, no matter what they are. Maybe not that exact moment, but everyone has things that have embarrassed them. And then there are also types of technology, perhaps in the future, things like memory erasure, where you can remove awkward memories of your own, things that you don't like, so that you're able to live in harmony mentally. And I'd like to give people that opportunity. Someone who has had something very traumatic, someone who's experiencing post traumatic stress disorder, due to an incident. Perhaps they were abused or they were a victim of war. I want to help them to be able to deliver themselves from those kinds of things. But you raise an excellent point. Who's going to oversee this type of technology? Won't, even though we say it's with consent, all of that data will have to be stored somewhere. Now, perhaps you may be able to delete it as well. Um, I'm not the person who is necessarily in charge of the development of this type of strategy or this type of technology, but I do know that this is where humanity's moving toward. It's known as transhumanism, and not.
Dave said,
Go ahead.
I'm listening.
Okay.
No, it's just, yeah, just like, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But
Keep going.
I think it'll be a beautiful world if possible in the future. Let's say you have somebody who was from a war ravaged country and they experienced a lot of PTSD, and they were able to utilize this type of technology to erase all of the painful memories that they may have had, and then be able to take their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system and put it in another body after they're 120 years old or 520 years old or 1,020 years old, whatever it's going to be, whenever they want, and be able to have like a pure version of themselves and then be whatever they want to be. They could be an extraterrestrial, they could be a cyborg, a cybernetic being, they could be a clone of themselves, either an artificially aged clone or just be a baby but have all the knowledge that they had as at an adult level, whatever they want to be. I don't want to limit people. That's where we're moving toward. We're really moving away from being just your standard Homo sapien into a type of transhuman being. And we're basically having a breakaway civilization that's occurring here on Earth as we speak. And I want to be part of that civilization.
There's a pen. Oh, my pen, sir. You ever need a pen or a pencil, then you realize that pen packet I bought 2 months ago that I said I'd be responsible with? Yeah, I use them all because anytime I need a new pen, I end up losing the previous pen, so I just grab a new pen. Probably in my phone somewhere.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
What inspired the name Rabbi Rothschild?
Thanks, big dog. That's why I'm here.
Hmm?
Thanks, big dog. That's why I'm here.
No, I'm saying what inspired the name Rabbi Rothschild?
Oh, I'm a rabbi. My last name's Rothschild. That's my title.
The title of Rothschild? I thought that was just a
It's my last. It's my last name.
So what is this interest in wanting to live forever? Would you consent to having your brain uploaded, or are you just saying you want a world that's like that?
No, I would consent. I know that I don't have thoughts that are outside the norm.
reading the about Rabbi Rothschild.
Go knock yourself out. It's 50,000 characters. It'll take you some time. Yo, that's my boy Emmanuel. How you living, pimp?
I'm doing fine. How have you been? It's been a while.
Absolutely. What's new? Where do you stand? What? Give me your updates.
Apparently, I've been trying to create more of those apps that you sent to me. So I'm really finding it difficult to start to create some of the apps just like for instance, I tried creating Clubhouse and now being restricted. I actually tried creating it with a particular with my number actually. It's not really going through. I'm sending code and they're trying to receive code from my number, but I haven't been seeing it. So it's complicated somehow.
Okay, no big deal. What other apps are you with which are you having trouble?
Uh, Let me check. Truth Social. Truth Social.
Okay, I can see that. Okay, what else?
Um, IMG1. Indoor.
Okay, you're having trouble with Imager? Why are you having trouble there?
Uh, it's not really going to. Not really, I've been trying to generate. It's not really going to. I tried creating the account. I don't know. I don't know if I should send you a screenshot of it actually.
Oh, you don't have to send me a screenshot. Just did you try with a VPN?
Yeah. It's telling me that I am
Okay,
MGR is temporarily over capacity. That's what it's telling me.
okay,
So,
okay, that can happen. Then, if that's what it's saying, then try it again tomorrow.
yeah, I've been trying it. Not today. I've been trying it. I've been trying to. I don't really want to bother it, so I've been actually going to. I've been trying to create the apps there. It's not really going through, so that's why I have to come back to talk to know what's next.
Okay, I mean it's not that big of a deal. If you can't get them right now, you can always try in the future. Okay, so are you? Um, what other? What other websites are you having trouble? For which are you having trouble creating an account?
I think that's let me check it. I think that was both. That was both.
Okay, but you got everything. Okay, but you got everything else created.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it? Are you ready for me to look at it?
See?
Have you put all the links in your link tree?
They're all in my link tree. They're all in my link tree.
All right, you want to send it to me? I'll take a look at it.
Okay. I'm sending my. I'm sending it to you. I should send it to your page, right?
If you want, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I sent it.
Okie doke. Hey, my man, this looks great. Really, really good. Good job, Emmanuel. Okay. Next thing you're going to want to do is I'll send it to you. Okay, I'm gonna send you. Um, I just sent you something. I want you to put it into Grok, the video creator. Do you know how to create videos in Grok? Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay. So I just sent you a description and put it into Grok and create 10 short videos with it. And then when you're done, send me the videos.
I don't know how to create videos with you, bro.
Okay,
How do I do that?
I'll help you. You should know your link tree is really good. I don't tell that to everybody. You did really good. You did really well.
Thanks. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Great work. You taught me that, though.
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work, my man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sending you the instructions. Let me know if you have questions, okay?
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, you can always just ask Rock if I'm ever not here and you don't know an answer to something. Just ask AI and it'll answer it for you. But if I am here, I'm happy to answer your question. So, do you see I sent you in X some text and then what to put into Grok?
So, custom chat GPT for your business, right?
Wait, what'd you say?
Yes, ma'am. I clicked on the link you sent.
Yeah, it should say
It's directed
a beginner's guide.
to
It should say a beginner's guide to Grok Imagine. Yeah, so read through that
Yeah.
and it'll tell you what to do. There's like a 6-step thing. Download the Grok app, sign in, find the Imagine tab. It's at the very top. And then start creating, generate an image, make it a video.
Okay, that means I have to download the Grok app.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll get back to you.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. I'm here if you need help.
outside of the city. So you already have a basin that's kind of like outside of the free market. I read a thought this is maybe outside of the free market for what? Yeah, but you have the basin of Skila anywhere. So the basin itself is already outside of the free market. Much more that it basically outside the free market. The basin of Skila itself still has to be distance from the basin even more. Why is that? He hates to go on this fuzzy basin roads. Shouldn't look like it's a basin of murder. Meaning, what it shouldn't look like basin is eager to execute. So we don't want basin to look eager to execute. So because we don't want it to look like basin is eager to execute, we always distance the execution spot from the basin in a significant way. Other possibility, Maskinani, you basically say Habile Hasava. So it's like furthermore again, distancing the execution spot from the basin is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because it looks like the longer it takes for the accused to get from basin to the execution spot, the longer we have to find some last minute late breaking, evidence that will exonerate it. Right? If the base of Skila is right next to the basin, then okay, you pass the verdict, there's no time. By making again the base of Skila a little bit further out, ultimately allows us for a little window, a little bit of a window of exoneration. Where do we know? The base of Skila, so I just want to point out again to understand that this three camp model is based on the way we camped in the desert. Right? In the middle of the camp, in the place on the desert, you had the Mishkan. That's called Machane Shechina. Who lived around the Mishkan? The Rebbeim. That's called Machane Levia, the Levitic camp. And around that, we had Israel, the Machane Israel. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for Klal Yisrael. It was so in Yerushalayim, you have the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shechina. Harabai is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Levia. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Israel. So, for example, so Beis operated again in Beis Hamikdash, but the Beis Skila was outside of Yerushalayim. So the Beis Skila has to be outside of the number one, or about day number two, by distancing the execution side from the basin itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be sentenced. When you know this, that ultimately again, Beis Skila has to be outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So I'm almost like, I'll be here for today. I'm making great. Don't worry about it. Good. Let's say, tremendous. Again, truth is that Amud Aleph is like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush through Kiddush Levana. Like you can't rush through Amud Aleph like that. Those guys, shkoya. All right, everybody have a great day, everyone.
That's awesome. Oh, that's great, dude. Give it up for that, dude. That's true hawk shit right there, dude. That's funny. That's just like Hot Ones, dude. I wish I was that good. I've always had a cartoon. Yeah, that was really good stuff. We're spoiled this week. I gotta say. We got a Carlos Menchkis's clip today, dude. It's posted by Earwaves. Great name, never seen it. Carlos Mencia calls out Joe Rogan for stealing a joke from failed comedian Brendan Shaw. Oh my god, this is incredible, dude. Okay, it's everything you're gonna ask for and more. And I want to hear. I'm not gonna say anything. Well, he's about to spell that.
Thank you again for everyone for understanding the so acclimate to our new surroundings, especially Calamagonian, Hashem, the architecture in the back of there, and there's Hashem, also look for it, also I'm trying to come down to the rattling noise in the track. There's nothing really that's there. I'm just sure what it is that's occurring, so I'm going to have to focus on it.
Is he going to quote Elsa Great?
That's all right. Building settling.
In fact, there's a chance there's a world where British have no idea we exist with Carlos Mencia knows. What if they like me? I want to come on the show. Oh, seriously? You didn't know about this? Oh, I'm sorry to the one to bring it up, bro, but well, the way this is laid out is nobody is sitting. It's so funny. Yeah.
I'll be back tomorrow. My car is t-shirt and I'm home here. All right. Thank you all of our sponsors. sponsors for this motion to thank our annual concept for production and a Christmas truck about yourself. To get to all your Brussels as is the host.
Anyone that says you look like that is just trying to hurt your feelings.
And then the other Amit friends of Levin, brother of
It's like you have to like get in that stance.
Sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Mark, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Mark, Sarah, Hesha, Bas, Moshe, Mordecai, from the American Rock Amatora, from the Shovel Having Aliyah, and the family in the and the message of bringing the rest of them home, the Shalom and the Pizarro, and the to be successful. The whole
This might get cut from YouTube, by the way.
let us be beautiful and really kind of ahead of us today. So like I said, base back is Mem 41. We have to pick up in Res Hashem on Mem on the days 40B, 5 lines up, 6 lines up and about 10 up on it, red, 2 dots. Makira Matamosa, 10 up on it. So again, remember we are continuing in Res Hashem with the, we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? In other words, making sure the Drishas and the Hakiras. So we say the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Yaki Hara, did he kill an angel? Yisrael Hara, did he kill a Jew? His Besimbo, did you give Masra? Shubha Rala, Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Did you Asma Melissa? There was a list of thoughts of Hita Asma Melissa, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, after he heard the Asra, after he heard the warning, or did he still proceed anyway? Right? And if he asked like we saw the stuff to the people, and again, essentially, when you act in Nasra, you go ahead and violate immediately afterwards, so to the people. How would that work with Zara? If somebody worships idolatry, right? So maybe you can forward to say that we do worship idolatry. We ask the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Lemar Abba, Markolis Abba, did he worship Abba, did he worship Markolis? How did he worship? Is the dua, did he offer a carbon, the keter, incense, the mitzvah of libation, the prostration, and he's asking all of these questions. So Amar Ula says, Minaymas from the Torah. So Ula says, from where do we know Asra? So Ula says, interesting idea. So from where do we know this concept that someone has to be warned before they go ahead and commit an Avera in order to be liable? So he writes a Shinamar, Asherika Asachoso, Bas Ade Ubas Imo. The law of Ervasa, because it says that the man will go ahead and have relations with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and you will see her Ervas. The man says, what does see have to do with it? Like, there's nothing about see. The issue over here is one of actual relations. What means that right, Ervasa? Ella, I see. So this is interesting. Right? The Gemara says what it means is as follows. Say halakha l'maisa, halakha l'maisa, one is only valid only until the witnesses point out to the defendant what it is that he's doing wrong. Which actually here is actually reference to the witnesses hasra. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So like maybe in the defense, I wasn't have to be over here. The prohibition that you're referring to over here is the courage bearing prohibition, right? Incense is the courage bearing prohibition. It's interesting that you don't need hasra for any encouragement of courage. Why? Because courage is carried out by the powerful. You only need hasra, only reward for an infraction that is going to be punished by a penalty.
I think this character
So they're only in the courage, so I don't need the concept of hasra for a courage bearing infraction, type of the number 40A, to name in Lamakus. So go ahead and give it over to Lamakus. Okay, so for here we see this is the interpretation. So here we see in the car the source for the concept of hasra. So the Hizkiah, so the Yazi Tish Ari, the heart of the Arba. So the Pasuk says if a man will intentionally go ahead and kill another person, the Arba means with cunningness. What does it mean? Shehitrubo by diagonalizing. Which means they want him, and Halakha l'maisa, he's still acting intentionally. Okay, so then here it looks like all the different sources for the concept of hasra. Today, when Shmuel Hamutziam al-San, the
as well.
So it says,
On at me regarding the status of this action. Mr. Allen, full authority from the Thick Boy, filed a complaint against Cosmo Hills on February 28, 2022. Mr. Allen had full authority from Thick Boy to file the notice of appeal of the district court's decision on March 1, 2024. Mr. Allen continues to have full authority to act on Thick Boy's behalf in all matters associated with this action. I understand that Thick Boy has fully participated in this action as required, including making the decisions to file the lawsuit, responding to discovery, and deciding to file the appeal. I understand that Thick Boy's complaint in this action alleges that Cosmo Girls committed copyright infringement and not defamation. I understand that Thick Boy filed his opening appeal brief in early May 24, and that the parties are currently waiting for a decision from the court. So here we have a signed affidavit from Brendan Shaw basically refuting everything he said about the lawsuit over the last 2 years. Allegations of the lawsuit. That's amazing and Australian exactly. So basically, like, it's not a defamation case, it's copyright infringement case.
So how did
Big
it
sorry
work
about
on the
that,
Pastor
That
by
is
his
crazy.
sister? I would have said, oh,
This is the
that's
signed
by
confession
infractions
of a
that you get
compulsive
notice
liar.
for.
And for those of
But
you
how
wondering
often
why
am I
this is so
to get
serious, it's because
as
if what
well?
Brendan was
So
saying
they
on
were
episode
hiding
1000 of The Fighter and the Kid,
therefore comes
you know how the lawsuit is out of his hands, he's not up to speed, he knows nothing about it. Well, that would imply that somebody was submitting the legal filings without Thick Boy's knowledge or approval, which is illegal, right? Like, that's potentially the criminal act. But here's the best part. Now that Bubba submitted a sworn affidavit to the court, if he says anything to contradict any of those 9 points on his podcast or in an interview or whatever, well, that would be perjury. Seriously, both an act and getting himself into this much shit over absolutely nothing. And if don't forget, this whole thing is over $13,000. That's the other bit of news that I got this week. 13,000 associates learned. I mean, that's a lot of rain. You know, that's a lot of fucking shoes. It's a lot of interns. He's at Mike for T-ball. You know, it's a lot of baseball bats. A lot of golden balls. Right? There's so many things that he buys. You should consider. That's right. 13K grand. Take a look at this from past filing. Clearly show up is misusing the term pro bono as an attorney at a top LA law firm would not switch a rich celebrity's case to a pro bono cause. Thick Boy's speculation that this lawsuit may only be a legal cash grab by his attorney reinforces that the term was used in error, but nonetheless, this case has dragged on for over 28 months, and Thick Boy is claiming that he did not pay for the appeal and its voluminous brief filed by the legal team. The Thick Boy legal team sought approximately $13,000 for damages in the lower court, so they can continue on argue a no-pay agreement does not make financial sense. This raises more questions about who is controlling this litigation and whether improprieties are afoot. Regardless, all evidence points to the conclusion that Thick Boy Productions is not a willing and active participant in this lawsuit. Well, thank God for Brendan's quick-thinking lawyers who got to sign an affidavit admitting that he is in fact in full control and knows all the facts and details about the lawsuit and its status. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a legal document proving that Brendan Shaw is full of shit and he fucking signed it himself. At the end of the day, he's going to do what someone else will not do better, right? Even though he pretends that it's not me. I mean, it's not his fault it's on him, but it's his team's fatigue, right? Yeah. He blames that he listens to the team so he can blame them later. He never learns anything really, but he says it is. We're learning. That's what we're going to do. We learn from him. Yeah. It's a good way of never taking responsibility, like being left with responsibility. Yeah. Right.
After the Hasra,
An episode, sorry, T-Ball, those people out there. No, Bert, go here, fucking long thing.
that was a statement. So you might start
And
talking.
then,
You know that.
in the
So
video,
you know this.
podcast Cringe posted, shows that he was
So it says,
talking about defamation for
okay,
years.
so
He
we know
was
what?
defamation. It was never a defamation case. And then also he goes on to say that maybe he has like an action of defamation against Shaw because he kept saying that you need to beat his
For
kids
the
and stuff.
defendant to be guilty, it
Yeah,
is not
he's
enough
in
that he
trial with somebody that beat his kids, and that's why he needs to sue for defamation.
processed it, and
Then he has
still
videos
clearly
of
gone
talking about how
forward
he cheated on his
despite
wife,
it.
and then
That's what it means that
Brendan beats his kids.
so
And
the
he's like, but this guy
defendant
is beating his
received the
kids.
Hasra,
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
and
I mean, I'm not
nevertheless
a lawyer.
he moved
I can't, so I don't know if you can make a good defamation case out of that.
It's a good point.
So the Imam says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yimas Hamis. It's double Lashon. It's double Lashon. Yimas Hamis means
in a
he
podcast
heard
that
it,
somebody
he
beats like
processed
he
it,
doesn't.
but he nevertheless violated the Avera.
Could be.
So he must
The
actually,
thing I think about it, like,
to literally again,
okay,
he commits himself to death,
very
which
dumb
means
guy.
he
I
moves
think
forward
that you
even
could
though
make
he
an
received
argument
the
that he
Hasra.
doesn't know what defamation is.
I'm
That's
not-
true. He
you know,
may
it's
think that
they think about it
defamation
just a
is
moment.
copyright
It
infringement.
sounds so
That would
crazy.
be
Like,
epic
can
if
you imagine
in
this?
court they prove
Right?
that
You
Shop's a
didn't say to
dumbass.
Ruben,
Yeah, there's like,
if you
my
kill
client
Shimon,
is redacted.
you're going to be put to
Oh, but
death.
can you
And
imagine
yet
an
what?
easier
And
legal
Ruben
argument to make
proceeds with it,
on the
knowing
history of
that
arguments
there's
that
interest there.
the judge,
Like,
all
there's
you have
interest
to,
there.
the
So
judge or
he's
the
doing it
jury,
to the
whoever, probably just judge, because it's like,
explain to yourself
a jury
what the
trial,
trial.
or if it
How
goes to
could
trial,
someone do
but
something
the
so
judge would hear
crazy?
or look at
And
anything
it's like,
Shop
if
has
you think
done, and
about
like,
it,
okay, yeah, I
so
believe
if
that
you
he
do the
doesn't know
same
what
thing
defamation
every
is.
day, right? Every time I come into that day,
Your Honor, I didn't know it was.
deep down I know
Your Honor,
it's
I used to
wrong.
think Travis
So
was
deep
a
down,
I
but
thought
it's
that
wrong.
all they would have to
I
show
cannot
is
swear
that
every
the
single
interview
time.
of
So
Pablo
like,
the Dumb
maybe
Dog
there are some
Shop
things
thing
that
that
I
Dumb
do
Dog is wrong.
that I know that are not correct. But it's actually
I gotta walk to my truck.
maybe
Can't
there might
wait
be
this
something
day.
that you the facts I
Alright,
don't
this is
know
posted by
that
Chin
is
Semi
correct.
Balcony. It's called
Maybe
Papa
I'm
tries
just
to
doing
pretend he
research
went to
areas,
Sizzler
which
as
happens
a
to all
poor
of
kid
us.
and doesn't
But
go
there are
well.
so many other things that I know
When's the
that
last
I
time you
still
got
do that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes you just do what you want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? Well, I think different reasons, right? Just a bloated sense of self, right? A bloated egotism that what I need and what I want, just what I want, and everything else that I just what I've done to do so just because I'm making myself happy. And again, it's the simple thing to see me read these tomorrows and think it's ridiculous that anyone could act this way. But it's important to know that so often
That's crazy. Why would he use it as a saying if he's never been there?
And as bizarre and as ludicrous as it looks to us here,
Did you ever go to
we
Sizzler
have
again?
to
I don't think
kind
so.
of bring
I was
that
more of
same
a Coco's
mindset
kid.
of bizarrety
Oh, okay.
and ludicrousity,
Coco's a California thing.
into our own lives as well. And next time I'm going
Coco's was
to
the
mention
shit when I was a kid. Dude, we should go to Coco's and then you go to Sizzler with me. Oh, dude. But Sizzler's been so long. All I remember about Sizzler is like all the food's a buffet. And like I would get disgusted. I'd get like chicken fingers and
not
food.
worth it. And yes,
Disgusting.
bizarrety and
Because you can get all the
ludicrousity,
stuff my mom would
two
be
new
like,
words, just quantitative and
because you know I love Sizzler. And she
right?
likes
I mean,
Sizzler a
put
lot.
the timestamp on that. All right,
But,
that's
you know,
what I
it's
did.
good.
Send things about it. I'm not kind of about the second one, like, I'm not kind of.
Like it's a great
Nara
word.
no rasa shirut is interesting.
You ordered first.
But didn't you pick out the Nara no rasa? Nara no rasa is a case of a
I thought
Nara
Sizzler's the one where
who
you're
is
like, I'll take
controlled.
that tape off.
Like, it is in, but has not yet had you sue it.
Are you sure?
Now, that girl commits adultery, has relationship with another man, that's adultery, and she did that. And as the man with whom she had relations. So now it is your premises definition. He said, Nara no rasa. So watch this. So this is some forward. This is say you saw your
In his defense, sir, I don't remember ordering. I guess my mom was in it for me, but I don't remember ordering it. I just remember going to the buffet and getting all
so let's say so now, what's the issue? Let's say second set of witnesses come along and they say, this set of witnesses, you do not have seen that. Why?
What did he say?
You know how you say, you were with us, you came with your son, commit adultery on Monday, you were with us in Florida on Monday. You do
Yeah,
not
I
have seen
mean,
that happen.
it was childish. It wasn't really white trash, it was more just like child grade.
Why? We can't be killed.
All right, this one's supposed to be Material Cry 8293. It's called Let Us Not Forget the Man who Bought a Phase. It was brief but left an impact on
In
all
this
of
case,
us.
you can't
As
impose
you see, it's
reciprocal
a
punishment
very
upon
slow
the Asian
film.
children. Why not?
Very
You might say,
Neanderthal camera, not good. Not a good look. It is, you're right.
Because at the end of
It's
the
like
day,
one of those old recreated photos of like a Neanderthal, but they look like small head. Yeah, fucked up here. Look at this ear, dude.
we're coming to prohibit her
It's
to her
cauliflower.
husband.
That looks like if somebody went to Photoshop
So
and
therefore, you
you know,
can't
like
tell
you
us we
can
were trying to
pull
show
something.
So it must just alcohol is true.
There's no way that's real, right? Here, that's real. Yeah, that's disgusting. If you look at it long enough, I'm sure you're gonna come along. And then here, FCT.
You know why? You know why? Slowly deep over here.
Let's see here. This one is called Giveaway Damage Control and Calendar. I've been reading the comments posted by Haphazard. That's a long one, so we'll have to pause it a couple times here and there. He's got a mastermind. That man's right. I mean, dude, he's getting like, it's like when you're ringside and you have monster can lift 50 each. And just make money from walking. And as you find, it's like if you just have it in front of your face awkwardly 3 times in the episode, we'll give you an extra $20. They probably don't want him to drink it, honestly. They want Brendan to do it. Yeah, but I guess what you'll probably know is that I was talking about.
So therefore, perhaps we're giving over here with Rocco, who is Isha Kadir, she's a well-burned woman, and therefore she knows that her goal is also, so because she knows that it's also therefore what? Therefore, how long will it stop? No Hasra is necessary. So you might have fish not with Hasra and Hakim, so you don't need to Hasra only there to distinguish between somebody who's intentional or unintentional, and if Rocco is a wise woman, she does not need the Hasra. Either take on the evening or literally even if you or second. Witness the most is fascinating. Witnesses can't be put to death, right? So if there's no Hasra about the witnesses, they can't put to death, therefore what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So he mentions his wife. How do you like English Shaka Yakol Hazima? Because English Shaka Yakol Hazima, no Shema English. Don't say this is fascinating. A fascinating testimonial fact over here. Any testimony, right? Anytime witnesses can't be made into English only, you're not fit to testify. So let's say, what's the happen? Let's say this fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially, what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game. But that's what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So you can't receive reciprocal punishment, you essentially don't accept your testimonies. Therefore, if you tell me over here that I want to myself, witnesses will come to testify about Rachel, but they themselves can't be executed because they can always claim that they didn't have to execute them. It just came to ask her upon her husband. Then I want to myself, that they can't be executed, they're not subject to Azama, and they're not subject to Azama, then we can't accept their testimony. So therefore, then what do we do over here? To which the Gemara says, here, how can I come up? He don't show your love you, so it makes you right. That's what I'm saying. Since these witnesses can't be killed, then why can't they be killed? Because they declared we weren't coming to kill Rachel, or we were doing was coming to make her asura upon her husband. And then we give her asura. So you might say, hold the room on the outside by the money. Aki, so too, she can't be killed. The Havila Eagle, she asked Allah Hazima. Okay, so let's just an interesting case study.
Ali akan mendapat kisah Ibrit filter Bernamaet Bekar Ibrit Montreal Inki Penyu Restream mendapat Yiddish Uwa Ermit Shegang Ota Ani mendapat kisah Yoter Mi Meat Bahal Ani Maagap Ambrit Lachen Swau Nadeber Bitch!
Ele ia falando aos trabalhos para começar as suas missões pela palavra. Because in that case, the second witness is only coming to hinder upon her husband. Why? She's already praying upon her husband. Why is she already praying upon her husband? Why? Because Allah makes again, she already prayed about for the first time. So she must already be prohibited. You might say, so that makes it only reason that we come testify is to have her executed. I begin before the Romar, Rosa Arala Shitty, coming to where the living upon the second man with whom she committed adultery with. She's in some balls because she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, she's in some for that, or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her husbands. She's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. I still feel bad. My ex did not I like the color in this. My ex. Why I still feel bad about it. I was bummed. regular married woman.
5 months
So
of work, you know, but it's not his fault. I got to these giveaways, you know, very good that I told him. I know that is that what I've seen. Is that I've already seen dads
Porque já era na
that's the same way. I can't get involved too, sir. Can I just I don't feel any business, sir. I can't throw my name to go by some merch. I got my
So Chantal is like,
So what do you come to ask her upon?
Shema is
In that case, you claim a stuff. When did you show up? Where did you show up? Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that we didn't kill shit. That was one of them sorry. How are you reaching the Hakiris is what we ask. How did you even kill shit? But specifically, what weapons did you use? What did you use? So what happens? One witness says, we didn't use a sword. And the second witness says, we didn't use an axe. An axe. So let's take that, you know what it says. See how it goes? This is not a fit because they contradict each other. So you try to contradict each other, therefore then the testimony is thrown out. So let's say so. Remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. The contradicting testimony is here essentially nullifies the legal. Means the testimony is not a true testimony, and therefore again it's discarded. To be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember again, there's no reciprocal, like they're not even zoning. It's just that the testimony don't line up. So it's inadmissible. Ain't enough. So let's go to Caleb Rabbanim. How does it happen? One of the witnesses said,
if you saw your grandma writing up fucking letter to thick boys tattoos, but what is this real? So it's like finding drugs in your kitchen. What is this?
their testimony is
What are
fine.
you doing?
But we don't care about that. We'll say,
Why
well, maybe
do you have all
why?
these drive past all
Because the
guys?
truth is, what's the color of Ruben's clothing is really inconsequential to the act, right? What incident to you, the culture, that's very consequential. So in other words, the idea of this is we don't need them to line up, or we need information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So make sure you realize the council, knuckle, she ain't knuckle. Versus the Pasuk says knuckle. Rosh Hashanah, the rest of the Chazal, which I'll take it, is an Eretz, knuckle Chazava. So what does knuckle mean? So knuckle means that it's that when we're giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So we see knuckle, all of this out, how go. That's about it. And so what's the example? One of the things he says, with his look shitting with the sword. Another one says that he's looking with an axe. One says that Reuben is wearing white clothes. One says Reuben is wearing black clothes. He said the whole bricks wasn't that too? So let's say, well, bricks the gas. Place it now. If they contradict each other with the cover of clothing that Reuben was wearing,
Okay,
discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So let's talk about this. This is incredible. They want to fit the middle. The Suda Shachan Kubo. No. And the Braisa says that there's a whole that's what we want to do. The case is where they're coming along and saying, Reuben strangled Shimon. And what's that called? One word says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just about getting clothing, it's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has to be explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used. So the Gemara says as follows: I knew Saibari. Okay, well, that's the case. So yeah, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody has to do different ways. So Tashma, listen to this. We'll say, after Omer Shandal Shkolim, after Omer Shandal Running, listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay? The in style sense also. And you know, so the nice again, so the nice what is your black shoes? So the nice guys, what kind of
I've never seen a straw picture
the testimony doesn't line up.
That's true.
So let's hear about
He's
this. So
never
we have to
used
do
straw.
it.
There's
Just
so many straws.
just look like I love for the
And
nice
I mean, if he doesn't love it, his lips love it. Look at this dude. Jesus Christ. It's like cauliflower lip.
But yet,
Over that strawberry, dude.
closing of the murder absolutely does matter.
Alright.
So what's
I don't know if he's
going on
driving
here?
there.
So the US is hustling
Looks
out
like
if you
he
don't
is.
ship bar and both the sun
Okay.
down the harbor. No, what's the case? The case is
Maybe you
where
should follow
you
dude.
then kick Shimon and kill Shimon by kicking him.
Alright, this one's supposed to be deleted in the username.
Of the murder
David
weapon.
Lucas,
If you
aka
shoot the murder weapon, then I will have
Legend.
legend. You supposed to
Never
start
ever gets
against
called
one
out
of
on
those.
his
Touch law.
creepiness by the
Nice
Rogan's
about the
fear. On the
Zakai
contrary,
said,
Tony
you
even
know,
helped
so it's
get
a
him
memory
out
of
of
the
jail
Spanish
once,
law.
as
So
per
one
their
time,
own
when
words.
Zakai was examining,
So it's
examining the
ongoing
case, and
investigation
we
is
asked
the
him
tag
which
here.
way
Yeah.
that Ruben killed
So
Shimon
let's see what else we got.
underneath the fig
So
tree.
this is
And
Post by
remember,
Thick Boy
what
with
about
3
Zakai?
C's.
Then
Called
Zakai
Great
says,
Guy.
okay,
I
tell me a
haven't
little
seen
bit
these yet,
about
so if they're
the
blocked,
fig
I'll check
tree.
it out later.
Tell me that. Right? What were the stems? Were the stems thin? Were they thick? Tell me about them. So the Lord says, they have tiny though. So what the animation indicates, it seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself are still important. The witnesses still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on over there. 그냥 주어진 것을 너희가 어머니가 감기고 아까 저희가 Shabbos, the Allah convict us. So what the things on there was is where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That definitely is. So then again, uprooting the tree like detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos is in and of itself. That's capital crime. That's capital crime. So that's what we're talking about over here. That's what happened over here.
I don't think we've ever had this conversation.
So what's the case over here? Case over here, halacha nice again.
When you were young,
Moving Shimon with the stem of the fig. That's what happened here. So we're saying, to use the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. First says, touch law, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they light or were they dark? Shiny Benzakai with Vito's Kichakios Mashino. Open the right from Benzakai. Why? Because it looks like Benzakai, he was nothing both with Vitos and Hakilos, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, we'll say, there's a distinction between Vitos and Hakilos. What's the distinction? Because it looks like Hakilos are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. Vitos are general questions. So generally, you didn't care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was. Not really. Doesn't matter again if the fig, as we used to the murder occurred, were white or black. Not necessarily. That Zakai himself was of the school of thought that both Vitos and Hakilos are explicitly necessary and both must be dealt with together. That's why Ben Zakai was asking about the figs and the stems, and according to Ben Zakai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, Man Ben Zakai. By the way, who's Ben Zakai? Who is Ben Zakai? She said, because listen to this one, this is incredible. Man Ben Zakai. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai. So who's Ben Zakai? Who's Ben Zakai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai. Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction of the second base of the flesh. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai was responsible for all of the things we have. Zeika the Churban and Zeika the Mikdash. Two different types of takanos. So this is 1 second. If it's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai, you have the Sanhedrin. Was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That time, Kol Shnoto Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai, Meya of the Ashim Shana. Both say it's a great Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai lived for 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Our boy Shana, Asaf B'Pratmatya. For 40 years, he was in business. He was in business. Right? Then Shana Lamas, for 40 years, he learned. Right? He did his thing in business and he learned. And our boy
Yo, what up, Hilly?
And for 40 years, he went ahead and he became a Rebbe. Right? He taught students.
Hilly!
So first of all,
How you living, pimp?
was in business, he didn't learn.
I'll be checking on you or you sleeping anytime I come to like.
What do you want me to do, baby? It takes a lot of energy to be this sexy. What's good in your neck of the woods?
At the age of 40,
Hey, I want to tell you that I'll get to my resume.
or after 40 years, he
And I'll
decided
put
to
that on a job on.
such an incredible result.
Okay, excellent.
States that, like,
What about Manpower? What about Manpower Nigeria?
Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this
He's not currently working. I don't know what's happening. He's not working.
What do
That's
you-
why I wanted to ask you. Should I used to be
No. Hold on.
Not the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, by the way, there are three people who follow the same paradigm, right? Same people. Who are the same people? Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. All this 40, 40, 40 paradigm. Right? 40, 40, 40 paradigm. Now, again, that's what the Mepharshim say. It's interesting. We see three people, 40, 40, 40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. What it means is great people make a choice to become great. Great people hit a crossroads in life and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep on going. I can just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I can continue down that path, and it's good. It's good. Or I could choose to pivot, go in a different direction, and self-actualize. Moshe Rabbeinu did not have to turn to see the burning bush.
Yeah, you're right.
Rabbi
It's
Akiva
not working.
did not have to
Just
take
one moment.
the mussar from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan ben
Thank you very
Zakkai,
much.
I
Yeah.
don't know what his pivotal
So-
event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I guarantee there was something. Each of these men could have just
I appreciate you
continued
telling me
down
that.
their
Okay,
path.
so
And can you imagine what the
we're
world
gonna
would be like
find.
without the Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. Listen, but we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But I will say, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, just because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's where your true personalistic greatness comes out. It's incredible. So real comment, Zach, so what happened? The time that I'm trying to call the Korban Abayis, goes to Sanhedrin. 40 years before the Beis was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was exiled. Means, remember, the Sanhedrin only sat in the temple compound in the Lishkas HaKos chamber of hewn stone. 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. Rather, where was it? It was in the storefront. So we'll say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the Kosel. So it's like the Chonos were areas in front of the walls of the Beis Hamikdash, in front of the retaining walls. They literally, again, had stores there. They had stores there. They had two things there: mikvahs, right? Because you had to go to the mikvahs, and so they unearthed these mikvahs with two sets of staircases, right? One going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of the Beis Hamikdash? What were they selling? Oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's no, right? Again, listen. Can you imagine packing up the car livestock? I'm just saying, right? Just the families, right? So now again, so there are people. So the good part is, the Jewish, there are people who set up shop, literally set up right in front of right before going into the next, like in front of the Harabais. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts by the Harabais. And while they were there, they could not adjudicate Knas law. Why not Knas law? They weren't able to adjudicate capital cases. Which none we learned. So here we have it. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Lishkas HaGazis 40 years before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, which means there are no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, the second Beis Hamikdash. Right? Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one
after the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash was the leading sage, which I will say makes it just chronologically. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when a capital case was being adjudicated. So if that's the case, the Ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about fig trees can't be Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. It can't be him. To which the Gemara says, it's always exciting. I always find it exciting. I guess I don't get that much fun. And I say, just like when the Gemara gives you history, right? It's just fascinating because a lot of times what we're missing when we learn Gemara is any kind of historical context. Where is everybody living? What's happening over here? So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated the capital case, because Rabbi Yochanan is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there was no capital case being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So that Pashtas, he was never involved, at least as a sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella ben Zakkai to Alma. It must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai, not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So it seems to be clear. He saw that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Karile, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai ben Zakkai. So I'll say it can't be him. First of all, because if it was him, how can you call the Hebrew Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai Ben Zakkai? How can you do that? How can you do it? This is a Gadol Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, my soul, but the Yochanan ben Zakkai, but so it's again with the Brisa, and the Brisa says it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him, but how could it be him? Ella, Talmud Hayoshiv with Rabbo Haba. Oh, we'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating a case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a Talmud. He was a student. He was in one of the rows.
All right, Billy.
In front of the Sanhedrin.
I'm sending you a new list. Upload your resume to the list that I just sent you.
They took input from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, "Hey, Chevra, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig trees?" And they liked it. And what happened on the base? So it's like, and again, remember, in general, whatever a basin could do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So they could, if they could go ahead and find the defendant innocent, by asking the witnesses about the size of the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. The Kabbalah B'Shmei. And they liked it so much that they established it in his name. They established it in his name. So the Gemara says, Ki hava lomar, ki hava lomar, ben Zakkai hava, ki hava karli b'tamud roshim be'rabo, ki hava limei, hava karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, ki karli ben Zakkai, ashim d'mei kara, ki karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai.
Billy, check your Discord messages.
When he said this ruling, he was a Talmud. As the Talmud, what was his name? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So now again, therefore, when it records it based on where he was holding at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we know him as what? Now we know him as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Incredible. So my Silvada, Mavin Hakiras, my Afidu Shnayim Omer. So remember again, when it comes to chakiros, the big difference between chakiros and bedikos. What's the big distinction? The big distinction is as follows: that when it comes to chakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, contradict each other, if they get something wrong, they're disqualified. By bedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, they're fine. So the Gemara says, what do you mean, even if two get the bedikos wrong? That's obvious.
Billy, did you see the message I sent you?
This is interesting. If when it comes to the bedikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what, I don't know. So we'll say, what's the halakha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. It's fine. Then we'll say, there's no difference if one witness says, I don't know, or if what? Or if two witnesses say they don't know. In other words, once one witness says, I don't know, then by definition, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if one says, I don't know, or if two say, I don't know? So Rav Sheshes,
Billy.
When it comes to Hakiros, I want to remember again, Hakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The Hakiros, Afilu Shnaim Omer Yadanu, Ve'echad Omer Eni Yodea. So what's ultimately again, when it comes to Hakiros,
Billy.
two people say, even two people say we know, and one says, I don't know, they do some Batela. Ultimately, again, the Eidos is bottle. Eidos is bottle. Kiman Kabi Akiva, the Nakish Social Science. So here's what's interesting over here. Let's say you have a group of 3 witnesses.
Robbie, my stuff is pretty
Witnesses. Right, and what happens? And one of them says,
Just check your Discord messages. I sent you a new list.
So nevertheless, the Eidos is still bottle.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Right?
I'll
So
switch
3
it.
witnesses.
Excellent. Come back to me when you're done, okay?
One says, I don't know. What's the
Okay.
halacha?
All right, no problem. Thank you very much, Robbie.
You're welcome, my friend. Good job. Bye-bye.
Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit, and 3 is the same as 2. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be an effective Eidos, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the Hakiros together. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the Hakiros, then Halach L'Maisa, again, it disqualifies the Eidos. But we learned elsewhere that the Eidos is still good. To which we might say, Allah, Amarabba, Hakiko, is what it means to say. Afilu bechakiros, even when it comes to chakiros, Shnaim Omer Yadana be'echad Omer Niyodea, Edusan Kayames, Kiman, Dulala Prediki. Rabbi Mar switches gears. Mar says, no. When you have a group of 3 witnesses, we'll say, as long as 2 out of the 3 can get the chakiros, together, can get the chakiros correct, then the Eidos is good even if the 3rd one messes up. That's halach. If the 3rd one messes up, halach might say the Eidos is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, I was going to point that out here, there's a fascinating machlokes. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of 3 witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all 3 to be certified, or is it just enough to get 2 out of the 3? Rabbi Akiva says you need all 3. We don't paskin that way. We paskin that 2 out of the 3 is good, because we also paskin that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So therefore, as long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the Hakiros correct, we're good to go. Very loud, but it's good. We're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbah. It's incredible, right? They learn Sanhedrin, you learn Sanhedrin, and then Sanhedrin is good, but they're not Sanhedrin. But they're learning the Sugyat Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbah. What did you learn? What did you learn? Right? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbah? On the right, my Alina based Sanhedrin is well, what do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Like, what in general do we go ahead and do if I learn about? Well, my Kashi, right? What do you have questions on? Our law, Meha Diktani Mabin Hakiros Leviticos. What is the distinction between Hakiros and Leviticos? Hakiros, Echad Omer Inyo Be'edu Sabteva. When it comes to Hakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the Eidos is bottle. Eidos is bottle. The Digos, when it comes to the Digos, Echad Omer Inyo Be'edu, after the Shtaim Omer Inyo Be'edu San Kayanes. So again, this is a fundamental thing where we see over and over and over again. Hakiros, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? We don't see only 3, but we pass the 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is, you're out. You're out. If you get those wrong, you're still in. What's an example of a particular question? For example, particular question? Right, color, right? Stems of the fig tree, color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. And remember, there isn't complete discretion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Hakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get Hakiros wrong, you're in. Now you want to say, but one, easy, I see, Maishna Hakiros, Maishna Hakiros. I understand, why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Hakiros and Hakiros are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one, not with the other? Amalei, Havi, Ashna, the Hakiros, and the Echa,
and you said it, the argument is with Shaka Yakola Zimo. The details effort on a man in your there, Kayanes, Able Shaka Yakola Zimo. Just it's a very simple distinction. By Hakiro say, all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the agent susceptible to our summer. Right? Remember, I will say, the cloud is witnesses who cannot be made into agents dominant, they have no skin in the game. Therefore, the testimony is not accepted. Anything that for any of the Hakira questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to being made into agents dominant. Particular questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to Hazama. So because Hakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment to Hazama, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. They're not Hazama. That's why you get them wrong. For who Amalur, Irafi, so it's remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So Rav kind of stopped off, running to Rabba, right? And also, I'm sorry, running to Rabba Kama.
I'd like to say something if I may.
So Rabba Kama says, wow, boys, incredible.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'd like to share my project with you all. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they are available in my profile. Additionally, they're available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our community with 2,500 people and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to promote an end to world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStore program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
We have. Okay. Emir Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the right will be here. Everything will be up. All right, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Pehed, Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as the Zuhus.
Absolutely, BS. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Commentary sponsor for the month of Teves Havalim Kutova, the Kamul Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, brother of Itai Levy, who is killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that the merit of our commentary and his family in the Chama. Our Dachyomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Pesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, in the Rock, the American Chama Torah, and the Shama have an Aliyah and her family in the Chama. First of all, says always we go to our learning in the space of our holy hostages, that Michelle Command should bring the rest of them home, the Shalom and the child. and the men of our holy soldiers in the struggle that would be successful. The whole Maaseh evening. And also with this, let us do a beautiful and really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Mem 41. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Mem Amud Beis 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up in the bottom. Tan Rabbanon, right as the 2 dots. Bakira Matamoso. Tan Rabbanon. So again, remember, we are continuing in Meretz Hashem with the, we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? In other words, making sure Drishas Mechakiris. Tan Rabbanon. Bakira Matamoso. So we say to the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harag, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisrael Harag, did he kill a Jew? Disgrace them both. You should give Masra. Kibar Alov, Asra, did he accept the
I'm not a trader, but I know like it's about the market and business and things like that. So I saw that this is like a shoe and shoe skills, and I just came up to like shoe myself. So I don't know if I'm permitted to. Because conversation I was going on. Oh yeah, you're permitted. In the last few days, I actually lost like my account. Creator, space host, and an analyst. So I carry out fundamental analysis, I carry out market analysis, technical analysis. So can you guys hear me? I don't know. I think my explanation or something. Of course, we were hearing you for a while and then you just stopped. And then you continued again with your voice. So I don't know if you give a recap again. Actually, can you hear me? I'm so sorry about that. I don't know how to But anyways, let me continue. Thank you so much for passing it. So like I said earlier, I just get to like share myself. So like a few days back, I actually lost my account. I was actually hacked. So I lost my account. I was with 3K followers with my beauty. What was that? I create it like organically, like create like within the space of a month and a week. So I'm like basically new to X and all of that. So on this space, I'm basically like a trade creator, a space host, and an analyst. Yes, that analysis, but like I do it more for myself. But I try to like do my own research on certain projects, then I AP with my what I have and just hold. So I'm more like an older than a trader. So when you're talking about doing analyzing maybe you're just talking about markets and trades. I would actually like understand some of the things you do. Yeah, I don't think I have that art for teaching trading. I really don't have that. So I just prefer to like look at. So now in this space, I believe that most individuals are coming to this space. Most of them actually are usually deluded by what is actually true on the city, seeing so much PNLs by so much like influencers, news and all that, and they use that to actually judge their timing. They don't get proper like enlightenment and education about people get free. So I use my space to actually boost educative, enlightening, and conversational topics. I try to like reach out to people that are more experienced than I am because I believe nobody's an island of knowledge. I'm not an island. So I reach out to people that are more experienced than I am. Then you'll be also joining my space. We rock minds, discourse, and we talk basically. So ever since I lost my account on Wednesday, I've been trying to like grow this account organically. And I think this is day 5, and I'm currently on like 400 followers. I'm just looking to like show myself and basically post my spaces as I used to do earlier. So I've been like posting amazing spaces. I think that when I got back, I also posted another space and it's this account. And I think because of this, maybe I had this that previous account, like some number of people. Yesterday, too, I posted an amazing space too. So I do my spaces like 7 p.m. in the evening. And I do have like amazing speakers come up to talk about the topic and all of that like that. So I'm just here to basically connect because I've literally like working my account at this point. I don't just want to like pass through engagement because I want something that is purely organic, something that is purely like original. It may take some time, but that's what I want to do. And I just believe in at the end of the day, I feel that's more sustainable to me. So that's what I've been doing for the past few days. So I've just been carrying my business. At this point, I'm doing my business. I've been carrying my business up and down. And like I said, I'm currently on which I'm really happy about. And you wait, I just want to like, that's not like marketing. So I see it's like, that as I go on, just get to connect with individuals, bright minds, and definitely when I see your post on City, I smartly engage. I also engage like it, obviously, and I smartly engage, and I'm giving intentional connections because I believe that. So thank you, Etrida. I really appreciate the opportunity to come up here and talk about myself. Thank you once again. I really appreciate it. But whenever that means in the house, I just start making noise. He just loves to make noise. Not noise. It's compared to when Julian spoke, he appreciated it. When the cast spoke, he started appreciating it. Okay, it's so good. Yeah, so that was a massive move for Becca story. Now I can actually connect to far. Like she said, truly I was right. I didn't know how for the we were doing. I mean, I'm just hearing her for the first time. So yeah. So they was to connect with her. She's actually calm. Yeah. And she says she knows spaces, educational spaces, and all of that. So you can as well still drop in alpha if you know you got any alpha from us. To share any project. And also, I still got some questions for you. You said you've actually traded. So how's your trading experience like? I mean, you traded and decided not to trade again. Let me know. So my trading experience, this is that before I used to like try to do that. I don't have the emotional capacity to handle all of that, and maybe because I'm a girl. But I know that there are girls that are actually doing excellently well in trading. They trade the market, they trade forex, they trade currencies and the likes like that. So actually, I got the whole trading experience when I was in my second year in university because I opportunity to like intern as a brokerage firm. So they taught me all of that about the trading and all of that. But then I just feel that I till now have been unable to face my fears because then I think then I was still like majorly depending on my. I'm not saying that I'm fully independent currently, but at least it's better than before. But I was majorly independent on my parents. So the little allowance they give me, I use it to trade. And I feel that actually gave me like a whole lot of emotional pressure on me because I would like love to like double the money and all of that. So that also affected the trading part. And I realized that when I do trade on demo is really not your money. So you might trade, the analysis will be right because it's not your money. There's no emotional attachment to all of that. You get your analysis right and all of that. So when I started like, okay, let me move from demo trading to live trading, I do accounts. So I've not been able to like face that fear till now. That I just prefer to like just do my proper research on the projects that I feel that okay, I have solid conviction in. Yeah, I'll just like buy few tokens of that particular project and just keep it because I'm more of an holder. I prefer to like maybe just invest and just keep it for the long term and do other things basically that can because I know that if I say attention to that and depend on whatever returns I'm getting, it's not actually like something that will sustain me in the short term. So I still like do other things in the web that still like at least bring in something. But I prefer to hold assets that I feel that okay they would actually do well in the long term, that they give me proper ROI on whatever capital I put in that particular project. So that's what I just do. Like I said, as an analyst, I just try to like check out their tokenomics, check out their usability, liquidity, and everything. So what if this is like a proper project to actually imp into, then I hold it in. So with the whole current market condition, currently, because markets are really, really crazy, I just like this particular project I'm actually moving. I just feel like just created my wallet app because I know I will definitely be checking it every time. So I needed the wallet app. I just secured my like kept my seed risk. So anytime I just like have some spare funds, I'll buy into it, then I'll stick it in the game because I'm not really ready to look at my money going down when it's meant to be going up. So that's just it.
Okay, yeah. Wait. I had it. That's it. That's it. That I will it. She's not ready to check it. But it's not there was a time I owned this game. Basically, what did they call this guy? Cameras. That bro actually, there was a time he lost on this thing. He understood this. All the trading happened to because the same day we had this close on by that the guy did the by the girl was like, I'm not doing it. Oh, yeah, everyone has that's everyone has a story to tell. Everyone really has a story to tell. You see, when it comes to trading, there's the point you can get to. You want to even work your remove your SIM with that. The far end, do your phone at the far end, so they should not be close to each other. Look, I've done a lot of things that I've lost. But yeah, that's what I say. All these things are just for it's only when you do it. That is when it looks like you keep on maybe that specific skill or something. You actually someone who is more into trading or who started trading and you encountered the loss and you stopped. I'm telling you, that's where if you go in, you will resume to your loss. But when you consistently keep going that way and also you know how to manage your risk, you just keep putting what you can afford to lose. It's just like a practice. I'm telling you, you need money to practice. That is it's just like a practice. Keep going and you should have a good mentor. I'm telling you, someone who is actually skilled to understand to show you an insight and overview of what you are doing, or maybe be able to recap or to guide you along. That is it. We need the knowledge. Knowledge is actually key, especially when it comes to trading. So I don't really think that we blame anyone who does their business because then when you see that like I think he installed the back. He wanted to start trading. And before you know it, he might see some like four people to this room. They meet everything. And you think that's over. But yet he installs it back again. The spirit is still pushing. He has actually seen money. He has actually seen something that is still attracting him. And also he might see a new project that if this thing might crash, instead of thinking might crash, let me go short instead. He installed his next package, he won it, and short and make a lot of money. And then the next thing he wants to trade, he loses everything. You understand? So it's funny. It's funny on this space, but you just have to be wise. That's the point. You just have to be wise. When it comes to futures trade, I trade probably every day. Every single day I trade, but whenever I come to the market, I see it's not. I don't see a trade on there. If I don't see a setup, I don't trade. I would force it. It's when you force things. That is when you lose. The only thing happening to me, I mean, for more than a week now, I haven't used stop loss. Even all the trades, people follow my trades on this right now. So I haven't used stop loss. The only thing that has happened to me recently is I always miss the edge. I will analyze before it gets to my entry, it might not touch the edge because I do set limits very well. So it will not touch the entry before it starts pumping. So it's always, I think that thing always, it always flare me up. Because whenever I see the thing pumps a lot, I'll be like, if this thing had touched my entry, I should be at 8x right now. 8x, I will start. I will go to my calculator, I start calculating the money I have missed. That is basically what I do right now. When we went to that point, it's like, yeah, you have actually analyzed situation as working on yourself to the point whereby the thing is, I would not say, a lot of things contributed to my analysis, to my chart analysis method and the way I analyze my own charts. I would say because I'm kind of like a physics student, yeah, part of it. And also, I kind of like to, there are things I actually do that I make sure I improve the way I analyze, and it makes me be able to detect going public, get proper entries. And I did that even when it comes to the gym. Even if I see the hype too much, it's pumping endlessly, I will just pump in. And whatever goes up must surely come down. Okay, just be there as a liquidity. So you won't just run into the game because it's the hype. I was still on the same space that the shit was pumping. And no, pumping that, before I told you guys earlier about it, pumping at 50k or 60k. But I saw the thing I just do. I was tempted to add more buys because I just going to go up. But still, I didn't add because I said anything that goes up must surely come down.
Hi. Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
And I can't grab it at the entry.
I'm good. Guess what? Gojo's playing. He's playing the Max Monsters, Rabbi.
Who's playing that?
Gojo, my friend, the one who we play bowling with.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's playing Max Monsters.
Have you played before?
You know, I play with you, but you know me, I still got addicted.
I understand. Apologies, I was asleep yesterday. I look forward to playing with you tonight, God willing.
Okay.
I hope you have a
I think
wonderful
I'm gonna
day.
play it and just try how to play it, right?
Yeah, just
I
get
gotta learn how to play it.
absolutely, and it's really fun.
When you see anything pumping that much, you will be tempted or pushed. But the ability to control that temptation is that's when the brain lies. That's actually
I'm right.
when the brain lies.
I'm here. I'm just eating, okay?
I am
Okie
more
doke.
of it. I have experienced it, so I know what is happening in people's mind. Even people losing money, I have been there, so I will be like, I will start listening what is investing to say. Because I will be pushed to enter. Even despite I have an entry already and I missed the entry, I will still be pushed to enter at the point. Imagine you see an entry on around 40k and you are seeing the same shit at 800k. See a lot of cables posting the hype was too much, and you know this game was posting is going to go to over 10 people. And also, you are seeing things that makes you think you are popping in there and you're seeing it running back all the way down to 11k. You know you have lost the. So it's pretty much the space is actually, you just have to be quiet, you just have to be smart of the space when it comes to trading. When it actually comes to trading, you just have to be smart. And it's one of the best skills. You can make money from any way. I mean, sometimes I can just hop into the market and be like, you want money for this stuff. And with my capital, I will not touch that capital, but I use it to generate money when I need it. Most of the time it works for me, and most of the time I will not generate up to money. And still, but I know the only difference there is I don't go to the market because I need money. But if I really want to make money going into the market, I will still get it. That is the point I've actually worked on myself too. So that's it. I see you my hand on the off too. So yeah, I see you dropped a lot of things. A lot of us in the reply section. So guys, if you're on the space right now, quick one, drop a retweet on the space link, and also you can engage on the post on the dashboard. And if you don't know how they are doing that, you can drop your tweet link in the reply section of the space link, and then maybe engage on the post on the dashboard. And definitely they're going to bring your post up to the dashboard also. I see the virtual is one pushing the post to the dashboard. Alright, so maybe I'm gonna be handing the mic over to Rabbi in a while. So Rabbi, you just go because I think he might. Yeah, he always has a lot of alpha to share. I just think like 1 hour sharing alpha. So yeah, Rabbi, I'm gonna just give you like last 10 minutes, unless I possibly just shoot us what you got.
Absolutely, X-Ray. Well, wow, thank you so much for the privilege. All right, to anyone out there, if you are in Web3,
I'm going to give you some alpha. Also, if you're looking for a job, I'm going to give you some alpha. So, if you are in these conversations, you first and foremost need a crypto wallet. If you don't know how to create a crypto wallet, certainly there are people in here who can help you. I can help you. You can certainly Google it. But what you want to do once you create that crypto wallet is make sure you write down your seed phrase. Your seed phrase is a list of words that make it very difficult for someone to be able to get into your wallet without them. In fact, if you don't have access to your seed phrase, you won't be able to get into your wallet. So make sure you get your seed phrase and you write it down. It's very important you write this down. Do not keep it electronically. If you keep it electronically and you lose your phone or someone gets into your device, you can lose your wallet, and we don't want that to happen. So what you want to do is write down your seed phrase. Then what we want you to do is ensure that you never share your seed phrase with anyone. It's very important that you keep that seed phrase private. Some of the best places to keep a seed phrase perhaps may be a lockbox, a safe, perhaps a fireproof box if you have access to them. You don't want to keep this in a place that is publicly known. And if you keep this private, the chances are you're going to be able to keep your funds. Also, I'm going to go through three different kinds of wallets that you can create. The first is known as a hot wallet. A hot wallet is always connected to the internet and is the least safe way to keep your cryptocurrency. The second is known as a warm wallet, which is a way to keep your cryptocurrency that's connected to the internet, but many times you need two-factor authentication or some type of additional security protocol. And the third type is a cold wallet, which is the safest way to keep your cryptocurrency. This is not connected to the internet and has additional security features that make it difficult for anybody to get into your wallet. So the best way to keep your cryptocurrency is in a cold wallet. What you may do is you may have a cold wallet that has the bulk of your cryptocurrency, but then also to perhaps have a warm wallet or a hot wallet that has a small amount of cryptocurrency in it, so that if anybody gets into your account, they won't be able to drain you. Additionally, in that cold wallet, it may be good to have multiple cold wallets so that you don't lose everything if somebody were to somehow get into that wallet. These are all just pieces of advice, but certainly do your own research. Okay, additionally, some other alpha that's going to be really important for you is to ensure that you back up your phone regularly. You don't want to lose access to your data because you dropped your phone in a puddle or you had it stolen on the bus or whatever may happen. You want access to your backup using the cloud, which is one of the best ways to be able to store the data so that if anything ever happens to your phone or your computer or anything like that, you can get this data and it is not a hassle. All right, with that being said, I put in the purple pill a list of recruiting organizations that are specifically for Nigeria. But if you're not in Nigeria, uh, contact me. We can find a recruiting organization wherever you are. But I know many of you are in Nigeria, so I wanted to focus this on where you perhaps live. All right. So, what are these recruiters going to do for you? Well, what you want to do is they're going to find you a job. They get paid to get you paid. So, what you're going to want to do, if you don't already have a resume or a CV, which is an abbreviation for the Latin phrase curriculum vitae, basically your life's work, what you want to do is create a resume, create a CV. They're basically used interchangeably. If you don't know how to do this, that's absolutely fine. I remember a time when I didn't know how to do this, and everybody has that. So, what you do is you take your name, your contact information, and your previous work experience and your education and what kind of job you want, and you put that in a chat GPT and you say, please, can you make a resume for me? Can you make a CV for me? And it'll create the best resume you've ever seen on yourself in about 1 second. And you copy that data and you upload it to the various recruiting firms that I put in the purple pill. What is this going to do for you, you may ask? Well, instead of you looking for a job on your own and trying to get paid, you're going to have a whole team of people who are trying to find a job for you. And in exchange, if they find you a job and you get a contract, they get a little bit of that contract, but it's not anything that has to do with you. You don't have to pay it out. It is between the hiring organization and the recruiting firm. So you're just going to get a check every week, just like a normal person. And that's what I want you guys to be able to get. Sure, getting a job in Web3 is great and you work on your own terms, and that's great. But many of these recruiting firms allow you to work remotely. They allow you to work on your own terms as well, and they pay more regularly, and many times they pay more money. So there's nothing wrong with having a steady salary or hourly rate that you're going to be getting for working a job. Now, what kind of jobs do these places offer? Graphic design, community management, certainly customer service, things like perhaps um, social media marketing. So, whatever it is that you are wanting to do, they can help you get that kind of a job. And if at the end of the day they're not able to find you something right now, that doesn't mean in the future they might not be able to find something for you. So, if you want a job and you don't have a recruiter working for you, it's highly advised that you do. I can tell you from personal experience, the highest grossing jobs I had were through recruiting organizations, and they're working for the biggest companies in the world, and they're excellent opportunities to get your foot in the door. And then the company, if they like you, will hire you full. You can make lots of money through these. And when I talk lots of money, well, I'm talking 5 figure, 6 figure, 7 figure jobs you can get through these types of organizations. And there's a much higher opportunity that you're going to get a job through a recruiter than just shilling yourself in X spaces. However, if that's the route you want to go, I want to help you with that. So if you are someone who is a Web3 marketer, you are a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a job and you're here for that, first question I ask anybody is, do you have a link tree? Many times people do not. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's basically a website that allows you to post your social media there for free, and you can put it in your profile, and then someone who's interested in you can see all of your social media in a list. It's important that you have a link tree. If you don't have a link tree, you should know it's free. And everything that I tell you is free, and I'm never going to charge you for this. So, if anything, you should know that it's a very successful strategy, and there's no class. There's no, if you want the next step, you have to pay me X amount. There's none of that. I want you to be successful. So, what you should do if you don't have a link tree, you create a link tree. I also put in the purple pill a list of the 30 or so most commonly used social media platforms in the Western world. I don't have many, these are in the English speaking world. So if you speak English, these are the platforms that you want to have, with which you want to have an account. Many of you may say, Rabbi, 30 social media platforms, that's a lot. I understand that's a lot. You should know that you already have probably 15 to 20 of these if you don't already know it. And if you don't have 15 to 20, you at least have a few of them. You have X, and many of you have Discord, and many of you have Telegram, and some others. Um, 3 billion people on earth have a Facebook, and many of you have that as well. Now, I don't want you to necessarily put your personal accounts on there. I want you to create business accounts, because what you're going to be doing is essentially starting your own business, whether you're a graphic designer or a social media marketer or a reply guy or whatever. What I want you to do is become more than a reply guy, if that's something that you want to do. And really, the step up from a reply guy is social media marketer. So what you do is you create these 30 different social media platforms. Now, accounts on these platforms. Now, you may say, Rabbi, I don't have that much space on my phone. And I understand that. You don't necessarily need to download all the apps. You can create many of these in browsers. So download maybe the Linktree app and maybe a couple of the others. But for the most part, you can create the account. All you want to do is link your profiles to there. Once you do that and you come to me, if you want, I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good, and we'll move on to the next step, which is putting content on your social media. And what does that mean? We're going to use Grok to create some short videos for us that basically say what you do. Hi, my name is XYZ, and I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd love to help you promote your project. Please send me a DM if you want to connect. Some 10-second video of an AI being that tells people about what you do. We're going to create about 10 different videos. What this is going to do is it's going to help you populate YouTube Shorts. It's going to help you populate the TikTok algorithm. It's going to help you populate Instagram Reels. And what you should know is this strategy has a 5-prong attack. And what is it? If you create this much social media, firstly, you're going to have 30 different places for you to be able to promote yourself. Secondly, you're going to have 30 different places for you to be able to promote your clients. Thirdly, it's going to give you 30 new communications channels to get new clients. Not everybody is on X. Believe it or not, in the English speaking world, X is the number 16 social media platform. And you may not know that. You may think it's number one, but it's not. Google and YouTube and Facebook and Instagram, they're all much bigger than X. So I want you to be where the clients are sometimes. And many times those clients aren't always on X. So I want you to at least have a presence there. So what you're going to do, we're going to upload the different videos to your social media platforms. We're going to optimize your profile so that someone who looks at your profile knows exactly what you do and it sounds professional. We're going to make sure your titles are appropriate and your descriptions are appropriate with hashtags. We're going to make sure that your profile isn't blank. It isn't that your accounts aren't blank, that they have a robust amount of information on them. Then what we're going to help you to do is to join different spaces on X, join different spaces on Discord, join different spaces on Telegram and Facebook and some other places, because your network is your net worth. And you will, over the course of several months, be able to really increase your um, your um, your network if you follow this strategy. Additionally, what you should do is learn how to clip people's spaces, and I can help you with that. Basically, when someone drops alpha, if you tag the host and the speaker, that's going to put you on their radar. They're going to let you come up and speak, just like we're doing right now. X Raider knows what I'm going to say and knows basically that he's heard this before, but he knows that it's of value. And because we have that relationship, he's going to let me share. You want that same relationship with some of these larger hosts that you're going to find on X Spaces. Additionally, I think it's an excellent opportunity for you to learn how to make memes and also market yourself with memes. Basically, putting your handle or your link tree in the corner so that someone knows who the creative force is behind this great meme that they're sharing all over the internet. Uh, Another really great place for you to be able to get work, or at least gigs, is a place called Fiverr, Fiverr. They have an app, they have a website. Basically, you register as a contractor, and from there, people can pay you either $5 all the way up to $500 to post on your YouTube or post on your X or whatever it may be. That's up for you to decide. Another thing that I teach people to do is how to shill on X. I hear a lot of shills out there, and many times people, when they want to share their project, they say something like GM to the host, GM to the co host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to say. I just need a job. Send me a job. DM me with a job. And that's fine. At least those people are trying. But with this strategy, you're going to be able to go in and say, GM, everyone, my name is XYZ, and I am a Web3 marketer. I would love to promote your project using my 30 different social media accounts. What this is going to do for you is make you show up number one in Google, the number one website in the world, number one in YouTube, the number two website in the world, number one in Facebook and Instagram and on Threads and on Reddit and Imager and all the other social media that's out there. Additionally, this is going to improve the opportunity that you're going to have to be able to dominate social media, search engines, and AI, which is the fourth prong of the strategy. And the fifth prong of the strategy is that it is going to make it more difficult for you to be impersonated. So with that, this is a really great strategy that you're going to be able to give to clients, to be able to have them send you DMs, to be able to have them connect with you and join their projects. And it's going to be more ways for you to be able to make money. Additionally, when you are shilling yourself or sharing your project or whatever it is that you do, your service, you're going to be able to tell your client you're going to get 30 times more DMs because of this, 30 times more people buying your NFT or your cryptocurrency. I'm going to be able to improve your overall value and the overall publicity of your project. Connect with me. I'd love to work with you. That's what you all should be wanting to do for your clients. And if you want to work in Web3, that's what Web3 clients are looking for, is someone who can improve the visibility of their project. So with that, that's some alpha. I know I spoke a lot, but if anybody has any questions, please feel free to raise them. If anybody wants to work with me, everything is free that I tell you. Send me a DM. I'd love to give you any alpha that I can. I can send you the list that I put into the purple pill or help you as a mentor, coach, and friend in any other way possible. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
I knew this was going to take like 4 hours.
Web3, I'll be there in a second.
Really, that was a massive one. Yeah, because it's actually educating. I knew it actually shares educating stuff. Both the basics and everything that you should know about this shopping and where to get that stuff. So he says it's open for that. You know, you need a job, you need a coach, and that you can
Web3, can you hear me? Web3 Anna Thomas. Can you hear me?
I don't know if it's an AI or something because it's testing right now. It's going to be live in the street. But yeah, so massive shout out to him. He still doing what he actually said a lot. And we also have learned a lot. If you haven't learned anything, you should. Yeah. So that's for the people. Yeah, but what I would say right now is depending from the topic we've been actually talking about. As a trader, yeah, you need a side hustle for real.
Web3 Anna Thomas, can you hear me?
All you can do on the space is trade to get money for your school to sort out some basic need of, let me see, when you're in school, you're sorting out needs using trading. You're going to get rent. You are going to get rent from you. You understand? You are really going to get rent. That is why you need these side jobs. You need this job that's bringing in. If you have them offline, it doesn't matter. Even if you have them online, it doesn't really matter. As long as you got the skills, you need to know where to find the jobs. And that is why I think the reason why Rabbi, what he's saying is actually still bringing in. But yeah, you can still go through that process and still not get anything. But yeah, you just have to explore more ways, explore more things. You're in the free space right now. That is why you see the jobbers are the ones packing it. I ain't gonna lie, I hopped onto a space. I saw a lot of Nigeria trooping the space. They were like, we were all in the space in the first time. So we were talking about how to get the projects MC to go further, and it was like, let's get a lot of chats in. And before you know it, we were seeing some a lot of guys trooping it. And do you know those guys were jobbers? And all they will do is, can I be community moderator for this? Can I be community manager? You see, the way you approach them is actually different.
In donations to help this tree planting, but I also have to like let tree planting companies be like, hey, if you give us $100,000, I can guarantee you your like Earth Day, for example. I can get you your 50 million trees in one day instead of waiting 6 years like they have their goal. So that type of stuff. So that's where like if we can continue to do this tree planting, like massive stuff, this is where, like I was telling you a few months ago, my new vision for like monthly Earth Day of basically connecting money to the people that are actually doing this groundwork. this could be the very beginning of it. If I'm successful with this part, it's going to be endless of like how much I can scale this. So yeah, I'm sending out crazy emails to like tree organizations, tree planting organizations to get sponsorships. My goodness, I can't talk this morning. I need some grants to be able to put on this concert. I'm talking to like major festival hosts, like EDC, Tomorrowland.
To my friend Web3 Anna Thomas, I see your message and I'm going to send you, I'm going to respond to it right now. So just one moment and you'll get all that information.
Let's record it and just go from there. Let's make some crazy impact, make some money, and fund the people that are actually on the ground doing the work.
That's cool, dude. I'm so freaking up for this. I love it. Okay, so a couple things here. First of all, it's a cool idea, and you're right that you're helping Earth Day reach these goals much quicker. I think for the Earth Day proposal, you might have even more impact if you, instead of asking them for money necessarily, you could ask them for distribution to be able to go live on all of their channels, because they can reach millions of people, and then we can go to the people who have really deep pockets, right, for sponsorship. Good strategy. Because then, there's some others who would really throw down to reach people, and actually, see, this is like one of the beautiful serendipitous things that happen when you put an event together like this, because at Refi Horizons, I met this wonderful Brazilian lady named starts with an H. It's escaping Hama. And Hama sits on the board for like environmental, like sustainability for like all these different massive companies that need to do CSR, and she's like basically advising them all on how they should be doing it. And and she absolutely loves the mission, and we're going to be working closely together, collaborating, so like we can reach out to like, for example, like Shopify and Amazon and like Stripe and like Salesforce, like these massive companies that are spending a lot on tree planting and CSR and stuff. And if we can say, hey, this is an official partnership with Earth Day, we're going to be going live on like 20 plus different channels. We can bring in Hubcast as well. We can do the Web3 collaboration of all of our different organizations. Exactly. Well, that's the beauty of like Let's Grow DAO methodology, right? We can go like everywhere, and we can not just share about one page's followers. We can share all of the followers, right? Like Unify has almost 3 million followers now, and we can go live on their channel. And there's a ton of these type of organizations. If it's really all about the cause, and so yeah, brother. Let's work on this, and let's freaking grow. I see some legends in the spaces. Shout out to Terea, shout out to Matthew, shout out to Rabbi, shout out to Kawagumba. Any of you guys want to come up? I've sent you all some invites. Anyone is welcome up here on the stage. Just make sure you retweeted the room. All right, so Ida, I welcomed you up just in good faith, but you do actually have to retweet the room. Otherwise, Surisana, I'm so good. It's been such an incredible 6 days so far in Mexico. In Mexico, we have made so many like, again, 6 days is nothing, but we've actually accomplished a lot in terms of these collaborations. Like that one person I told you about, I think could lead to hundreds of millions of trees, which is absolutely phenomenal. And by the way, John Kawagumba is a regenerative farmer, and I'm a part of not only Impact Orange Pad, but Super Carbon Capital, which is looking to do some kind of impact investment type things. And when we reached out to do some farming related stuff and take that to another level, since there is like a model there for ROI, like I appreciate you sending me the proposal. I looked over it a little bit. This is one example of something that I'm pouring over for impact investment, or how you want to structure that. All right, Jimmy's got his coffee now. Amazing. So yeah, guys, we're in this together. it's like obviously I'm the founder of Tree Gens, but it's not just about Tree Gens, right? We need to solve like climate change across the world, right? And there are so many different solutions for this. And whatever kind of social impact causes you have, I've got connected at COP30 to four massive different funds for like grants and such things. Maybe the grants could be relevant here, Nick. I think they're more about direct than fundraising events, but look, it's worth looking into. For those of you who are not in the Telegram, there's an Impact Alpha channel. All right, Impact Alpha, very, very. I'm sharing everything. Grant opportunities. There's already like tens of thousands of investor contacts in there. It's pretty substantial, and I'm gonna just keep dropping Impact Alpha. So it's t.me/treegenfan. There's also a link in our link tree, which is in our bio. So I'm just gonna pop it in the garden up at the top to make it convenient for y'all. So welcome Kawagumba, and welcome Rabbi. How you doing, Rabbi?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
Not at all. This is a show and chill space as well. It's an open stage. Thank you for retweeting the room as well and cross-pollinating. So yeah, go ahead with your show like the will with my friend.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 2,500 people and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you are a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
But dude, that's next level, man. Multi-cameras, 24/7. Like, how do you even? Do you like special gear for this? I once met a guy who was like broadcasting his life like on the go, right? It's not just at your house. Like, you need like a special camera to just go live everywhere and have good internet.
Yeah.
Like
So I've had like 4 different Verizon family plans, separate iPhones that I've used to be able to IRL stream, and I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California IRL. And then additionally, I've got home base, and here, I don't know how special the equipment is, but I certainly have a lot of it. So I have over 10 laptops and Chromebooks and another 23 handheld devices and tablets and such. And I just use that to be able to stream my life.
Damn, son. All right, I see some people coming up. Siren, Heroes up here as well. Just make sure you retweet and you Yo, Wiltie's impressed. Wiltie's impressed, dude. That is wild. Okay, all right. And I love you doing clean water, by the way. Water is life. Water is life. So let's stay in touch and let's freaking grow. Toby, for real. How you doing, bro? Oh, I can't hear you. It sounds like you're 10 kilometers away trying to speak into a mic. Just got a notification. Ethan's up today. Let's grow. I'm back. It starts the week. Can you hear me now? Yes. Nailed it. Yep. Yeah. Say GM, I'm Trijan. Say, I think this should be like my, this should be like my third time I'm coming up in your space. But yeah, I'm here again, back again, grinding, and yeah, I would love to share myself if you don't mind. Yeah. By the way, how is our mic? Are we echoing? Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is an echo. Yeah. How bad for that? You guys need to help me out on this night. Right, okay, yeah, still listening, my friend. Still like. So for real, becoming too much to a space shooter, so looking to have a project and different species that guy. I've got some alpha for us today. So issuing a project. And the name of that project is Brit Card Meme. This is actually a meme coin. It got launched on Solana on blockchain October 22, 2025. Reached an all-time of 308k. So the narrative behind Brit is actually freedom and rebellion. So we are living in a world where the system has actually come like serious. We are being monitored. We are being told how to live our lives. We are being told how to spend our money. Our transactions are being monitored by corporations and the government. So this is actually the voice of the people. So this is not an meme coin. So this is actually a movement. So this is not like basically your normal meme coin. So this is a voice more than a token. So why you should be bullish on this project, or why I'm bullish on this project, or why this is a project you should invest in is one. Dave has talked himself lots of times, always literally talking himself, having constant video calls with the community members, lots of time open on spaces, joining the steppers Discord. So that's one. Two, this is actually a registered business in Salary LLC. So this is registered and recognized by the government. Three, This report brought to you
Oh, fuck! Avni, how are you?
Fine. Thank you.
How's your day going?
Been hopping on one space to another, but then I just decided to come take a look here. Yeah.
Are you looking for a Web3 job or just a job in general?
Mm, I'm in Web3, so I believe in learning before earning. I'm kind of still in my learning phase, so that even when I get to job, I don't, or inefficiently give output or result on the job. Okay, so I prefer learning first, or maybe if you can help with a masterclass on any of the Web3 niche, and I'll be very glad to have that and also update my skill set.
Absolutely, I'll help you. Okay, so I'm about to send you a message. So just bear with me. This is going to help you to market yourself. You're very smart, Avni. You're absolutely right. You don't want to hop into anything before you know what you're doing. So, in that you've been going to space, that's really good. And the fact that you connected with me, those are all really great things. All right. So I'm sending you a list of social media. And let me ask, do you have a Linktree account?
No, I don't have. I've been seeing that a lot, and I don't even know. I don't have much of a social media. I only have Twitter and LinkedIn.
That's okay.
Okay, so
That's okay.
yeah,
Those are good
but
ones to
no.
have. Okay, so here's what I did, and here's the plan. Okay, if you want a master class, I'll give you a good overview. So sit back, relax, and if you have questions, feel free to just let me know if you have them. Okay, so let's talk about what Web3 is in relation to Web 1 and Web 2, because a lot of people throw around the term Web3, but they don't really know what it means. So, in layman's terms or in simplest terms, Web 1 is basically websites. These are things that came into the world generally in the 1990s. Web 2 is social media, generally. These are things that came into our lives in the 2000s and the 2010s. And then Web 3 is blockchain. This is really cryptocurrency and NFTs that came into our world during the 2010s and now the 2020s. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
Okay, excellent.
100.
Excellent. Do you have a crypto wallet?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, excellent. Do you have your seed phrase written down?
Yes, I have it. I backed up offline.
Okay, is it written down?
Yes, written down.
On paper? Is it written down on a piece of paper?
Yes, sure. As I said, offline.
Okay.
I backed them up offline. Yes.
Excellent, but I mean, offline could mean it's just stored on your computer. So, just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so you want to make sure that it's written down.
All right.
Is it in a safe place, like a safe, a lockbox, a fireproof box, something like that?
It's written down in my journal,
Okay, well,
and I'm the only person that has access to the journal.
okay, excellent. You don't have to tell me where it is, but just make sure it's in a safe location. If there were to be a fire right now, wherever you live, would that journal be gone?
Oh, that's a critical question, and I've never thought about that.
You need to.
Okay. Hold on. Please, I will now have to ask this question. Okay, please. How like what's the best way to kind of back up my seed phrase, please?
Yeah, great question.
Okay.
A lockbox or a safe or a fireproof box. They're not expensive. They may be difficult to get where you are, and fortunately, hopefully, you don't need that right now. But even if you were to, perhaps, if you needed, just store it for right now in your journal or wherever. But then when you're able to afford a lockbox or a safe or fireproof box, get yourself one. Just keep that in mind, okay? Right now, hopefully, you don't have to worry about fire, but just know you want to keep this as safe as possible. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So in the future, you're going to plan when you get a little bit of money to buy a lockbox or a fireproof box or a safe or something. Okay. Um, but that's absolutely fine.
Yes,
What?
sure.
At least it's offline. Okay. So that's great. Now you never want to share this with anybody. So, especially you might have a girlfriend, you might have a community, you might have a friend who's just like, hey, what is a list of all these words or whatever? You don't want to share it with them. You don't want them to have access to it because when you give them access to it, then they have access. Then they have access to all your money. So you want to keep that as safe as possible. Okay. There are three different kinds of wallets generally. There's a hot wallet, which is connected to the internet and doesn't have much security. There's a warm wallet, which usually has two-factor security and is connected to the internet. And then there's a cold wallet. And the best thing that you can do when you start getting cryptocurrency is to start putting it in not just one cold wallet, but perhaps you have multiple cold wallets in case anything happens to your wallet. You don't want it all drained. And then when you need to use cryptocurrency, you can have it in a warm wallet that has some security on it, and then hopefully you won't lose it. And if you did, it wouldn't drain all of your cryptocurrency. So that's really important. And then finally, if you're using crypto all the time, you might have something like a hot wallet, but you want to be careful with that. Okay, does this make sense? The three kinds of wallets?
Yes, but then I still am a little bit confused on the hot wallet.
Sure.
The hot wallet.
Absolutely. So a hot wallet is generally just like a wallet that you have on your phone that you can use, but you don't need to have any kind of security on it. So it's just on your phone, ready to go, but you don't have to do two-factor authentication like a biometric scan or even like perhaps getting a text message. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. But then, can you give me examples of that? Is it more change wallet or?
Yeah, so a hot wallet that you can use and you don't need to get a two-factor authentication code sent to your phone, or you don't have to have it scan your thumb. It's just available whenever you need it. There isn't much security to it. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
makes sense. But I wish I can get some examples of it.
I'm giving you examples of it. So a hot wallet is a wallet that doesn't have security tied to it. So if you can send and receive crypto with your wallet and you don't have to log into anything, or you don't have to get a text message, or you don't have to have it scan your thumb, that's a hot wallet. If you do have to have it scan your thumb, or you have to get a text message or something, then that's generally going to be a warm wallet. And then a cold wallet may have security tied to it, but it's not connected to the internet. Does this make sense?
Yes, makes more sense now.
Okay, excellent. Great question. All right. So you want to have multiple kinds of wallets when you start to amass cryptocurrency. It's not super important right now, but the more cryptocurrency and NFTs you get, you want to put them in eventually in cold wallet storage. All right. With that being said, what do you want to be? What kind of job do you want?
Okay. I have to kind of I'm that I'm permitted to tell my story.
Absolutely.
Both in tech and in tech.
Tell me anything you want. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I started my tech journey with graphics design. Okay, I with corridor. Then I transition to Photoshop. Okay, so just learning some few basics and few advanced and graphic design. Then currently I'm into making a PFP with either Nano Banana or VO3. Okay, but then I think it's best I study more of prompt engineering for just like the one I have in my DP now. I generate with in Nano Banana, yeah. But then I wasn't so with the experience. I do sell things like wristwatches and the laptops, okay, and offline. But then one of the G's I met on the space was like, okay, since you sell those things offline, can you just take the skills, the selling skills on here on Web3 to see how you can provide solutions to people that needs them. But okay, I'm this kind of person that I don't easily get defeated. Whenever I get into a bug or a problem, I must have to research my way out of that problem. So I say I have this researching skill. It's mad. It's massive. So I love solving problems, creating solutions in any way I can. And yes, that's the little about myself. Okay, and yeah, as time goes on, we'll let in all about me though.
Excellent. Okay, so you've got a lot of experience specifically as a graphic designer, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Do you have any video editing experience?
Yes. Unfortunately, okay, I'm here in Nigeria. Okay, so basically in Nigeria, you must have to, know everything about about something, know a little things about almost everything, so that you just know how to, don't go hungry and try to make both ends meet. So you definitely like want to do all the whole not want to do all the tech skill now, but then just know a little about them. So when you get caught up with any of the real world problem and you want to create a solution, you already know where to look. You understand? So sometimes when I'm opportune to tell onboard newbies into tech or Web3, what I teach them is how the internet works or how the Google works. Okay, how to make use of your keyword, search keyword, for you to get what you are actually okay. So because some people don't even know how to learn. All right, so I do teach people how to learn first so that they can even learn faster what they wish to learn. Okay, so that's how I've been doing my thing. All right. So yeah, but I don't think I have much experience because hopping on space to another, I just realized that I'm not even doing well for myself. I'm not better yet. So that's why I now stood down to learn more before I can actually hunt for a proper Web3 job. Okay. Yeah, so I'm kind of still lost in the space. Yeah.
That's okay. Okay. So I know that you said that um you've seen people with link trees, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever been to one?
If I've actually gone to their link tree.
Yeah. Have you ever been to a link tree website?
Yes, multiple times, yes.
Okay, excellent.
But I never thought of getting mine because I don't think I have much going on. So I only have my WhatsApp. Okay, now I think I can also add my Discord there. because I never thought Discord is a social media, just like Slack. Okay, so now I think for me to get on Linktree now, I must have my Twitter, my LinkedIn, and my Discord on it, and also my WhatsApp. Then as time goes on, I might also add some extra social media accounts that I might have in the future.
Absolutely.
So
Okay,
yeah.
so that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so I'm gonna. I sent you a message in Discord. You see, I sent you a message in Discord.
Well, how do I see the message?
Yeah, that's a great question. In the upper left hand, on the upper left corner, do you see that there is a little purple message button?
Okay. So message. I'm seeing a message icon here.
Okay, so you click that.
So like I'm on messages right now.
Excellent.
You sent wait. Oh, I'm send the request. Should I send request?
No, I've already sent you a message. So, look at that little message icon, click it, and you should see I've sent you messages.
Yeah, please read it below if it's
Yes,
of
yes, yes,
interest to
yes,
you.
yes, yes, yes,
Just
yes, yes,
let
yes,
me know.
yes, yes. Okay, go all the way to the bottom. Do you see linktree.com/honeybadgerhoba?
Yeah, I'm seeing Linktree on Android.
No, scroll all the way to the bottom.
Okay. Link in Bio Creator app
No,
store.
no,
Is
no,
that?
no. Keep scrolling all the way to the bottom. To the very bottom, last message I sent
Okay,
you.
Honey Badger, yeah. Honey
Yeah.
Badger Hover.
Exactly.
Yeah, Honey Badger Hover.
Copy that link and put it into your browser. I want you to see what one looks like.
All right. Copy. Okay. Oh, it's coming up. Okay. Oh God. Is this you?
It's a project that I helped.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. There are a lot of social media handles here.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that, and that's what you're going to do for yourself. You have to understand, social media generally is free, and you want to take advantage of anything that's free. I know what your budget is. It's $0 and 0 cents. So anything that's free is going to most likely benefit you. So what you're going to do for yourself is you're going to create a link tree. Then you're going to create 30 different social media profiles like I have there. You're going to say, Rabbi, that's a lot of social media. Why do I want that much? And it's really a 5-pronged strategy. Number one, this gives you about 30 different places to be able to promote yourself. Number two, this gives you 30 different places for you to be able to promote your clients. Number three, it gives you 30 different places for you to be able to get new business from clients. Number four, it's going to allow you to dominate search engines and social media and AI. And number five, it's going to make it very difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yes. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Okay, excellent. So
But then I wanted to add something. I want to add something.
Go ahead.
This Pinterest.
Yeah.
I thought Pinterest is for sending upload images.
Absolutely. You're a graphic designer. Absolutely. You're a graphic designer. And you may have clients who have NFT projects and they want their NFTs shown on the internet. That's how you get it to show in Google Images.
Wow. That's impressive. Like, I never thought about that, though.
Yeah, I mean, when you go to Google, you know what I'm talking about in Google. Where do you think it gets all of the different pictures? It gets it from these different social media sites.
Yes, like free pics and pixels.com, and yeah, there is, I know about them
Excellent.
because I do get some of my elements and yeah,
Exactly.
mockups from there.
Excellent. Good. So what you're going to do is you're going to create your own version of it. And I sent you the list of all the social media. Now you don't need to download all the apps. You can just use it, make it in a browser because you probably don't have enough space on your phone to download all the apps. But then you have this notifications sent to your Gmail. And if I were you, I would create a new Gmail account for just your business so that you can keep your personal and your business. And so when you have somebody who messages you on one of these platforms, the message comes into your email, and then all you have to do is check your email. Does this make sense?
Yeah, sure. But then I still have some few questions, although I will have to make a research about that. But then I saw Kick, Caffeine, Rumble, Tondo, and Ingor, and Odyssey.
Yeah.
I don't think I know what that means, though.
That's okay. Those are different. I put in a list the ones that you need. Caffeine's no longer around. Imager is an image service that's very important to have because that's where Reddit stores all of its images. Odyssey, that's for video streaming. You don't need that one. That was just for that project. I sent you a list of the ones that you need.
Okay, where can I get the list of the ones you sent? On Discord?
Yeah, so check your messages in Discord, and you'll see a list of 30 different social media I sent in the first message I sent you.
Okay. Okay.
It starts
Linktree, Gmail, X, YouTube.
Exactly that one.
WeChat. What's WeChat used for?
It's huge for communicating with people in Asia. It's like the WhatsApp of Asia.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, then Mastodon and the Tumble.
Okay, I'll explain what those are. Mastodon is a microblogging website, which is like X or Blue Sky or Truth Social or Threads. It's just like that, but it's just a competitor to X, basically.
Okay. Flickr. How about Flickr? I know about Clubhouse.
Excellent. Okay, so
I want to be on Clubhouse because it's more like hosting room meetings and all of that. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like X Spaces. Okay, you had asked about Flickr. Flickr's a photo sharing website. It's one of the biggest photo sharing websites. So you have an NFT, graphic design, anything from there, you can upload it, and then that will populate for Google Images.
Okay, so how about okay, I don't think I remembered Rumble.
Yeah, so Rumble is just like
Sora.
Sure, Rumble is just like YouTube. So it's a place where you can stream, but you can also upload video. Sora is a video creator using AI, and it's very big in the United States now, and it's spreading across the world. And I want to make sure that you get an account. If you're not able to get that account, that's okay. That one might not be available in Nigeria yet. It will be maybe next month. So just you can hold off on that one. But you can at least create the account because you can currently do images with it. You just can't do video yet. And then you had asked about Tumblr. Tumblr is basically a place where people can put blogs, information about themselves, but it's also a place where you can store data about yourself that trains AI. But somebody's stealing this name from you, and then when you want to use it in the future, somebody's already got it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so here's what the
that
plan.
becomes a problem.
That becomes a problem because then people can impersonate you, and they're going to be saying, "Hey, Avni, I thought I was dealing with you on Tumblr, and you're going to say, Tumblr? I don't have a Tumblr. And then all of a sudden, somebody took all of your pictures and all of your information and impersonated you. You want to make sure that you have a presence on these social media platforms. And what this is going to do for you is that when somebody types in avni.eth or whatever your username is into YouTube or into Google, you're going to dominate the top 10, more like the top 30 entries because you're going to have all your stuff there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. And that's what you want. See, right now, if I type in avni.eth, you're going to have maybe your X account there, and then it's going to be 9 things that aren't you. And it's going to be confusing to people. If I want to do business with you, I want to make sure I'm dealing with the real avni.eth. And so you basically are you're training social media, you're training different search engines, and you're training AI on who you are and what you do. So then what we're going to do, once you create those accounts, we're going to have you create some short videos, like 10-second videos that using Grok, and they're going to go something like this. Hi, my name's avni.eth, and I am a Web3 marketer. I'd love to help promote your project on my different social media. Please send me a DM. I'd love to connect with you. And it's just going to be a short video of some 3D created image or video of you. It doesn't have to be your face. It could be anything you want. But then what that's going to do is we're going to put 10 of these videos on your different social media so that when your customers look at your different social media, you just don't have blank skeleton accounts. You have some content there. Does this make sense?
Yeah, sure. But hold on, I have a question to ask.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I've had this little bit of problem because when I did computer science studies, I did computer science first in a technical school. We are taught almost virtually everything. Okay, so I fell in love first with graphic design, but then I also have a second love that is now turning into my first love now because we did Java.
Okay.
I don't know if you know Java programming.
Yes.
And did Kotlin and Flutter. Okay, so but then since I started doing my 3 journey, I can kind of keep up with the writing codes. Okay, but I love writing codes. Okay, just for fun. I've never made money writing codes, but then I love that because it gives me this kind of mindset that okay, there's never a problem that you can't solve. Okay, as far as there's a problem, there's a bug. You trying to debug it, makes it more fun. All right. So we did the whole OOP and also did Python, OpenCV, and also the only package I think I didn't do then was JavaScript and the PHP. But every other package, then I think I ventured into it. But then I was the best then in Java. I loved Java programming language, which is for desktop applications. And yes, but it seems there is no much use of Java language in the world today because everything is going AI. All right. So that's why I paused and started looking into AI and see how I integrate them to what I'm doing. Then when I ventured into Web3, in all sincerity, I wanted to see how Solidity works. And I have not had the time to, kind of you combining studies and your using your career path. It's kind of difficult for an average Nigerian student who doesn't have any sponsor or support. Okay, so now I'm trying to find a quicker a job that can give me the money I need to sort out my problems before I can now go back to my passion, which is writing codes. Okay, so I don't know if there's a problem or if there's a solution to that or a hack which you can kind of advise me to follow and see if I can get a permanent solution to what I'm actually facing now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So frankly, coding is a thing of the past. You may have a passion for it, and that's great, and that's fine. I don't want to I don't want to take away any of your passions, but you should know that AI right now is a better coder than any human coder has ever been in the entire world. So I can take code, put it into ChatGPT or ask ChatGPT to generate code for me much faster than any human can. So I'm not saying that those skills aren't necessarily useful anymore, but they're not as useful as they once were, especially because you can just have anything generated in AI immediately. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense too.
Excellent.
That's why I paused a little bit. Okay, so because life is dynamic. When you are static, you don't even move with life. You get obsolete. Okay, so that's why I have to unlearn all other things I used to know before, then to learn new ones. That's it. But it seems nothing is making sense because okay, it's a whole lot of story, but then when I'm at that point that nothing is anymore, but then I just keep showing up and trying to do the little things I can to stay afloat. And I love making research. And to God be the glory, I have a stable network and a stable light to enable me to do that. It's just connecting with the right people and maximizing those opportunities and see how I can actually learn faster so I start earning also. Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for what you're doing. And you know, connecting with you is kind of a breakthrough for me in my journey in this Web3 space, because I've not had anyone like you. Like, I know there are so many people out there giving out information for people that are lost or newbies like me, but then I've not had any close contact with them. All right. So, but then I'm so honored to, have you in my contact. All right. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, you're welcome. So what we're going to do is we're going to populate your social media with video, 10 short videos. That's going to help you to populate on YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels and the TikTok algorithm, so that when your clients look at your social media, it's just not blank. Then what I'm going to teach you to do is how to join different communities on X, on Discord, on Telegram, on Facebook, some other places. Because as you may have heard, your network is your net worth, and we want to increase both of those for you. I'm going to teach you how to make memes. You're already a graphic designer, so you should have some knowledge of this. We're not going to go real in depth with it. We're going to use meme generators, but the thing that you're going to do is you're going to be able to market yourself with memes.
Can you share some with me? The meme generators. Can you share some with me? Because I don't think I have enough useful ones, but then I try to make most out of the ones I already own, already making use of. But then sometimes I jump into some easy difficulty or limitations. Okay, because I can't even pay for their paid version. So I only want to see if I can see some free ones that can at least give me some edge. Then when I start
Just go. Paid, just go. Just go to your Discord messages, and I sent you really the only one that you ever need.
Image flip. Okay.
Go take a look at it.
Thank you very much. Take a look at it.
Sure.
Okay. Does this work with prompt or?
Yeah. So you just. Is it like AI meme generated? No, it's pretty close though. All you do is just type in like the top level of what you want, and then the bottom level of top text, bottom text, and then then you press generate, and it makes the meme for you.
Okay. So I think I'll thank you very much. Thank you for sharing this. I'm so grateful. I don't think I can even pay as if we are to have one, because you're sharing a lot of insight and information out there, and I'm so grateful. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay, so then what we're going to teach you how to do is not just create memes, because those are cool, but we're going to teach you how to market with memes. So we're going to put in the corner what your handle is and what your Linktree account is, and so people know how to contact the creative force behind this idea. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. But then I also want to. Do you have a kind of a prompt engineering class that I can look into, and I won't run out of prompts to generate some memes or any image edit. Okay.
Well, if you go to that website, it has every meme format that exists, basically, that's popular.
Okay.
So
But then what I was asking for is just like, okay, let me use this one as an example. Can you see this PFP here with this guy that has a kind of a striking lightning on the background, and what's it called, that has something like a rabbit front, the guy holding a golden rabbit is on this call. The guy is on this, the PFP is on this call. Can you see it?
Where is this?
The one beside your
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah.
the guy. So I don't know, they use this kind of prompts, ultra realistic 3D prompts to generate those. So, but I find it difficult getting those prompts because when you use a ChatGPT to generate prompts, they just give you what everybody knows. It's still the same thing. But then, how do you make it unique and actualize something like this? Now this guy has. Because it's wonderful. I need to learn that. So I don't know if it's possible. I don't know.
I mean, how do I want to put it? Like, you can perhaps use. So you're asking how to get a profile picture like this person in this Discord?
Yeah, I know how to get those profile picture, but the prompt, I just needed how to know, kind of apply a unique, exclusive prompt. Okay.
Sure. Just one moment.
Sorry.
You're okay. You're good. So just bear with me. I'll send you. Are you covering your microphone?
I'm getting a call on the WhatsApp. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then it's better now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's much better.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
So I said, bear with me because I asked a lot of questions. Okay.
You're okay.
I love learning.
Excellent. I do as well. Okay, so I'll send you just an article. There's a lot of trial and error when it comes to prompt generation of videos and images, but I just sent you an overview, and it tells you the essential structure to be simple and direct, feature a description, follow the picture, and then just basically how to create the prompts and like how to make the movement. So you can look up into that at another time. All right. So then
I'm looking at it already.
Okay, excellent. So you can figure out what you want to do when it comes to that, and it's a lot of trial and error. I tell people you might have to make 10 different videos to get 3 of them that you like. That's okay. They don't cost anything. Just do it. All right. So then what I'm going to teach you to do is to create a Fiverr account once you've done all the other stuff. Fiverr is a third-party marketplace that allows you to get gigs. So you're like a graphic designer, but you don't have any work. You can have somebody who pays you to make an image for them, or to make a video for them, or to edit a video for them, or whatever it may be. So that's Fiverr.com. You don't have to. Go
I
ahead.
was thinking Fiverr is outdated. I was thinking there's other better way of getting jobs. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's why I sent you a list of recruiters in Nigeria who will find a job for you. Look at the messages that I sent you. Do you see there's a list of recruiters for Nigeria?
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing that. I only saw global profiles and IRC Nigeria.
Look
Okay, IRC.
look right above where I wrote linktree.com/honeybadgerhoba. Look right above that, and there's a list of 5 different recruiters in Nigeria.
Okay. But then, is there any possibility to work in Germany from Nigeria?
Yes, it's known as remote work.
Okay, because that's what I'm actually looking for. Because
yeah, that's what those jobs
start looking there.
That's what those companies will do.
Okay, those companies will help me. Those 5 companies you sent will help me on that.
Absolutely. You just upload your resume there, and then you say, I'm looking for remote work, and that could be anywhere in the world. Or you could say, I want a remote job in Germany.
Okay, but then here is the problem. Getting a resume is not the problem. Is getting those job experiences. Some companies like, okay, you need a 5 years experience on this role, a 10 years of experience on this role. How do I go about those experiences? Okay.
I understand. So you start with a small job, and that's why you start with the recruiter. You don't necessarily always need that experience. The recruiter will say, we have an entry level job in whatever it may be. And if you work here for 6 months, then the company might offer you a full-time job. And then you get the full-time job. And then you work that job for 5 years or whatever. And then you get 5 years of experience.
Okay, yeah.
What are recruiters?
Maybe I was even thinking maybe if you have a job, particular direct job for me though.
I don't hire people.
Okay.
So what you will have the opportunity to do is use one of these recruiters to find you a job. And what is advantageous about this is they're going to look on your behalf. And so that you're going to have teams of people who are trying to find you a job. And if they see that your resume matches a job that they have available, they're going to call you and they're going to maybe interview you. And then if you're the right fit, then you're going to start out as a contractor with some organization. It could be in Germany. It could be in UK. It could be in the US, wherever. And you'll work remotely, most likely starting off. And then if you do a good job for them for 6 months or a year or whatever, then they might hire you full time. And they might sponsor your visa or get you a passport or whatever you need to maybe work for them in person, or you just continue working remotely. You could work remotely for 50 years. Does this make sense?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
I'm glad to live.
Absolutely. But in the meantime, you're going to need money.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. In the meantime, you're going to need money. So Fiverr is a great place to do it, to do gigs. So these aren't jobs that pay every week for 52 weeks out of the year. You do one job for someone and they'll pay you either $5 to $500. But basically, like somebody might say, hey, I want you to generate a card for my sister's birthday. And so you'll maybe put together a mock-up for them, and then they might pay you $10 to do that. And that's not a lot of work. Or they might say, I want you to edit my video, and I'll pay you $200 to do it. And you'll take the time and you'll edit the video. And then if you do a good job, then you'll make $200. I mean, whatever you want to do. But this allows people to find your skills. Right now, no one knows that you have the skills. You need to market yourself for this. So we'll teach you how to make a Fiverr account. That's a little further down the line. Then I'm going to teach you how to shield yourself in spaces. Have you heard me speak in spaces?
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. So we'll teach you how to speak.
Yeah, once.
Okay.
That's how I got to connect with you, though.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so you know I stream my life 24 hours a day, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I was surprised. I was shocked, dude. Like, I was like, whoa, who is this dude? Like, I was just hearing the same thing from the space or your Discord channel. I was like, oh, God, how is that even possible?
Absolutely.
Okay, but then it's nice.
Excellent. So what I'll teach you to do is get a pitch for yourself, a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch. So that instead of you going into a space saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience, I don't really know what to say, I just need a job, DM me with the job, get me a job, that's fine. At least you're trying. You'll be able to come in and say, GM, everyone, my name is Avni.eth, and I am a Web3 marketer. I would like to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. This is going to allow you to dominate search engines, social media, and AI. You are going to get 30 times more DMs this way, 30 times more people buying your cryptocurrency, 30 times more people interested in your project, 30 times more people buying your NFT or whatever you do when you partner with me. Additionally, it's going to help you to rank #1 on Google, #1 on Bing, #1 on Yahoo, and all the other search engines. If this sounds attractive to you, feel free to DM me. I would love to work with you. That's what you want to be able to say, right, Avni?
Yeah, I'll be able to say that. The problem is now, for someone who is coming for SEO, optimization, how I don't even have that skill. So how do I go about it?
Yes, you do. That's why you're creating all this social media. The fact that you have the social media will allow you to rank anybody very highly. So what would you do? You would say to someone, okay, you have let's say a cryptocurrency, and you want it to rank highly on search engines, right? And they will say yes. So you take some of their content, maybe an article they've written or a picture they have or their logo or whatever, and you post it on your different social media and you tag it correctly with the right title, the right description and hashtags, and you give it a month. And then whenever anybody types in their project into Google, your accounts will show up because you have promoted it. And you will be #1, #2, #3, #4, #5, #6, #7, #8, #9, perhaps all the way to #30. Does this make sense?
Yeah, that's a good hack.
It's how search engines work, and they rate social media, especially Google, much higher when it's a social media platform. So like Google owns YouTube. That's why when you Google something, many times YouTube videos show up right at the top because Google likes YouTube. It owns YouTube, or well, they're both subsidiaries of Alphabet. So you just need to use the social media, the power of the social media that already exists in order to rank highly. If somebody says, I want you to rank my website highly, that's a lot more difficult to do because the website doesn't have very much influence, but Linktree does, and YouTube does, and Imager does, and Reddit does, and Instagram does, and TikTok does. So you just have to put your customers' content on your different social media and it will rank very highly. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But another question: how about those who want once their business registered on Google, Google Maps and the rest of it? Is that even possible? Because I've asked me that in the past, but then I told them I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
that's just a Google
is
My.
there a hack to that too?
It's not a hack. It's just the process. It's a Google My Business account. So you would just create a business listing on Google, and you put the information about the business, the name of the business, their contact hours, their address, and then a picture of them and maybe some other pictures that you have. The way that you get it listed is they send a card to your house or wherever the business is, and then you put a code in. It takes like a week, and then it will list it on Google. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, it makes sense now. But then, how do you optimize websites? How do you optimize them?
Well, that's a different story. So if you want to promote a website to rank highly in Google, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so um, the way that's done generally is through backlinks, and that's its own art. But basically, if you can get websites that are already trusted by Google to link back to the website that you want to promote, that will help it to rise in the rankings. But there are easier ways to get content promoted highly on Google than optimizing a website. If you just put the website in your social media, that will automatically rank it very highly, the content that you've put there, and then people will click on that, and then eventually they will click to the website. And also, social media is very strong, has very strong backlinks as well. So basically, connecting the website to social media and also um, trusted websites helps you to rank a website higher.
Okay. Okay, but then, backlinking now it will be kind of difficult and cost higher because the website it's kind of markets your site. So
Okay, what did you say?